The moment the crimson moon graced the sky, the entire world succumbed to madness save for me. Chapter 1. Returning Home. The dark red moon hung low above the city's towering edifices, nearly filling half the heavens. A shadowy, rust-streaked, circular train sped through the city under the watchful gaze of the red moon, while inside, passengers donned in a kaleidoscope of attire busied themselves with newspapers or dozed beneath the dim lighting. Ding. We have arrived at Moon Station. Liu Xian awoke from his slumber, grasped his bag, and flowed with the throng of people out of the carriage. With the bag slung over his shoulder, he traversed the filthy, dilapidated steps of the platform, littered with newspapers, and made his way to the city's ground level. Looking up, he beheld the neon lights casting a surreal, multicolored glow upon the streets and the bustling crowd yet, regardless of the myriad hues adorning the thoroughfare. The crimson moon above remained the true hue of this world. Ever since the occurrence of the crimson moon incident 30 years prior, the world has remained thus. Of course, Liu Xian was oblivious to any differences. He was born after the crimson moon event, and the world had always existed in this manner. He navigated through a recently rain-soaked alley, ascending a dilapidated old building. The elevator was out of order, compelling him to climb the stairs until he reached the door of room 401 on the 4th floor. He retrieved the key and unlocked the heavy door. The corridor was eerily silent and cold, yet the interior glowed with warmth and softness. In the kitchen, his father was stewing meat, the pressure cooker bubbling with steam, emanating an enticing aroma. His sister reclined on the sofa, clutching snacks while engrossed in an old animated series, SpongeBob SquarePants. His mother, elegantly attired in a white wool cardigan, stood by the window speaking on the phone. Upon noticing Liu Xian's entrance, she set down her bag, and his sister looked up, beaming with a sweet smile. Liu Xian affectionately ruffled her hair and presented her with a small brown teddy bear. "Ah, thank you, brother. I love it." His sister leaped with joy, clutching the teddy bear to her chest. His mother glanced at Liu Xian, smiling and nodding. "Sit down and rest for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." Liu Xian nodded and took a seat at the dining table. The table was already set with 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, accompanied by a few small dishes of greens, and the rice, now somewhat cold, was served in a bowl. However, none of the family members showed any inclination to sit down for dinner. His mother continued gently conversing on the phone. "Sister Zhang, regarding today's incident, it was indeed my fault. Please don't be upset. Admittedly, this gray wool cardigan is indeed a bit dated, but how can one deem it unattractive? Yes, it is precisely for this reason that I am calling you. Of course, you didn't voice it, but I sensed it in your heart." No, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to apologize. You shouldn't speak in anger. It's so uncivilized." The sound of his father chopping bones grew increasingly loud, along with his grumbling, "Scum, useless, barging into others' homes, despicable. They all deserve to die, damn it. Eating so much, no matter how I chop. It never ends, no matter how I cook. It never cleans up." At that moment, his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa, gleefully tearing apart the brown teddy bear, using both hands to tug and gnaw with her tiny, pristine teeth, chewing off its ears, its eyes, and its arms. Her expression one of excitement and satisfaction as she observed the separation of limbs from the bear's body. "Dinner will take a while longer." His mother had set down the phone, speaking softly. "I had a small misunderstanding with our neighbor, Sister Zhang. I will go apologize." With that, she gracefully retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer and exited, closing the door behind her. Liu Xian sat quietly at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Indeed, this family, these relatives, could sometimes exhibit peculiarities, yet, in this dilapidated and filthy satellite town, this family remained quite harmonious. Liu Xian noticed a barely perceptible bloodstain beneath the collar of his mother's white wool cardigan. It was fresh. The family commenced their meal. However, the food was a haphazard assemblage, rough and unrefined, yet his sister adored it even more. His father sat at the dining table, uncorking a bottle of white liquor with an illegible label, and after taking a mouthful of greens, he downed a glass in one go. There was no meat on the table. His father relished in chopping bones and stewing meat, but he never permitted anyone to eat or approach his iron pot. He still wore a plastic apron speckled with blood, with a few flies buzzing around him. Outside, the distant wail of sirens drew nearer, and the clamor of voices surged, indistinguishable in their chatter. Bang! His father suddenly slammed down the glass, his bloodshot eyes glaring out the window, noisy, always making a racket, not even allowing one to enjoy a peaceful meal. Useless police department, incapable of uncovering anything. Worthless neighbors, always peeping at others. Don't frighten the children. His mother delicately picked up a piece of green vegetable, eating cautiously, her crimson lips strikingly vivid in the dim light. Lu Xan recalled that she hadn't applied lipstick. Damn those children, they all deserve to die. His father's fury escalated, his fingers gripping the liquor bottle tightly, veins bulging, shouting, "Bitch, you two deserve to die? Yes, in your eyes, everyone deserves to die, except for you." His mother smiled with an elegant composure. "Because you want to be the one left to collect the corpses, don't you? You take pleasure in that." As she spoke, she set down her utensils, smiling gently while looking at his father. "Because those people lived better than you did, they were more capable than you, and you particularly dislike seeing them thrive. You enjoy witnessing their silence. Shut up, do you understand?" Indeed, his mother's words provoked his father's rage. He suddenly shattered the liquor bottle and lunged at her, seizing her by the throat. Gurgle. His mother laughed joyfully, even as her face turned purple from the pressure. Her smile remained graceful, useless. Bang! His father could no longer restrain himself, resorting to fists and kicks, causing the dining room to tremble. "Why, Daddy, don't hit Mommy." His sister cried out in terror, clutching the teddy bear tightly, but suddenly her expression transformed into wild laughter. So fun, truly delightful. As she laughed, she suddenly flipped and leapt up like a nimble spider, scaling the ceiling, her feet gripping the chandelier, somehow anchoring herself, twisting her head too. Observe the tumultuous scene below, the toy bear clutched in her mouth, her hands clapping vigorously, her voice a blend of laughter and tears. So much fun. His father's rage intensified, his body seeming to swell, muscles straining against his shirt, revealing his dark, bristling back, his features grotesquely contorted and enlarged. As he swung his fist down upon his mother, blow after blow, while she, despite her injuries, retained that elegant demeanor. How wonderful it is to witness such impotent rage. Lu Xian sat beside the toppled dining table, slowly consuming the grains of rice in his bowl. After the incident of the Red Moon, it is indeed rare to find a warm family. Though within one's own home, family members may exhibit minor flaws, and disputes or quarrels may occasionally arise, it remains a home nonetheless. Outside the window, a room directly facing the living room of Lu Xian has been transformed into a simple studio. A short-haired woman clad in a casual suit is peering through a telescope, observing Lu Xian's room. Through the lens of the telescope, one can see that the otherwise empty room is in disarray. Lu Xian sits alone at a table, eating. Despite his solitary presence, the room appears to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, with chairs and tables overturned, the chandelier swaying incessantly, and white, flower-like cracks intermittently appearing on the window glass, as though something has struck against it. The 13th observer of psychic anomalies has manifested their psychic powers. Beside her, two young men in refined work attire are rapidly calculating and recording. Does he possess the potential for recruitment? What is the magnitude of the latent threat? What are his specific abilities? The short-haired woman shook her head, replying, "It remains unclear." Unlike other psychic anomalies, who typically exhibit strong, aberrant forms early on, such as entering others' dreams or inadvertently releasing psychic plague, she seems quite normal that he commutes to work daily without issue and handles his tasks competently, yet his psyche occasionally exhibits disturbances. He sounds promising and easily guided. From behind them, a stern-faced man interjected, "Have we attempted to have a dreamweaver enter his dreams for evaluation?" "Yes." The woman in the red suit nodded gently, stating, "However, once that dreamweaver entered his dream, they never returned." Chapter 2. The Corner CAF. Even during the day, the office is illuminated by a ghastly white light that a series of partitions divide the majority of the office space into small cubicles, each containing an unnetworked desktop computer and a telephone. Everyone is bustling about, typing, making calls, and exchanging documents. That Lu Xian's workstation is situated in the center, adorned with a banner proclaiming him as the best employee. Having completed the morning's busy workload, Lu Xian straightened up and rubbed his temples. After spending extended periods in such an environment, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, compounded by the incessant barrage of tedious tasks. "Hey, Lu X, are you busy right now?" A voice rang out beside him. Lu Xian looked up to see the newly hired young man, El Chung, dressed appropriately with a stylish short haircut, exuding a sunny demeanor. However, he wore a distressed expression as he lamented, "The director has tasked me with organizing this batch of documents, but no matter how I sort them, it remains a tangled mess. Time is running out. Could you possibly assist me, Lu Xian?" "Of course, Liu Xian responded with a smile. I happen to have some free time. Thank you, Liu Xian, you're incredibly kind. The youthful man expressed his gratitude, quickly moving to Liu Xian's desk, where they began to teach and learn from one another. Around them, many discontented glances were cast from the surrounding cubicles, accompanied by hushed whispers. His own workload is already overwhelming, why should he teach others? We all have the same responsibilities, what if teaching him leads to our own dismissal? Despite the disapproving stares, Liu Xian helped El Cheng organize the documents, waving off the latter's expressions of thanks. Although the atmosphere in this stifling office was tense, Liu Xian adhered to his principle. If he could lend a hand to others, he would. The Red Moon incident may have altered the world, but one's character must remain intact. Liu Xian, come here for a moment, the director is calling for you. A voice called from a distance. Coming. Liu Xian set down his coffee and rose to make his way to the director's office, where he encountered the corpulent director, whose cheeks sagged, and a short-haired woman in a well-tailored suit and sunglasses seated across from him. Liu Xian, I need you to deliver this document to the corner CAF on Qingjiang Road. The director wasted no time with pleasantries, gesturing toward the folder on his desk. Delivering documents should typically be the responsibility of the administrative or miscellaneous teams, not his. However, Liu Xian did not decline, nodding affirmatively, understood. He then picked up the document, nodded at the director and the short-haired woman on the sofa, and exited. The moment he left the room, the director's demeanor shifted to a cordial smile as he turned to the short-haired woman, saying, Team Leader Chun, the matters you mentioned have been taken care of. Rest assured, I will not pry or speculate regarding the project you just spoke of. Rest assured, that project will not involve you. The woman stood, gently lowering her sunglasses, her voice soft and soothing. The director was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if he had misheard, only to catch a glimpse of her pupils. Her eyes seemed to swirl, faintly glowing red, resembling two crimson moons. Do not remember my visit, nor recall that he has been assigned any tasks. The short-haired woman murmured softly, her tone gentle. She then donned her sunglasses and turned to leave. The director found himself in a brief daze, but after a few seconds, he regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired, and resumed his busy work. On the city's high-speed train, Liu Xian grasped the handrail, feeling drowsy. Initially, he had boarded near the departure station, where seats were available, but upon seeing a pregnant woman board, he relinquished his seat to her, standing for half an hour. The lights in the carriage flickered slightly, and a girl, clutching a patchwork teddy bear, crawled overhead along the ceiling of the carriage. She hung upside down before Liu Xian, swinging like a pendulum. Liu Xian's gaze remained fixed, feigning intense concentration on the lovely legs of a girl nearby, wearing snug shorts. The girl continued to play joyfully, swinging more vigorously, causing a slight distortion in the carriage. Fortunately, the train was moving swiftly, masking the minor sound of distortion. Brother, look, that fat guy is so silly. The girl, caught up in her antics, suddenly pointed at a nearby, overweight man who was dozing, drooling, and laughed at Liu Xian. Don't speak to me. Liu Xian forced himself to maintain his focus on the bowtie's legs, a barely audible murmur escaping his lips. I can't look at you or speak to you in public. It'll be considered insane. Ugh. Boring, the girl teased Liu Xian, and upon realizing he was unfazed, felt her interest wane. Be careful, the place you are headed to has issues, she said, not waiting for Liu Xian to inquire further. With a giggle, she suddenly dashed forward through the carriage, passing by the sleeping fat man, where she unexpectedly pinched his cheek before disappearing into the distance. The fat man jolted awake, shouting, Who touched me? Surrounding passengers cast strange glances at the completely empty space around the fat and Liu Xian also joined the crowd of onlookers, casting a glance at the stout man that was reminiscent of gazing upon a lunatic. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Liu Xian realized they had approached the outer wall. The foundational structures here had begun to show signs of wear, with a towering city wall exceeding 10 meters in height, casting a profound shadow over the buildings. Although 30 years had elapsed, and most of the deranged individuals roaming outside had been cleared away, the inhabitants of the city remained cautious. Each year, the municipal efforts concentrated on fortifying and repairing these imposing walls. As he arrived at the corner CF, he noted the atmosphere was quite somber. The surrounding old buildings and single-story houses appeared deserted, with not a single soul in sight. Debris littered the entrance, seemingly blown there by the wind, an accumulation of refuse long neglected. As he drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him. Liu Xian instinctively disliked this place. yet having promised the director, he clutched the folder and stepped inside. Observer number 13 has entered the designated area from a nearby high-rise. A dozen observers had set up various instruments, while armed soldiers, fully equipped, concealed themselves in the shadows, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. Among the office personnel was a short-haired woman, holding a document inscribed with black ink. Target codename, Corner CAF. Objective, to assess observer number 13's potential and specific abilities as a psychic. Potential risks. The CAF has been confirmed as a Level 1 psychic contamination zone. Manifestations include individuals approaching the CAF are inexplicably drawn inside. Those who have entered the CAF are likely to succumb to death within 3 to 5 days, primarily due to suicide. Analysis suggests severe depressive emotions arise from contamination within the CAF. She set down the document and inquired of her colleague, "Is the support team prepared?" The staff member nodded, gesturing towards the adjacent room. Through the glass partitions separating the two rooms, one could see a delicate girl dressed in a flowing gown, seated like a marionette. Upon entering the CAF, Lu Xn felt enveloped by a warm and bustling ambience. The streets outside and the surrounding buildings appeared starkly empty, a desolate scene. Yet within this CF, it was brimming with patrons, almost to the point of overcrowding. Navigating through the throng, Lu Xn reached the bar counter and nodded at the elegantly attired waitress behind it. "Someone asked me to deliver this document." The director had not specified to whom it should be delivered, so placing it at the counter was surely sufficient. "Thank you." The waitress appeared unconcerned, simply smiling in gratitude before pouring a cup of coffee and sliding it toward Lu Xn. "You emit." Lu Xn hesitated, intending to convey that he had no intention of lingering for coffee. However, the aroma of the brew was enticing, markedly different from the cheap coffee he usually consumed at the office. "Thank you for making this trip. This one's on me." The waitress smiled, her countenance radiating a comforting kindness. Lu Xn's heart softened slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless in refusal. At that instant, however, his gaze stiffened. From behind the waitress's exquisite apron, an unsightly, thick tentacle emerged, slowly extending toward him. At its tip, the flesh began to crack open, and suddenly, a black, gelatinous entity, the size of a coin, slid into the coffee. Lu Xn looked down to see the substance resembling either an egg or an eye, its dark pupil fixated upon him from within the cup. Instantly, the coffee's aroma intensified, exuding an astonishing allure. The waitress' smile grew warmer as she gently nudged the coffee closer to Lu Xn, indicating for him to partake. "No, thank you," Lu Xn politely declined, acting as though he had noticed nothing amiss, and turned to exit. To his astonishment, he found that all the patrons within the CAF had ceased their activities, collectively staring at him with blank, vacant expressions. He quickly spun around, his body stiffening, and hastened his departure. Chapter 3. Your coffee remains untouched. Have you left? In the distance, atop the towering building, all observers gazed blankly at their monitors. The anticipated fervent clash had failed to materialize, and the 3 contingency plans they had meticulously devised remained unutilized. It was undeniably a standard Level 1 psychic contamination zone, and there was a seemingly boundless potential for psychic anomalies. Their encounter was meant to serve as an excellent opportunity for mutual stimulation and testing. Through this occasion, they could have pinpointed the contamination within the CAF and eradicated it with precision, while also accurately assessing the potential of Observer No. 13 to determine whether to recruit or eliminate. Yet, all they witnessed was Observer number 13 entering the contamination zone and subsequently exiting, devoid of any peculiarities. The personnel in the control room instinctively turned their gazes towards the short-haired woman at the helm. She momentarily exhibited a flicker of confusion before resolutely commanding, "Continue monitoring," and immediately implement the 4th response plan. He was uncertain of what he had witnessed in the CAF. However, he was finally convinced of what his sister had come to warn him about. There's a monster, despite the world undergoing a seismic transformation post the Crimson Moon incident. With countless lunatics roaming the wilderness, those deranged individuals were still human. Yet, what he had just seen was unequivocally not human. He had no desire to provoke it. He merely wished to flee. The subway station lay desolate, save for an elderly security guard dozing in the duty room. Lu Xn seated himself on a bench, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Glancing around, he noted that his sister's figure was absent, leaving him unable to inquire about the nature of the entity. Lu Xn had always been aware that his family possessed knowledge of certain matters. Suddenly, He heard the sound of shoes scraping against the floor, and upon raising his head, he observed individuals entering the subway station. What had been an empty station moments ago was now bustling with an increasing number of people, clad in various garments and hurrying along. Yet, they did not make their way to the platform to await the train. Instead, they dispersed rapidly around him. Realization struck Liu Exin. He abruptly looked up and recognized them from the CF, those same individuals. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to stand abruptly. Behind them, a figure emerged, one of the waitstaff from the CF, still wearing that unsettlingly cheerful smile, which now appeared somewhat eerie in the light. He held in his hand the very cup of coffee Liu Exin had neglected to drink. Turning towards Liu Exin, the waiter slowly stretched his lips into a wide grin. Speaking in an exceedingly soft and deliberate tone, "Your coffee remains untouched." A chill crept through Liu Exin's heart, compelling him to rise hastily, eager to escape. Yet, as he moved, the surrounding crowd mirrored his actions, advancing forward and blocking his path. The group that had once seemed warm and joyous in the CF now appeared profoundly uncanny, as if in a trance, devoid of any extraneous movements. In fact, their pupils bore no reflection of Liu Exin, and they continued their monotonous advance, constricting the space around him, transforming it into a cage of bodies, rendering him immobile. The waiter's smile deepened as he slightly raised the coffee cup, gesturing towards Liu Exin. Feeling both embarrassed and alarmed, he stammered, "I have no money. I cannot afford it." The waiter's grin took on an even more sinister quality. Suddenly, the eye that had been steeping in the coffee leapt from the cup, tracing a dark line as it hurtled towards Liu Exin's mouth. Startled, Liu Exin lunged forward, using his youthful vigor to shove aside 2 or 3 people in a desperate bid for freedom. However, the CAF patrons began to move in tandem with him, extending their stiff arms in an attempt to seize him. With so many limbs reaching out, it felt like an insurmountable obstacle, rendering evasion impossible. Liu Exin's struggles grew feebler as he found himself pinned down, with others attempting to pry his mouth open. In the observation room, the short-haired woman furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "He behaves just like an ordinary person. Perhaps he is yet to master his abilities." A staff member interjected, "Should we request assistance to terminate this test?" As Liu Exin neared the brink of being overwhelmed by the grasping appendages, the short-haired woman slowly nodded, casting her gaze towards the doll-like girl beside her. The girl had quietly taken hold of an umbrella. "Wait!" Just then, a staff member shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the psychic detection device, which displayed erratic fluctuations in data. Meanwhile, Liu Exin, forcibly restrained and with his mouth pried open, heard a light chuckle by his ear. With a glint in her eye, Liu Exin saw his sister hanging upside down from the signpost, clutching a teddy bear and swaying gently. "Brother, you ignore me when outside, pretending not to see me. And you never talk to me," she lamented, swinging in midair. In that moment, Liu Exin gazed helplessly at the eye that was inching closer to his mouth. Despair flooding his heart. "Then you must promise to buy me the best toys," he cried out, only to hear her giggle, her eyes devoid of whites, revealing a mischievous glint. Fury ignited within Liu Exin. He straightened his posture and shouted. At that instant, the eye reached his lips, its pupil rolling toward his face, contracting slightly as if to smile. Abruptly, it leapt into his mouth, while the surrounding hands pressed down with renewed force, forcing Liu Exin's mouth wide open. He felt like a powerless prisoner, watching helplessly as the entity began to invade him. Despair descended. Yet at that moment, a frigid little hand clasped Liu Exin's palm. His sister had leapt down. With a whoosh, it appeared to others as if Liu Exin's form transformed into that of an eel. Just moments ago, he had been tightly restrained, his arms twisted, and his mouth forced open. Yet now he exhibited an extraordinary agility, twisting in an incredible manner, swiftly shedding the grasp of several arms. Seizing the opportunity, he freed his mouth from their clutches, retracting his head as the eye flew overhead. At that moment, he seemed to liquefy, breaking free from control and darting towards the crowd. Surrounded by throngs of people, it appeared impossible to escape. Yet, Liu Exin's form became nearly untraceable, weaving through the mass with an uncanny agility. His mastery of body control was unparalleled, spider-like. Meanwhile, within the building not far away, the staff members monitoring the surveillance footage gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Liu Exin's escape. They had seen him bound and on the brink of being contaminated by the monster. Yet at that moment, his body transformed into one of grace and dexterity, freeing itself from confinement. Confronted by the countless monsters in the subway station, He navigated as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, his movements so fluid that they defied comprehension. Even when squeezed amidst the throng of coffee-soaked individuals, he evaded with extraordinary angles and maneuvers, climbing vertically along walls without any aid. What percentage is it? The conclusion remains elusive, but given this velocity, initial estimates place it above 50. Isn't that initial potential nearly rivaling that of a gecko? The staff within the building were both astonished and elated, their eyes glued to the monitor displaying a figure dashing toward the exit. Suddenly, a change caught someone's attention, prompting a startled exclamation. Meanwhile, in the subway station, Liu Exin grasped his sister's hand, striving to break free from the encirclement, eager to escape. Yet, the CAF attendant, standing outside the crowd, gazed at his peculiar and agile form, a strange smile deepening on his face, becoming increasingly grotesque, as if he were transforming into a hollow shell. At that moment, 7 or 8 enormous tentacles abruptly surged forth from behind him. Each tentacle was as thick as a barrel, covered in backward-facing bony spikes and eerie eyes. Whoosh! These tentacles swiftly lunged toward Liu Exin. As Liu Exin fled against the wall, bursts of mud erupted nearby, showering him with debris. The violent onslaught caused the entire subway station to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, despite the terrifying speed with which the tentacles emerged from his body, Liu Exin's movements appeared remarkably bizarre, yet oddly fluid. He twisted and contorted in defiance of physics to evade each tentacle, almost as if he were dancing amidst their attacks against the walls and ceiling. In mere seconds, he had reached a position mere meters from the exit. Witnessing this, the short-haired woman at the observation point inhaled deeply and turned to the girl in the adjacent room. Prepare to conclude. The girl, her expression impassive, stood up and slowly opened the umbrella in her hand. Wait. Just then, a staff member at the screen exclaimed in astonishment, "Look!" The others in the office turned, their astonishment palpable as they beheld Liu Exin, who had narrowly escaped the pursuit of the tentacles and was mere feet from the exit, suddenly pause. Instead of fleeing, he hung upside down from the station's ceiling and beckoned forward with a curled finger. The short-haired woman gasped, "What is he doing?" "It seems like a provocation. How could this be?" The atmosphere in the observation point turned tense, with staff exchanging puzzled glances. From a moment, Liu Exin displayed his spider-like abilities. They had anticipated commencing the final cleanup, well aware of the terrifying speed of such powers. In this scenario, the source of contamination within the CAF would surely be unable to detain him, for few places or individuals in this world could confine a wielder of spider abilities. However, they were unprepared for the fact that this spider ability user had not fled. He had instead turned to taunt. "Sister, what are you doing?" Liu Exin shouted in surprise. The exit was right behind him, a mere turn away from freedom, yet his sister had resolutely held him back. She smirked. "What are you planning to do?" Liu Xin, both exasperated and anxious, retorted, "Escape. Did you not see the monster? Why are you so frightened, brother?" She replied, her voice low and teasing, as she provocatively beckoned to the CAF attendant. Beneath her disheveled hair, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Shouldn't he be the one afraid? Chapter 4. Level 1 Mental Monster. Hiss hiss. The CAF attendant, witnessing Liu Exin's refusal to flee and his taunting demeanor, chuckled, as his smile contorted to a grotesque extent. His flesh suddenly ripped apart, revealing a blackened form that writhed and extended into thick, twisted tentacles. Some tentacles bore enormous mouths, sharp, tiny fangs protruding from within, while others rolled up and down, exposing a colossal eyeball. Then, all the mouths opened wide, spewing forth viscous liquid. Liu Exin shuddered involuntarily. Run? Yet, his sister merely gazed at the creature with excitement. "I'm not running. Look how adorable it is." Before her words had fully dissipated, the creature let out a deafening roar, thrashing its numerous thick tentacles toward them. Liu Exin, both terrified and bewildered, could not help but shout, "Aye!" But in the midst of his cry, his sister suddenly tugged at him, charging swiftly toward the monster. The mental energy fluctuations reached their zenith. In the observation point, a staff member frantically tapped at the keyboard, exclaiming, "Level 1 Mental Monster has appeared." On their visible display, the once desolate subway station trembled as if an earthquake had struck, with the CAF attendant at the center. The ground around him fissured dramatically, creating immense chasms and deep pits, while countless bystanders, even those within the CF, were mercilessly torn apart. It was as if an invisible force field was distorting, destroying, and obliterating everything in its vicinity. A train will arrive in 3 minutes, with at least 30 passengers on board. Another staff member anxiously shouted, turning to the short-haired woman. What should we do? The short-haired woman inhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for a decision. Logically, a spider-type aberrant would be utterly helpless against such a mental monster without standard weaponry. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the screen, she saw the observer hurtling directly toward the CAF attendant, who was surrounded by a multitude of distorted force fields. His form flickered, and a deep pit emerged where he had been, only to reveal a gaping hole suddenly appearing on a person several meters behind him. In the direst of circumstances, he had somehow managed to breach the CAF attendant's proximity. Then, he reached out and grasped one of the CAF attendant's arms. In that instant, the imagery on the display vanished entirely, for the subway station's cameras had been utterly obliterated by the unseen mental force. The short-haired woman gasped, suddenly shouting, "Quick!" Everyone, including the girl in the adjoining room, sprang into action, tension palpable. Meanwhile, within the subway station, Liu Xan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Though his lips curled into a smug and mocking grin, his eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Before him loomed an array of ominous and terrifying tentacles, any contact with which seemed to promise an irreversible and dreadful consequence. Yet amidst this endless peril, he felt nothing but exhilaration. He surged forward, adopting countless contorted and grotesque postures to evade the tentacles, drawing near to the creature. With a swift motion, he seized a piece of the creature's flesh, twisting it, causing a burst of viscous fluid to erupt. One of the creature's tentacles was ripped from its body. The creature howled in agony, its myriad mouths roaring in unison. Yet Liu Xian's expression only grew more exhilarated as he circled the creature, his strength evidently inferior to that of the monster. He sensed that should it catch him, it would surely spell his doom. Yet instead of fear, he appeared to find it all quite amusing, playing with the creature like a cat toying with a mouse. Darting close and then away, each approach resulting in the tearing away of another elongated tentacle. He was dismantling the monster. The creature's tentacles diminished in number, and it appeared to be engulfed in an overwhelming fury and profound fear. Yet, regardless of the intensity of its reactions, they only served to heighten Liu Xian's exhilaration, as he flickered around it like a specter, tearing away chunks of flesh. The monster's roars gradually diminished, leaving behind a gruesome scene littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. However, these dismembered appendages and bloodstains, upon touching the ground, began to slowly dissipate with the passage of time. In its final moments, the creature, utterly devoid of strength to resist, crawled towards the exit, consumed by terror. Meanwhile, Liu Xian leapt onto the wall beside it, swiftly snatching a slender iron pipe from the top, and with a maniacal laugh, descended from the wall, aiming the pipe at the creature and forcefully impaling it from behind. With a sickening thud, the monster was pierced through the head, pinned to the ground. It thrashed desperately, mindlessly slapping at the few remaining tentacles. Liu Xian crouched nearby, vigilant yet supremely satisfied as he observed its agonized cries and struggles. Fear radiated from the countless eyes on the creature's tentacles, and suddenly, all of them stiffened simultaneously. Then, with a resounding pop, they transformed into gory splatters. In that instant, the blood mist erupted outward in all directions. Fortunately, Liu Xian was on high alert and swiftly dodged a writhing mass of flesh. However, the customers who had fled from the nearby CAF were instantly engulfed by the carnage, jolted awake from their stupor. During the previous chaotic confrontation, the CAF staff had unleashed indiscriminate attacks, causing significant casualties, yet the patrons remained motionless, seemingly impervious to pain and fear. Suddenly, they awakened from their trance, scattering in all directions. Some dashed towards the nearby exits, while others leapt into the subway passage. Each one appeared frantic, heedless of the imminent danger posed by the approaching train that could turn them into mere pulp. Do you wish to escape? Liu Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor and excitement as he swiftly zeroed in on the nearest individual, a plump woman limping painfully. She had been struck by the CAF staff's tentacles, her left leg twisted at a grotesque angle, yet she continued to struggle towards safety, albeit at a glacial pace. Sensing Liu Xian's approach from behind, she abruptly turned, her mouth gaping wide, splitting open to an unsettling extent, revealing yellowed, greasy teeth that appeared unnaturally sharp. At that moment, she bore no semblance of humanity, but rather resembled a mindless beast. With a swift motion, Liu Xian sidestepped her ravenous bite and, extending his arm, snapped her neck with a decisive twist. He then bounded forward, rapidly pursuing the other fleeing figures. A peculiar fervor glinted in his eyes as he moved with an indescribable swiftness, dispatching 4 or 5 patrons in the blink of an eye. However, there were simply too many victims, and as he eliminated those in his immediate vicinity, the others had already fled to various corners. The subway platform was now eerily deserted. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the subway station. Liu Xin whipped around to see an elderly security guard in the booth, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the chaos. Remarkably, despite the devastation that had befallen the station, the booth remained intact, and the guard himself was unscathed. Yet at that moment, as a subtle movement caught Liu Xin's attention. With eyes dark and fathomless, Liu Xin's face contorted with twisted excitement. In the next instant, he lunged toward the security booth, his fingers outstretched, ready to grasp the guard's head. The guard instinctively raised his trembling hands to shield himself. However, the anticipated attack never came. Enough! Liu Xin shouted in fury, abruptly seizing his sister. Her slender fingers were mere centimeters from the guard's face when they halted. Though his sister was consumed by madness, Liu Xin could restrain her when he truly desired to. Yet, the elderly guard was undeniably an ordinary man, and Liu Xin could not allow his sister to harm him. All right. If it's too frightening, you can flee, Liu Xin grumbled, his brow furrowed with tension. But before he could utter more, his sister's expression shifted abruptly. Oh no, they're coming. We must hurry. Startled, Liu Xin quickly pivoted, scaling the wall and hastily escaping the station. The once empty subway station was now a scene of carnage, littered with blood and trembling remnants of the old guard. With a thunderous roar, the train arrived, shaking the station and causing debris to rain down. Simultaneously, a white figure darted through the train doors, revealing a doll-like girl who floated with an umbrella in hand. Following her, a short-haired woman on a motorcycle burst in. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found no trace of the monstrous entity, nor any lingering psychic residue. Instead, the remnants of the confrontation lay scattered about, the dismembered corpses, pools of blood, and the CAF staff pinned to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of remains, their expressions a mix of surprise and fear. How did he accomplish this? One of them muttered in astonishment. A spider-like psychic anomaly, devoid of standard weaponry or support teams, had managed to eradicate the source of contamination? Confusion clouded her mind as she turned to see the elderly guard in the booth, now frozen in terror, his eyes brimming with fear. He clutched an antiquated digital camera from a bygone era. Chapter 5. Special Contamination Source Level 036. As Liu Xin fled the subway station, he beheld the surrounding chaos. What had once seemed a desolate neighborhood was now teeming with black SUVs and armed soldiers, as if they had emerged from the very ground. Heavy boots pounding as they swiftly established roadblocks and armed themselves, sealing off every escape route. Faintly, the sounds of pursuit, capture, and gunfire echoed in the distance. Liu Xin felt a surge of alarm. He could not afford to hesitate. He quickly leapt into the shadows, scaling the walls of dilapidated apartment buildings, making his way further away. Fortunately, it seemed no one anticipated an escape from the walls, and with his remarkable speed, he evaded notice. Using both hands and feet, Liu Xin crawled like a nimble spider, covering hundreds of meters, eventually reaching the rooftop of a towering building where he crouched at the edge. Gazing back toward the subway station, he could see dark silhouettes crowding every avenue, and the area surrounding the CAF and station was now entirely sealed off. A shiver of dread coursed through him. "Brother, how will you thank me?" His sister's voice chimed nearby. She sat a short distance away, cradling a patchwork teddy bear, her disheveled hair cascading around her. Her eyes glimmered with an unusual satisfaction. "Thank you?" Liu Xin, still shaken, replied with irritation. "I ought to be scolding you." However, as the words lingered on his lips, recalling the peril he had just faced, he could not help but soften his resolve and utter, "Thank you. You are my brother, and I am your sister. What is there to thank for?" His sister, with a playful grin, her hair cascading down to obscure much of her face, exuded an oddly endearing charm. Just as Liu Xin contemplated praising her, she suddenly lifted her head, her face aglow with anticipation. "You still owe me a toy. More toys?" Liu Xin glanced at the teddy bear cradled in her arms and replied helplessly, "But don't you already have this?" The bear is indeed quite adorable. His sister tightened her embrace around the bear and declared, "But the bear cannot speak." Her voice brimmed with excitement as she elaborated, "I want one that can talk." Electronic voices aren't fun. Her smile took on an uncanny quality as she added, not just one that can call out, I want one that can scream. The more tragic, the better. Lu Xian inquired, have you heard of Scream Chicken? His sister fell silent for a moment, then abruptly declared, how boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. Hey, Lu Xian began to protest, only to see his sister leap up suddenly. Her petite figure darting down like a nimble little cat, landing directly on a horizontal power line outside. As he leaned out to look, he found her gently swaying with the breeze, shaking her head at him and laughing. Brother, be careful. Someone is watching you. Lu Xian, feeling a tinge of wariness, asked, who? I want to tell you, she teased, giggling as she climbed along the power line and swiftly disappeared through a shattered window. That girl. Lu Xian peered down from the towering building, feeling slightly dizzy. Now that you've gone, how am I supposed to get down? Remaining vigilant, Lu Xian leaped from the opposite side of the apartment building to the next, then navigated down the dilapidated stairwell, winding his way down to the ground. As he neared the bottom, he deliberately took a few extra turns and followed a leaning utility pole to a crumbling structure that had only a wall left. Emerging onto a street several hundred meters away, stepping out cautiously, he adjusted his attire, hands tucked into his pockets, preparing to blend seamlessly into the crowd. Get in. I'll treat you to coffee. Yet, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly heard a voice say. Startled, Lu Xian spun around to find a woman leaning against a jeep. She was clad in a casual suit, sporting short hair, and wore oversized tinted sunglasses. Her slender, athletic frame exuded a wild aura, and even the high heels she wore seemed to carry an edge of sharpness. The black jeep behind her resembled a ferocious iron beast, imposing and fierce. Coffee? Lu Xian felt a jolt of surprise, instantly recalling his sister's earlier words. At 23, he had never been asked out by a woman, especially not by someone like her, who surely would not fancy someone of his type. Could she be one of those who had surrounded the subway station earlier? Perhaps she had been watching me all along? Inviting me for coffee didn't seem hostile, although it was unusual to encounter such a woman asking him out. Lu Xian felt it prudent not to decline. So, he quietly suggested, could we choose something else? I'm not in a mood for coffee. The short-haired woman seemed taken aback by Lu Xian's calmness, though such people were evidently not new to her. Recalling Lu Xian's earlier predicament, she smiled and said, all right then, let us go to a bar. With that, she effortlessly opened the car door for him. Lu Xian obediently took his seat in the passenger side. Though he had rarely ridden in a car, he sat quietly without fidgeting or glancing at the woman driving. She too did not rush to converse, focusing intently on the road. After about 20 minutes, they entered a sparsely populated street, where the woman parked the car, confidently traversed a dim underground passage, and arrived at an iron-gated entrance, pushing the door open. The bar was not yet open, shrouded in dimness and silence. Chenjun, I harbor no malice towards you, but I confess, today's events were orchestrated by me, the short-haired woman stated candidly, placing a green identification card before Lu Xian. A glance at it revealed she hailed from the main city of Qingcheng and was a high-ranking officer of the Qingcheng Inspection Bureau. Lu Xian couldn't help but look up at her. Someone of her stature from the main city was not something one could easily fathom, especially when inviting him for drinks, which seemed quite peculiar. Remembering the documents he had been inexplicably tasked to deliver and the strange encounters in the CF, Lu Xian sensed something was amiss. Suddenly thrust into such terrifying circumstances felt infuriating, yet upon noticing the bulge at her waist indicating a firearm, he lowered his head and asked why. Let me first provide a routine explanation, Chun Jing replied, not delving deeply into his inquiry. She uncorked a bottle and poured 2 glasses of liquor. I belong to a department that handles anomalous incidents, specifically tasked with managing pollution within the walled city. Lu Xian blinked, struggling to grasp such a statement. Chun Jing pushed 1 glass toward him, saying, you can't understand us as the officials. Following the Red Moon incident, the restructuring of major cities and satellite towns, the handling and eradication of the madmen beyond the walls, the resistance from the wild knights and the cults, and the repairs of the walls, all of these are managed by our personnel. Currently, our primary focus is on pollution incidents between the main city and the 5 satellite towns. Anomalous incidents? Lu Xian raised his gaze to meet hers. Yes, events that defy ordinary understanding, much like what you encountered in the CEF. Chun Jing nodded, retrieving a document and sliding across the table toward Lu Xian, saying, you may take a look. Upon opening the file, he immediately noted the word confidential emblazoned on the cover. As he slowly flipped it open, he found printed text and numerous data on the first page. Target number, special pollution source level 036. Target level, level 1. Infection level, low. Contact transmission, infection rate 90, deep infection rate 70. Growth potential, high. Danger level, low. Target characteristics. The subject is a level 1 mental monster capable of infecting any life form that comes into close contact. It does not possess the capability for airborne transmission. It can be eliminated by destroying the parasitic entity of the mental monster, which remains within the realm of ordinary beings and can be harmed by physical attacks. Current observations indicate that the source of infection does not possess advanced intelligence and merely repeats actions it performed prior to infection, allowing for simple communication. As Lu Xian perused the document, Chun Jing slowly lit a cigarette. She began to speak. The Red Moon incident transformed over 70% of the population into madmen. Those of us who survived must reside within the protective confines of the main city and satellite towns. However, even among the survivors, not all are normal. Many have undergone mental mutations, impacting those around them. This condition is what we refer to as pollution. Pollution? Lu Xian raised his head, hearing a term that was once familiar, yet now felt foreign. Following the Red Moon incident, due to the collapse of civilization and the rupture of order, countless factories and power stations were destroyed, and the leakage of waste left the world, especially outside the walled cities, marked by pollution. Even after 30 years, many areas had yet to recover. While the residents of the walled city were certainly no strangers to pollution, the type of pollution this woman spoke of seemed distinctly different. Indeed, it is pollution. Chun Jing nodded, reiterating, just like a conventional source of pollution, it radiates outward, affecting those nearby and causing them to exhibit similar symptoms, akin to a plague. However, this form of contamination is far more enigmatic and terrifying. The coffee shop you entered today is one such instance. Prior to today, it had already contaminated 52 individuals. Lu Xian felt a surge of fear at this number, struggling to digest Chun Jing's words. Gesturing with his hand, what happens if one is contaminated? You will fall ill. Ordinary pollution can lead to physical ailments, while psychological contamination can result in mental afflictions. The consequences of illness vary. Some may plunge into profound depression and succumb to suicide. Others may lose their sanity and violently attack those around them. Some may become utterly incapable of communicating with the world, and others may develop a strong urge to harm themselves. In simple terms, a source of pollution can give rise to a contagious mental illness. Chapter 6. The psychically mutated. Can mental illnesses really be contagious? Lu Xian pondered Chun Jing's words, reflecting on his own state, and felt a sudden tumult of emotions. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of contamination, depending on the type of pollution source. The symptoms of contamination may differ, yet each is profoundly frightening and troublesome. They may outwardly appear normal, yet within, they have undergone irreversible changes. More critically, unlike the madmen outside the walls, they coexist with us, and, at any moment, they could erupt and infect those around them. Chun Jing nodded, slowly elucidating, just like the individuals you observed in that CAF. The mental aberration in the corner CAF had an indeterminate mutation period by the time we discovered it. 15 individuals had already succumbed to extreme depression and chosen to end their own lives. It was these suicides that alerted us to the existence of this aberration. However, by the time we located it, 37 individuals were already severely infected. These 37 are the severely contaminated. If subjected to a physical examination, all their vital signs would appear normal. Yet, a psychological evaluation would reveal they have sustained irreversible damage. They remain alive, but in essence, they are entirely different from normal individuals. Thus, we have no choice but to seal off this neighborhood to prevent them from contaminating others. Lu Xian listened intently, his heart racing. What will become of these individuals? Death, Chun Jing replied softly. If the contamination is superficial, they may lapse into depression, and sometimes they can even recognize that something is amiss. Although the mortality rate for such infections remains high, there is still a chance for recovery. However, those who have come into deep contact with the aberration have irrevocably lost their self-awareness, making treatment impossible and unnecessary. In the plan, they are all targets for elimination. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Isn't there a way to kill that aberration? Eliminating the source of contamination does not guarantee the immediate recovery of the contaminated individuals. Chen Jing paused briefly. Looking at Lu Xian, the mental aberration is merely the source of pollution. All other contaminated individuals or entities also pose a risk of contamination. The entity you killed at the subway station was the original source of contamination, and upon its demise, those deeply infected would scatter. If even one escapes, it could still evolve into a new source of pollution. At that point, contamination persists, equating to the mental aberration still being alive. Chen Jing laughed lightly, adding, "But rest assured, the surrounding residents have long been evacuated, and we have deployed a significant armed presence to guard every thoroughfare. Not a single one of those deeply infected has escaped. In comparison to the core mental aberration, their strength is considerably diminished, and they can still be eliminated by conventional firearms, making it less likely for them to infect others." Lu Xian then understood why the other patrons suddenly thought to flee only after the CAF employee's death. Could it be that the mental aberration, sensing its impending demise, allowed the other infected individuals to escape in preparation for its rebirth? If so, why not simply leave one infected individual outside to assist in its resurrection? The intelligence of first-tier mental aberration is not particularly high. Chen Jing seemed to anticipate his question, smiling as she explained. They only subconsciously infect others, while those severely infected will instinctively gather around it, forming a collective under its influence. It is only when the core is slain that they may develop a semblance of self-awareness due to the loss of the primary influence. But by that time, it is often too late. So that is how it works. Lu Xian nodded slowly, calming his tumultuous emotions, yet could not refrain from asking the question that had lingered in his mind. If it's this dangerous, why did you arrange for me to go in? Aren't you afraid I might also be contaminated? In response to this query, Chen Jing appeared unperturbed, even somewhat surprised that Lu Xian was only now asking. You will not be contaminated. She extinguished her cigarette, gazing at Lu Xian. Or rather, you may already be contaminated. Lu Xian's expression turned momentarily bewildered. What? Our assessment is not designed to lead you to your demise, but serves two purposes. The Red Moon incident has triggered psychological mutations. These mutations have resulted in two outcomes: the emergence of mental aberrations, which are unable to control their psychic powers and pose a significant threat to the high walls and the remaining human survivors in this world. The second outcome is the advent of individuals who have mastered psychic abilities. As she spoke, she retrieved a document, flipped a page, and pushed it towards Lu Xian. He observed a trove of complex data and various assessments, and amidst the overwhelming information, he could only discern his own photograph, along with his address, age, and the conspicuous term spider system. Chen Jing lit another cigarette, waving away the smoke that lingered before her, stating, "You are a psychically mutated individual. According to the analysis of your abilities, your foremost capability is the precise control of the body through the mind. Following the Red Moon incident, some individuals have seen their mental faculties amplify, granting them formidable psychic powers that allow for superior control over their bodies, even down to every muscle and bone. This is an exceedingly formidable ability. Prior to the Red Moon incident, the world's best athletes could manage only about 10% control over their bodies. However, now, the number of individuals capable of superior control continues to grow. Within our action team, there is one individual, codenamed Gecko, whose body control ability has reached 80%, granting him strength beyond imagination. He can evade bullets, nearly perfectly wield various firearms, slip through openings as small as a teacup, and climb walls as if defying gravity. After observation, it is evident that you possess similar capabilities. Chen Jing elucidated, pointing to a segment of the content. This ability is termed the spider system, denoting the ability to control one's muscles with spider-like precision, enhancing speed and reflexes to achieve feats unattainable by ordinary individuals. With this ability, your capacity to confront crises and anomalies is significantly heightened. As fellow psychic mutants, you will also find it easier to detect the presence of mental aberrations and evade danger. As she spoke, she regarded Lu Xian earnestly. Thus, you are well suited for the task of contamination eradication. Chapter 7. Me and my family's psychological pollution. Psychic mutation? Lu Xian sat quietly in his seat, his face revealing a blend of surprise and confusion. Having grown up in this city, he was acutely aware that the world, now bathed in the light of the crimson moon, was vastly different from the past. He had often heard colleagues and others recount various mysterious and enigmatic events, tales of hauntings, the deranged lunatics outside the city, and the ruthless marauders of the wilderness. Yet, to him, these were mostly mere rumors. Life, though oppressive, remained steady. Despite the presence of his family, which seemed somewhat abnormal, he had not fully grasped the extent to which the world had spiraled into chaos. His sister, often crawling about like a specter and bringing forth peculiar occurrences, had not led him to consider that sanity itself could be tainted and spread like a contagion. As Liu Xian's expressions unfolded, Chun Jing allowed him a moment to process. Among the many individuals she had encountered, this young man undoubtedly stood out as the calmest and most composed. Although she had witnessed the madness lurking beneath his placid exterior, such individuals were not unfamiliar to her. As long as he could maintain his rationality during normal discourse, and while confronting mental monstrosities, that would suffice. In previous assessments, they had concluded that, given his mental fortitude, a level 1 source of contamination would struggle to harm him. Nonetheless, they had prepared emergency protocols to assist him should he falter. Yet he had already dealt with the contamination incident at the corner CAF on his own. His performance had exceeded their expectations. They now required someone of his caliber to assist in addressing the pollution incidents between the main city of Qinggang and its 5 satellite towns. Once Chun Jing had elucidated her intentions, she leaned back slightly, her chest expanding as she regarded Liu Xian with a blend of calm admiration. "This is precisely why I am here to recruit you." Her demeanor prompted Liu Xian to involuntarily glance at her, his thoughts drifting. She is quite a generous figure. Chun Jing noticed the shift in Liu Xian's gaze and internally assessed, a hint of desire, reducing his danger level by 10%. Was it merely due to my resolution of the CAF incident that they chose to recruit me? Do they not have other criteria? Besides, is the pollution she speaks of the root of the issues I currently face? Could they potentially assist me? Pondering these thoughts, Liu Xian cautiously inquired, "What are the criteria for passing your assessment?" Chun Jing had not anticipated Liu Xian's barrage of questions. She was simply a recruiter, not intending to engage in such depth. It was clear that a connection existed between the mentally anomalous individuals, the mental monsters, and the roaming lunatics outside the city, all linked to the ominous red moon above. Therefore, their assessment would focus on the candidate's control over their abilities. Only those who could maintain such control would be recruited. Liu Xian pondered this briefly before asking, "But what if one loses control?" Chun Jing fell silent for a moment, fixing her gaze upon Liu Xian as she replied, "Then you would become a new source of contamination." Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Chun Jing quietly observed the young man before her, inadvertently capturing every nuance of his expression. He seemed to be an ideal candidate for recruitment. His initial potential may not have been the strongest. Yet the outcome of the CAF incident showcased his adeptness in wielding his abilities. As a spider type, he had managed to confront a mental monster alone, even without external aid. Although his earlier tactics of luring the monster while attempting to escape appeared somewhat bizarre, others had acted similarly. Most crucially, he appeared genuinely interested in these matters, indicating that he could be easily persuaded. "I'm quite curious about what you mentioned. I've indeed been seeking a part-time opportunity." Just then, after much contemplation, Liu Xian slowly shook his head and said, "However, there is one issue I must disclose. In truth, I lack any abilities." Chun Jing furrowed her brow. At this stage, such denial suggested that he was not as straightforward as he seemed, indicating potential complications. Then she heard Liu Xian continue, "Actually, my abilities are borrowed from my sister." Chun Jing's expression deepened with concern as she momentarily fell silent, lightly tapping the table as she inquired, "And who is your sister?" Chun Jing appeared slightly taken aback, her visage adopting a more serious tone. "Not just my sister," Liu Xian elaborated earnestly, "but also my father and mother. We have always lived together." A shiver ran down Chun Jing's spine. At that moment, a small metallic silver disc embedded in her left ear crackled with urgency. "Colonel Chun, you must conduct a final assessment of him. If he indeed suffers from severe schizophrenia, it indicates he has been teetering on the brink of losing control. We cannot only refrain from recruiting him, we must eliminate him swiftly to prevent a catastrophe." Chun Jing's expression remained inscrutable. Unbeknownst to anyone, her muscles had tensed, her hand instinctively resting on her weapon. She had long been aware that Liu Xian harbored numerous secrets. In her satchel lay an old digital camera that had captured countless images of subway stations. Consequently, she understood more profoundly the madness concealed within this seemingly harmless young man. Moreover, Even within the confines of their organization, evaluations of him had not been optimistic. During the CAF incident, he had exhibited only precise control over the physical realm, devoid of the telekinetic abilities previously observed. This could indicate a deliberate concealment or a lack of mastery. Most alarmingly, there had been a bizarre incident where a Dreamweaver had entered Liu Xian's dreams, seeking to conduct a psychological evaluation. However, that Dreamweaver had never awoken, perishing in his slumber and leaving no trace of mental residue. Based on past experience, even if he had been killed while entering Liu Xian's dream, some remnant of psychic energy would remain detectable. Yet, he vanished so completely that even Professor Bai could not ascertain whether the Dreamweaver's demise was linked to the seemingly innocuous young man before her. After all, current research on the abilities of mentally anomalous individuals was still in its infancy, and unforeseen incidents were common. Nevertheless, these concerns elevated the danger level in Liu Xian's assessment significantly. Furthermore, he exhibited inclinations towards schizophrenia. However, having discovered such a promising mental anomaly, Qinjing found it difficult to justify immediate extermination. Yet, she also understood that the greater the potential, the more catastrophic the consequences of losing control could be. Thus, after a prolonged silence, she subtly adjusted her posture, her gaze sharpening. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly addressed Liu Xian with an unflinching demeanor. "Are you aware that I have reviewed your files and observed your behavior? Since the destruction of the Luna orphanage, you have lived in solitude. Your father, mother, and sister do not exist. They are mere figments of your imagination. Not only them, but even the old building you reside in is solely occupied by you." As she spoke, a hint of tension crept into her expression, her pupils subtly reddening, hinting at an impending transformation into the Crimson Moon. Directly shattering his delusions could provoke severe repercussions. She understood that individuals on the brink of losing control were most dangerous when confronted with the truth, with an 80% likelihood of spiraling into chaos. She was prepared for whatever might ensue. Unexpectedly, Liu Xian sat there in tranquil silence, devoid of any signs of tension or surprise. "I knew it." Qinjing's expression morphed into something peculiar. Yet, Liu Xian suddenly chuckled and remarked, "But while you cannot see them, I can. Not only can I see them, but I can also converse with them, engage in dialogue, and even touch them. When I am alone, we dine together, watch television, and in times of peril, they appear to protect me. So tell me, can such a family be deemed non-existent?" Chapter 8. Red Moon Primary School. Faced with individuals invisible and inaudible to others, yet perceivable to oneself, capable of communication and even physical contact, and who provide protection, one must ponder whether these entities truly exist or not. Qinjing had encountered numerous individuals with psychological aberrations and had dealt with many such cases. The bizarre and the uncanny had long since ceased to surprise her. However, at this moment, she found the situation rather strange. She perceived Liu Xian as earnest and lucid. The juxtaposition of calm and madness, normality and peculiarity, manifested simultaneously within a single individual. A voice crackled through the earpiece, urging, "Team Leader Chun, the armed preparations are complete. You must expedite your final assessment of him." Qinjing remained silent, and Liu Xian, seated across from her, mirrored her quietude. Both seemed to be contemplating a multitude of questions. Soon, an idea formed in Qinjing's mind. Having dealt with countless similar psychological breakdowns, she was quite experienced. After a moment of serious contemplation, she turned her gaze to Liu Xian and inquired, "I have but one question. If all your abilities stem from your family, can you assure me that they will not unduly influence you?" She did not refute Liu Xian's assertions regarding the existence of his family. She merely questioned whether they would exert any influence over him. Liu Xian glanced up at her and replied, "You are concerned that they may seize control of my body, aren't you?" Qinjing did not deny it. To her, the greatest danger posed by this individual lay in the uncertainty of whether he might suddenly transform into someone entirely different. In response, Liu Xian pondered this question intently. He understood his current state quite well. When these symptoms first emerged, he had spent considerable time in the library, perusing every book related to mental illness. From these texts, he learned of the myriad afflictions afflicting the human psyche, such as depersonalization disorder, Capra delusion, puppet syndrome, Alice in Wonderland syndrome, claustrophobia, and more, some of which he grasped from their literal meanings, while others eluded his comprehension, yet he meticulously analyzed their symptoms. Based on his acquired knowledge, he arrived at a self-diagnosis. Schizophrenia? It did bear some resemblance. Yet he sensed that he was not merely an ordinary case of split personality. Thus, upon encountering this woman and hearing her speak of psychological anomalies, he felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps she possessed the means to cure him, or could view his condition as explicable, not as madness, but rather as a different form of normalcy. However, upon witnessing her reaction, Liu Xian realized that this hope had dissipated. If she perceived him as normal, why would she exhibit such vigilance? He detested being scrutinized in such a manner. His sister was an adorable child, fond of toys and playful antics. His father, an honest man, loved to cook, often found in the kitchen. His mother was gentle, never engaging in quarrels, preferring to reason with others. This person was too ordinary. He was, with utmost seriousness and normalcy, describing several individuals who did not exist. The more vividly he painted their existence, the more taut Qinjing felt within. She lit a cigarette to mask her emotions while the earpiece continued to urge her. Yet, considering his usual demeanor and the current state of the high wall city, she hesitated. Ultimately, she reached a decision. Retrieving an envelope from her side and sliding it across the table towards Liu Xian, meeting his gaze and stating, "This assessment regarding you was arranged by me. For the most objective results, it was conducted without your knowledge. However, you have passed the assessment and assisted us in eliminating that class of mental anomaly. Thus, you have fulfilled the commission, and this is your reward." Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback, grasping the envelope and peering inside to find it filled with bundles of cash, each note bearing a denomination of 50 yuan. The disappointment that had flickered across his features was suddenly replaced by a glimmer of excitement. This amounted to 10,000 yuan. Qinjing had spared him the effort of counting. 10,000? Liu Xian's expression transformed, clearly showing his astonishment. Following the Red Moon incident, the currency system had undergone a thorough reshuffle. Now, at his company, his monthly salary was merely 1,000 yuan. He was still the model employee. "It's what you deserve." Qinjing observed Liu Xian's faintly surprised countenance and smiled, adding, "With these abilities, earning should not pose a challenge." "Still quite difficult," Liu Xian mused silently, clasping the bag tightly and stating, "I happen to be in need of money." Qinjing, lost in thought, considered. A fondness for money might lower his danger quotient. Liu Xian appeared noticeably anxious, hesitating before softly asking, "Do you always provide this much?" "Even more than this," Qinjing replied. This time, the mental anomaly was thoroughly investigated, and containment measures are in place. Even without your intervention, we could easily neutralize it. Hence, the reward is merely 10,000 yuan. In typical circumstances, when an action team member completes an investigation and eradication task, we usually allocate a reward of around 30,000 yuan. 30,000. Liu Xian failed to notice anything else. He was evidently astounded, his expression betraying a hint of excitement. Yes, Liu Xian relished this declaration. Exiting the bar, while the sky remained bright, the crimson sun bathed the dilapidated city in its glow. The southern sky bore a moon, faintly tinged in red, already hanging at the horizon. 10,000 yuan. Just like that, Liu Xian's mind lingered in disbelief. He had previously been unaware of his newfound ability to earn such a sum. Nevertheless, he cherished this money and desperately needed it. With a sigh of relief, Liu Xian steeled himself, arriving at the bus stop to await the arrival of bus number 2. After an hour of jostling on the bus, he disembarked on the eastern side of Satellite City, standing before a series of low and dilapidated buildings. He traversed several streets and alleys, passing disheartened vendors and drunken men leaning against walls with their bottles. Finally, he arrived at a house that stood out amidst the surrounding decay and despondency. Perhaps it was the bright blue and yellow cartoon murals adorning its walls that made it appear so vibrant. This was a small orphanage, marked by a rusty sign on the gate that read Red Moon Primary School. Liu Xian untangled the barbed wire and entered the school. The elderly security guard in the booth, engrossed in his newspaper, acknowledged Liu Xian with a nod and continued reading without further interruption. This primary school contained only one classroom, while the other buildings lay in ruins, cluttered with debris. As Liu Xian arrived at the entrance of the classroom, he beheld a girl seated in a wheelchair, clad in a white sweater, engaging in playful games with a dozen or so children. Amongst these youngsters, the eldest appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, while the youngest seemed to be merely 2 or 3, all dressed in simple attire, yet remarkably clean, their eyes sparkling with brightness. They were playing a game reminiscent of the eagle catches the chicks. How childish! Liu Xian chose not to disturb them. placing a paper bag into the rusty mailbox at the door. Concerned that the girl in the wheelchair might overlook it, he plucked a wildflower from nearby and placed it atop the mailbox, hoping it would draw her attention to his visit. He then quietly departed from the classroom. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Xian chuckled. "I'll come back this weekend to treat you to a drink." "No need." The elderly gentleman did not even shift his gaze towards him, responding, "When you come, I'll treat you to a drink. I still have some peanuts." "All right." Lu Xian replied with a smile, exiting the kindergarten and leisurely making his way to the bus stop. "Let's go, I'll give you a ride." A jeep pulled up beside him, and Chun Jing, smiling, opened the door for him. "Sounds good." Once inside the vehicle, Chun Jing casually tossed another bag over to him. Excitedly, Lu Xian opened it, only to feel a twinge of disappointment as he discovered it was filled with documents. Chun Jing, keeping her eyes on the road, naturally addressed Lu Xian. "From this moment onward, the action team has tentatively accepted you." "Oh, all right." Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, agreeing without fully grasping the implications. Chun Jing, meanwhile, offered no further explanation. The initial action of someone receiving a substantial sum of money often reflects their deepest desires and reveals their true nature. If Lu Xian were to squander the money on indulgences, his evaluation in her eyes would remain mediocre. Conversely, should he choose to engage in more reckless behavior, her assessment would plummet to a dismal level, leading to a refusal of his recruitment. Yet, this individual had chosen to donate an unprecedented amount to an orphanage. Chun Jing found it inconceivable to imagine how such a person might lose control. Chapter 9. Special Action Team Non-Staff Member. Name: Lu Xian. Age: 23. Ability Assessment. Level: Psychic Mutation Orientation. Spider Type. Patrol Area: Qinggang Number 2, Satellite City. Upon reviewing the documents, Lu Xian discerned that he had been recruited by the Qinggang City Security Division as a non-staff member. His responsibilities would entail collaborating with the Special Action Team to address various cases of psychic contamination and undertake associated cleanup operations. In return, they would guide him, train him, and assist him in mastering his abilities to avert any potential loss of control. Most enticingly, despite being a non-staff member, the remuneration was remarkably generous, amounting to 5,000 per month. Additionally, for every field assignment, there would be supplementary compensation, contingent on the nature of the task. If you consent to our recruitment, you'll need to sign this document. Chun Jing, one hand on the steering wheel, extended another document to Lu Xian, stating upon signing, "You will become one of our action team members, directly under my supervision. I will arrange for you to handle some psychic mutation incident cleanup tasks. Of course, this is merely a temporary recruitment. Formal acceptance will require you to pass a probation period. Is it not possible to be formalized right away?" Lu Xian instinctively felt a lack of security, yet after some contemplation, he accepted the pen. What reassured him was that the document did not stipulate a reduced salary before formalization, which was a positive aspect. Though the compensation was enough to compel Lu Xian to sign his name, he could not help but inquire before doing so. Generally, what are the main responsibilities of our work? Investigating and cleaning up special pollution sources. Naturally, there may also be other assignments depending on specific circumstances. Lu Xian cautiously asked, "In special circumstances, can I refuse?" This question caused Chun Jing to pause momentarily. As a peripheral member, you may refuse or accept other assignments, provided they do not conflict with our operations. After a moment's thought, she added earnestly, "However, I sincerely hope you are prepared. The issues we may need to address often involve extremely dangerous and terrifying events. For us, they represent peril and uncertainty. For ordinary individuals, they could spell catastrophe. Not only would they be unable to resist, but they might not even have the chance to cry for help before being unwittingly claimed by such contamination, facing either complete demise or, worse yet, becoming part of a monster. For Qinggang City, following the Red Moon incident, every normal person is invaluable and worthy of protection." As Lu Xian absorbed this information, his expression grew serious, and he signed the document. Chun Jing appeared surprised. "Hearing about the dangers, you became even more resolute in signing?" "Insofar as I am capable, it is only right to assist others. Though I'm unaware of how life was before, I believe he is correct." Chun Jing glanced at Lu Xian, her expression somewhat peculiar. While his words were commendable, they sounded somewhat incongruous coming from this young man. Ultimately, she merely smiled and refrained from further comment. She collected the signed document from Lu Xian and casually retrieved a box, handing it to him. Inside the box were an identification card, a black satellite phone, and a revolver, along with 2 boxes of ammunition. "What is this?" Liu Xin was taken aback and astonished. Chun Jing calmly explained, "The phone is for convenient communication. I will notify you of any matters through this phone, and you can reach me as well. The sole number stored in the phone is mine. The identification card will facilitate cooperation with certain departments when necessary, making your work more convenient. The firearm is for your self-protection and is the standard weapon for first-level special action team members." Liu Xion's gaze was instantly drawn to the gun, his heart racing. He understood how strict the gun control laws were in the city, and yet this action team had directly issued him a firearm. Moreover, Chun Jing had explicitly informed him that this gun was for his protection. This implied that the weapon was not solely for work purposes. Upon reflection, he found it somewhat incredible, especially considering that in their eyes, he was a psychic mutant. Liu Xian knew that although Chun Jing was restrained and adept at interacting with others, her subtle expressions still indicated that she regarded him as someone with multiple fragmented personalities, posing considerable risks of losing control. Why would she directly provide him with a gun? "Before you officially join the special action team, I need to emphasize this." Chun Jing turned to him, her demeanor exceedingly serious. "In addition to addressing contamination events, safeguarding yourself in daily life is equally crucial. If you encounter difficulties or troubles, I offer you 3 suggestions. First, report to the security hall of City Number 2. Second, directly call me. Third, utilize the firearm to address the situation, unless absolutely necessary. We generally do not recommend using your abilities to resolve personal issues." Listening to Chun Jing's words, Liu Xian gradually comprehended. Perhaps it was precisely because she viewed him as having potential for loss of control that she had given him a gun. For in certain situations, if he were indeed compelled to resort to gunfire to resolve a problem, the chaos caused by using a firearm would likely be less severe and more manageable than the consequences of employing his abilities. The provision of a gun was, in essence, a reflection of their apprehension towards him. This is indeed the case. A rational individual encountering someone like me would undoubtedly exercise great caution. At this moment, the voice in Chun Jing's earpiece relayed information. Records indicate that since the re-establishment of the Red Moon Orphanage, he has consistently provided support here, seemingly out of sympathy for these children due to his own background as an orphan. However, Team Leader Chun, absorbing and guiding the subject under observation into the action group, is an exceedingly delicate matter. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action?" "Absolutely." Chun Jing, while driving, offered no further explanation. The reason she chose to take the risk of meeting this subject in person was to make judicious assessments from a closer vantage point. She had unwavering confidence in her judgment. "Colonel Chun, might this be a tad hasty?" The voice in the earpiece hesitated slightly. "At the very least, he should be brought to the main city for final evaluation to ascertain his risk of losing control. After all, he is a potential schizophrenic," Chun Jing decisively stated. Yanking the earpiece from her ear, her expression tinged with annoyance. A bunch of armchair strategists. How could one recklessly bring him to the main city before confirming his stability? As for determining his risk of losing control, are they suggesting he is a lunatic, prone to cause issues? Yet, among those who have been recruited, who is truly normal? If merely recognizing his potential for schizophrenia labels him a madman, then what would happen if I were to show these individuals, who cower behind the scenes to assess everything, the footage from that digital camera? They would surely be terrified. One document she had not shown to Liu Xian indicated a risk assessment of the individual, 75. According to the standards of the current world, a risk level reaching 80 renders recruitment and guidance absolutely inadvisable. If the risk of losing control reaches 90, preparations for elimination must be made. Should the risk reach 95, even if he has committed no wrongdoing, he must be exiled to the wilderness or eliminated outright. If that digital camera were handed over to those individuals, she was certain Liu Xian's risk assessment would soar beyond 80, even 90. Nonetheless, Chun Jing felt her current choice was justified. The obstacles in the reconstruction of civilization were beyond imagination. Ambitious mining companies, technological cults, and knightly orders wandering the wilderness, alongside those psychological aberrations concealed among the populace. All these unstable elements posed a significant threat to the fortified walls. The forces of Qin Gang could not withstand them. Without resorting to powers, persuading an individual is exceedingly difficult. Persuading a group is even more arduous. Thus, Chun Jing had no intention of swaying them. She merely intended to do what she believed was right. She firmly believed the challenge facing Qin Gang today is not a matter of selection, but rather the absence of options. Only the mad can confront the monsters. Chapter 10. An abundance of toys. Although uncertain about when her position would be formalized, her current income was already substantial. With a fixed salary of $5,000 each month, supplemented by an additional $1,000 from the company, she could earn $6,000. Furthermore, with ongoing tasks requiring investigation or elimination, there were extra rewards. The bounty for eliminating a level 1 psychological monster was $30,000, while a level 2 brought in $300,000. Even without considering the task rewards, the combined income from her 2 jobs amounted to $6,000 a month, which was quite considerable. After setting aside $500 for meals, she could still save $5,500, totaling $66,000 annually. Over 10 years, that would accumulate to $660,000. She needed to relocate from her current residence near the high walls, where water and electricity were unreliable and the proximity posed great danger. She had previously inquired in purchasing a large house away from the walls, accommodating a teacher, a security guard, and several children would cost around $1 million. If she saved $5,500 each month, it would take about 15 years to accumulate enough. As Lu Xin calculated this in her mind, a sense of hope filled her. She was still young. 15 years was feasible. Moreover, by taking on additional tasks, she could earn even greater rewards. Naturally, there were numerous concerns, such as the urgency of obtaining a formal position. What if she were dismissed at any moment? If everything went smoothly, she could not only expedite the purchase of a large house, but also save more for her own sustenance, and potentially take teacher Lu to the main city to consult a physician at a major hospital to heal her leg. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Xin stepped out of the vehicle, her spirits buoyant, hands tucked in her pockets as she strolled leisurely along the path. Suddenly, a voice emanated from a nearby street lamp, and as she looked up, she saw her sister perched on the crossbar, cradling a makeshift teddy bear in her arms, her slender legs swaying gently in the night breeze. Her face adorned with a mysterious smile. "Sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Lu Xin pondered, gradually lifting her gaze to meet her sister's. "I just received a new job that pays significantly more than before, enabling me to rebuild our former home. I am eager to pursue it, but there may be numerous instances where I will need to utilize my abilities. I would like to ask." She paused. "Could you lend me your powers?" "Lend you my powers?" Her sister laughed, a somewhat eerie smile gracing her face. "What will you offer in exchange, dear brother?" Lu Xin contemplated for a moment, tentatively proposing, "A rubber chicken?" The smile vanished from her sister's face, her form becoming somewhat indistinct, as if she might vanish at any moment. Lu Xin hastily called out, Wait. Let us discuss this." Having found this new job, which seemed promising in terms of earnings, it was imperative to handle this sister situation first and foremost. Although she had managed to catch her sister's attention, the latter remained silent, gazing at her with a haunting expression. Lu Xin, feeling somewhat helpless, ventured, "What kind of toy do you desire?" "You know," her sister replied, studying Lu Xin's earnest expression. A mysterious smile crept onto her face as she leaped down lightly, like a nimble spider, landing beside Lu Xin. Crouching down, she looked up and declared, "I want a fun toy." Lu Xin furrowed her brow slightly. At that moment, her sister's eyes sparkled as they fell upon a drunken man leaning against a wall, relieving himself. Her sister's expression turned eerily cruel as she remarked, "I enjoy toys that can move and speak. I prefer complete toys because only when they're whole can they be torn apart and stitched back together. Brother, could you procure this toy for me? If you do, I shall lend you my powers." "Do not harm others indiscriminately," Lu Xin murmured, observing the man, who, after finishing, kicked the trash can while muttering curses. "That's illegal." Her sister's smile took on a slightly sinister edge as she replied softly, "Then why can others harm me?" Gazing at her sister's delicate face, Lu Xin was struck by a sense of dissonance, her heart aching. "If you wish to prevent me from harming others, you could lend yourself to me as a toy for a while." Her sister's gaze fixed on him, her smile twisting into something grotesque. Her fingers, delicate and sharp, seemed to possess an invisible enchantment. When they touched a person, they would induce horrific consequences. Yet, as her sister's fingers approached Lu Xin, they suddenly slowed. The fingers did not penetrate Lu Xin's body but merely glided over her spine, and through her clothing, she could feel the long, jagged scar, ghastly and terrifying. A reminder of the grievous harm that had inflicted it. "You have always been such a fool, brother," her sister whispered, her voice dropping to a soft murmur. "When others harm me, You are the only one who rushes to protect me. Her face bore a strange expression, which softened, transforming her into a simple little girl. Delicate and fragile, she extended both hands. Yet instead of inflicting harm upon Liu Exin, she embraced him, her small face seemingly intent on burying itself in his body. Liu Xin observed her tiny form gently trembling, as if she were weeping profusely, but in the desolate solitude of the alley, not a sound of crying could be heard. Watching his sister in such a state, Liu Exin sighed softly after a considerable time. Some matters had blurred the lines between dreams and reality, intertwining fantasy with the tangible, rendering him incapable of discerning one from the other. After a while, he gently grasped his sister's shoulders and smiled. Sister, do you not realize that I am no longer the same as before? Her grimy little face still bore traces of tears. It could not conceal the glimmer of curiosity. What? I just found a new job, and I have money now, Liu Xin stated earnestly. Thus, while I cannot provide you with that kind of toy, I can take you to buy toys. He raised his hand and pointed towards the bustling street in the distance, saying, indulge yourself. Choose whatever you desire. Is that all right? His sister listened, her eyes brightening slightly, as if she had forgotten her earlier sorrow. A smile broke through the remnants of tears on her small face, and she nodded vigorously. The funds from the first-level spiritual monster contamination incident at the coffee shop had been allocated to the Red Moon Orphanage. But Liu Xin had accumulated some savings over the past few years from his own employment, amounting to over 2,000 yuan. He located a dilapidated ATM and withdrew all the money from his card, then took his sister's hand and headed towards the street in the old district, known for its abundance of shops. After all, with his new job, he could earn even more. He disregarded the gazes of those around him and felt no remorse for spending. He intended to exhaust every last bit of it. Whatever his sister agreed to or set her eyes upon, he would purchase without hesitation. He was aware that others could not perceive his sister. Whenever he spoke to her or walked hand in hand, he would receive curious glances, yet today he paid them no mind. He merely endeavored to fulfill his sister's wishes to the best of his ability. In the end, he found himself carrying 4 or 5 bags, with several large teddy bears strapped to his back and a multitude of toys tucked under his arms. Amidst the peculiar stares from the surrounding crowd, he took his sister to the bridge at the river's edge, where they piled the toys high. Surrounded by the bounty of toys, his sister sat with her eyes shining brightly. She twisted the head off a Barbie doll, yanked its legs apart, pried the eyes from a teddy bear, and tore its body in half. She exchanged the arms and legs of a puppet and extracted the batteries from a plush toy that called for hugs and cuddles. She reveled in the destruction, her face radiating an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Liu Exin leaned against the railing, smoking a cigarette, quietly observing his sister. I'm so happy, brother. In the end, his sister lifted her head, her smile unexpectedly beautiful. Liu Exin finally felt at ease and chuckled. Then you will lend me your strength, won't you? Rising from the heap of broken toys, his sister stood with her eyes gleaming, smiling at Liu Exin. My silly brother, do you not know that you can forcibly utilize my abilities? I know. A genuine smile suddenly broke through her previously distorted expression, and she extended her slender palm towards Liu Xin. I shall appear by your side whenever you need me. Meeting his sister's gaze, Liu Xin solemnly extended his hand. Slap! Beneath the crimson moon, their small hands gently met in a pact. Chapter 11. A family, whether by day or by night. The light within the house was perpetually dim. When the evening lights were turned on, the warm glow created a sense of coziness, but by day, it felt rather somber. Nonetheless, Liu Xin's mood remained buoyant. His elegant and gentle mother had prepared breakfast, which consisted of 3 bowls of plain congee and a plate with a half-salted egg. She only partook of a small portion of the egg white, leaving the oily yolk for Liu Xin and his sister, while Liu Xin, in turn, offered most of his share to her. Their father did not join them for the meal, as he seldom ventured out of the kitchen, and whenever he did, it was always accompanied by chaos. Are you planning to start that new job today? His mother gently inquired, as if engaging in casual conversation. Are you ready? Little Liu has truly grown up. Her gaze was filled with pride as she offered him a piece of egg white. 2 jobs are quite demanding. Make sure to eat well. Damn it, worthless fool, just a waste, knowing full well you are being used and still rushing to comply. The sound of their father's disgruntled voice echoed from the kitchen, yet the others at the table feigned ignorance. You are the most useless of all, unable to even recognize when you are being deceived. His father's voice escalated, laced with increasing anger. Still, everyone at the table continued to eat in silence, pretending not to hear. I say you should just kill all of them. Suddenly, The kitchen door swung open, and their father stormed into the living room. His gaze fixated on Liu Xen. He scolded him fiercely. Do you have any idea that they nearly killed you yesterday? They never regarded your life as valuable. They had planned from the beginning for you to meet your demise, even preparing to kill you. If it weren't for that wretched girl, you'd have been dead by now. Why do you still help them? As he spoke, he advanced menacingly towards Liu Xen, his eyes bloodshot, nearly bulging from their sockets. Veins marred with crimson. The coffee shop incident was indeed their wrongdoing. Fool! How could you be such a fool? His rage swelled, and he suddenly lunged at Liu Xen. Splash! Just as his father's hand was about to grasp Liu Xen's shoulder, a bowl of kanji splattered across his face. How dare you? Their father turned, rage igniting as he glared at their mother, angrily wiping the kanji from his face. The real worthless one is you. Their mother, poised and graceful, sat calmly in her chair, emanating a cool aura, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded their father. If it were not for your incompetence and volatility, we would not all be trapped here. You wretched woman, seeking death. Their father's voice rose to a thunderous roar as he suddenly reached for their mother. However, this time, she appeared unfazed, merely regarding him coldly and extending 2 fingers. The enraged father seemed momentarily taken aback by her gesture, abruptly halting in his tracks. What do you mean by that? Why do you gesture like this? He appeared to grow wary, lowering his voice as he barked. You know what I mean. Fools. Worthless fools, all deserving of death. Their father's fury seemed to escalate perpetually, reaching a breaking point where he appeared to lose all rationality. Meanwhile, their mother maintained her calm demeanor, continuing to make her gesture while watching him intently. All right, it's over. Their mother elegantly rose, adjusting Liu Xen's collar with tenderness, saying, Focus on your own matters. That is of utmost importance. I understand. Liu Xen remained silent for a moment before softly replying, Thank you. Silly child, we are family. There is no need for thanks. She lightly tapped him, smiling as she added, But remember, no matter who you encounter, always be polite and reason with them. With that, she gently brushed her hair back and laughed. Of course, when we reason with them, they must also reason with us. You are so honest and would never harm anyone. But if anyone tries to bully you, Liu Xen raised his head warily, looking at his mother. Her smile radiated warmth and thoughtfulness. Then let us all go find him together. Liu Xen felt a twinge of anxiety, but merely sighed softly, considering the safety of others. He could not allow himself to be bullied. As was his custom, Liu Xen arrived at the office 40 minutes before the official start of work. Throughout the day, he diligently processed all the reports and documents assigned to him, ensuring they were impeccably handled. Yet, subconsciously, he quickened his pace, foregoing lunch. And by the end of the workday, he had completed all his tasks. He was the first to don his backpack and leave his workstation. Unlike his usual habit of staying late, he had other matters to attend to. The previous night, he had thoroughly reviewed the materials Chun-Jing had left for him and had gained a considerable understanding of his new role, particularly regarding salary and allowances. He was aware that upon receiving notification from Chun-Jing, he would need to promptly arrive at the designated location to follow her directives and manage any pollution incidents. However, if no significant tasks arose throughout the month, he would still receive his salary. The most enticing aspect was that each pollution incident he managed would earn him a subsidy, ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, with even targets marked at 100,000. This prospect motivated Liu Xen greatly, prompting him to commit to his work earnestly. He carried his identification, along with a satellite phone and firearm in his backpack, and set out onto the streets, accompanied by his sister to patrol. Chapter 12. The Importance of Work. Aimlessly wandering the dilapidated streets, Liu Xen realized he had not closely observed them in quite some time. The roads were riddled with potholes and remnants of stagnant water from days prior. Surrounding him were blinding neon lights, intertwining into a chaotic yet vibrant tapestry of colors. Following the Red Moon incident, the surviving populace within the high walls seemed to have divided into 2 distinct groups. One that was perpetually busy, hurrying past without a moment's pause to look around, and another that gathered in small clusters, smoking and whistling at women on the street. In simple terms, within the walled city, it was not difficult to fill one's stomach. The challenge lay in improving one's quality of life. The idlers roaming the streets had not yet attained formal status in the second satellite city, nor could they access vocational schools or receive an education, with little hope of ever living in the main city. Consequently, they relinquished all aspirations, eschewing work and any consideration for the future, simply drifting through the streets. numbly observing the world around them with vacant expressions, oblivious to their thoughts. Liu Xin passed through the streets, scrutinizing the individuals he encountered, searching for any potential threats akin to the barista at the corner CAF. If he could apprehend even one, it would yield substantial rewards and save many lives. His sister's presence frequently manifested unexpectedly beside him, sometimes appearing atop a nearby building, occasionally lazily traversing overhead power lines, or even finding herself on the bald head of a passing man. The two siblings patrolled the streets with earnestness, yet encountered nothing of interest. The city was vast. After wandering through 7 or 8 streets, Liu Xin, with weary legs, squatted at the curb, smoking a cigarette while savoring a boxed meal. He reflected on his experiences. Although the high-walled city had a sparse population when it was first established, it had burgeoned explosively over the decades. With over 1 million residents in the second satellite city alone, the police often lamented their insufficient manpower, and the randomness of his encounters reinforced that it was entirely normal. He resolved to patrol more frequently, believing he would eventually stumble upon something. In the following days, he maintained this routine. However, the overly mundane nature of the city left him somewhat disheartened, as no peculiar occurrences transpired. Liu Xin could not help but grow anxious, unaware that his other job was about to face complications. "Little Liu, you need not come to work tomorrow." The director, half-bald yet meticulously groomed, slid a dismissal contract across the table to Liu Xin. "Why?" The director's words startled Liu Xin, leaving him bewildered. How could he accept being dismissed from a position that had yet to solidify into a permanent role? Though it was commonplace in the post-Red Moon world, where economic instability led to job losses, especially for someone like him, whose role primarily involved mental labor rather than the grueling labor of the docks or factories. He had never anticipated it would happen to him. He had always been diligent, with no mistakes to speak of over the years. He was even regarded as a model employee, with accolades still displayed in his cubicle. Surely, if anyone were to be dismissed, it could not be him. "This matter, little Liu, you must understand," the director said, forcing a smile as he offered Liu Xin a cigarette, revealing yellowed teeth stained by smoke. "The company is facing a downturn. We cannot afford to employ too many people for the same role. In terms of business capability, you and Xiao El are comparable, but Xiao El's work ethic is far superior. Look at you, leaving early every day, vanishing before the end of the workday." Liu Xin recalled the young man who had always smiled and sought his guidance in handling tasks, falling silent. He understood the implication behind the director's remarks about his early departures. In truth, he had not left early. He had simply refrained from staying late. "Director, could you grant me another opportunity?" Liu Xin had many thoughts swirling in his mind, but ultimately only managed to whisper this plea. The director's face contorted in a pained expression. "Ah, you're a long-standing employee. I am reluctant to let you go. But you know how our company operates. There's a place for every turnip. We cannot sustain those who are unproductive. In situations where abilities are equal, attitude is paramount." Liu Xin did not absorb the latter part of the conversation, for he recognized the falsity of the claims. Upon exiting the director's office, he noticed his belongings had been neatly packed into a box. He wondered who had been so considerate. It was El Chung who packed your things. He has been planning to move over here. Aunt's son, who had permed hair and sat beside Liu Xin, whispered, "Little Liu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're too honest. I've told you before, don't teach everything to others. Look where that S led you. I hear this kid is quite something. He dating the director's daughter. The director is clever. How could he not give the job a family?" Liu Xin silently regarded the banner in his box, reached into his backpack, and touched the firearm within. Ultimately, he refrained from drawing it out, instead opting to head downstairs, lighting a cigarette as he strolled slowly. He recalled Chun Jing's prior instructions. If faced with trouble in life, consider 3 options: report it to the authorities, call her, or use the gun. Chapter 13. The Importance of Work Ethic. Liu Xin pondered deeply. Reporting such matters to the security office seemed inappropriate. As for using the gun, that was certainly out of the question. He was not madman. It appears that only the second option remains. Yet Liu Xin couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety. Although Chun Jing had spoken to him earnestly at the time, he pondered whether it was appropriate to trouble the leader of another job because of issues related to his current position. However, after deliberating for a while and finding no alternative, he reluctantly retrieved the sole contact number and dialed it. What ensued? The phone rang only twice before being answered. On the other end, Chun Jing's voice was clear and composed, yet it bore an inexplicable hint of tension. "This is Colonel Chun. I apologize for calling you. Lu Xin endeavored to be as courteous as possible. The issue is primarily on my end. There's been a problem. What problem? Lu Xin detected faint sounds, akin to a multitude suddenly halting their tasks, plunging into an eerie silence. He too felt a surge of nervousness influenced by the atmosphere, hastily responding, "Well, I leave work punctually every day and patrol the streets. I assure you, I haven't left early. I merely complete my duties on time. Yet, the company suddenly intends to terminate my employment." On the other end, there was a grave silence. After a moment, Chun Jing's voice broke through. "Patrol? Yes. Lu Xin et Lai. It involves monitoring the streets for those peculiar entities to prevent any eventualities. I don't encroach on work hours. I do this after my shifts. Truly, the company still dismissed me. The director wishes to assign my role to someone else." Chun Jing's tone, whether it was one of relief or resignation, conveyed, "Is this why you called me?" It seemed she had much to express, yet ultimately, she merely exhaled slowly and instructed, "Please hold on for a moment." Since she had requested he wait, it must signify that a resolution was possible, right? Lu Xin had no choice but to patiently wait downstairs, silently smoking as he anticipated the satellite phone to ring once more. "Let me turn them into toys, shall we?" His sister had appeared beside him without his noticing, restlessly crawling around him. Her form seemed more distorted than usual, her hair cascading down to obscure much of her eyes, enhancing the brightness of her remaining gaze. With a hint of excitement, she looked at Lu Xin and declared, "Brother, how dare they bully you? Shouldn't we eliminate them all? Mother would surely be delighted to assist. Perhaps even father might help you too." At that moment, pedestrians were passing by, compelling Lu Xin to feign ignorance of his sister, diverting his gaze to the legs of a woman walking by. After waiting for about another minute, he suddenly spotted the director hastily descending the staircase, followed closely by two anxious figures. The director, mopping his brow, rushed down the stairs and immediately spotted Lu Xin, who was squatting on the roadside smoking, and hurriedly approached him, shaking his hand. "Oh dear, little Lu, why didn't you say something sooner?" Uncertain of what the director was referring to, Lu Xin allowed him to clasp his hand. "If you know Supervisor Lu from Basedthriller Technology, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lu Xin remained at a loss for words, as he was unfamiliar with any Supervisor Lu. Still unsure of what to say, Lu Xin realized he had retained his position. At this juncture, the two young individuals trailing the director stepped forward. One of them, dressed in a pearl blouse and sporting an unhappy expression, was none other than the director's daughter, Xiaoqing. Known for her domineering nature in the office, she was often referred to as Princess Xiaoqing behind her back. The other was El Chung, who frequently sought Lu Xin's guidance. El Chung, sporting a nervous smile, grasped Lu Xin's hand and said, "Little Lu, I'm genuinely sorry. I didn't intend to usurp your job." "It's quite all right," Lu Xin replied. El Chung, taken aback by Lu Xin's magnanimity, brightened. "Little Lu, may I assist you with this new project?" Lu Xin cast him a glance. Judging by the director's demeanor, this new project seemed substantial, promising a considerable bonus if successful. El Cheng's smile abruptly faltered. Meanwhile, Princess Xiaoqing appeared to be on the verge of a tantrum, yet uncertain of Lu Xin's current standing. She merely rolled her eyes without speaking. Individuals associated with Basedthriller held significant backgrounds. Chun Jing's voice resonated through the phone. "Has the issue been resolved?" Lu Xin not that. Then recollecting that she couldn't see him, added, "It has been resolved." "That is good to hear." Chun Jing paused before continuing. "You have already been recruited by us and received ample support. Do you still wish to pursue this job?" After a brief silence, she suddenly queried, "Why do you patrol?" Lu Xin, perplexed, responded, "Isn't that what my salary is for?" Chun Jing seemed to exhale heavily, and Lu Xin sensed her frustration. "Since you are so passionate about your work, there happens to be a matter requiring your attention." There were faint sounds on the line, as if she were pressing the receiver while requesting some documents from someone. After a brief interval, her voice returned. "I just instructed a subsidiary of Basedthriller Technology to provide your company with a business opportunity related to material transportation. Seize this occasion to liaise with Qin Ran, the owner of Sifong Transportation Company. Verify if there are any issues there and report back to me promptly." Surprised that Chun Jing had directly assigned him work, Lu Xin felt both astonished and elated. The leadership had begun to delegate responsibilities, which boded well. He quickly inquired, "What kind of issues?" Chun Jing elaborated. "The intelligence collection department indicates that at least 7 or 8 homicides have been linked to his Sifong Transportation Company. Hence, I need you to investigate whether these cases are merely murders or something else entirely. 7 or 8 lives? Lu Xin was momentarily taken aback. What if they are indeed murders? After a pause, she replied, if it is something else, report it immediately. Was murder, then, a source of reassurance? Lu Xin momenta fanta, realizing the absurdity of her words. In the eyes of those combating pollution, were 7 or 8 lives merely trifles? After some time, he cautiously inquired, is there danger? Chun Jing responded, yes, whether it involves murder or infection, those individuals are quite perilous, but that pertains to ordinary people. With your capabilities, you should be able to handle it. At this juncture, a hint of mirth entered her voice. Regardless of the investigation's outcome, there will be compensation. Lu Xin Akui. Around him, including Sister Sun, people surreptitiously observed him before feigning busyness. After a brief moment, Lu Xin approached El Cheng's secluded partition. Facing El Cheng's somewhat panicked expression, Lu Xin stated, upon reflection, I believe it would be best if you assisted me with this project. Chapter 14. My gun is quite serious. Sifong Transportation Company stands as one of the largest freight companies in the northern city, specializing in the transportation of goods between satellite cities. At times, they even manage to facilitate freight between the main city and other fortified locations. The owner is a woman surnamed Chun, reputed to conduct substantial business, with her operations extending beyond the nearby satellite cities to include connections with the main city. Little Lu, shall we confirm our intention to approach them? Unexpectedly, upon receiving Lu Xion's permission to join the project, El Chung appeared immensely grateful. He understood that with his qualifications, even having garnered the director's daughter's favor, it remained exceedingly challenging to secure a position within the company without any achievements, especially after his attempt to usurp Lu Xion's job had rendered him a pariah, with his reputation severely tarnished. Thus, he approached this opportunity with utmost seriousness. For the entire company, this was a critically significant undertaking. Their company is a modest trading enterprise, primarily engaged in the exchange of goods between satellite cities. However, the business that has been entrusted to Lu Xion, which is related to the main city, embodies the aspirations of every company to establish connections with it. Consequently, he not only swiftly organized the necessary materials for Lu Xion, but also decided early on to accompany him for an inspection. Yet, their departure unexpectedly included a third person, Princess Xiaoqing, who seemed concerned that Lu Xion might intentionally marginalize her boyfriend in the workplace. Lu Xion, however, bore no objections. As Princess Xiaoqing owned a vehicle, it is likely that the Sifong Transportation Company is not as straightforward as it appears. Lu Xion pondered over El Cheng's report, reflecting on how, despite the discovery of wild grain varieties and the revival of certain industries resolving the food issues for many, the reconstruction of the former industrial system remains a distant dream. One of the critical challenges is transportation, particularly with the additional information provided by Chun Jing. Numerous undisclosed secrets came to light. The woman surnamed Chun is merely a puppet on the surface of a Sifong Transportation Company. The true owner, Qin Ran, hails from the wilderness. Due to the regulations that prevent individuals from the wild from obtaining formal identification until they have resided within the high walls of the city for 3 years, and from registering a company or holding administrative positions until 10 years have passed, he had to push one of his lovers into the spotlight. It is highly probable that the operations of the Sifong Company extend beyond merely transporting goods. Individuals from the wilderness are certainly not simple, nor are they known for their honesty. It is wise to engage with them, especially since few dare to take on transportation tasks outside the city. Lu Xion offered no further explanation. For his company, this indeed represented a business opportunity. However, regarding his other job, it was essential to assess Qin Ran's character and ascertain any potential issues. Princess Xiaoqing, driving ahead, rolled her eyes in the rearview mirror, feeling that Lu Xion was being overly ostentatious in front of her boyfriend. Yet, having already faced a barrage of complaints from the director the previous day, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The vehicle soon arrived at the Sifong Transportation Company in the northern part of the city. There, they encountered a vast factory area, much of which had been demolished, replaced with neatly paved concrete pathways. In the expansive yard, a row of trucks, reinforced with heavy iron plates and even spikes, sat. Each vehicle, without exception, was filthy, resembling monstrous beasts coated in moss and mud. Having previously made a phone call, as soon as Lu Xion and his companion stepped out, a young man with half-shaved hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and clad in slippers approached them. He waved a spindly arm and led them inside. As they walked, cold, scrutinizing gazes fell upon them from the sidelines, appraising them with interest. Among those present were brazen, swaggering youths as well as imposing, rugged men. You all go in first and discuss matters with the manager. At the entrance to the office, Lu Xian smiled at El Chung and Princess Xiao Qing, saying, I'll stay outside and inspect their vehicles. El Chung and Princess Xiao Qing hesitated briefly, but she quickly tugged at El Chung, and the two hastened inside. It was only natural to examine the vehicles intended for transporting goods before finalizing the contract. Moreover, should El Chung establish specific terms, it would be a notable achievement in their work, showcasing Princess Xiao Qing's discerning judgment. Once they entered, Lu Xian took his time to wander about. Chun Jing's dossier indicated that there were 7 or 8 homicides connected to this company. It was uncertain whether they pertained to incidents of mental contamination. After all, for them, conflicts and underhanded dealings often resulted in fatalities, which, in the context of the high-walled city, were trivial matters, hardly warranting attention. What Lu Xian needed to ascertain was the truth behind these occurrences. Thus, he began to explore the company, hoping to uncover any peculiar phenomena reminiscent of those encountered during the CAF incident. Indeed, the individuals operating here exuded an air of ferocity. After circling the premises a few times and closely examining several trucks, Lu Xian noted various marks upon them, some resembling those caused by stones, others akin to knife wounds. Furthermore, he discerned dark red stains on the tires and undercarriage, which could possibly be blood. Although Lu Xian was not particularly adept in such matters, he felt compelled to project an air of professionalism. He scrutinized the trucks, contemplating which aspects warranted suspicion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a row of makeshift office buildings. Hey, what are you doing? Don't hit him. If you keep this up, I'll report you to the security office. As Lu Xian turned to investigate, he saw several unruly youths surrounding El Chung, kicking him while hurling insults. Is this how you conduct business? We toil tirelessly out there, just so you can drive down our prices? What are you pretending to be cultured for? I'll toss you outside to feed the madmen. El Chung crouched, clutching his head and pleading for mercy, while Princess Xiao Qing shouted from the sidelines, too fearful to intervene. What is happening? Lu Xian rushed forward, holding his backpack to his chest. We just thought their quotation was too high and wanted to negotiate, Princess Xiao Qing cried. But they resorted to violence. And I noticed too many discrepancies in their accounts. We cannot collaborate with them. It would lead to significant complications. Before she could finish, a woman charged at her, grabbing her hair and delivering a sharp slap. You filthy wench, who do you think has more issues? Why should I hit you for your incessant whining? Princess Xiao Qing's face swelled from the blow, and she dared not speak further, sobbing instead. My sincerest apologies, everyone, I truly am sorry. After a protracted moment, Lu Xian finally approached, repeatedly apologizing. What on earth sparked this altercation? A muscular man with a scar across his face sneered at Lu Xian, saying, You're the leader, right? The phone call mentioned a manager, Lu? Well, I'm here to find you. You called requesting vehicles. I prepared them and lined up drivers for you. Now you suddenly backtrack? Are we being toyed with? In these times, life is hard for everyone. If we can give a little, we can all survive. But if you refuse to compromise, don't blame us for being unfriendly. That's right. The scarred man's cohorts echoed. Lu Xian found their treatment of El Chung and Princess Xiao Qing unsurprising. It was clear that the Sifong Logistics Company was not as it seemed. Though he was still uncertain about the exact reasons behind their maltreatment, it was not unexpected for two conflicting attitudes to clash. Discuss? The scarred man scoffed, spitting on the ground. Everyone's too busy fighting for their lives. Who has time for idle chatter? Lu Xian's expression grew troubled. What do you want then? The scar man replied, Sign a contract, pay up, and get to work. It'll make things easier for everyone. Lu Xian paused before responding. The contract cannot simply be signed like that. The scarred man chuckled coldly. This young manager seems rather thick-headed. At that moment, the surrounding individuals lazily approached, forming a semicircle around Lu Xian, their expressions a mix of amusement and menace. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Xian hesitated only briefly before retrieving a firearm from his backpack and pointing it at them. A gun? Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers momentarily froze. Even El Chung, who lay sprawled on the ground, too intimidated to rise, and Princess Xiao Qing, who was being yanked by her hair, stared in disbelief. No one anticipated that Lu Xian would brandish a firearm. He actually possessed a gun. Laughter erupted soon after, as the expressions of the men morphed into mockery. Even the woman tugging at Princess Xiao Qing's hair wore a look of disdain, while some discreetly extracted pointed iron rods or hefted hammers and axes from their surroundings. It was astonishing that within these walls, someone would dare to wield a gun. "Heh, little brother, is that gun even legitimate?" The crowd chuckled as they inched closer, including a lean yet formidable young man clutching a rusted knife. Seizing the opportunity, with a glint of malice in his eyes, he charged towards Lu Xian's back. His eyes narrowed with intent. As someone accustomed to street life, he understood that for a ruffian, making a name for oneself was paramount. However, such opportunities were rare, often requiring life-threatening confrontations. Typically, it was a matter of who was the quickest and most ruthless. This imprudent fellow was destined for misfortune. If he could stab Lu Xian, he could feast that night. Yet, before he could deliver his blow, the seemingly unprepared Lu Xian abruptly turned. Gun in hand, he fired without hesitation. Bang! The young man screamed in agony, collapsing 2 meters away, blood gushing from his left thigh. It was Lu Xian's first time firing a gun, and his aim was regrettably poor. Nevertheless, the sound of the gunshot sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing them to recoil in astonishment. An eerie silence enveloped the area, erasing all laughter and jeers, leaving only the wounded young man rolling on the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his cries tinged with sobs. Each gaze directed at Lu Xian was akin to that of a madman. Who could have anticipated that it was a real firearm? Even more astonishing was his audacity to actually pull the trigger. This was within the confines of High Wall City, not outside. Did the Security Bureau not take their duties seriously? Those who frequently traversed the wilderness were indeed fierce, yet they were not indifferent to mortality. They feared it even more. Conversely, the young ruffians of the city, driven by youthful bravado, dared to act recklessly, which was precisely why Lu Xian had targeted him. After incapacitating the young man, Lu Xian swiftly redirected the gun towards a middle-aged woman standing behind the crowd. "Do not provoke me. You all have witnessed that my gun is quite legitimate." Chapter 15. Business as usual. Initially, one might have thought he was merely a lackluster employee, yet here he was bold enough to fire a weapon. In the ensuing silence, the middle-aged woman, now in Lu Xian's crosshairs, did not attempt to flee. Instead, she calmly pushed her way through the crowd towards Lu Xian, displaying no signs of fear as she met his gaze. With a cold demeanor, she stated, "We have guns as well, though we were unprepared. Since you have us at gunpoint, we concede this round and will allow you to leave today. Should the Security Bureau apprehend you afterward, it is of no concern to us. Conversely, if they do not arrest you, we shall meet again in the underworld." The Security Bureau strictly monitored firearms within High Wall City, making even their own weapons quite rare. Companies like theirs, which frequently moved in and out of the city, often established covert supply depots outside the walls, where they might possess firearms, perhaps even a small arsenal. However, under the stringent surveillance of the city guards, once inside the walls, they could not bring in significant armaments without facing severe penalties. Naturally, under such oppressive conditions, they still found ways to smuggle in 1 or 2 firearms for self-defense, yet they could not have them readily on hand. Thus, when caught unprepared and confronted by Lu Xian's gun, they lost the advantage. At that moment, Princess Xiao Qing and El Chung were so terrified that their legs felt weak. Their faces drained of color. The instant Lu Xian revealed the gun, their worldviews began to shatter. Those raised within High Wall City had always perceived firearms as distant relics. After hearing the manager's words, the ruffians released El Chung and Princess Xiao Qing, parting to create a path. Yet, their expressions remained cold, regarding Lu Xian as one might regard a corpse. However, Lu Xian showed no intention of turning away, asserting, "I shall not depart. Our business remains unfinished." The woman, still aimed at by the gun, paused momentarily and replied, "At this juncture, you still wish to negotiate?" "Indeed, Lu Xin Apfim, no ding. However, the price must be discussed. It cannot simply be dictated by you." After a brief pause, he added, "It must be fair." The woman's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly complex. The faces surrounding them mirrored this complexity. Just then, from an adjacent office, a man staggered into view, tall and rugged, his face adorned with stubble. He held a cigarette between his lips and wore a grimy, yet robust camouflage outfit, topped with a red beret that bore no resemblance to the city guards' uniforms. Its origins were a mystery. Upon his arrival, the crowd instinctively lowered their heads. Even the woman under the gun called out to him, Boss, this person. The man waved his hand dismissively and addressed Liu Exin. Put the gun down. You have the upper hand. I won't trouble you today. Oh. At this, Liu Exin lowered his weapon, stowing it in his backpack. Both Princess Xiao Qing and El Cheng widened their eyes, filled with confusion. Business as usual, you all proceed with your negotiations. The man nodded at the previously threatened woman and then turned to Liu Exin, saying, Little brother, follow me. The unfolding events were utterly unexpected, leaving everyone in the room bewildered. El Cheng and Princess Xiao Qing were soon ushered back into the office, while Liu Exin obediently followed the man into the room he had exited. The interior was surprisingly well furnished, featuring wooden floors, pendant lights, a large sofa on the left, and a glass coffee table adorned with a plate of dumplings, several steamed buns, and a dish of red pickled peppers. The man seated himself and began to eat leisurely, his slow chewing suggesting he was savoring each bite with a peculiar sense of greed, even though the food was nothing extraordinary. After spending so long in the wilderness, entering the city makes me feel insatiable. Qin Ran bit into a bun and followed it with a dumpling, glancing sideways at Liu Exin. Care for a bite? Liu Exin quickly shook his head. I'm not hungry. He understood Qin Ran's peculiar penchant. Life within High Wall City and outside was a stark contrast. High Wall City, particularly Qingang City, was among the first to address food shortages, reportedly linked to some agricultural innovations and mysterious wild crops. Within High Wall City, there was a modest livestock industry, expansive farms, and even some mechanized operations. Outside, however, such luxuries were unthinkable. Numerous organizations outside were plagued by food scarcity, and hunger was a constant reality for those in the wilderness. Their sole means of achieving sustenance was to relinquish their arms and enter High Wall City to survive. Yet, despite the relative abundance of resources in Qingang City, where one could purchase food, oil, salt, and even meat, it remained an arduous task to buy provisions and then transport them outside for consumption. The two most notorious felonies known within High Wall City were, firstly, the smuggling of armed weapons into the city, and secondly, the transportation of food out of it. Accustomed to the harsh existence of struggling for survival in the wilderness, one becomes particularly appreciative of a life where one can indulge in ample meals, enjoy a peaceful slumber, and not live in fear of a woman producing a grenade from her nether regions to end one's life. Within these high-walled confines, I strive to avoid conflict as much as possible. If I can steer clear of trouble, I shall. If we all adhere to the established rules, one step back from you, another step back from me, then life can continue to be bearable for us all, can it not? Qin Ran merely shifted slightly before returning to his meal, casting a fleeting glance at Liu Exin. So, speak up, young brother. What brings you to seek me? His eyes exuded a languid air tinged with an underlying danger, as if he had already discerned Liu Exin's intentions. He coldly remarked, I have encountered many who conduct business with firearms outside these walls, but you, by your appearance, clearly have never ventured beyond them. So, let's be honest. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? Liu Exin took a moment to scrutinize him, aligning his observations with the dossier he had reviewed, and then inquired, You are Qin Ran? His hands appeared to still hold chopsticks, yet the other hand had descended, reaching toward the wooden coffee table's base. Not at all. Liu Exin shook his head, asserting, I am here to inquire whether you have encountered any peculiar occurrences. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a hint of fear as he whispered, Are you plotting against me? As he spoke, his hand, which had dangled beneath the table, shot up, clutching a firearm. Chapter 16. Peculiarities. Spotting Qin Ran's intense reaction, Liu Exin's mind swiftly grasped the situation. Being held at gunpoint is undoubtedly intimidating. Even though he himself was armed, Liu Exin noticed his sister had inexplicably appeared beside Qin Ran, fixating her gaze on his head, which alleviated his concern. He merely adjusted his seating posture slightly. It is not me, he replied earnestly. I am here to investigate whether you have encountered any issues. Chen Jing had sent him to ascertain whether this individual named Qin Ran posed any problems, but Liu Exin was unsure how to conduct such an inquiry. Thus, he decided to simply ask, Investigating my issues? Qin Ran's eyes hardened as his thumb disengaged the safety, slightly raising the weapon to aim at Liu Exin's head. His gaze turned menacing. Are you with the Security Bureau? I am not affiliated with the Security Bureau. Please do not be alarmed, Liu Exin thought, contemplating how to soothe his apprehensions. Yet being threatened with a gun was inherently unsettling. Moreover, He could discern that although Qin Ran appeared outwardly calm, he was in fact in a precarious mental state, like a tightly wound string ready to snap. With a loaded gun in his hand, it was impossible to guarantee that a single word might not provoke an impulsive reaction leading to violence. Thus, he shot a glance at his sister. Her face, partially obscured by her hair, revealed a strange smile. Observing Qin Ran aiming a gun at his brother, she suddenly reached out and nudged his hand. Caught off guard, Qin Ran lost his grip on the firearm, which flew directly towards Liu Xian. He deftly caught it, disengaged the safety, stowed it in his bag, and then raised his gaze to Qin Ran. I am not investigating your issues. I am investigating whether you have encountered any problems. At that moment, Qin Ran was drenched in cold sweat, nervously scanning the surroundings, yet finding no one. His gaze fixated on Liu Xian, his voice trembling. How did you do that? Do not inquire. You would not be able to replicate it. Liu Xian, clutching his backpack, pressed on. Have you indeed faced any strange occurrences? Qin Ran found himself inexplicably flustered by the question, particularly as he perceived Liu Xian's unshakable demeanor. Though he projected the image of an earnest youth from the city, his unwavering calm rendered him somewhat unsettling. If one cannot dominate the atmosphere, they may very well be dominated by it. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously countered, What kind of issues are you referring to? Liu Xian pondered briefly before articulating. Such as those fatalities? The moment the subject was broached, Qin Ran's expression shifted to one of palpable panic. Having been unexpectedly disarmed, he found himself unarmed in the office, while Liu Xian possessed 2 firearms. What should have been a source of anxiety did not seem to faze him. Instead, after his initial shock, he stared intently at Liu Xian, a flicker of excitement emerging on his face, and suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, someone truly understands these matters. I knew I could not be the only one experiencing this. He then fixed his reddening eyes on Liu Xian, declaring, I do not know which side you are on. But I have indeed encountered it. Liu Xian felt a rush of unease and quickly inquired, What? Qin Ran enunciated each syllable. I have encountered someone seeking revenge against me. Liu Xian was taken aback. For someone like Qin Ran to have a vendetta against him did not seem particularly extraordinary. This is not ordinary revenge, Qin Ran replied, gulping down a cup of still hot tea, his gaze locked on Liu Xian. It appeared he had wrestled with his own thoughts, but ultimately succumbed to his fear, slowly revealing. It is something no one would believe if I spoke of it. Noticing Qin Ran's heightened emotions, Liu Xian encouraged him. Take your time and explain. Qin Ran exhaled slowly, seemingly attempting to glean something from Liu Xian's expression. However, gradually, he seemed to deflate, and after a pause, he began. The events commenced 14 days ago. I am unafraid for you to know. My business extends beyond mere trafficking. This trade is rife with fatalities, and profits are scarce. So I engage in a myriad of enterprises, some disreputable, as the Security Bureau is aware. Liu Xian nodded, feigning familiarity with the situation. It all began with a transaction involving a packet of gummy bears. Several tens of thousands? Liu Xian gasped in surprise. The crux lies ahead. Qin Ran shot him a glance and continued, I dismembered old Shui's corpse into pieces and fed them to wild dogs, thinking the matter concluded. Yet a day later, a woman appeared, whom I had never met, claiming to be Chui Wang, accusing me of immorality, demanding vengeance, and insisting I return the goods. Liu Xian's expression shifted slightly. Now he was genuinely intrigued. I had no idea what this woman was up to, assuming her to be old Shui's mistress, and I dealt with her. The body was disposed of in fresh cement, there, in that newly constructed weighing scale. Liu Xian listened expressionlessly. However, I soon sensed something amiss and instructed my men to investigate. They discovered that the woman was named Wang Ting, a worker from a garment factory in the southern part of the city, who supposedly had no connection to old Shui. What do you think of that? Isn't it bizarre? Liu Xian could only nod in agreement. But the strangeness did not end there. Qin Ran's demeanor hardened further. 2 days later, 2 more individuals sought me out, an old man and a beggar about 17 or 18 years old. One claimed to be Chui Wang, and the other, Wang Ting. Both came after me, demanding vengeance, and despite being surrounded by my men, they charged at me without hesitation. As he spoke, he mimicked a slicing motion across his neck, declaring, I had to eliminate them. 4 individuals now, Liu Xian remarked, slightly startled. And then came the most troublesome part, Qin Ran murmured. I had my men investigate these 2, only to find they bore no connection to old Shui or the woman named Wang Ting. Yet, damn it, they appeared. And the most sinister part is, As he spoke, he could not help but swallow hard, his voice rough. For days passed, and suddenly 4 individuals appeared, all of whom were complete strangers to me. To my astonishment, they brazenly entered my home and proceeded to strangle me. Damn it, 4 of them, all seemingly deranged. One claimed to be Old Shui. Another identified as Wang Ting. The third as Zhang Abo, and the last as Wuzi. It was madness, absolute madness, and their eyes were particularly terrifying. Lu Xin, upon hearing this, was finally taken aback. What about these individuals? I dared not eliminate them. Qin Ran replied, his eyes reddened, speaking in hushed tones. I sense something sinister, so I can find them here. However, he uttered the word however twice, yet did not elaborate, merely whispering to Lu Exin. Follow me. Chapter 17, Endless Revenge. Qin Ran led Lu Exin to the rear of their transport factory, where numerous abandoned workshops and warehouses lay in disarray, strewn with rusted scrap metal and overgrown weeds. He made his way directly to a subterranean warehouse adorned with a blue-painted iron door. This is it. Before he opened the iron door, Qin Ran took a few deep breaths and glanced at Lu Exin. Then, he unlocked the door with a forceful tug, and with a creaking sound, he swung it open. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Lu Exin covered his nose and took a step back, only to lean in closer for a better look. The underground warehouse resembled a vast pit, its floor cemented, with stagnant water pooling within. It measured 5 meters in length, 7 meters in width, and approximately 4 meters deep. At the bottom were several iron rings, each tethered with chains, and most unsettling of all, these chains were affixed to a grotesque, bloodied object. Upon closer inspection, it was an arm. At the pit's base, there lay partially decayed chunks of flesh, which Lu Exin quickly recognized. He could not help but furrow his brow, exclaiming, truly horrifying. Qin Ran shot him a glance and remarked, Little brother, your expression hardly resembles that of someone who is frightened. Back then, we were genuinely terrified. He paused before continuing, Damn it, when those 4 burst in my home, they indeed startled me. And this entire affair was too uncanny for me to act swiftly against them. So I confined them here, intending to interrogate them about who was behind this. Little did I expect, after being locked away, they for heaven's sake. Noticing his voice tremble, he spat into the pit, attempting to mask his fear with anger, stating, They were all lunatics. I did not kill them. I merely locked them away. Yet before I could interrogate them, they turned on each other. He suddenly looked up at Lu Exin, his eyes bloodshot and fear uncontainable. Can you imagine? These fools were human, yet they behaved like dogs, biting and devouring one another. Some of them had their bellies split open and continued to feast. At that moment, I could no longer bear to watch, so I shot them all. For the first time, I felt justified in taking a life. As he reached this point, he slammed the iron door shut with a resounding clang. What in the world is this? He fixed his gaze on Lu Exin, demanding, Since you have come to inquire, you must know something. Tell me swiftly, what on earth are these creatures? Lu Exin observed that Qin Ran's demeanor was decidedly unhinged. Yet, this was only natural. Even a ruthless figure like him would feel fear in the face of such bizarre occurrences. He might not fear death, but the inexplicable had an unsettling aura. This was entirely different from the events at the CAF, yet undeniably abnormal. After listening to his account, Lu Exin's mind raced. Was it Old Shui, who first appeared abnormal, that stirred these strange happenings, or was it something else? Moreover, it seemed that there were discernible patterns in the events he described. On the first day, one came seeking vengeance. The next day, 2. And on the 4th day, 4. Lu Exin's heart jolted as he quickly asked Qin Ran, How many days has it been since they last came? 7 days? Lu Exin's expression darkened. Tomorrow would mark the 8th day. If this pattern holds true, does that not mean 8 would arrive again soon? Wait for me a moment. I must report this. Recalling Chun Jing's earlier words, he shook his head, preparing to retrieve his satellite phone. However, Qin Ran, casting a cold glance, suddenly picked up an axe from the ground, pointing it at Lu Exin, his voice low and menacing. Little brother, I carry the weight of many lives. These individuals pose no threat to me. Whether 4 or 8, or even a dozen, I am unafraid. At worst, I shall leave this wretched city and continue my reign elsewhere. But do not think of using this opportunity to scheme against me. Lu Exin glanced at his backpack, unsure of Qin Ran's audacity to threaten him. Even if you wielded 2 guns, I have many outside. If trouble arises, you cannot escape. Qin Ran's icy gaze bore into Lu Exin's, as if to clarify. Though he felt a tinge of insecurity, He remained defiant. I will surely escape, but that is not the point. Lu Xian shook his head. Addressing Qin Ran. If you're unafraid of 4, unafraid of 8, what if it becomes 16? Qin Ran's gaze hardened, and his throat seemed to constrict. Lu Xian continued. Does old Shui know where you reside? A hint of panic flickered in Qin Ran's voice as he rasped. Why do you ask? His hand visibly trembled. How could that be? Lu Xian replied. These matters are inherently bizarre. What is impossible could very well occur. Judging by the current pattern, the number of Avengers seeking him will only increase. And who can predict how many will come if these occurrences are allowed to unfold unchecked? If only a handful or a dozen come for revenge, it may not pose a threat to someone as ruthless and formidable as Qin Ran. But what if it escalates to dozens, or even hundreds? Lu Xian could vividly imagine hundreds of people madly pursuing Qin Ran across the desolate plains. Theoretically, might there come a day when the entire world hunts him down? Moreover, these individuals fear neither death nor injury and could potentially locate him wherever he might hide. A relentless pursuit. The crux lies in the fact that if you do not perish, they shall not relent. Qin Ran's expression shifted to one of palpable fear, the axe trembling in his grip as he whispered, I have no desire to become a recluse. Even now, he harbored some mistrust towards Lu Xian. Although they had established connections within the high walls of the city, he knew that any powerful figure might take a disliking to him and swiftly eliminate him. This was also why, despite encountering so many strange events, he had refrained from reporting to the guardhouse. 1. He could not articulate it. 2. He did not trust them. He understood well who held the power within the high walls. With a mere whim, he could find himself condemned to a lifetime of toil outside the city. It would be better to toil than to die. Lu Xian comprehended his sentiments, casting a glance at the sealed underground chamber, then shook his head. Or perhaps be devoured. Qin Ran's pupils constricted, and the hair on his body bristled. After a moment of inner turmoil, he slowly lowered the axe, his voice hoarse. I believe you. As if there were any other choice. Lu Xian muttered to himself, moving aside to dial a number, then adopted a different tone. Hello? Is this Colonel Chun? Chapter 18. Special Pollution Source Level 041. You may call me Captain from now on. It certainly feels a bit strange. That is how he is. Lu Xian hurriedly recounted everything he had heard from Qin Ran, meticulously detailing the information. This was his inaugural mission, and he spoke with utmost seriousness, anxious not to omit any detail that might affect his remuneration. To think that there were tangible results so swiftly? The Sifong Logistics Company. Backyard. Lu Xian reported his location and cautiously inquired, What should I do now? Wait there. Chun Jing instructed. A 3-member team will soon arrive to rendezvous with you. Follow their lead in the investigation. They're seasoned veterans. However, you must remember that you are the one with psychic anomalies. At times, their experience may pale in comparison to your intuition. Thus, you shall primarily lead the investigation, and they will follow your command. Given your lack of experience, I will oversee this investigation for now, via radio communication. Chun Jing decisively ended the call, leaving Lu Xian to mutter to himself about the remuneration. His sister, feeling bored, had climbed onto the nearby garage to perch and gaze at the moon. The fear and uncontrollable curiosity emanating from Qin Ran had yet to dissipate. He took a few steps toward Lu Xian, but hesitated to come too close, instinctively cautious of Lu Xian at that moment. Not wishing to reveal his trepidation, he maintained a distance and feigned calmness, asking, What are you planning to do? Lu Xian, not wanting to betray his rookie status, replied with a semblance of composure. For now, I will wait. Thus, the two stood silently for 10 minutes. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, with neither knowing how to break the tension, a sudden urgent screech of brakes echoed. A black Jeep sped into the company premises, its solid and robust frame exuding a cold, formidable aura. It swiftly maneuvered to a halt, and the doors swung open, revealing 3 fully armed personnel. Not a single brave employee within the company dared to utter a word at that moment. One of the armed personnel strode confidently toward Lu Xian, gripping his firearm with determination. Mr. Lu Xian, we are from the Special Pollution Investigation Team Station at City Number 2, sent by Colonel Chun to rendezvous with you. Instinctively, Lu Xian stood at attention, inwardly exclaiming. He addressed me as Mr. How formal. He quickly smiled and replied, You can just call me Lu. The personnel remained expressionless. Yes, Mr. Lu Xian. Subsequently, a squad leader named Chung Hui among the armed personnel handed Lu Xian a black box. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Lu Xian endeavored to appear seasoned rather than novice. He opened the box to reveal a headset resting within a black velvet indentation. Glancing up, he noticed that each of the armed personnel was equipped with a similar device. Without needing further instruction, he donned the headset. After a moment of waiting, uncertain about what to do next, the armed personnel stepped forward silently and pressed a button for him before retreating. Instantly, a female electronic voice echoed in the headset. Investigation team line connected. Information analysis team line connected. Coordination personnel line connected. Lu Xian cast a grateful glance at the armed personnel. Action investigation team. External member Lu Xian. Please repeat your previous findings. Following the connection of 3 signals, Chun Jing's voice pierced through the headset, crisp and devoid of warmth. Recognizing the significance of the moment, Lu Xian dared not be careless and reiterated the report he had given to Chun Jing. She did not interrupt him, but listened attentively before calmly responding. Information Analysis Team. Hello, Mr. Lu Xian. I am Corporal Han Bing from the Information Analysis Team, and my team will provide you with informational support. The voice that followed was somewhat sweet yet timid, but her speech was remarkably coherent. Firstly, I will disclose the details of this incident. Provisional number, Special Pollution Source Level 041. Target level, to be determined. Infection level, suspected low. Threat level, suspected low. Related personnel, Qin Ran from Sifong Transport Company at Satellite City Number 2. Based on Mr. Lu Xian's report, this may be a novel psychic pollution incident not previously documented. Recommended actions include: first, immediately investigate to locate and eliminate the pollution source. Second, detain the related personnel, Qin Ran, to observe subsequent changes and collect clues. If necessary, consider offering Qin Ran to them for elimination to sever their logical chain. What? Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the voice emanating from the channel. This was his first encounter with such a scenario, and his reaction was somewhat sluggish. He had not anticipated that, in the face of so many Avengers, offering someone for their execution could be an option. This is your first formal investigation, and it is also a learning opportunity. Chun Jing's voice echoed in the headset. In future field operations, a specific information analysis team will serve as your technical support, assisting in information analysis, providing data, and offering action suggestions. You must adapt to this model swiftly. Lu Xian promptly comprehended that Chun Jing was imparting wisdom, nodding eagerly and affirming. Understood? Chun Jing continued. At times, attempting to meet the specific needs of the pollution source can also weaken its psychic disturbance intensity, providing an opportunity to gather clues or even conduct a cleanup. There have been instances where satisfying the pollution source's characteristic demands led to its voluntary disappearance. However, given the current lack of information on Pollution Incident 041, we shall not adopt this approach for now. My recommendation is to initiate an investigation immediately to locate and eliminate the pollution source. Corporal Han Bing's voice chimed in. Therefore, the primary direction for investigation should be the initial murder location of Qin Ran and the location of the body disposal. Chapter 19. Psychic Pollution Investigation. Under Chun Jing's orders, the entire investigation team sprang into action. At this moment, Qin Ran appeared genuinely bewildered. He had been warily observing the 3 armed personnel, his eyes reflecting deep apprehension. With his seasoned experience, he could discern that these 3 fully armed soldiers were distinctly different from the desperate individuals he had encountered outside the city, and they were not akin to the guards and patrol teams he typically dealt with in the satellite city. He subtly signaled to his subordinates to keep their distance and remain still. Proceed with the investigation immediately, bringing along the relevant individual, Qin Ran, to prevent any potential concealment of the truth. Came Han Bing's voice through the headset. Hearing her words, Lu Xian promptly directed the armed personnel, "Get in the vehicle." Then, he gestured Qin Ran, "You come along too." The armed personnel swiftly complied. One moved to start the vehicle while the other 2 positioned themselves behind Qin Ran. Glancing at the cold, unyielding submachine guns in their grasp, Qin Ran turned to Lu Xian for a moment, suddenly gritting his teeth. It was unclear what this rugged man from the wilderness was contemplating, but he remained silent and followed them into the jeep. As they reached the front yard, the nominal manager hurried forward, calling out, "Hey, wait for us." Qin Ran shouted through the window. The armed personnel disregarded the response from Qin Ran and the Sifong Transport Company, seemingly unperturbed. Lu Xian, noticing the absence of any prompts in his headset, refrained from offering unsolicited opinions. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Following the report of the 3 investigation team members, the dynamic between the 2 parties had altered significantly. Although the investigative team consists of only 3 members, the number of subordinates under Qin Ran is exponentially greater by at least a factor of 10. However, the stark contrast in quality is evident. These 3 armed personnel, clearly trained to an exceptional standard, possess a formidable presence that would render Qin Ran's men mere fodder in the event of a conflict. It is abundantly clear that Qin Ran himself recognizes this disparity, which has rendered him unusually compliant. Yet, there is a subtle indication that the 3 members of the investigative team harbor a certain apprehension towards Liu Xian. For instance, the youngest-looking soldier frequently steals glances when he thinks Liu Xian is distracted. However, whenever their eyes meet, he quickly averts his gaze. Suddenly, Liu Xian pivots his head towards the left window, and the young soldier at the window promptly turns away, clutching his weapon and sitting up straight. The terrain is treacherous, yet their modified jeep is adept at navigating such complex landscapes. It's just ahead. Qin Ran exclaims from the vehicle, pointing towards a more precise location, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety as he unwittingly becomes rather loquacious. That transaction took place behind that mound of earth. It was there that I shot Lao Chui. He appeared to be intoxicated at the time, yet nothing seemed amiss. The area for handling the body is located behind that patch of grass, where packs of wild dogs often roam. I recommend immediate psychic energy detection of both locations in a 300-meter radius around them. The voice of Han Bing crackles through the earpiece. Agreed. Chen Jing replies promptly. The emergence of a source of mental pollution, while distinct from ordinary pollution events, still leaves traces. When addressing incidents of psychic contamination, the paramount objective is to identify the origin of the psychic taint, which often commences following a severe psychic disturbance. When a person is killed, the psychic upheaval is intense, and most post-mortem anomalies arise from this moment. Of course, some data indicate that certain anomalies may also occur due to stimuli affecting the corpse after death. In truth, the 3 armed personnel in the vehicle are also equipped with earpieces and have thus already absorbed the recommendations from the information analysis team. Once they disembark, they merely exchange glances with Liu Xian, seeking his tacit approval, and proceed with their actions. Liu Xian recognizes this as a valuable learning opportunity and observes their movements intently. They deftly retrieve a black box from the vehicle, inputting a code to unlock its intricate mechanism. Inside lies a silver device resembling a rectangular satellite phone, supported by 4 metallic pillars that elevate a circular ring, along with an alarm apparatus. It bears a resemblance to the metal detectors seen in classic films on television. Next, 1 member remains at the location while the other 2 produce specialized helmets, round, robust, and featuring transparent visors. Liu Xian is particularly astonished to note that much of the helmet appears to be constructed from a unique type of glass. The instruments they are employing are a rudimentary psychic energy detection device, recently put into operation. Chen Jing continues her lecture over the channel. Psychic energy is inherently invisible. Or rather, the psychic energy of ordinary individuals is challenging to detect with instruments, rendering observation nearly impossible. However, certain mutated contamination sources, or those affected by mutation, possess psychic energies exceeding a specific threshold, augmented by newly developed superconductive materials from the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute, thus making detection feasible. The helmets they wear serve as protective measures against abnormal psychic contamination. I should have mentioned this in the documents I provided you. Glass has proven to be the most effective material we have discovered for isolating the spread of psychic plague. Liu Xian merely responds with a low murmur of acknowledgement. He dares not confess that his primary focus in those documents was on the sections pertaining to compensation and allowances. The investigation team swiftly completed the assessment of the locations Qin Ran mentioned concerning the murder of Chui Wang and the disposal of the body, even uncovering some suspected remnants of Chui Wang's skeletal remains. However, no abnormal psychic energy was detected. Are you certain these are the 2 locations you referenced? Liu Xian inquires, seeking confirmation from Qin Ran. Qin Ran's face darkens, a shadow of fear lurking beneath the surface. Do you think I would lie when my life is at stake? Liu Xian senses that Qin Ran is not concealing anything, and he harbors no doubts regarding the investigation team's findings. When he gazes towards the 2 sites, he too perceives nothing out of the ordinary. Unlike the previous encounters at the CAF or during their first meeting, where he distinctly observed grotesque, mutated remnants, the significance of the information analysis team becomes apparent at this juncture. Liu Xian poses a direct question. What should we do? If neither the murder site nor the disposal site reveals any anomalies, we must consider other factors. Private Han Bing calmly analyzes over the channel. First, how are those individuals influenced? Each contamination source possesses a defined range. Only by entering this range can one be affected. According to the current data, those individuals share no connections and do not know each other. Yet they have all become part of the Avengers, indicating that there must have been intersections in their lives. The locations of these intersections are likely to be the source of this contamination event. I recommend organizing personnel to investigate the identities and prior routes of these Avengers. Chapter 20. Focus of work. Intersections? Liu Xin contemplates their words, momentarily taken aback before asking, how long will that take? He comprehends the implications of her inquiry. In the present context of High Wall City, particularly in the satellite city serving as a buffer for the main city, the demographic is exceedingly complex, with many individuals having recently entered High Wall City without acquiring permanent residency, and some may even be illegal entrants. Not all identities can be swiftly clarified, and the satellite city lacks widespread public facilities such as surveillance cameras. This is not the main city, aside from crucial areas like the administrative hall and resource department. Cameras are either non-existent or malfunctioning. Liu Xin harbors no doubts regarding the operational efficiency and capability of the Special Operations Team. However, under these circumstances, unearthing these individuals' life routes and identifying points of intersection within a short time frame is inherently cumbersome. After a moment's hesitation, he inquires, is there a quicker method? Pausing briefly, he elaborates. After all, tomorrow marks the 8th day, and it is highly likely that more individuals will be infected. As he speaks, a momentary silence envelopes the channel. The three members of the investigation team cast Liu Xin complex glances, understanding the gravity of his concerns. If the pattern of vengeance exhibited by those who previously targeted Qin Ran continues, with 1 Avenger on the first day, 2 on the second, and 4 on the fourth, then tomorrow should bring 8 Avengers seeking retribution. Theoretically, it is conceivable that, even before tomorrow, 8 new Avengers could emerge after midnight tonight. This translates to 8 additional innocent victims. Such apprehensions are entirely reasonable, yet hearing them articulated by Liu Xin comes as a surprise to many. I concur with Liu Xin's perspective. After a moment, Chun Jing's voice resonates through the channel. It is not merely a matter of saving lives. Our work has consistently been about rescuing others. By eliminating the source of contamination, we inadvertently save many. However, this cannot become the focal point of our efforts. Our highest priority remains the eradication of the contamination source, always. I align myself with his opinion. She continues, as efficiency is paramount in addressing psychic contamination sources. If a thorough investigation is to be conducted on the routes traversed by those who were contaminated, and a comparison made, the time required would be excessively protracted. After a brief pause, she continued, based on the current data, since all the contaminated Avengers claim to seek revenge on Qin Ran, and Shui Wang is the first among them, it indicates that Shui Wang must be connected to the source of contamination. Even if no anomalies are found at the site of his murder or the location where his body was discarded, it does not rule out the likelihood that the true source of contamination lies nearby, and the possibility is substantial. Let us first assume that the source of contamination is within that particular area and proceed with our analysis. The abandoned industrial zone, devoid of residents and with scant foot traffic, means we need not focus on where the intersection points are. Instead, we should concentrate on identifying where, in the vicinity of that area, an intersection point is most likely to exist. Upon hearing this, Liu Xin's eyes brightened slightly. Chun Jing's analysis was somewhat unexpected, yet he found her decisiveness quite agreeable. Yes, there was a brief silence from Han Bing in the channel, followed by the sound of a blueprint being unfurled, as if she were scrutinizing the map and information. After a moment, her voice re-emerged. Near the abandoned industrial district in the southern part of the city, there are approximately 4 locations that could potentially become intersection points for foot traffic. Moreover, according to the data, some illicit individuals may also choose to conduct transactions in that area. Liu Xin instinctively cast a glance towards Qin Ran, unable to hear the voices emanating from the channel. Qin Ran was squatting nearby, smoking, and looked puzzled by Liu Xin's gaze. It was at this moment that Chun Jing had already made a decision to relay these locations to the investigation team. Beep beep. Soon, a faint glow illuminated the black screens on the arms of the 3 armed members of the investigation team. Liu Xin leaned in to take a closer look and saw that the display contained intricate maps and markers. After a careful examination, he discerned that it was indeed a map of the southern part of Satellite City No. 2, with several red dots marked upon it. So, this has already been sent? What remarkable technology! He silently marveled. However, as the dean mentioned, such technology was rather commonplace before the Red Moon incident. Now you can proceed to investigate each location one by one. Chun Jing's voice resonated in the channel, seemingly explaining to Liu Xin. While mental contamination may appear chaotic and disordered, its existence follows certain patterns and characteristics. Once we distill these patterns and traits, we can eradicate them at minimal cost. A professor once stated that in the face of such madness, reason is humanity's sole advantage. Listening intently, Liu Xin was filled with admiration. Who is that professor? Chun Jing paused momentarily before responding. You seem to be focusing on the wrong point. Liu Xin flushed and uttered an "oh." Straight ahead, then left turn. The jeep slowly navigated through the desolate factory district in the southern part of the city. Night had long since descended, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of darkness, with only a crimson moon hanging in the sky, casting its scarlet light upon the silent chaos of the city. As the jeep's headlights tore through the dark red night, illuminating the roadside weeds and broken pavement, Liu Xin and his companions approached the edge of the southern city, nearing the high walls. As with every high-walled city, the closer one got to the walls, the more desolate and sparsely populated the area became. Apart from the patrolling soldiers stationed at watchtowers every 3,000 meters, no other figures could be seen. This was to be the final location for Liu Xin and his companions' investigation. Contrary to Liu Xin's expectations, the pollution investigation seemed less thrilling than imagined, appearing rather tedious. At each location, they would stop to meticulously test with their instruments, confirming the absence of issues before proceeding to the next site. During the inspections, everyone remained on high alert, only relaxing once they were back in the vehicle. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the fourth suspicious location marked on the map. Here lay a construction site that had been partially completed, with some foundations already laid, now overgrown with wild grass. In fact, the entire southern region of Satellite City No. 2 consisted of such undeveloped reserve land. It was said that the administrative office's greatest aspiration was to populate these areas with more residents. As the jeep's lights pierced through the darkness ahead, they soon illuminated a glistening expanse. Upon disembarking, Liu Xin and his companions discovered that it was, in fact, a pond. What should have been a large pit had become a sizable wild lake due to the accumulation of rainwater, and at the lake's edge, the grass grew knee-high, with a narrow path that was nearly invisible, meandering from the pond towards the urban area. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Liu Xin sensed something amiss. His sister, who had mysteriously vanished during the ride, now appeared by the lake. She was crouched in the tall grass at the water's edge, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she intently gazed into the lake. Hearing Liu Xin's footsteps, she suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Brother, there are fun things here." Fun things? Liu Xin felt a slight tightening in his chest and hurried over. He was aware that his sister's tastes were rather unique. Thus, what she considered fun could be quite different. Chapter 21. Underwater Operations. Liu Xin chose not to make a scene, but rather casually approached the lake, gradually squatting down. From an outsider's perspective, he appeared to be lost in thought while gazing into the water, but in fact, he was quietly conversing with his sister. "What's in there?" Liu Xin whispered, looking towards the lake. Beneath the red moon, the water appeared eerie yet tranquil. "I don't know, but it feels like something we could play with for a long time." His sister continued to fixate on the water, licking her lips, her excitement palpable. "That means we found something," Liu Xin mused, glancing towards the investigation team members. At this moment, the 3 members of the investigation team, led by Cheng Hui, had begun their usual routine of scanning the area, starting from the lakeshore. They were well versed in this type of work, and Cheng Hui had organized the tasks efficiently. This basic inspection was something he and his team could handle without needing Liu Xin's assistance. In fact, they had maintained a certain level of wariness towards Liu Xin. After all, he was reputed to be that kind of person. Thus, subconsciously, they preferred to avoid involving him if possible. Liu Xin, however, chose not to rush to remind them, waiting instead for them to complete their assessments of the narrow path and surrounding environment. As the first 3 locations had been thoroughly inspected, the likelihood of this last site being significant increased, prompting the investigation team to proceed with utmost caution and thoroughness. They meticulously swept their instruments over every inch of the ground surrounding the path, No mental residue detected. I see. Chung Hui's eyes, visible through his glass visor, betrayed a hint of concern as he glanced at the lake. If nothing was detected along the path and in the surrounding grass, then the lake, which was yet to be examined, harbored the highest probability of contamination. At this moment, Liu Xian quietly asked his sister, "Can you use your abilities underwater?" His sister, brimming with uncontainable excitement, replied, "I haven't tried, but I want to give it a shot." How courageous she is! The three members of the investigation team instinctively stood a bit straighter, nodding in agreement. Liu Xian nodded back and inquired, "Can your instruments be used underwater?" As he spoke, he cast a few glances at the equipment. Although Chen Jing had provided a brief explanation earlier, he still found it difficult to grasp the principles entirely. What piqued his curiosity was that his sister was merely 4 to 5 meters away, yet the instruments showed no response. Did this mean his sister was not part of the mental energies detectable by these instruments? Could it truly be that my sister is a mere manifestation of my own psyche? Upon hearing Liu Xian's inquiry, the group leader Cheng Hui, sporting a rugged beard, hesitated momentarily before responding candidly. If it's just a brief immersion, the equipment may still be utilized. However, the issue lies with our protective suits. They are not waterproof. Liu Xian nodded in understanding, grasping the gravity of their words. The distinction between terrestrial and aquatic assessments is a wholly disparate concept. Their current apprehension was not about the feasibility of underwater detection, but rather a palpable fear of submerging themselves. Clad in protective gear, entering the water would prove exceedingly cumbersome. Yet without it, they dared not approach the source of contamination. Nevertheless, their evident sense of discipline shone through. It was clear that, regardless of the risks, should Chun Jing issue a command, the trio would dutifully plunge into the depths to conduct their assessments. For them, shouldering risk seemed to be an intrinsic part of their responsibilities. Contemplating this, he smiled and declared, "I shall descend first. You wait here." What? The members of the investigative team exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by the unexpected courage displayed by this seemingly slender individual, especially since it appeared he discerned their trepidation and voluntarily chose to bear the risk. After all, someone had to take the plunge. Liu Xian flashed them a reassuring smile, then stretched his limbs, preparing to warm up. He had always approached his work with utmost seriousness. Although he was nominally the team leader for this mission, guiding the investigation, it was Chen Jing who had assumed command on his behalf due to his lack of experience. She had seized this opportunity to mentor him. However, in reality, he had been observing while the diligent warriors of the investigative team executed the practical tasks. Now, witnessing their evident unease after a full day of tireless effort, it was clear that the underwater inspection loomed as a formidable challenge for them. Thus it was time for the true core member to step forward. His previous accolades at the company were not for naught. Liu Xian was well aware that to ascend the ranks and secure a pay raise, one must approach their duties with unwavering seriousness. Of course, he still pondered why, despite earning accolades, he had nearly faced dismissal at that corporate establishment. Have the other locations been confirmed clear? Just as Liu Xian resolved to showcase his capabilities, Chen Jing's voice suddenly resonated through the channel. Yes. The three members of the investigative team immediately adopted a stance of attention, with the leader affirming, "Only this lake remains." Chen Jing continued, "Are we certain this is the last point of suspicion?" Han Bing from the information analysis team chimed in, affirmative. After a brief pause, Chen Jing stated, "The likelihood of a contamination source in this lake has escalated significantly." Liu Xian interjected, "Then I shall dive in to investigate. Underwater operations may pose some danger." The gazes of the three members towards Liu Xian were now tinged with a palpable sense of gratitude. They would never have dared to request that Liu Xian assist them in venturing into the depths. Yet his willingness to shoulder the burden on their behalf was profoundly different. Even Chen Jing and Han Bing momentarily fell silent in the channel. Underwater operations indeed carried inherent risks. After a while, Chen Jing's voice broke the silence, as Liu Xian nodded and began to remove his outer jacket in preparation to enter the lake. He heard Chen Jing pose a question, but why take the risk of diving into the lake? Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Why not simply drain the lake and conduct the test directly? Chapter 22, Beneath the Crimson Moon. On this day, Liu Xian truly expanded his horizons. He stood in place, watching as, in less than half an hour, the rumble of heavy vehicles echoed through the desolate factory area. Truck after truck rolled in, some setting up temporary lighting, others unloading water pumps, and still others carrying bundles of plastic tubing. Teams of individuals clad in protective suits swiftly assembled the pumps, directing the hoses into the lake. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, several small teams wielded shovels to dig trenches and redirect the water. It was evident they had conducted calculations to channel the lake water towards a nearby depression. In the distance, military vehicles arrived, forming a barricade, while fully armed soldiers used the vehicles as cover to secure the entire area. What once was a barren wasteland of an abandoned factory was rapidly transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Thump, thump, thump. Dozens of water pumps operated simultaneously, causing the surface of a small lake to recede at an alarming rate. Witnessing this grand spectacle, both Liu Xian and Qin Ran could not help but swallow hard. Incredible. Addressing the task of managing a spiritual contamination incident was inherently perilous, and a single misstep could not only endanger oneself, but also potentially trigger immeasurable calamities. Thus, within our line of work, we must adhere to two guiding principles. Chun Jing calmly articulated to Liu Xian over the channel. First, if it can be resolved with material means, then utilize those means. Second, if firepower can provide coverage, then employ firepower. It's about time. The support team can withdraw, and the investigative team shall commence operations, ready for firepower coverage at all times. As the water level dropped below 50%, Chun Jing issued her command once more. All support personnel immediately retreated to a safe distance, some even abandoning their vehicles and shovels. The area was soon left with only Liu Xian, Qin Ran, the three investigative team members, and a few others. The distinct difference now was the presence of armed barricades in the distance, along with watchful, inquisitive eyes. Once the lake was drained, the investigation would fall solely upon the shoulders of these few. Chun Jing spoke through the earpiece. At present, we cannot definitively ascertain whether this contamination source is highly or lowly infectious. Although current data suggests a greater likelihood of low infectivity, such bizarre occurrences often harbor inexplicable sudden changes. We must exercise caution. If it is low in infectivity, we are fortunate. However, should we encounter a highly infectious source, deploying too many personnel could inadvertently provide a conduit for contamination, leading to even greater disasters. Listening to her words, Liu Xian suddenly comprehended the situation. The armed personnel stationed in the distance were not solely on guard against the potential spiritual entities lurking beneath the lake surface. They were also vigilant against him and the members of the investigative team. Should he or any of the team members become contaminated, they would not hesitate to eliminate them. Now I understand why the remuneration is so substantial, he muttered quietly. Chun Jing, overhearing him through the channel, chuckled. Your work ethic is commendable. I shall advocate for an additional reward on your behalf. Instanti, Lucifer spirit lifet consideran. In no time, the lake was nearly drained, and under the harsh white light, the muddy bottom became visible, revealing scattered puddles and struggling fish and shrimp, floundering in the muck beneath the illumination. It's ready. The investigative team members donned their helmets and turned to Liu Xian with inquiring expressions. I won't be needing one. Liu Xian waved his hand dismissively. Previously, Chun Jing had informed him that one advantage of being a spiritual anomaly was a reduced susceptibility to contamination. Moreover, he seemed to possess the ability to perceive the true forms of those spiritual entities. Thus, wearing a helmet might obstruct his vision, making it more challenging to discern and evade the attacks of those entities. Of course, he had his reasons, but to the investigative team, his actions appeared increasingly enigmatic. Is this what it means to be an anomaly? They pondered silently. Though as members of the investigative team, they were aware of a few individuals with abilities residing in Qingang City. This was their first collaboration. Long before, especially during the discovery and recruitment of spiritual anomalies, the investigation into the source of spiritual contamination has claimed many lives. Equipped with monitoring devices and firearms, Liu Xian and several members of the investigative team cautiously ventured into the mire at the lake's bottom. The silver monitoring device emitted a steady, reassuring green glow under the light. They advanced gradually, seemingly making progress. Yet in Liu Xian's eyes, his sister was frolicking across the mud, her swift movements darting from one spot to another. In the moonlight, her small figure cast a faint, indistinct shadow, leaving no trace upon the soft mire beneath her feet. Eventually, as if she had discerned something, she abruptly halted, raising her little hand to point at a specific spot in the center of the lake. Liu Xian pretended not to see her, consciously guiding the team members towards the lake center. From a distance, They spotted a small puddle at the heart of the lake bed, with his sister about 7 or 8 meters away, pointing towards it. As Lu Xin and the team approached, the monitoring device's light suddenly shifted to red. Simultaneously, a faint voice echoed, "Qin Ran, you have killed me." What voice? Lu Xin and the 3 team members abruptly halted, a chill running down their spines. The faint voice continued to resonate. "Qin Ran, you have killed me. I demand your life in return." Yes, 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 it is it. As the voice resonated, one team member trembled and pointed towards a certain direction. Everyone followed his gaze, discovering a small crucian carp lying atop the muddy lake bed, gasping in desperation as it struggled to breathe, its mouth opening and closing, producing that same faint voice. "Qin Ran, you have killed me." The beam from the searchlight illuminated the fish, casting a ghostly pallor upon it. Its dark eyes fixated on the direction where Qin Ran stood, as if it were desperately crying out. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the blood-red moon appeared extraordinarily bright at that moment, casting an ominous glow overhead. Suddenly, another voice joined in, echoing, "Qin Ran killed me. I demand your life." Lu Xin and his companions swiftly scanned their surroundings, and following the sound, they spotted another fish struggling in the mire. "Qin Ran, you're the one who killed me. I bear no grudge against you. Why did you take my life?" Soon, a third voice joined the cacophony, followed by a fourth, fifth, and sixth. More and more fish began to open their mouths, their voices intertwining into a crescendo that became deafening, gradually synchronizing into a terrifying chorus. Lu Xin and the others found themselves witnessing an extraordinarily frenzied spectacle. Beneath the crimson moon, all the fish were frantically crying out, producing a piercing shriek that threatened to shatter their sanity. "Qin Ran harmed me. Murder demands retribution. Qin Ran harmed me. Murder demands retribution." Chapter 23. A Hand in Hand. What has happened? Chun Jing's urgent voice crackled through the channel. The sound quality of the earpiece, usually impeccable, seemed muddled at that moment. Under the blood-red moon, it appeared that all the fish were vociferously shouting, creating an indescribable scene of madness. They writhed, their mouths gaping, tails thrashing against the ground, and the sounds emanating from them coalesced into a terrifying force that struck Lu Xin and his companions like a barrage of needles piercing their minds. It is the pollution source. In his urgency, Lu Xin could only manage to shout those few words. Quickly, Chun Jing's voice followed, as if issuing an urgent command. But just then, a tide of crimson surged toward Lu Xin and the 3 team members. This red tide resembled the luminescence of the blood moon, possessing a will of its own, swirling with many fish struggling and shrieking at the lake bed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lu Xin and the others, and with a resounding crash, all the fish exploded under this force, showering them with blood and flesh. Lu Xin and the 3 members of the investigative team were caught off guard, propelled backward several meters, landing in the mire, their bodies smeared with fish scales and mud, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, this was not the end. Beneath the blood moon, several faint shadows flickered. In an instant, the 3 team members were abruptly lifted into the air, desperately thrashing about. Their equipment fell to the ground, and through the earpiece, Chun Jing's voice rang out, "Retreat immediately, quickly." 3 fully armed soldiers soared into the air, an eerie and terrifying sight. The soldiers stationed at a distance, tasked with securing the perimeter, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Lu Xin, however, remained grounded. As he rose from the ground, he saw a shadow rushing towards him. This figure, cloaked in dark red, opened its arms as if to embrace him. With the speed of its approach, Lu Xin felt he had no time to evade, but just then, a frigid little hand grasped his palm. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xion's pace abruptly altered. He braced himself against the ground, twisted his waist, and rolled to the left, narrowly escaping the shadow's embrace. It was his sister, who had timely arrived to pull him away. At this juncture, as he looked ahead, Lu Xion's pupils constricted. The 3 members of the investigative team were now suspended in midair, their bodies contorted in agony, maintaining a struggle that seemed futile. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a vague and sinister red shadow clung tightly to their backs, gripping their arms and entwining their legs. Behind these shadows, tendrils could be faintly seen stretching toward the puddle at the center of the lake. It is a mental assault. The contamination level has been elevated to intermediate. The danger level is temporarily set to high. Chun Jing absorbed this information, instinctively inhaling deeply, and shouted, "Lu Xin, retreat." Simultaneously, Han Bing's voice echoed, "Be cautious of your team members." As their warnings rang out, the surrounding personnel observed the 3 armed members of the investigative team, suspended in midair, their faces contorted in pain, while their limbs appeared to be manipulated by an invisible force, slowly turning around. In a grotesque and distorted manner, they raised their weapons. They seemed to struggle against the control, yet could not withstand the overpowering force. Suddenly, their guns discharged. As the bullets rained down, the team leader with the bushy beard could be faintly heard shouting, "Take cover." With a flurry, bullets struck the ground, splattering mud. In that moment, Liu Xan had already dashed behind a mound of mud, crouching low. "Agreed." Chun Jing's voice rang coldly. "Additionally, prepare a helicopter immediately. I must rush to the scene." "I cannot leave." At that moment, Liu Xan abruptly interjected, interrupting her. Chun Jing was taken aback. "What?" Liu Xan remarked. "The 3 warriors from the investigation team have not been infected. They are merely under control." Suddenly, he turned his head to glance at the city patrol soldiers stationed 1,000 meters away, who stood transfixed, gazing at the 3 individuals suspended in the air. These 3 living beings had taken to the skies and, without warning, began to fire upon their comrades, leaving the soldiers in shock. Liu Xan whispered, "There's no escape." At that moment, Chun Jing recalled something and shouted, "I will handle it." Meanwhile, Liu Xan had already made his decision. "Dongji." As Chun Jing shouted these 2 words, Liu Xan cast his gaze to the left. His sister crouched beside her, presenting him with a face that was undeniably grotesque and eerie, yet somehow radiated a peculiar brilliance. He nodded at his sister and suddenly dashed forward. At this moment, the 3 members of the investigation team, from their original position, could not shoot at Liu Xan, who was concealed behind a muddy slope. Under the influence of an invisible force, they began to drift closer, seeking an appropriate angle for their shots. However, Liu Xan unexpectedly leaped out in a rather reckless manner, charging directly toward them. Under some malevolent control, their weapons simultaneously aimed at Liu Xan. The 3 individuals even closed their eyes in a grimace, yet were unable to restrain themselves from pulling the triggers. Bullets rained down upon Liu Xan. However, as he burst forth from the muddy slope, he reached out a hand mid-run. His sister, running beside him, extended her hand as well. The large and small hands clasped together, causing Liu Xan's figure to blur momentarily, as if transforming from human to specter. Chapter 24. The Human Fruit Tree. Now, 1,000 meters away, countless eyes watched the bizarre and frenzied scene at the drained lake bed. 3 fully armed warriors hovered helplessly in midair, their bodies appearing grotesquely contorted, as though an invisible will compelled them, causing them to turn stiffly and slowly, yet inexorably, lift their weapons and unleash a barrage of bullets in all directions. Yet, amidst this chaos, Liu Xan charged directly toward the hail of gunfire. In a rapid sprint, his body twisted and turned in an eerie manner, mud splattering around him, and astonishingly, he evaded every bullet, closing the distance to 3 meters before leaping high into the air. Beneath the crimson moon, he hunched his back like a cat, his form seemingly trailing a lingering shadow as he soared upward. In that leap, he approached one of the investigation team members, who was suspended 4 to 5 meters above the ground, an altitude unattainable by any human. Nevans, Lucine Atsendet, seizing the fleeting opportunity amidst the gunfire and lunging toward the individual. Hiss, the shadowy figure of the investigation team member, with a blurred but unmistakably distorted face, suddenly turned to regard Liu Xan, its mouth stretching open in a grotesque manner that sent chills down one's spine. Yet with a mere wave of his hand, Liu Xan tore off half of its face and grasped its body with both hands. The team member, initially believing Liu Xan intended to kill him, suddenly felt a weightlessness as the binding force that restrained him vanished in an instant. Before he could react, he experienced a violent sense of freefall, flailing downward. Seizing the moment when the restraints were lifted, Liu Xan propelled himself off the team member's body, launching toward another investigation team member hovering 4 to 5 meters in the air, simultaneously freeing him from his bindings. He then repeated this action, using the second team member as a springboard to leap toward the third. What was he doing? His movements were agile and uncanny, akin to a specter, charging directly into the barrage of bullets, and the mental monstrosities represented an act of sheer madness. He was dangerously reckless. Han Bing had countless words she wished to express. Yet when it came time to speak, only a futile phrase escaped her lips. Each member of the information analysis team had access to a wealth of data regarding spiritual contamination, and in a sense, they were akin to semi-experts. It was precisely because of their expertise that they could provide professional advice during contamination cleanup. To her, every action Lu Xian took was exceedingly perilous. The specific data regarding the contamination source number 41 in Satellite City number 2 remained uncertain. However, from real-time analysis, the initial psychic shock had already obliterated over half of the surrounding lights and was capable of simultaneously repelling both the 3 armed personnel and Lu Xian, indicating an immense psychic magnitude. The capability to lift the 3 armed personnel into the air instantaneously suggested a formidable capacity for infection, allowing for immediate contagion. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the 3 investigation team members would be considered deceased once ensnared within a contamination source. Yet, in such a scenario, Lu Xian had surged forward. Did he not fear death beneath the bullets? Those with spider-like abilities had experimental data regarding evading bullets, but being struck would undoubtedly be fatal. Strangely, after Lu Xian performed this audacious act, they soon witnessed him execute 3 leaps in midair, successfully rescuing the 3 seemingly irrational team members who had begun firing upon their comrades. The means of his success remained unclear. Yet more astonishing was the fact that once the 3 investigation team members landed, they swiftly regained their footing and retreated in an orderly manner. Their agile and systematic movements indicated a high probability that they had indeed not been infected. He Hanbing instinctively opened her mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, holding the phone and poised to issue an order, found her actions faltering, both astonished and elated. After a moment of reflection, she promptly commanded, quickly, retreat with the investigation team members. However, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened at the blurry image on the screen depicting Lu Xian's actions. Now was his turn. At that moment, after saving the 3 investigation team members, Lu Xian did not retreat alongside them. Instead, he pressed onward with unwavering determination, his target set on the puddle at the center of the lake. He had already sensed something amiss when the 3 armed personnel were lifted into the air. While others perceived the investigation team members as having completely lost their autonomy upon ascending, Lu Xian discerned that it was a hazy shadow that had elevated them, compelling their movements and forcing them to fire their weapons. Thus, when the team leader had shouted a warning to dodge, it was due to the shadow's constraining grip upon their arms and fingers, coercing them to fire. This realization led Lu Xian to ascertain that they were merely under control, not infected. Therefore, with his sister's assistance, he had evaded the gunfire, leaped into the air, and torn apart the shadow that ensnared them. The shadow was indeed strange, yet fragile, easily torn asunder. Of course, it was also possible that his sister excelled in this, as she often had a penchant for tearing things apart. However, after rescuing them, retreat was not an option. Primarily, his sister was unwilling to retreat. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated intently on the puddle at the very center, charging straight toward it. Gurgle, gurgle. Lu Xian moved with astonishing speed. The distance of 7 to 8 meters between him and the puddle was nearly traversed in the blink of an eye. Yet, just as he was about to dash into the very heart of the waterlogged area, a sudden commotion erupted around the doll. Mud began to bubble ominously and swell upward. In an instant, a dark shadow emerged from the mire, rapidly expanding as twisted tendrils stretched out in all directions. Countless bizarre appendages coiling frantically. At that moment, Lu Xian's pupils constricted, and he looked up. Before him stood a tree, one that bore innumerable vines, each terminating in a fruit that resembled a human being. These figures plummeted from the air, limbs outstretched as if to envelop Lu Xian in a grand embrace. Chapter 25. An ultra-class mental entity. How exuberant. Gazing at the multitude of shadows with open arms, rushing towards him, Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim. He extended his hands, reaching for the side of this dark figure, akin to a sister lunging for a toy. What is that? The crimson moon hung high, casting a dim sanguine light. Meanwhile, the illumination devices around the wild lake, which had been hastily erected, were now mostly destroyed by the screech of the mental monster, with others severely damaged. In the absence of maintenance, the lights flickered and extinguished one by one. The more lights that went out, the more intense the crimson moonlight appeared. Under such eerie luminescence, it was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but many onlookers beheld a hazy scene. They witnessed, as Lu Xian was nearing the core of the contaminated area, the mud being ruptured, from which a vague shadow surged forth. The glow of the red moon faintly outlined the silhouette of a tree, adorned with countless vines. the tips of which bore human-like fruits. These figures, some male, some female, some old, some young, appeared as indistinct phantoms, yet their frenzied expressions were discernible, features contorted, arms flailing desperately, resembling a grotesque, humanoid Venus flytrap. Their method of capture involved leaping into the air and embracing their prey. From the earlier encounters of the 3 members of the investigation team, it was evident that being seized by them could lead to being ensnared. Such a scene and its implications sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, against these shadows, Liu Exine advanced fearlessly, darting left and right, twisting and turning, his form akin to a being not of this world, dodging and countering the relentless onslaught of shadows, lunging towards each target. As a shadow lunged at him, he retreated momentarily before meeting it head-on, slightly angling his body to the left, narrowly evading a shadow's grasp, then seizing its shoulder and tearing its arm away. Unceasingly, he deftly twisted, maneuvering to the right side of the shadow, seizing its right leg and yanking it off. His movements were agile and uncanny, circling the shadow in mere seconds. The shadow was swiftly obliterated. By this time, the other shadows had arrived, but Liu Exin had already darted to another shadow's side. At this juncture, the tree's vines surged towards him. The fruits at the tips of the vines stretched out desperately, yearning to embrace Liu Exin. Given the fate of the previous 3 investigation team members, the outcome of being seized by these humanoid fruits was all too predictable. Moreover, those 3 had been clad in protective gear, which had merely restrained them temporarily without infection. However, Liu Exin was devoid of such protection. Therefore, the contest between Liu Exin and this monstrous tree was a matter of mere moments. Should he be caught first, his fate would be sealed. But if the shadows were ensnared by his sister first, they would be the unfortunate ones. Yet, why did they evoke such a sense of familiarity within him? Amidst this chaotic and twisted battle, Liu Exin entrusted the fight entirely to his sister. The more perilous the encounter, the less he could afford to contend with her. Otherwise, a moment's distraction could lead to his own doom. However, as he delegated the battle to his sister, he remained vigilant, intently observing the skirmish, exerting every ounce of his energy to analyze and discern the nature of this mental monster, contemplating the secrets it harbored. Whether it was the survey team by the lakeside, Qin Ran, or the personnel stationed at a distance, all were rendered silent, transfixed by the scene unfolding in the lake. Under the eerie moonlight, they could barely make out the endlessly extending vines and the figures sprouting from their tips. Just witnessing it sent chills down their spines, igniting a sense of madness within. Armed with weapons, they found themselves at a loss for how to combat these creatures. Yet amidst this grim tableau, one individual surged forward, barehanded, engaging the monstrous entity in combat. In the midst of this perilous and surreal scene, they sensed an element of mockery in Liu Exin's movements, as though he were exhilarated and reveling in the confrontation with such a terrifying beast. It seemed he was, in fact, more frenzied than the monster itself. Were those figures at the tips of the vines the very ones who had sought vengeance against Shinran? Their bodies had been annihilated, yet their spiritual essences were devoured and assimilated by this creature. Thus, they still remembered their quest for revenge, fixated solely on that singular purpose. At that moment, within the Special Pollution Cleanup Department building of the main city, Han Bing from the Information Analysis Team continued her data assessment with a somewhat mechanical demeanor, a product of her rigorous training. Yet, as she spoke, her voice trembled uncontrollably. Thus, those who had previously sought vengeance against Qin Ran were merely contaminated entities, while now, these represented the very essence of the mental monster. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to another direction, landing on Chen Jing. What is he doing now? He is single-handedly undertaking the cleanup of the contamination source. Chen Jing scrutinized the somewhat blurry image on the screen, memories of a video seen earlier flashing through her mind. After a pause, she added, in his own way, not far from her, Han Bing was evidently taken aback. Yet Chen Jing's composure influenced her and the other members of the Information Analysis Team. Despite the evident shock at Liu Exin's solitary battle against the mental monster, Chen Jing maintained her serenity, her expression betraying no hint of panic. Instead, while fixating on the indistinct visuals on the display, she issued commands in a low voice. Continue the information analysis. Indeed, Han Bing inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising anxiety, and resumed her analysis. The target has been confirmed as an ultra-class mental contamination source, likely not yet reaching the secondary level. Its proactive infection and assault on the investigation team members indicate a certain degree of autonomous awareness. Yet the entire process of extraction from the lake and testing did not provoke it, suggesting its self-awareness is limited, confined to instinctual responses. Level assessment. Infection level, low. Threat level, moderate. Growth method. Capture and assimilate residual spiritual entities. As she spoke, her voice faltered momentarily. However, if it grows by capturing and merging with other residual spiritual entities, and its self-awareness is somewhat chaotic, why does it exhibit such initial behavior? Before she could finish, Chun-Jing had already surmised. Why has it been fixated on Qin Ran? It was precisely because of Qin Ran's quest for vengeance that this incident of mental contamination was instigated. Thus, as the first Avenger, is Cui Wang truly the pivotal key? Only by locating Cui Wang's remains can this incident of mental pollution be resolved. Listening to Chun-Jing's analysis, Private Han Bing paused momentarily before adding, or perhaps we could resolve it directly through his method. Chapter 26. The Source of Contamination. Under normal circumstances, to address an incident of mental pollution, one must naturally identify its logic and core essence. As personnel from the Special Pollution Cleanup Department, everyone is well acquainted with this process. Yet, it appears that at times, this procedure may not be absolute. With this thought in mind, Chun-Jing, Han Bing, and the members of the investigation team, along with the vigilant patrol soldiers surrounding them, stood dumbfounded, even somewhat at a loss, as they observed the extraordinary battle unfolding between Liu Exan and the psychic monstrosity within the lake. The most astonished among them was Qin Ran, who had been lurking at the water's edge, staring blankly at the bizarre scene in the lake. He gazed at the distorted and terrifying humanoid fruit tree under the crimson moon, feeling both fear and strangeness, and pounded his head in confusion. What on earth is that? Then he looked at Liu Exan, who was gradually tearing apart the humanoid fruit tree, feeling an inexplicable dread. And what is that? Even though comprehending this frenzied and distorted battle was a challenge, the onlookers could discern the situation. At this moment, Liu Exan had gained the upper hand. The shadows of those who existed at the tips of the vines frantically grasped and clawed, desperately attempting to ensnare him. However, under Liu Exan's agile and elusive maneuvers, they repeatedly fell short, ultimately providing Liu Exan with the opportunity to seize and shred them into fragments, causing the shadows to disappear one by one. Before long, many of the vines were left as bare stalks, weakly swaying in the air. In contrast, Liu Exan, amidst this turmoil, appeared increasingly exhilarated, a spirited gleam sparkling in his eyes. After ripping apart the humanoid vines, he boldly advanced towards the remaining vines. In his view, he saw his sister growing ever more joyful as she jumped onto the vines, gripping them with both hands and biting down with fervor. The vines trembled in pain. Liu Exan was alarmed. "Don't eat that." "No, I want to eat." His sister disregarded him, tearing off a chunk, her teeth sharp and robust. Finally, under her frenzied assault, the vine began to visibly tremble, as if shuddering. The earlier tearing had only incited its madness further. However, now, as his sister consumed part of its body, a sensation of fear seemed to arise within it. Suddenly, all the vines abruptly contracted, retreating towards the water's edge, since his sister was firmly grasping one of the vines. The creature in the puddle seemed resigned, relinquishing that particular vine, while the others vanished in an instant, as if experiencing an explosion in reverse. This left Liu Exan unprepared, momentarily stunned at the scene before him. Instinctively, he inquired, "What just happened?" "Oomph." His sister's dissatisfied voice interjected as she quickly devoured the abandoned vine, leaping beside the puddle. Peering inside, after a pause of silence, she irritably scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it in. Turning to Liu Exan, she declared, "It's scared." "Scared?" Liu Exan felt both perplexed and absurd. This psychic monstrosity had become frightened? He approached his sister and gazed into the small puddle, which appeared shallow, likely a depression in the lake. Although it was clear that the tree-like monstrosity had emerged from this puddle, looking down now revealed nothing but his faint reflection in the dim, crimson moonlight. Has it ended? Everyone around stared at the suddenly tranquil lake bottom, struggling to accept the reality. In the channel, Chun-Jing was the quickest to respond, decisively declaring, "Seize the opportunity to cleanse." Private Liu Exan, the source of contamination. Upon receiving the command, the three members of the investigation team steeled their resolve and approached. Having just witnessed the intense battle, they were visibly shaken, yet forced themselves to maintain composure and execute the orders. Right beneath us, After experiencing such a fierce confrontation, Lu Xian seemed curiously calm at this moment. He merely gazed at the small puddle, stating, for the time being, there should be no further anomalies. The three investigation team members exchanged glances, unable to comprehend how Lu Xian could so swiftly transition to such a state of tranquility. As if the earlier battle had nothing to do with him. Excavate it. Lu Xian maintained vigilance. Chen Jing's voice resonated in Lu Xian's ears, prompting him to relay the instruction to the three investigation team members. Understood. They promptly responded in unison before swiftly making their way to the lake's edge to retrieve shovels. Lu Xian noticed that they coordinated with the support team members from a distance, ensuring there was no direct contact throughout the process, indicating strict adherence to their protocols. Once they secured the shovels, the three investigation team members immediately commenced their excavation. Lu Xian stood guard attentively, prepared to grasp his sister's hand at any moment. Remarkably, whether due to the psychic creature truly being frightened as his sister had suggested, or some other reason, the entire excavation proceeded without any unusual occurrences. As they dug deeper, the water gradually drained from the opening, and after approximately 1.5 meters, one of the investigation team members whispered, "Found it." As the damp earth was cleared away, a humanoid black object resembling a corpse became visible beneath. A collective sense of relief washed over everyone. The incident had originated from Qin Ran's act of killing Chui Wang, thus initially raising suspicions that the source of the pollution was tied to Chui Wang's remains. Previously, in the place where Chui Wang had been discarded by Qin Ran, his body had not been found. Only some fragmented flesh had been collected, leading to speculation that the rest had been consumed by wild dogs. Yet, that explanation had failed to quell the group's uncertainties. Now, with the discovery of the remains, many questions could finally be addressed. "I'll do it." Lu Xian took the rope, bending down to secure it around the corpse. Together, the three investigation team members exerted their strength, finally pulling the body onto the muddy edge. It was indeed a corpse, appearing entirely unremarkable. However, the three members of the investigation team remained tense, retrieving a hose to wash the mud from the body. Lu Xian noticed his sister tilting her head curiously at the corpse. Gradually, as the mud was washed away from the face and body, the clothing emerged, revealing a faded and tattered camouflage suit secured with a belt. Despite not knowing how long it had been submerged beneath the lake, the corpse remained remarkably intact, showing no signs of decomposition. Once the mud was cleared from the face, it became possible to discern his original features. "This is..." Lu Xian gazed at the face, furrowing his brow, sensing an unsettling familiarity. "Can we confirm the identity of the corpse?" Chen Jing's inquiry echoed through the channel. As Lu Xian scrutinized the visage, an unsettling chill began to creep down his spine. Just moments ago, having vanquished that spectral monstrosity, my slightly relaxed mind was suddenly gripped by tension once more. After a meticulous identification process, one of the members of the investigative team suddenly let out an involuntary cry. His exclamation lacked specific words or meaning. It was merely a spontaneous outburst born from sheer astonishment or perhaps fear. The channel was instantly filled with Chen Jing's voice. "Is that corpse Chui Wang? How could that be?" In her tone, there was a sudden infusion of shock and uncertainty. "Indeed, how could that be?" Lu Xian pondered slowly, scrutinizing the scene before him. The corpse was unmistakably identifiable as Qin Ran. Every feature, from the brows and eyes to the height and attire, was an exact replica of Qin Ran. Or rather, it was Qin Ran himself. However, if this lake's depths were the source of such a significant disturbance, it could only mean that Qin Ran was the origin. Who then was the figure on the shore, who had been accompanying them throughout their investigations? Chapter 27. Who am I? As if aware of his inability to assist and with a desire to evade danger, Qin Ran had remained dutifully on shore during the entire examination of the lake's depths, as well as Lu Xian's response to the sudden anomaly, and the excavation efforts of the three investigative team members regarding the pollution source. He had even sought refuge behind a cover, occasionally peeking out to gauge their progress. Now, upon witnessing the sudden halt of the individuals at the lakebed, all turning their gazes towards the shore, he slowly stood up, seemingly invested in the outcome, and called out with a vigorous wave of his hand, "Have you found anything?" Then, he observed Lu Xian and the three investigative team members approaching the shore. The members held their firearms tightly, their eyes behind the glass visors reflecting palpable tension. "What's wrong?" Qin Ran inquired, noting their positioning which subtly encircled him. Being from the wilderness, he was acutely sensitive to such gestures, prompting a surge of wariness as he questioned them. Who are you? Liu Xin regarded Qin Ran, slowly posing the question. Who are you? Qin Ran's expression turned quizzical. What do you mean by that? It was evident that he was genuinely perplexed and utterly unable to comprehend the situation. The voice of Corporal Han Bing crackled through the channel. I suggest we be forthright and observe his reaction. Agreed. Chun Jing's voice was cold as she commanded, investigative team. Be on high alert. If you truly are Qin Ran, what about the corpse? Qin Ran's complexion shifted to one of discomfort as he lethargically queried. What corpse? We have located the source of the pollution. It is a corpse. Liu Xin patiently explained. That corpse is you. Qin Ran appeared momentarily stunned, his throat constricting. Liu Xin continued, slowly asking, so if you have long since perished, who is it that stands before us now? As he posed this question, his mind raced back to his memories of Qin Ran, seeing him seated in the office, perpetually consuming food as if he could never be satiated, and his impulsive readiness to draw a weapon at the slightest provocation. He also recalled the basement where 4 individuals were confined, noticing that the remains within seemed fewer than anticipated. No, it can't be, Qin Ran murmured after a long pause. If you have unearthed me, then who? Who am I? Liu Xin merely observed him in silence, while the 3 investigative team members tightened their grips on their firearms. In the distance, under the glaring floodlights, the patrolling soldiers remained eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Only the crimson moon hung above, its brilliance resembling strands of red silk cascading down. I am. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Qin Ran suddenly spiraled into a frenzy. His throat constricted as he cried out twice, his voice rasping. And in an instant, he bolted toward the lake. The guns around him swayed in unison, yet the channel remained devoid of Chun Jing's command, leaving every weapon trained on him but not firing. All eyes watched as Qin Ran sprinted towards the lake bed, approaching the corpse with an intense glare. Suddenly, he let out a howl, appearing utterly deranged. It's all a lie. All of it is false. You're all trying to harm me. I knew it. Entering High Wall City could only lead to misfortune. You're plotting against me. As he shouted, he kicked the corpse with force and then charged toward the opposite side of the lake. On the other side lay the high wall, and he appeared intent on scaling it to flee. His movements became increasingly erratic and his speed alarmingly swift. Capture him, Chun Jing urgently commanded through the channel. The 3 members of the investigative team swiftly aimed their weapons at Qin Ran's legs. However, at that very moment, gunfire erupted from atop the high wall. Soldiers, already stationed along the perimeter, recognized Qin Ran's alarming speed as he charged towards them, and without hesitation, they opened fire on the seemingly deranged figure. With a sickening thud, Qin Ran's body collapsed to the ground. He struggled briefly before falling still. In truth, Liu Xin had hoped to witness Qin Ran transform into a monstrosity, as that would at least provide some semblance of explanation. Yet, Qin Ran did not. He merely appeared somewhat frantic in his final moments, his speed deviating from that of an ordinary person. What further muddled Liu Xin's thoughts at that moment was the sensation of someone shaking his hand. He glanced down to see his sister, curiously gazing at Qin Ran's corpse. Instinctively, he swept his gaze across the scene and felt a jolt of shock. There lay Qin Ran, shot and bleeding profusely, the crimson staining the mud around him. Yet it seemed as though the blood would not cease flowing, while simultaneously, the corpse began to wither. It hunched over, its form growing gaunt, transforming rapidly into something altogether different. Who is he? Liu Xin exclaimed in astonishment, alerting the investigative team. They too noticed the transformation and hastily began documenting it, transmitting the information via their electronic devices. Soon, a cacophony of rustling documents echoed through the channel. Then, Han Bing's astonished voice broke through this. This is Chui Wang. Chapter 28. The Chain of Logic and the Core Key. Swiftly, the support team stationed on the periphery dispatched personnel into the fray. Clad in thick protective suits and glass visors, they approached the wilderness lake. 2 elongated boxes, each fortified with 3 layers of glass, were brought forth, into which the bodies of Qin Ran and Chui Wang were respectively placed, subsequently covered with a layer of black cloth, resembling 2 crystal coffins. During this somber occasion, silence enveloped the air, as none present could articulate the bizarre scene before them. Following the containment of the 2 corpses, personnel were dispatched, each equipped with the detection instruments previously utilized by the investigative team, to probe the lake bed meticulously, searching for any residual mental traces. Cheng Hui and 2 members of his investigative team donned glass helmets. And after a preliminary discussion and assessment, with several individuals clad in white lab coats from the support team, they were instructed to remain stationary, resting away from contact with others. It was said that they would undergo a series of tests and psychological evaluations to ensure that they were not genuinely contaminated. Meanwhile, Liu Xian wrapped himself in a thick blanket, sitting by the lakeside like a victim, observing quietly. The sound of helicopter rotors whirred above, casting beams of light downwards. Clad in military attire, Chun Jing emerged from the cabin. Her face obscured by dark sunglasses and her feet encased in high military boots as she trudged through the mud to stand before Liu Xian, stating, regardless of the circumstances, "The cleanup mission has been accomplished." She paused momentarily, adding with intention, "I will apply for special bonus for you." A warm current surged within Liu Xian's heart. Yet lingering doubts persisted as he inquired, "Will there be dedicated personnel for analysis and investigation into this matter?" Chun Jing glanced in the direction of the crystal coffins, which were being loaded into a vehicle, then replied, "In our handling of incidents involving mental contamination, we frequently encounter phenomena that seem almost inexplicable. However, if we can grasp certain clues and conduct thorough investigations, the underlying logic usually reveals itself. I believe this instance will be no exception." Listening to her words, Liu Xian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance as the gloom in his heart dissipated considerably. "In truth, we are not entirely devoid of leads," Chun Jing suddenly remarked. "I have just received a report from the investigative team regarding the entire sequence of events." "Did you hear the fish speaking?" Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback, recalling the frenzied scene where all the fish screamed about Qin Ran's culpability and the demand for retribution. His throat tightened, and he nodded slightly. "Fish cannot speak," Chun Jing stated. "I did not hear similar voices on the channel, so it must be an illusion induced by the contamination you experienced. Nonetheless, this presents a valuable entry point for investigation. For instance, those fish clamoring for Qin Ran's retribution. Who is the Qin Ran that must pay?" Chun Jing's words sent a shiver down Liu Xian's spine. He seemed to grasp something profound, yet remained unable to articulate it fully. "Let's proceed." Chun Jing stepped aside, addressing Liu Xian. "There is still work to be done." "Understood." Liu Xian obediently stood and walked alongside her. Chun Jing did not lead Liu Xian towards the helicopter, which left him slightly disappointed as he had hoped to experience a flight. Approaching the perimeter of the security line, Chun Jing summoned a vehicle, and together they drove straight towards the city center. Soon, they arrived at an ancient yet sturdy edifice. Liu Xian looked up to see individuals in blue uniforms entering and exiting the building, realizing they had reached the satellite city guard hall. Chun Jing navigated the familiar halls with ease, taking the elevator to the 7th floor, and led Liu Xian to an unoccupied conference room, instructing him, "Rest here for a moment while I attend to some minor matters. Then I will return to discuss with you." Liu Xin sat obedini, watching as Chun Jing clacked away in her leather boots. The conference room appeared to have been prepared in advance, exuding a serene ambience devoid of any passersby. On the table lay a cup of coffee, some chocolates, and a plate adorned with colorful candies. Noticing the absence of others, Liu Xian discreetly lifted the coffee cup for a taste, finding it somewhat bitter and inferior to the instant coffee he typically enjoyed at the office. He promptly tossed a few sugar cubes into the cup and added several packets of creamer, improving the flavor to a tolerable level. He recalled the office director mentioning that coffee, tea, and sugar were now coveted commodities, inaccessible to outsiders. Although he had little interest in the chocolates and candies, his sister curiously sampled a piece. "I love this," she exclaimed joyfully, gathering all the chocolates and candies to her chest. "Then you shall have them all." Liu Xian smiled at his sister, deeply appreciative of her conduct that day. "All right, I'll eat them all," she replied without a hint of reluctance. Meanwhile, as Liu Xian waited in the office, Chun Jing had orchestrated other tasks, including arranging a vehicle with a fully armed escort of mental aberrants to transport the 2 reinforced glass coffins to the special research facility, and deploying an armed team to detain everyone at the Fong Company for intensive questioning, as well as gathering as much information as possible regarding Qin Ran and Shui Wang's activities. The first document to emerge was a report detailing residual biological samples collected by the investigative team at the site of Shui Wang's body disposal. The analysis revealed a single line. "This organism has been confirmed to match Qin Ran, lakebed contamination source 041. When Chun Jing entered the conference room with the file, Liu Xian who was tidying up the remnants of packaging, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stood there clutching a handful of candy wrappers. Unsure of where to discard them, Chun-Jing took the wrappers from his hands and tossed them into the nearby trash bin, mentally noting, "Sweet tooth." Perhaps a craving for sweets post-exertion? The thorough investigation had been completed. After sitting down, Chun-Jing produced a freshly printed document addressing Liu Xian. No residual mental energy was detected in that lake, which means that the incident designated as 041 can be declared successfully resolved. While there are still other uncertainties, at least, for the time being, no one else will suffer harm. Liu Xian eagerly nodded. "That's wonderful." Chun-Jing observed Liu Xian's genuine happiness, which elicited an odd sensation within her. Especially now, the calm Liu Xian bore a striking resemblance to the Liu Xian who had faced that super-grade mental entity. She felt a fragmentation within herself. The study of contamination source 041 and further investigations would be undertaken by others. She contemplated as she crossed her hands, resting her chin upon them. Her eyes, somewhat deep-set and elongated compared to an ordinary person, earnestly focused on Liu Xian. What we must do now is to discuss and critique this cleanup operation. Typically, handling a contamination source involves identifying its logical chain and core elements. Only by uncovering these can we minimize the cost of eradication. Yet in this instance, we have not truly identified these points. She paused slightly, adding, "Nevertheless, we managed to resolve it. Therefore, do you possess any hidden abilities? Otherwise, how could you single-handedly neutralize a contamination source with a mental magnitude approaching 200 units? Chapter 29. Your approach is quite violent. Other abilities? Liu Xian momentarily struggled to grasp the essence of Chun-Jing's words. After a contemplative pause, he earnestly inquired, "What is the mental magnitude?" Upon hearing this, Chun-Jing chuckled softly, then pushed a document from beneath the pile towards Liu Xian, saying, "It appears you have not thoroughly examined the document I previously provided. The so-called mental magnitude refers to our assessment of a pollution source's threat level, as well as a metric for gauging the abilities of a mental aberrant. It is specifically designed to measure the strength of mental power." Taking the document, Liu Xian noted it was filled with convoluted terminology and units. While his earlier document contained similar content, it was rife with complex equations and measurement methods in English. Apart from the issue of compensation, he had comprehended little else. Fortunately, Chun-Jing continued her explanation, stating, "You may understand it this way. A healthy, adult male in the prime of his mental activity possesses a mental power of approximately 10 units, whereas a typical first-level mental monster or pollution source has a mental magnitude of roughly 100 units, which often determines their pollution level. It is crucial to note, however, that mental monsters are not synonymous with pollution sources. Although we often conflate the two, in reality, only those pollution sources that exhibit aggressive behavior possess a degree of consciousness and undergo transformations are what we refer to as mental monsters. Conversely, some pollution sources lack consciousness altogether. They merely distort the mental power of those they infect, causing various effects. Today's work would illustrate the distinction between the two, Chun-Jing remarked, her expression growing more serious. Based on the initial situation and intelligence, we preliminarily assessed that what we faced was merely an ordinary pollution incident, only to discover later that the pollution source had evolved into a mental monster. "Oh." Liu Xian feigned understanding, nodding thoughtfully. After a moment's pause, he queried, "Why did you ask if I was concealing other abilities?" "Because you handled this pollution incident single-handedly." Chun-Jing regarded him with a subtle smile, explaining, "From our previous assessments, your abilities belong to the spider category, rated at level C, with a mental magnitude around 100 units, fluctuating no more than 50 units. Generally speaking, mental aberrants of the same level tend to have a mental magnitude that is somewhat lower than that of their corresponding pollution sources. After all, pollution sources arise when mental aberration surpasses limits and spirals out of control, whereas mental aberrants, despite undergoing mental changes and gaining significant enhancement, remain within their control. Thus, we seldom make the decision to have mental aberrants confront pollution sources alone. Typically, we should resolve issues by identifying the logical chain and core key of the mental pollution source. Liu Xian interjected, "We're the logical chain and core key." The logical chain corresponds to the surface patterns and rules of the mental pollution source, representing its infection methods and levels. For instance, the initial logical chain derived from the special pollution source number 041 was revenge, and it exhibited a discernible temporal pattern. Through this logical chain, we can analyze the reactions of the pollution source and formulate plans for eradication or avoidance. The core key signifies the essence of the pollution source. Akin to its switch, turn it off, and the problem is resolved. Chun Jing succinctly elucidated, then cast a knowing glance at Lu Xan, implying he had not scrutinized the document closely. Regardless, identifying the logical chain and core key of the pollution source remains the optimal approach to remediation. However, you differ. You bypassed these elements and opted for a direct confrontation with the pollution source. The previous incidents, 036 and 041, notwithstanding, I must say that while this method is indeed direct, it is also rather violent. Such occurrences are quite rare. Having conveyed all this, Chun Jing paused, lit a cigarette, and smiled. Thus, we must still conduct our routine inquiry. Do not be anxious. This is merely a customary work report. Considering that some individuals above may take an interest in such matters and pose questions, I must draft a report that is presentable to explain the situation to them. Oh, I understand. Upon hearing the mention of a report, Lu Xan nodded, as he had experience in this area. It may indeed be somewhat unusual, he reflected, recalling Chun Jing's earlier remarks. The crux is that I did not resolve it. Chun Jing furrowed her brow. A contemplative expression crossed her features, as if she were pondering how to articulate her thoughts. Fearing she might not believe him, Lu Xan gestured towards the trash can outside, saying, "The candy wrapper you just discarded was for my sister." Chun Jing frowned slightly and casually remarked, "Where is she now?" Lu Xan looked at the top of Chun Jing's head, stating, "She is right above you, smiling down at you." You. Although it was not the first time she had heard such, Chun Jing felt a shiver run down her spine. She fought to maintain composure, stiffening her neck without glancing up. Yet, after a prolonged struggle, she could not resist casting a subtle upward glance, only to find the space above her head empty. This evoked a sense of exasperation within her. Lu Xan quietly added, "You cannot see her." Chun Jing shot him a fierce glare, and, after a long pause, she exhaled softly. She leaned back slightly, making it easier to look up at any moment, then said, "Never mind that question for now. What intrigues me more is why, after I ordered you to retreat, you still charged towards a pollution source?" Lu Xan took this question seriously, responding, "Because the three members had not been contaminated at that time." Chun Jing was well aware that the three members of the investigative team were untainted, as the psychological experts at headquarters had assessed them and found no signs of contamination, save for some panic. At that moment, many witnesses had seen the three of them ensnared in a distorted mental power field, even soaring into the air while firing at Lu Xan. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would never be deemed normal. This implied that without Lu Xan's intervention, the three members would inevitably have met their demise. This was precisely where her confusion lay. Thus, she slowly inquired, "How did you ascertain that they were not contaminated?" "How did I ascertain?" Lu Xan was slightly taken aback by the question, taking a moment before responding, "I saw it directly." Chapter 30, Estimations of Mental Magnitude. Saw it directly? Chun Jing paused at Lu Xan's words, instinctively asking, emphasizing the word saw. Indeed, Lu Xan became earnest as he elaborated, "I can see the forms of those monsters, which is why I could discern that the three of them were merely restrained and not a part of the monsters. Furthermore, my sister was able to assist me in dealing with that monster precisely because I could see it. The monster was indeed terrifying, but once I evaded it, all was well." So, Chun Jing pondered, her expression gradually growing grave. "You can perceive those distorted mental power fields?" "Sometimes, yes. For instance, in that CAF, I saw the monster putting something into my cup, and when that creature erupted earlier, I could see it. However, once it submerged into a puddle, I lost sight of it." Lu Xan spoke slowly, furrowing his brow. "You cannot see them?" "In most instances, it remains unseen." Chun Jing furrowed her brows and slowly articulated, "To be precise, we should not merely see, but rather sense it. Spiritual entities lack physical form and can only be perceived under certain circumstances." Lu Xan pondered the distinction for a moment before cautiously responding, "Then perhaps this is an issue on your end?" His words left Chun Jing somewhat bewildered. Engaging in conversation with this young man felt peculiar, not least because he had an invisible sister attentively watching. However, her professional demeanor quickly allowed her to regain composure. Her tone lightened as she smiled and conversed with Lu Xan for a while. She inquired in detail about Lu Xan's investigation at Qin Rant's location, his adaptability to the investigation team, and his experiences upon encountering the spiritual entity and the ensuing combat. She even fetched a pencil and rapidly sketched a depiction of the humanoid fruit tree that Liu Xian had described. Liu Xian was impressed by her artistic skill. As soon as he spoke, she rendered an impressive likeness. After a serious discussion, Chun Jing rubbed her temples and said to Liu Xian, "I will relay the results of the subsequent investigation to you." "All right." Liu Xian stood up, appearing somewhat hesitant. Noticing this, Chun Jing smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Certain aspects of your behavior are indeed rare to observe, but following the Red Moon incident, the abilities resulting from spiritual mutations are inherently diverse. Your capacity to perceive those sources of pollution and even engage in close combat with them is not entirely negative, nor is it the most astonishing. I've even encountered individuals capable of stealing others' abilities." Liu Xian nodded and stated, "Actually, I wanted to inquire about the matter of compensation." With his concerns alleviated, he nodded and turned to exit. A multitude of eyes regarded him with ill intent. His sister, following closely beside him, looked up and said, "Brother, that woman with the deformed chest is trying to manipulate you." Liu Xian placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Do not speak. She is paying us." Unbeknownst to her, Liu Xian's ability to perceive those sources of pollution and his belief that he had directly seen the monster would become a vulnerability in her line of work. Nevertheless, she felt powerless, for only the main city possessed the capability for comprehensive testing of Liu Xian's specific situation. Furthermore, his mental state deterred her from risking sending him to the main city. This incident during Liu Xian's mission stirred a more conflicting emotion within her. The diversification of abilities often signifies a heightened risk of loss of control. Yet this young man had, during a perilous pollution incident, saved 3 of their members, or rather, prevented them from inadvertently harming their own. The ability to perceive spiritual entities is not an extraordinary case. In fact, many individuals have claimed to witness various mutated spiritual forms on nights of a full moon with clear skies, some resembling phantoms and others transforming into an array of grotesque monsters, which is precisely how the term spiritual monster originated. However, to be precise, they should not be seen but sensed, as the energy levels of those sources of pollution are excessively high, affecting our brains and distorting our vision, thus creating those images in our minds. Consequently, no photographic devices can capture their exact likeness, a fact that has been substantiated. Thus far, the representations of monsters have been derived from manual illustrations, which hold little reference value. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the images of spiritual monsters perceived by individuals at the same time are often vague and cannot be precisely described. The same entity may be described by some as a ghost, while others claim to have seen Ultraman. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed in the empty conference room. It was Corporal Hanbing. Chun Jing rubbed her forehead, then reached for a button by the window. The projection equipment on the office's 4 walls began to activate, casting a light that immediately formed lifelike. Pale blue silhouettes of individuals in proportion to real humans within the otherwise vacant office. The entire room seemed to fill with people in an instant. An outsider witnessing this would undoubtedly find it exceedingly strange. Just 2 streets away from the security hall, there are areas devoid of telephone service, where water and electricity cannot be supplied promptly. Yet in this conference room, the advanced holographic projection technology from before the disaster had been restored. But this was markedly different. A man clad in a white lab coat and glasses remarked, "Not only can he see, but he can also discern with impeccable clarity. From a distance of 4 to 5 meters, he can determine whether our 3 team members are bound or contaminated. This transcends mere illusion. I suspect his spiritual level is exceptionally high, making him extraordinarily sensitive to fluctuations and changes in the spiritual realm, allowing him to perceive the monster within the chaos of his consciousness. Preliminary assessments suggest that his spiritual level may have already surpassed 300. A palpable silence enveloped the office. Chapter 31. The Risk of Loss of Control. Today's meeting is not to discuss academic research. Observing how a mere estimated value plunged everyone in the office into contemplation, the man, appearing to be around 50, rapped the conference table with authority, reminding them sternly, "What we need to discuss now is whether it is permissible to recruit and utilize a mutant with such a high risk of loss of control. What makes it impermissible?" Chun Jing furrowed her brows and replied, "His performance today was commendable. However, it is evident to all that his mental state is not normal," the man retorted coldly. His handling of the 041 pollution source already revealed his reckless nature, and during a recent conversation, he exhibited severe signs of schizophrenia. Have you considered the potential havoc he could wreak on Satellite City 2, or even the main city if he were to lose control? Chun Jing seemed to have heard such arguments numerous times already and replied directly. So what do you propose? The man fell silent for a moment before stating. When the research project on spiritual mutations was initially established, it was clearly stipulated that if the risk of loss of control reaches 80, recruitment is absolutely prohibited. If it hits 90, preparations for elimination must be made at all times. While he may not currently warrant elimination, he undeniably possesses a high risk factor. I prefer that he remains in a monitored and controlled state indefinitely. In other words, I would rather continue funding him than allow him excessive exposure to similar spiritual pollution incidents. I oppose, Chun Jing declared. Currently, we can only ascertain that his spiritual level is high. We cannot conclude that his risk of loss of control is elevated. The man's voice began to brim with anger. He is a patient with schizophrenia. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing was struck by an unusual feeling. She inexplicably recalled Liu Xian's earlier words and instinctively remarked, perhaps the issue lies not in his ability to see his family, but rather in our inability to see them. This statement abruptly hushed the conference room. The man furrowed his brows tightly and barked, have you lost your mind? Another staff member, bespectacled, quietly interjected in a manner akin to the psychic aberration. The weather at that time was clear, and the crimson moonlight was ample. Numerous individuals glimpsed the vague form of the psychic aberration, yet none discerned what could be termed as family from him. This leads us to conjecture that the sister he mentioned is indeed a figment of his imagination, rather than something beyond our perception. Chun Jing shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further, realizing her previous remarks might have appeared rather ludicrous to others. With a smile, she regained her composure and addressed the middle-aged man. If you believe the threat posed during his loss of control is too significant to guide him, opting instead for complete surveillance or even expulsion, have you considered that it might be precisely the absence of guidance or the actions of surveillance and expulsion that could incite his anger and lead to his loss of control? Who then bears the risk? The middle-aged man fell silent, perceiving Chun Jing's argument as a mere contest of wills, albeit one that left him with little ground for rebuttal. Let us not engage in futile disputes. Such discussions are devoid of purpose. Observing the tense atmosphere that had enveloped the meeting from the outset, a jovial, portly elder, resembling an official, interjected with a smile, we are all here for the sake of Qinggang City, to restore civilization and order. Colonel Chun is primarily focused on addressing the increasing incidence of psychic pollution in the city, while Minister Shun is concerned with averting potential risks associated with loss of control. Since our objectives align, surely there must be a viable solution. Chun Jing exhaled slowly and reiterated, I maintain my stance. I do not believe that potential threats can be conflated with actual risks of loss of control. Numerous cases have already demonstrated that those with psychic aberrations handle pollution incidents with far greater precision than ordinary individuals, resulting in minimal casualties. As for your concerns regarding the dangers posed by the loss of control of these aberrants, Professor Bai previously suggested guiding and nurturing them to prevent such outcomes. Guidance and nurturing should only be undertaken when the risk of loss of control is below a certain threshold. Minister Shun found himself at a loss for a counterargument, sneering, and you intend to guide a schizophrenic? Chun Jing retorted, that so-called schizophrenic just averted a disaster for Qinggang, and without any casualties among the investigators. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly irate, declaring there is no need for such superfluous discourse. I stand by my opinion. Based on the original criteria of the Qinggang Psychic Aberration Research Project, this individual's factors for loss of control have evidently reached 80, if not higher. I believe such a person should not be recruited, let alone guided. If Colonel Chun insists on recruiting him, then you may sign a document stating that. Should he indeed lose control, all associated risks will fall upon you. Chun Jing, incensed, struck the table. Just as another heated argument seemed imminent, Private Han Bing, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected, Wait, we have a signal from Professor Bai coming in. At the mention of Professor Bai, everyone instinctively straightened in their seats. Soon, the projection devices on the walls began to whir to life, casting a figure of an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a white suit and leaning on a cane. Once the full image was complete, he nodded to those gathered around the table, saying, I am aware of your discussion. I have also reviewed the materials concerning that young man. Chun Jing immediately stood, exclaiming, Professor Bai? The elderly figure in the white suit acknowledged her with a nod, stating, Minister Chen's concerns are valid. The risk of loss of control with this young man is not insignificant. Additionally, his psychic magnitude may well exceed your expectations. What? Chun-Jing's expression shifted to one of complexity. In my view, the risk of loss of control at 80 may even be an understatement. Professor Bai sighed softly before turning to his side, instructing, "Please scan that document for them." The projection device is activated once more, swiftly presenting an image of a paper document in front of each individual, including Chun-Jing, who could clearly discern the contents. The Red Moon Orphanage Explosion Incident. As they read the heading on the document, a solemnity overtook the room. This report pertained to events surrounding the young man at the Red Moon Orphanage. Professor Bai leaned on his cane, explaining, "This incident occurred a decade ago at Satellite City No. 2, where a suspected explosion led to the complete destruction of the orphanage. With only 2 survivors, him and the current principal of the Red Moon Primary School, Zheng Xiaolu. Of course, this orphanage was operating illegally. Moreover, the explosion remains shrouded in many uncertainties. At that time, our department had yet to be formally established, and we lacked the personnel and resources for thorough analysis and observation, leading to a hasty conclusion by the police department of Satellite City No. 2. However, upon revisiting the case files, we discovered numerous anomalies. There were no traces of explosives or other explosive materials, yet all the buildings were utterly demolished." As Chun-Jing absorbed this information, her expression grew grave. "Are you suggesting?" Professor Bai nodded, affirming, "Based on my analysis, this is highly likely to be a terrifying incident of psychic energy loss of control." Loss of control of psychic energy? Chun-Jing gasped slightly. An incident that obliterated a 3-story building in an instant? The atmosphere in the office fell silent, a sense of astonishment washing over everyone. If a psychic magnitude of 300 units could be astonishing without guidance, then to consider that he might have been capable of causing a 3-story building's destruction a decade prior raises profound questions about the extent of his psychic magnitude. This is a figure that is daunting to contemplate, akin to the distinction between a bullet and a bomb. Chapter 32. Our Responsibility. Given this, how could such a person possibly be recruited? A momentary silence enveloped the office, thick with tension. After a pause, the stern-faced Minister Shan was the first to spring to his feet, exclaiming, "We must immediately initiate comprehensive monitoring of him." "Even no," Professor Bai interjected. "My personal decision is to agree to his recruitment and to guide him." "What?" This time, it was not only Minister Shun who appeared astonished. Even Chun-Jing and others present at the meeting exhibited clear expressions of disbelief. The risk of this young man's loss of control is indeed considerable. Yet it is evident that he has consistently made efforts to maintain control. Professor Bai continued, having reviewed his records. "I note that since the incident at the Red Moon Orphanage 10 years ago, he has shown no further signs of abnormality. Instead, he has diligently pursued his studies, engaged in work, and contributed to the reconstruction of the Red Moon Primary School. I believe this reveals a commendable character. At the very least, it indicates that while his psychic magnitude is high, he's been striving to regulate himself. If we provide him with appropriate guidance and support, there's a strong possibility that we can help him maintain a stable state and reduce his risk of loss of control." Hearing this, Minister Shun instinctively countered, "But he is a schizophrenic, is he not?" Professor Bai shook his head, asserting, "When an individual's psychic magnitude reaches an unimaginable level, various unusual states will inevitably manifest. From the perspective of an ordinary person, not only would one label him as schizophrenic, but merely possessing abilities akin to psychic aberrations is enough to deem one abnormal, even to the extent of branding them as mentally ill or insane. However, this should not serve as a basis for our judgment. We ought to approach these changes with humility and reverence, rather than with an air of superiority and prejudice. In comparison, we are the ones deemed normal. From another perspective, we are but ordinary individuals." Professor Bai's words momentarily cast a pall of silence and hesitation over the conference, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to accept and confront such changes as this professor does. However, there exists a far weightier reason. At this juncture, Professor Bai turned to the round-faced elder seated at the center of the table and remarked, "During my attendance at the Alliance Research Institute's specialized meeting, I have discovered that within other high-walled cities, as well as in technological societies and extraction companies, there are individuals who have identified high-tier mental aberrants. Although specific intelligence remains elusive, one can only imagine the peril we face if these individuals were to fully harness the abilities of these high-tier mental aberrants. not to mention their potential ambition to extend their reach beyond our city to military applications. What shall we employ as a defense against such high-tier mental aberrants? The professor's pronouncement ignited a palpable fear among many attendees. The round-faced elder, after a moment of contemplation, cautiously stated, "I isn't the potential of these children quite substantial. The children represent a significant potential among those aberrants with low risk of losing control." Professor Bai's gaze appeared weary as he replied, "Yet many have already turned their attention toward those with a high risk of losing control." Minister Shun interjected, "What they are doing is perilous, but not doing so carries its own risks." Professor Bai sighed softly, "If others are pursuing it and you do not, you will inevitably fall behind." In the conference room, a profound silence enveloped all present. For most who had endured the hardships during the initial establishment of the high-walled city, they comprehended the grave cost of falling behind. "I understand your concerns." Professor Bai chuckled lightly, "Yet there is no need for such trepidation. I believe we can discover a more effective approach." Just as the group lapsed into a moment of silence, the round-faced, middle-aged man seated at the center spoke up with a smile. Professor Bai turned around, paused for a moment, and then smiled. "Sometimes, the criteria for judgment can seem rather absurd. If we truly cannot ascertain whether an individual is normal, yet must consider leveraging their abilities, we are left with no choice but to trust certain criteria that may sound ludicrous. For instance, does this person possess a kind heart and yearn for goodness?" The professor's words once again ushered a moment of silence within the office. As the meeting drew to a close, the round-faced, middle-aged man spoke with a smile, effectively concluding the session. Shadows began to dissipate from the conference room, yet Professor Bai lingered. Chun Jing, recognizing that the professor had more to convey, took the initiative to report privately. "Professor, regarding his abnormal behavior in addressing the spiritual pollution incident, I have already provided an explanation in the initial testing video I sent you. I still maintain my previous stance. Certain aspects of him do indeed appear abnormal. Yet that does not imply a high risk of losing control. From my initial encounters with him, it is evident that he is a rather ordinary individual. He has a penchant for money, enjoys the company of women, and possesses a hint of mischief, yet all these traits merely reflect human nature." Pausing briefly, she added, "Of course, at that time, I was unaware of his high mental capacity. You make a compelling point, and I have faith in your judgment." The elderly gentleman in the white suit smiled. "However, to be strictly accurate, I do not believe the distinction between losing control and not losing control carries such significance. You have dealt with him too extensively, which has influenced your perspective. Those of us engaged in this research must strive to understand the issues from diverse angles. For instance, while others deem him dangerous due to his symptoms of schizophrenia, from another viewpoint, his prolonged existence without incident may well illustrate his self-control, right? This responsibility should not be construed in such a manner." Professor Bai smiled. "Rather, it is our duty to guide him in utilizing his abilities without losing control. A severe gambling mentality and extreme infatuation?" Upon hearing Professor Bai's words, Chun Jing's face flushed crimson. She raised her head and declared, "I have already amended my ways. You merely compel yourself to conceal your true nature through formidable self-control." Professor Bai chuckled. "I merely wish to convey that one must approach matters with a cooler and more profound perspective, resisting undue influence. Ultimately, we are engaged in scientific inquiry, relying solely on facts and data. All else amounts to mere conjecture and nonsense. Of course, this young man must undergo more meticulous testing before any formal recruitment or guidance." Chun Jing frowned. The individuals in the main city would never permit him to undergo testing. "No matter." Professor Bai smiled. "We can arrange for personnel to conduct testing and evaluation in the satellite city." Chun Jing appeared somewhat astonished and then smiled. The professor surely holds considerable clout to persuade those stubborn old-timers to come to the satellite city. Then, with concern, she inquired, "When?" Professor Bai replied, "As soon as possible. To be candid, the special pollution source number 041 has instilled in me a sense of foreboding." Chapter 33. Information Transmission. 3 days later, when a satellite phone rang, Liu Xian was busy in his office. The sudden ringing drew the attention of everyone in the office, who turned toward Liu Xian in silence, their demeanor tense and stifled. Liu Xian calmly retrieved his phone from a light brown bag he carried and stepped outside the office. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him. 3 days prior, after addressing the peculiar pollution incident, the atmosphere had been similarly charged. At that time, Upon noticing that Chun Jing had not sought him out again, he assumed the matter had concluded. Thus he returned to his routine at the company the following day, only to be met with peculiar glances and an abruptly silent office. The bruised and battered Lu Chung peered up from behind a partition, regarding Lu Xin as if he were a ghost. "What's the matter?" With his new bag slung over his shoulder, Lu Xin curiously surveyed the others. "Is something amiss?" Suddenly, with a loud crash, everyone scattered, feigning to be engrossed in their work, insisting there was nothing wrong. After a full half hour, the director finally approached Lu Xin's partition and tentatively suggested, "Xiao Lu, care for a smoke?" Lu Xin glanced at the perspiring director and replied, "Sure." Although he had quite a bit of work, the man was still his superior. They moved to the stairwell, where the director hurriedly offered Lu Xin a cigarette and even lit it for him. "Xiao Lu, I heard that you encountered some conflicts at the Sifong Transport Company yesterday." The director, struggling to maintain his composure, inquired tentatively, "Is that true?" "Yes," Lu Xin replied apologetically. "I truly apologize, director. Those individuals were exceedingly unruly. They assaulted Lu Xiaoqing and Lu Chung." He then sincerely added, "However, we did not come off worse. I managed to retaliate." Don't say that. It wasn't TS who instigated it." The director nearly lost his composure, trembling slightly in alarm, hastily denying the assertion. Realizing he had acted out of turn, he cautiously asked, "So, you fired a shot. Is everything all right?" Lu Xin replied quizzically, "Everything's fine." The director's face contorted in distress. "The security bureau didn't come looking for you?" Lu Xin pondered for a moment. "I did visit the security bureau yesterday." The director grew increasingly anxious. "Then you." Lu Xin, while smoking, met the director's gaze and remarked, "Their coffee is far superior to ours." Indeed. The director nodded vigorously, almost in tears. "Director, there's no need for concern." Lu Xin, recognizing the director's apprehensions, earnestly assured him, "I have connections. I certainly see that you have connections." The director's smile was more painful than tears. "I just didn't anticipate your connections to be this substantial." Lu Xin observed the demeanor of the director, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He understood that his future endeavors would likely proceed with greater ease. Of course, regarding the affairs of Sifong Logistics Company, Lu Xin remained unaware of how Chun Jing and the others managed the situation. The company had inexplicably shuttered its doors for a full 2 days, only to re-emerge on the third day as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, in subsequent interactions, no one broached the subject of Qin Ran, as if he had been entirely forgotten. Despite his perplexities, Lu Xin maintained a clear demarcation between business and curiosity. He meticulously processed the order at hand, enlisting the assistance of 2 colleagues in the office. One was Sister Sun, who, despite being somewhat gossipy, greedy, and petty, had no major flaws. The other was Brother Zhang, who, aside from a penchant for idleness, a fondness for alcohol, and a tendency to shift responsibility, was otherwise without fault. Princess Xiao Qing had been absent from work for several days due to a swollen face from an altercation, while Lu Chung, despite his injuries, had returned to the office. Initially, he intended to assist Lu Xin in completing the order, as he had already endured the beating, and with the project seemingly on the verge of stabilization. Lu Xin's substantial background could potentially offer support during this critical juncture. The only issue was that Lu Chung occasionally sensed something amiss in Lu Xin's gaze, as though he were looking beyond him. At times, he felt certain Lu Xin was observing him, only to discover he was preoccupied with his own matters. This sensation perpetually unsettled Lu Chung. Eventually, one day, as Lu Xin lifted his bag, a gun fell out with a resounding clatter, causing Lu Chung to crumble under the weight of his anxiety. After much contemplation, he ultimately succumbed to the pressure and voluntarily withdrew from the project. Lu Xin regarded him as quite perceptive. Had he not taken the initiative to step back, Lu Xin would have been left fretting about what his sister might do. Due to the groundwork laid over the past few days, Lu Xin's satellite phone began to ring, prompting everyone in the office to pause and glance at him, displaying a collective resilience towards the bizarre occurrences. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. This is Han Bing from the Special Pollution Cleanup Department's Information Analysis Team. I'm calling to inform you about the handling methods and analysis results regarding Special Pollution Source 041. Upon answering the call, Lu Xin was greeted by Han Bing's somewhat timid voice. Hello, please go ahead." Lu Xin had stepped into the corridor, holding the phone with utmost politeness. All right. Noticing his courteous demeanor, Han Bing became even more deferential, speaking softly. This is actually a routine procedure. Each time a mental pollution incident is resolved, we conduct an analysis and report the results to the personnel involved in the special handling. Liu Xian hurriedly expressed further gratitude. Thank you, I appreciate it. Please continue. Not a bother at all. It's all part of the job, Han Bing replied courteously before continuing. The current handling outcome for Special Pollution Source 041, which comprises the bodies of Qin Ran and Shui Wang, has been transported to the Qingang City Special Pollution Source Containment Center for safekeeping. The area where Qin Ran's body was discovered has not shown any residual psychic energy upon further inspection, yet it has been cordoned off as per regulations, preventing any biological entities from entering that area for 1 year. Furthermore, the 3 members of the special investigation team stationed at City No. 2 have undergone a series of tests and psychological evaluations, confirming no signs of contamination. They are currently on leave to recuperate. By the way, they asked me to convey their gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Oh, how kind of them. It was the least I could do. Liu Xian pondered for a moment before inquiring, was that pollution source not destroyed? Han Bing replied, further research is needed. However, rest assured, controllable sources with minimal threat levels are transported to the Special Containment Center for preservation, equipped with the most professional facilities to ensure no recurrence of pollution events. Oh, that's reassuring. Liu Xian chose not to dwell on that issue, but instead asked about what concerned him most. So, how exactly did this incident come about? Chapter 34. Analysis Report on 041. The study of Special Pollution Source 041 has yet to yield a definitive conclusion. The research department has only provided a few leads at this time. Han Bing appeared particularly earnest as he spoke about these matters. Even his somewhat timid voice took on a more rational and assertive tone. In-depth investigations have revealed that Special Pollution Source 0411, which is the corpse of the wilderness wanderer Qin Ran excavated from the lake bed, matches the tissue collected from the site where Shui Wang was dismembered. Special Pollution Source 0412, which is transformed into a corpse resembling Shui Wang postmortem, has been found to match the hair collected from Shui Wang's home. Interrogations of Sifong Logistics Company employees and Qin Ran's cohabitant revealed that Qin Ran hailed from the wilderness, age unknown, but estimated to be between 30 and 40. 4 employees within the company were familiar with him, yet among them, the individual with the longest acquaintance had only known him for 3 years. During the interrogations, these 4 claimed to have known Qin Ran for a considerable time, yet they could only accurately describe their impressions of him over the past year. On the day of the incident, 3 subordinates accompanied Qin Ran for a transaction, and their testimonies showed no significant anomalies. Upon hearing this, Liu Xian quickly asked, so, that night, it was indeed Qin Ran who killed Shui Wang? Testimonies do not definitively prove anything. Han Bing replied, for certain individuals affected by mental anomalies, altering memories is not a difficult feat. What? Memories can be altered? How insane! Liu Xian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, and it is precisely for this reason that the research department has put forth a hypothesis. Han Bing continued, they believe that the initial key figure, Qin Ran, was merely a victim of contamination, and a severely contaminated one at that. His true identity is that of Shui Wang, albeit unbeknownst to him, as he perceives himself to be Qin Ran. The special pollution source discovered at the lake bed possesses the ability to capture, consume, and assimilate other psychic entities, ultimately giving birth to another version of itself. However, this remains a mere hypothesis. The research department has not signed off on the final result confirmation and bears no responsibility for it. Liu Xian took some time to absorb this explanation before he could not help but ask, then why did he initially seek revenge against Qin Ran? Furthermore, it seems that Qin Ran exhibited no abnormalities until his demise. This is precisely why the research department is hesitant to draw conclusions. Firstly, the initially captured psychic entity retains its own will, thus harboring animosity towards the source of contamination. The influences affecting bystanders and seeking revenge against Qin Ran may not necessarily stem from the source itself. It could also be a psychic entity that has been captured but not fully integrated, affecting bystanders as a form of hunting employed by the source. Secondly, no psychic entity is perfect, just as every individual has their own flaws. The essence of a psychic entity may evolve and protect its primal desires, yet its state remains unstable. At times, the entity itself may manifest behaviors contrary to its inherent desires, such as intense self-destructive tendencies or self-hatred. Previously, There have been cases where abilities generated by individuals affected by mental anomalies resulted in the creation of a self-consuming psychic monster. Thirdly, the Qin Ran we encountered may be some form of juvenile entity. Juvenile entity? Yes. Han Bing methodically explained. What we can ascertain is that it was precisely because of Qin Ran, this psychic pollution source, that Shui Wang experienced profound contamination, leading to Shui Wang transforming into Qin Ran. This transformation encompasses not only physical appearance, but also memory and self-perception. Yet even in the end, when he encountered the source of contamination, he merely experienced cognitive disarray. Thus, the research department harbors a conjecture that the transformation of Shui Wang into Qin Ran is merely a juvenile form. As time progresses, he may not only completely embody Qin Ran, but also recollect more, such as the nature of his previous form and the reasons behind this metamorphosis. Alas, due to the accidental discharge of the city patrol forces, we lost this research subject. Nonetheless, the investigation continues, and perhaps we can glean valuable insights from other cases. Listening to her tone, it seems there have been numerous similar incidents in the past. Liu Xin recalled the disastrous events that had erupted in several satellite cities he had heard about previously. Before formally engaging with them, he had thought his situation was unique, one that others could never comprehend. When he first encountered the monster in the CEF, he truly felt as though he had stumbled into a ghostly realm. Yet now, with deeper interactions, he has come to realize that this city must have experienced many incidents of psychological pollution, albeit perhaps the truths had been concealed until now. Are there any other occurrences? Liu Xin noticed a colleague outside the stairwell attempting to enter for a smoke. Upon seeing him on the phone, the colleague quietly retreated. Hence, he proactively inquired of Han Bing, hastening the conversation. Further research and analysis will require time. Should any results emerge, you will be informed. Han Bing's soft voice remarked, adding, regardless, Mr. Liu Xin, you have made a significant contribution this time. The 30,000 yuan reward has already been transferred to your account, and additionally, team leader Chen Jing has requested an extra 6,000 yuan from the higher-ups on your behalf. Lucy noted, Oha. Besides the reward, Colonel Chun has arranged for a comprehensive assessment for you, which should occur soon. So prepare yourself. Assessment? What kind of assessment? It is a thorough evaluation of your condition and abilities. Han Bing paused slightly before adding, as per convention, such an assessment precedes formal recruitment. Formal recruitment? Liu Xion's heart stirred, and he replied nonchalantly, oh. Furthermore, regarding the incident, it is said that you fired a shot previously, and the expended ammunition can be replenished at the local security bureau. You considered even this? Liu Xian was somewhat taken aback and quickly expressed, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. After discussing the formalities, Han Bing became more courteous. No need. It is you who has worked hard. No, you have worked hard. Not at all. It is you who has toiled. After hanging up the phone, Liu Xin calmly took a cigarette at the stairwell. Leaning against the railing, his brow furrowed. The smoke dissipated gently as he contemplated the enigmatic logic behind these pollution incidents. Silently, he suddenly discarded the cigarette, but lightly jumped. 36,000. Then he leaped again. I must secure a permanent position. Taking a deep breath to maintain composure, he then walked towards the office with a light step. Despite his efforts to control himself, he could not help but adopt the stride of formal employee who no longer lacked funds. Chapter 35. Teacher Liu. In a small eatery, its facade blackened by smoke, a few patrons sat scattered about. Liu Xin slowly picked at the vegetable noodles before him while glancing towards the greasy glass display at the counter. Behind the oily glass dome hung two plump, golden-brown roasted chickens, their contours alluring and every inch gleaming with fat, as if the primal desires seeped from their skin, enticing Liu Xin with their tantalizing allure, gradually igniting an insatiable yearning within him. When was the last time he savored meat? Liu Xin could scarcely recall. Although many eateries now offered meat, the prices were exorbitant. For instance, one of those roasted chickens cost nearly 70 yuan, and just a chicken leg demanded 20 yuan. Ordinarily, Liu Xin would not even spare them a glance. Yet having recently earned a substantial sum, he felt a sense of extravagance rising. Thus, despite his internal admonitions against such indulgences, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the glass dome, the vegetable noodles before him utterly tasteless. Sighing, after enduring over 10 minutes of inner turmoil, Liu Xin relinquished his resistance. He slowly rose, awkwardly shuffled his feet, and approached the glass display. 1 chicken leg, please, he managed to utter, then added for dignity's sake, a smaller one. Very well. The proprietor behind the glass dome seemed to mock Lu Xin for ultimately succumbing to temptation. Weighing the chicken on a grease-stained electronic scale before announcing the price, 17 yuan 50. Thus, he could also savor some broth and noodles with a hint of oil. Lu Xin spent a full half hour enjoying this meal, then emerged with a heavy heart laden with guilt. Despite the pain, he spent a coin to board the bus, swaying all the way to the East City Red Moon Primary School. Upon seeing Lu Xin's swift return, the elderly security guard in the kiosk glanced at him but said nothing, returning to his newspaper as Lu Xin familiarized himself with the school and approached the solitary classroom. Peeking inside, he noticed a dozen children diligently copying the multiplication table from the blackboard. Lu Xin looked around but did not see Teacher Lu. Uncertain of where she might be, after some contemplation, he retrieved a thick envelope from his pocket and slipped it into the rusty mailbox. Breathing a sigh of relief, he prepared to depart. Lu Xin. Suddenly, a gentle voice called from behind. Lu Xin's body stiffened. Pretending not to hear, he quickened his pace toward the exit. Lu Xin, stop. The voice behind him sounded anxious and approached swiftly. Lu Xin immediately quickened his steps, moving faster until he was outside the school gate. Grandpa's son, stop him. The voice behind shouted, but the elderly guard in the kiosk merely flipped the newspaper, unperturbed. Don't run. The urgency in the voice intensified. Yet how could she catch up to Lu Xin? The sound of her voice faded into the distance. Oh dear. Just then, a cry of pain echoed, followed by the sound of a wheelchair colliding with something. Startled, Lu Xin turned around. He then saw Teacher Lu in her wheelchair, exclaiming, "Oh dear," while vigorously tapping the wheelchair, mimicking the sound of crash, her face adorned with a smile that seemed somewhat triumphant as she looked at the turning Lu Xin. Upon their gazes meeting, Lu Xin felt defeated, unable to escape any longer. Teacher Lu rolled her wheelchair slowly to stand before him, looking up at him. At this moment, Lu Xin could only gaze back at her. Teacher Lu had a charming oval face, her soft hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail. She wore a light yellow sweatshirt emblazoned with a playful cat rolling about, paired with jeans and clean sneakers. Compared to the grim tones of the world around her, she always radiated warmth and brightness. Are you bullying me because I rely on two wheels to move and cannot outrun your two legs? Teacher Lu glared at Lu Xin with an air of annoyance as she reached him. No, I just didn't hear you. Lu Xin awkwardly smiled in explanation and attempted to move behind her to assist in pushing the wheelchair. So, are you saying my voice was too soft? Not all. All right, enough of that. Have you brought me money again? Not much. A mere few days have elapsed since your last monetary contribution, and I must inquire how it was that you were able to provide such a substantial sum previously. Teacher Xiao Lu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she gazed intently into Lu Xin's eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper as she questioned, "Have you been involved in any nefarious activities?" Huh? Lu Xin momentarily processed her inquiry before comprehending the underlying concern. He hastily shook his head and reassured her, "Absolutely not." With a skeptical gaze, Teacher Xiao Lu scrutinized him, her eyes widening in astonishment as she asked, "Are both of your kidneys intact?" "Of course they are, both of them," Lu Xin responded, somewhat taken aback, and quickly added, "I recently acquired a part-time job. My employer is exceedingly generous with the remuneration." Teacher Xiao Lu knitted her brows together, expressing disbelief. "Is your boss out of their mind to pay you such a sum?" After a moment of reflection on Chunjing's well-composed demeanor, which did not suggest any signs of madness, Lu Xin could only shake his head and insist, "No, truly, there is no cause for concern. I am not engaged in any wrongdoing. The compensation for this part-time position is quite substantial, and the company is entirely legitimate, headquartered in the main city. My base salary alone exceeds 5,000 each month, with numerous additional allowances, and what I brought back is merely a fraction of it." Teacher Xiao Lu's expression shifted to one of surprise as she suddenly exclaimed, "Have you joined an expedition team outside the city?" Lu Xin promptly shook his head. "Not at all. You needn't worry. It is very safe." He hesitated internally, contemplating whether to divulge the nature of his work to Teacher Xiao Lu. However, he recalled the document stipulation that, unless absolutely necessary, details regarding the Special Contamination Clearance Department should not be disclosed to outsiders to prevent unnecessary panic. In fact, even those within Qin Ran Company who had inadvertently become embroiled in special contamination incidents sometimes had their memories expunged. Teacher Xiao Lu studied Lu Xin's face earnestly, examining him closely. Finding nothing amiss, She slowly nodded and reassured him. I believe you. Just promise me you won't engage in any wrongful acts. Lu Xian affirmed. I certainly shall not. I remember the old principal's words. Obediently, Lu Xian moved behind her and began to push her wheelchair, gradually making their way towards the school. As they passed the security booth, the elderly guard chuckled softly, flipping the newspaper he held to conceal his amused expression. Chapter 36. The Best Life. Although mentally prepared, Teacher Xiao Lu's demeanor changed as she retrieved a thick envelope from the mailbox. Her face registered immediate astonishment. She merely opened it slightly, peered inside, and then promptly shut it, gasping in surprise. Turning to face Lu Xian, she regarded him with a blend of vigilance and inquiry. Her voice slightly strained as she asked, You truly haven't engaged in any illicit activities? With a resigned sigh, Lu Xian explained, All of it is legitimate income, and the taxes have been duly paid. Yet, it is far too much. Teacher Xiao Lu clutched the bag, her voice becoming somewhat frantic. In truth, this is already more than sufficient. The little divine beasts are well-fed and warmly clothed, and some kind-hearted individuals have assisted us in procuring school materials. Furthermore, I have been diligently pursuing formal credentials from the administrative office, hoping to secure proper identification for them, so they may attend middle school in the future. Everything is progressing smoothly. We truly do not require this excessive amount of money. As she spoke, Lu Xian's gaze fell upon Teacher Xiao Lu's legs. She was quite a tall young woman, albeit confined to a wheelchair. At that moment, curious little faces peered in from the window, their eyes wide as they watched Lu Xian and Teacher Xiao Lu. Some giggled while others whispered amongst themselves. And one mischievous child even mimicked a kissing gesture with their hands. Feeling their gaze upon him, Lu Xian could not help but blush. Teacher Xiao Lu, however, abruptly lifted her head and shot them a stern look. Still fidgeting in her wheelchair, she glanced around before swiftly extracting a roll of money from the bag and tucking it beneath her clothing. She then thrust the bag into Lu Xian's hands, insisting, Do not leave it all here. This is far too much for me. My small cabinet is nearly overflowing, and what if it attracts unwanted attention? Teacher Xiao Lu, you must keep some for yourself. If you require assistance, I will certainly be here, Lu Xian replied softly. After a moment of silence, he gently nodded in agreement. Also, Teacher Xiao Lu said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Lu Xian, I'm unaware of the nature of your work, but being compensated so handsomely must entail either considerable fatigue or danger. You must ensure you eat well each day. Do not subsist solely on vegetables and tofu. I have enough, Lu Xian responded with a smile. I eat chicken legs every day. Anyone who can afford chicken legs daily would not restrict themselves to just that. Teacher Xiao Lu countered, revealing his fabrication with a light sigh. Unsure how to respond, they lingered in silence by the window, facing the barren flower bed, the pale sunlight casting a dim glow upon the world. After a lengthy pause, Lu Xian hesitantly began, Teacher Xiao Lu, regarding the events of years past. What do you wish to inquire about? She replied, regarding him with a serious expression before breaking into a smile, and, in a low tone, remarked, Dear Lu Xian, do not dwell on the past. As the saying goes, how much sorrow can one endure? Some memories, forgotten, can indeed be a blessing. Lu Xian fell silent for a moment before retorting, Please refrain from quoting old movie lines at every opportunity. I have seen them too. Bah, how dull. Teacher Xiao Lu deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, Come over in a few days for dumplings. We can add eggs to the filling now. Lu Xian's spirits lifted at the prospect, and he nodded enthusiastically. Sounds great. Yet, a lingering question remained in Lu Xian's mind. What truly transpired at the Red Moon Orphanage all those years ago? As he departed from Red Moon Primary School, this question weighed heavily on him. He had even inquired with his family, but they remained tight-lipped. Frequently, he endeavored to assist Teacher Xiao Lu, believing that the revival of the Red Moon Orphanage was a shared responsibility. With his family by his side, he felt compelled to earn more money to contribute. Previously, he had regarded this life as stifling and endless. Yet now, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. What could be better than working for oneself and earning a living? With this thought, his heart gradually lightened. After traversing several bus stops, he boarded a bus and dropped in a coin. Just before reaching home, he disembarked to stop early and made his way to a bustling vegetable market nestled within the alleyway. As night descended, vendors congregated to sell various produce, including game, while many residents from the satellite city sought every means to cultivate vegetables. Some had established gardens amidst abandoned buildings, while others had filled rooftops with soil. There were even those who ventured beyond the city limits to cultivate wasteland or hunt wild game to sell within the city. The administrative office of the satellite city typically turned a blind eye to these activities, occasionally even offering protection. As darkness enveloped the area, the streetlights cast long shadows, creating an atmosphere of desolation and gloom. Upon entering the building, the hallway was eerily silent, devoid of any light. This aging structure, combined with the sparse population of the second satellite city, had deterred new residents from moving in, and those who had previously occupied it had gradually departed. With the elevator long out of service, Liu Xin ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. As he rounded the corner, he was greeted by the warm glow of light emanating from room 401, accompanied by the sound of his father's furious voice. His father stood at the door, his face pale with rage, eyes bloodshot as he shouted vehemently. Meanwhile, his sister was playfully crawling along the corridor ceiling, defiantly retorting, "I won't. If you have the ability, come out and face me. Hee, if you have the ability, come out and fight me." The father roared in fury. Roar. The younger sister, undeterred, retorted. Hiss. Liu Xin sighed, enveloped in the warm atmosphere of home, and slowly approached. Chapter 37. A Quiet Dinner. Once again, the father had lost his temper, a common occurrence. He seemed to be perpetually enraged, readily resorting to violence, not only against the mother but also against the younger sister, though he seldom directed his wrath towards himself. Each time he contemplated harming himself, the mother would become furious, and her anger was invariably sufficient to intimidate him. Yet, what perplexed Liu Xin was that often the mother would not intervene or frighten him at all. However, this time was somewhat peculiar. The younger sister dared to speak back. In the past, she would have sneaked away or hidden whenever she had provoked their father's wrath. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" the father thundered. The sister, suspended from the floorboards, her long black hair disheveled, defiantly retorted, "Wait until I grow up, then it will be your turn. Do you honestly believe you will have the chance to grow up? When I do, I will tear you to shreds and make you into a doll." Roar. Hiss. Sigh. As Liu Xin gradually approached, he arrived at the doorway. The father's imposing figure obscured the light emanating from the room, casting a thick, sanguine darkness. Upon seeing Liu Xin, his fury intensified, his bulging eyes fixed upon him. For a moment, the father seemed taken aback, his palpable rage searching for an outlet. Liu Xin raised his left hand and said, "I have a bottle of wine for you." The father's grim visage momentarily froze. Liu Xin slowly lifted his gaze to meet his father's and asked, "Can we have a quiet dinner today?" The father fell silent, his anger still evident. Yet the customary tirade did not erupt as it usually did. "Very well, Miss Chun, you have moved here, which makes us neighbors. It is often said that distant relatives are not as beneficial as close neighbors. We should look out for one another. It's all right, it's not a bother. You should rest well today and come over to play later." In the living room, the elegantly attired mother, engaged in a phone call, hung up rather quickly this time. Leaning against the windowsill with a smile, she gently urged, "What are you waiting for? Why not let the 2 children in? Oh dear, I bought quite a lot of groceries today. It's going to be a splendid meal. Come in quickly. The whole family is waiting for you to dine. For your sake, I have even been rude in front of my friends." The father, maintaining his silence and cold demeanor, made a narrow opening. Liu Xin entered with the groceries, but the sister remained vigilantly observing their father from the hallway. The mother assisted in laying out the napkins, and, glancing at the dishes Liu Xin had brought, remarked, "You seem to be in good spirits today. Did you visit the orphanage?" Liu Xin nodded, placing down his belongings. Upon hearing the mention of the orphanage, both the father and the sister outside in the hallway suddenly turned their eyes towards him, their gazes appearing quite peculiar. The meal was consumed in silence, yet it was a rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, the father, mother, and sister would exchange furtive glances, revealing an odd expression. After the meal, Liu Xin descended the stairs, gradually engaging in physical exercise. Previously, with his sister's assistance, he had dealt with the special pollution source number 041. However, afterward, he felt quite fatigued, even experiencing some back pain the following day. He understood that this was due to his lack of exercise. Every time he moved, he would tire easily. Thus, he developed the habit of taking a stroll downstairs after meals to enhance his physical fitness. Especially after finding this job of cleaning pollution sources, he felt a sense of purpose. Even the red moon appeared to come alive. Just as Liu Xin had jogged for a while, contemplating whether to do 10 more push-ups, the radiance of the red moon flickered slightly. From the shadows in the corner, A dagger suddenly flew towards him. The knife made almost no sound but was astonishingly swift, striking towards Liu Xian's leg in an instant. Liu Xian was taken aback, barely managing to turn around. Even before he had fully turned, the dagger had already reached him. Yet, miraculously, it did not harm him. The sister gracefully descended from a nearby streetlight, deftly catching the dagger in her hand. "Who is it?" Only then did Liu Xian manage to call out, warily glancing towards the shadows. "Haha, as expected, your reflexes are impressive, just like mine." A young man clad in a trench coat, sporting oversized sunglasses yet wearing a radiant smile, approached. He raised both hands and chuckled. "I merely wanted to test you." As he approached Liu Xian, he extended his palm, saying, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gecko, sent by Colonel Chun." Gecko? Liu Xian quickly recalled this name. Especially upon hearing Chun Jing's name, he understood the origin of this fellow. However, he did not extend his hand for a handshake, frowning deeply, and remarked, "Do you realize how dangerous this is?" "Dangerous?" Gecko replied, somewhat bewildered. "Come on, my friend. Is this considered dangerous for us from the Spider Clan?" Liu Xian silently turned around, surveying his surroundings. The sister squatted nearby, gripping the dagger that was lodged in the ground. Her eyes cold and malevolent as she gazed at him, particularly focused on his neck, as if she were contemplating a bite. Meanwhile, upstairs by the street-facing window, the father and mother appeared, expressionless, silently watching from above. It had been a long time since he had seen his family united in such a way. "The danger I speak of is that you are in grave peril." Liu Xian sighed softly, then began walking towards the other end of the street, saying, "Follow me, quickly." "Come on, brother, it's not that serious, is it?" Gecko scratched his head, following Liu Xian while awkwardly explaining, "I just wanted to say hello. In our group, folks greet each other with guns. It's a way to train personal vigilance. You know, I went through 2 cities just to find you. And you not only refused to invite me upstairs, but also get this angry. You even wished to go upstairs." Chapter 38, Employment Assessment. "What is the purpose of Colonel Chun sending you?" Liu Xian inquired as they sat down in a deserted little garden nearby. "Something important." Although Gecko was somewhat displeased by Liu Xian's lack of hospitality in not inviting him upstairs, he appeared to be a carefree individual. His mood quickly brightened as he mysteriously said to Liu Xian, "Brother, you have quite a reputation. This time, the 6 oddities of Qinggang have collectively come to Satellite City number 2 for you." "The 6 oddities of Qinggang?" Liu Xian questioned, slightly intrigued. "Yes, 6 strange creatures." Gecko replied earnestly. "What are they here for?" Liu Xian's heart raced, and he urgently asked, "To conduct your assessment." Gecko seemed surprised and added, "Didn't T headquarters notify you beforehand?" "Assessment?" Liu Xian paused for a moment before realizing that he had indeed been informed. He had been anticipating this moment, as he vividly recalled Han Bing stating that only by passing the assessment could one be officially recruited as a true pollution cleaner. Naturally, it seemed that there would be no improvement in benefits after transitioning to this department. However, that was of little consequence. The mere idea of becoming a regular member brought a sense of security. Feeling a flicker of joy, he then expressed some concern. Why must it be monsters conducting the assessment? Gecko, observing Liu Xian's bewildered expression, appeared somewhat pleased, and with an air of mystery, he chuckled. "You will understand once you arrive." "Very well." Liu Xian could only acquiesce, and added, "Sister, please refrain from gesturing toward his neck." The Gecko, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you conversing with?" "My sister." Liu Xian felt no need to conceal anything in front of someone else who had also undergone a transformation. The Gecko shivered slightly, his hair standing on end. Liu Xian hastened to reassure him, "It's all right. She usually listens to me." The Gecko instinctively shifted his posture. "What about in unusual circumstances?" Liu Xian cast him a sidelong glance and silently nodded. "You truly live up to your reputation," he thought. The Gecko, initially wishing to jest further, abruptly stood up, subconsciously distancing himself from Liu Xian, and remarked, "I enjoy joking with others and appreciate their humor, but why does it feel so unsettling when I joke with you?" "Perhaps it was because I wasn't joking?" Liu Xian pondered curiously. "What do others say about me?" "Your secrecy is highly regarded," the Gecko replied with a chuckle. "Yet everyone claims you are quite dangerous." Indeed, gossip within any organization is often unreliable and rife with prejudice. Liu Xian contemplated this for a moment, then shifted the topic. "So, when is the assessment?" Awaiting notification, the Gecko glanced at the black electronic watch on his wrist. "But it should be soon." Liu Xian was somewhat perplexed. "Is this something that requires last-minute decisions?" "Haha," the Gecko laughed. Do you think it's trivial for the 6 oddities of Qinggang to leave the main city just like that? Just as he spoke, the electronic watch on his wrist suddenly flickered to life, and the gecko's expression grew serious. It's time, Lu Xian quickly inquired. When? 15 minutes later, at the Qinghua building in the eastern part of the city, the gecko announced the time and location, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother, those creatures have quite the temper and detest tardiness. However, our distance is considerable. It's time to see what you're truly capable of. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated, leaning against the wall of the nearby apartment building, continuing to back away until he was walking up the wall, taking 4 or 5 steps, before straightening his body to cling tightly to the wall. He smiled at Lu Xian. Brother, let us see who arrives first. As he spoke, he swiftly scaled the wall, like a specter, disappearing onto the rooftop in an instant. Lu Xian gazed at the gecko's vanishing figure, somewhat astonished. After estimating the time, he silently rose and made his way to the staircase beside the garden, entering the subway station. With a rumble, an old subway train, painted with colorful spray paint, rolled into the station. Lu Xian quietly swiped his card to enter, contemplating. Did he not know that this last train directly reaches the Qinghua building? As Lu Xian leisurely emerged from the subway exit, he spotted the gecko, panting, descending from the wall of a nearby building. Since the night was still young and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, he had to evade their gazes, momentarily concealing himself and swiftly darting through unnoticed corners. I didn't lose. Though his reasoning might have been sound, Lu Xian still felt somewhat speechless. Is the assessment location just upstairs? He changed the subject, looking up at the towering building, one of the tallest in the satellite city. Yes, they should be ready. Let us go, the gecko replied resignedly, eyeing the seemingly absurdly tall structure from below, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Shall we climb straight up? Lu Xian gave him a deep look, opting instead to enter the building and take the elevator. Inside the entire building, an unusual silence prevailed. No idle figures were visible. Only a few armed guards stationed in the lobby and near the stairwell, transforming the atmosphere into something rather serious. This was Lu Xian's first encounter with such a stringent security setup in the satellite city. He recalled that even in the security office, administrative halls, or patrol military barracks, the arrangements had never been this extensive. Under the gecko's guidance, Lu Xian easily entered the building, registered, and took the elevator to the 19th floor. Come on, the professors are already here. At the stairwell of the 19th floor, Chun Jing awaited him, dressed in a sharp black suit, exuding an air of vitality and competence. All right, Lu Xian, feeling somewhat awkward, shook her hand before following her toward the main office on that floor. This assessment was a routine procedure before officially joining. Once the assessment was passed, he would receive his own code name and officially gain the opportunity for guidance. Lu Xian keenly picked up on the significance of Chun Jing's words, his steps becoming lighter. Chapter 39, Guidance and Enhancement. While introducing, Chun Jing led Lu Xian into a spacious office, where he encountered many items he had only seen on television or described in books prior to the Red Moon incidents, yet had never seen in person, such as water dispensers, projectors, and a sleek, compact laptop adorned with a logo resembling a half-eaten apple. The items were somewhat scattered, appearing as though they had been hastily arranged. Several people were already waiting there, 4 or 5 researchers in white lab coats, with armed security personnel standing at the corners of the office, and a kindly old gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses seated at the desk in the center. These are the personnel here to assist you with the final assessment. They include experts in the nervous system, scholars in the field of brain studies, psychological doctors, and researchers in the mystic arts, among others. You need not feel pressured. The presence of these security personnel is our standard practice. In previous assessments, there have been unpredictable incidents that resulted in significant disasters, but things have improved greatly now. Chun Jing efficiently introduced Lu Xian to the people in the office without a hint of hesitation. So what about the 6 oddities of Qinggang? Lu Xin Wunda, somewhat puzzled by the absence of the so-called monsters. 6 oddities? Chun Jing paused, casting an inquiring glance at Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Xian instinctively looked towards the gecko, who nonchalantly turned his head away. Haha, the 6 oddities of Qinggang he mentioned must be referring to us. The old gentleman with glasses chuckled, rising to shake Lu Xian's hand, introducing himself. My surname is Chun. I am the director of the Special Pollution Research Center in Qinggang City. This assessment will be led by myself and these 5 colleagues. and any subsequent guidance plans regarding you will also be collaboratively developed by the six of us. However, there is no need for you to feel anxious. We are quite experienced. The other 5 men and women nodded in acknowledgement toward Liu Xin. Observing these 6 individuals closely, Liu Xin noted that there were 4 men and 2 women, all approximately in their 40s or 50s, the eldest being the elderly Mr. Chun, seemingly over 60. The majority of the men were balding, with one possessing a thick mane, while the woman appeared composed and natural, all of them nodding at Liu Xin with warm expressions. Although Liu Xin had initially felt at ease, their gazes now inexplicably instilled a sense of nervousness within him. Indeed, these 6 individuals are the most qualified, professional, and beloved experts in Qingang City. Their research in the field of mental anomalies is top-notch, not only in Qingang City, but throughout the entire alliance. The gecko, who had been pretending to be nonchalant, finally approached with a smile, making the introduction. Liu Xin then realized that this fellow had done it on purpose, giving him a sidelong glance. You must also be familiar with this person. His name is Gecko, and he requested to be here himself. Chunjing casually added. His abilities are akin to yours and can serve as a point of reference. The term point of reference sounded rather unappealing. The Gecko interjected with a remark. His radiant smile, which even sunglasses could not conceal, greeting the individuals in the office. Good evening, esteemed experts. He stepped aside, and a bespectacled middle-aged woman waved her hand, indicating that he was obstructing Liu Xin's view. Chunjing subsequently shared some important considerations regarding the testing procedures with Liu Xin, appearing to grant him a moment of respite to ease his nerves. Under the suggestion of the elderly professor, surnamed Chun, the group then exited the office to proceed to the designated testing facility, where Liu Xin would be assessed on the very first ability he had exhibited. This ability, characterized by a formidable mental prowess that allowed for precise control over his physique, was among the earliest recognized abilities post the Red Moon incident and was also the most prevalent. The bespectacled elder appeared amiable, cheerfully explaining to Liu Xin. And when he mentioned the term common, he glanced at the Gecko and added, of course, it is also one of the most powerful abilities. The Gecko, trailing behind, nodded in satisfaction. Those who underwent mental transformation could command their bodies with several magnitudes more control than an ordinary person, and the greater the mental strength, the stronger the percentage of bodily control, thus enhancing their abilities. The essence lay in the elevation of mental capacity. The testing we are to conduct, specifically the assessment of mental capacity, is paramount. With this data, we will know how to guide you and mitigate the risks of losing control. Therefore, what you refer to as guidance is. Upon hearing this, Liu Xin could no longer pretend to comprehend everything and posed the question that concerned him the most. The kindly elder, evidently taken aback by Liu Xin's inquiry, cast a surprised glance at Chunjing. Guidance is the means to enhance your transformative abilities. Chunjing interjected, explaining, every spider-type mental transformer is a natural fighter, an expert marksman, an acrobat, a grand illusionist, for you can essentially control every bone and muscle in your body with ease, making nearly all skills related to bodily control and extension effortlessly attainable for you. However, in this world, there are not only spider-type transformers. Her tone grew more serious as she continued. The manifestations of mental transformation have branched into several categories. In addition to spider-type abilities, there are princesses, doctors, phantoms, dreamweavers, and various other ability systems. Each ability possesses its own unique advantages and drawbacks. Compared to the expert professors who have conducted in-depth research and data analysis on various transformation cases, the transformers themselves often lack the understanding of how to better utilize and enhance their abilities. At times, misguided attempts and challenges could even bring one closer to the brink of losing control. This is precisely why transformers require guidance. You need formal guidance along with data support to achieve your progress and enhancement. Alas, this is where your frustrations lie. Liu Xin found this perspective rather refreshing, while the Gecko murmured beside him, fortunately, there is now someone with a similar ability who can help convey to you that we are not omnipotent. Many things you calculate and assume I can do, I simply cannot. For instance, why do you think I can transform in a liquid? I am a human, not a cat. This perfectly illustrated the necessity for your guidance. The bespectacled elder chuckled, explaining, you merely stumbled upon an opportunity. Your mind has undergone a transformation. Who understands abilities better than we researchers? Chapter 40. Theoretically, this is the guidance and enhancement of abilities? The explanations from Chun Jing and the elderly professors illuminated many aspects for Liu Xin. It turns out that mental transformers also require training to utilize their abilities more effectively, yet he mused that he must be different from them. After all, his ability was borrowed from his sister. How could he strengthen his own powers? Although still somewhat perplexed, he resolved to heed their advice and undergo the testing. First, due to the prior incident involving Qin Ran, he recognized that even regarding numerous mental contamination events, the Special Pollution Handling Division needed to conduct research, which in turn required data. While it had always been challenging to comprehend his situation, collaborating with them to gather data might help uncover the root of his true issues. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "How do we conduct the testing?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing paused briefly before responding, step by step. She then retrieved a document, casually marking a few selections before leading Liu Xin to an office, with the professors and experts following closely behind, engaged in light-hearted banter. While the geeko kept pace, his sunglasses unable to mask his curiosity about Liu Xin, or perhaps his intrigue regarding fellow ability bearers. "Our first assessment will focus on your shooting capabilities." As they spoke, they entered a vast room fitted with transparent bulletproof glass, at the far end of which stood several targets. Staff members approached, carrying pale blue metal boxes, placing them on a table near the wall. When the boxes were opened, an unsettling sensation washed over Liu Xin. The contents revealed an array of firearms, meticulously arranged within padded compartments, emanating an aura of chilling seriousness. Although Liu Xin had limited knowledge of firearms, he could recognize that the collection included various models, from classic revolvers to Desert Eagles, as well as semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, and light and heavy machine guns, their distinctive sheen indicating they were far from toys. "You likely have not undergone professional firearms training." Chen Jing turned to Liu Xin and stated, "Thus, I will commence your training." As she spoke, she retrieved a black handgun from a nearby case, disassembling it, inspecting it, loading a magazine, chambering a round, disengaging the safety, and then with one hand, firing a shot at the target across from them, the display screen revealing an 8-ring score. Chen Jing handed the handgun to Liu Xin and declared, "All right, training concluded." Liu Xion's expression turned peculiar. "Is that it? What exactly did you train me on?" The bespectacled elder, smiling amiably, replied, "Theoretically, you do not require training, merely familiarity." The geeko interjected at an opportune moment. "For us, as long as you know how to disengage the safety, aim at the target, the training is complete." Liu Xian sighed, striving to align his thoughts with theirs. He accepted the handgun and, under the scrutiny of the group, earnestly aimed at the distant target, which lay 200 meters away, appearing merely as a blurred mass. Bang! He fired. The display screen flickered to life, and everyone leaned in to observe. 3-ring. No, it was actually a 3-ring on the adjacent target. The expressions of those surrounding Liu Xin turned peculiar. A 3-ring on the neighboring target? Is this what a spider ability bearer is capable of? Just this? Liu Xin felt his face flush. This shot was even less accurate than the one he had taken at the Sifong Transport Company. "Don't be nervous," the geeko encouraged. Chuckling as he spoke to Liu Xin, "It's difficult to hit accurately at first. You need to adjust. The moment the bullet leaves the chamber, there will be significant recoil, and your stance, muscle coordination, and force will all affect the bullet's accuracy. You must first understand the precision of this firearm, and then adjust your muscle strength to achieve harmony with it." Liu Xin took a deep breath and raised the gun once more. However, as he held the gun aloft, his arm trembled involuntarily, weighed down by the heft of the firearm. Despite his earnest efforts to focus, the target before him remained a mere indistinct blur. Liu Xin found himself at a loss as to how to synchronize with the gun to unleash the bullet he so desired. Thus, he felt somewhat awkward, instinctively glancing around in search of his sister's silhouette. What was this? A frigid little hand clasped around Liu Xion's gun-holding palm. Turning his head, he spotted his sister, having appeared beside him unannounced, curiously inspecting the firearm in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, Liu Xian experienced a peculiar transformation within his body, as if every muscle and bone, even the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath, fell entirely under his command. With each inhalation, that sensation intensified, and after 3 breaths, he felt as though he had morphed into a finely tuned machine. He gazed at the target, his pupils constricting, and the target sharpened into stark clarity. His hand steadied with mechanical precision as he gently squeezed the trigger, the recoil barely registering in his arm. The display screen lit up, A perfect three-ring shot. Yet, before the onlookers could express their astonishment and confusion, Lu Xin had already pulled the trigger once more. Crack! Two more bullets flew forth, one striking the 8-ring zone and the other landing squarely in the center red dot. The crowd turned, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue, eagerly anticipating Lu Xion's subsequent performance. However, after firing those two shots, Lu Xion did not continue shooting. Instead, he lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Before suddenly intertwining his hands to disassemble the gun, he methodically detached the chamber, followed by the barrel, the recoil spring, the guide rod, the firing mechanism, and the magazine, even breaking down the bullets one by one, until the entire firearm lay in pieces, clattering across the table. This, the spectators observed, their curiosity piqued. Even Lu Xion felt a hint of confusion and glanced at his sister with intrigue. Shooting isn't much fun, she pouted, disdainfully eyeing the scattered components on the ground. Disassembling it is all right, though. The gecko chimed in, somewhat astonished. Brother, we are naturally inclined to handle firearms. How can a spider type not play with guns? All right. He has already exhibited a natural aptitude for weaponry. Let us try something different. A bald elder chuckled, defusing the tension, and beckoned several fully armed soldiers standing at the entrance to enter and take position against the wall, then gestured for Lu Xion to stand opposite them, his small eyes twinkling with anticipation. What is this? Observing the cold, steel weapons in the hands of the armed soldiers, Lu Xion's wariness heightened. Dodge the bullets. The bald elder remarked cheerfully. Theoretically, spider-type ability users possess remarkable perception and reflexes, so at a distance greater than 3 meters, you should be able to evade the bullets. He reassured Lu Xion. No need to worry. The soldiers are highly experienced and won't aim for vital points, so even if you fail to dodge, you won't face fatal consequences. This. Lu Xion scrutinized the 3 imposing soldiers and their firearms, slowly shaking his head. He envisioned the repercussions of injury and the potential reactions of his family. Perhaps it was best to decline. Looking earnestly at the somewhat balding elder, he replied, theoretically, I may indeed survive, but you may not. Chapter 41. Multiple Assessments. Fortunately, at this juncture, Chun Jing provided clarification, stating, regarding this data, it has been evidently observable since his previous encounter with the special contaminant designated as number 041. Hence, we can skip the bullet dodging assessment. After all, the professor's time in Satellite City number 2 is limited, and there are numerous other evaluations we must conduct, so efficiency is paramount. The professors reluctantly acquiesced, shaking their heads and sighing. Nevertheless, the subsequent assessments swiftly captivated Lu Xion's full attention. Before the formal evaluations commenced, he had not anticipated the extensive array of tests required. After completing the firearms assessment, Lu Xion cooperatively engaged in several additional evaluations, such as short-distance speed, bodily sensitivity, high complexity, fine motor memory, and imitation, as well as the seemingly impossible task of microspace infiltration. Each test yielded astonishing results. This astonishment primarily stemmed from Lu Xion himself. During the 100-meter sprint assessment, with his sister's assistance, he achieved a remarkable 5-second time, feeling as though every muscle in his body synchronized harmoniously, executing the run in an optimal state. Yet, a rotund professor appeared somewhat disappointed, shaking his head and commenting, "This is your weak point. The top speed of a cheetah can reach 3 seconds for 100 meters. But that is merely for ordinary animals. Given your newfound ability to precisely control every bone and muscle in your body, you should be capable of achieving even greater bursts of speed. Of course, the human body is not particularly suited for short-distance explosive power. You may need to engage in some self-reflection and adjustments." Previously, during the gecko's testing, the fastest recorded time was a staggering 3.9 seconds, significantly surpassing yours. So, why not give climbing a try? Lu Xion remained silent, ultimately refusing, agreeing only to consider attempting it in the future. The reason was simple. It was too embarrassing. The plump professor conveyed his regret with a gentle shake of his head. During the bodily sensitivity assessment, Lu Xion sat still, accurately identifying each object making contact with his back, including its tactile trajectory, pressure, and even its shape. In the high-complexity, fine motor memory test, Lu Xion effortlessly discerned intricate and delicate movements, utilizing his control over his body to replicate them. What astonished him most was the microspace infiltration assessment. How could he, standing at 175 centimeters tall and weighing 140 pounds, conceal himself within a box measuring merely 1 square foot? Yet, the gecko managed to slip inside with ease. The key was that, with his sister's assistance, Lu-Xin also managed to fit in. As he curled his legs around his neck, his torso nearly pressing against his rear, his head almost entirely tucked into his body, and his arms contorted, he found himself crammed into the diminutive space in an exceedingly awkward position. His sister gleefully remarked, "Brother, don't you remember when father used to hit me? I could hide in the room's ventilation duct." She chuckled, proudly boasting that she could still perform better. However, not every assessment proceeded smoothly. For instance, in one assessment, an elderly professor brandished a seemingly razor-sharp knife, gesturing towards Lu-Xin while explaining, theoretically, spider-type ability users should be able to control the muscles at the wound site after sustaining injuries, preventing excessive bleeding and even accelerating the healing process. "So, if you don't mind, may I make a small incision on your arm?" Upon facing Lu-Xin's stern refusal, the professor regretfully sheathed the knife. During a telekinesis test, a researcher with thick, jet-black hair, clad in a white lab coat, mischievously bit into an apple, then darted 3 to 4 meters away, addressing Lu-Xin. Every mental aberration individual theoretically develops telekinesis. In fact, as long as the mental energy exceeds 60 units, telekinesis manifests, albeit with varying intensities. Most ability users cannot directly wield telekinesis, but rather use it to sense other mental energies and evade attacks. Your telekinetic abilities have been observed previously. Come, make an effort, and bring that apple over here. Lu-Xin settled into a chair, surrounded by a circle of onlookers. After a considerable pause, he inevitably turned to his sister. "I am your sister, not your servant," she retorted, her boredom manifesting as she idly paced the ceiling. "If you were in danger, that would be one thing, but there is nothing amiss at present. Why should I foolishly assist you in retrieving an apple? If you wish for me to pluck off his wig, however." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, fixated on the lush, dark mane atop the professor's head. Ultimately, Lu-Xin, resigned, chose to relinquish his attempt, signaling to his sister to refrain from any thoughts of disturbing the professor's wig. While he discerned an intriguing detail, the professor was, in fact, bald. "Do you require a day of rest before proceeding with the necessary evaluations tomorrow?" After completing a series of capacity assessments and blood sampling procedures, Chun-Jing approached Lu-Xin with a concerned inquiry. Lu-Xin, slightly taken aback, asked what further evaluations await. Chun-Jing, cradling a file, smiled and replied, "The subsequent assessments aim to ascertain whether you possess the potential to unearth additional abilities." Lu-Xin hesitated and inquired, "Might these be optional?" Observing Lu-Xin's demeanor, Chun-Jing chuckled, "Certainly. In that case, you need only to undertake the final assessment." Surprisingly, this final evaluation merely entailed a conversation. A kind-looking middle-aged woman clad in a white lab coat engaged Lu-Xin in gentle dialogue for over half an hour. Surely, this must suffice? Meanwhile, in a different office, several elder professors hurriedly organized their data. In stark contrast to their usual amiable demeanor, they now bore expressions of solemnity, meticulously verifying or calculating the recently gathered data. Some appearing increasingly grave, while others exhibited a hint of fervor. After a spell of organization, a portly, balding elder sighed and mused aloud. "A level?" A bald man in a lab coat echoed, chuckling softly, "Abilities at level, yet potential remains." "What the psychological assessments?" murmured a psychologist in a lab coat, entering while perusing documents. Suddenly, the office fell silent, all eyes turning to her, as if her report held greater significance than all others. "There are substantial concerns." The psychologist eventually began, her tone measured. "What concerns?" The atmosphere grew tense. "Exceedingly normal." After a moment, the psychologist disclosed, "Remarkably more so than myself." Chapter 42, Exceedingly Normal. The scholars present exchanged perplexed glances upon hearing her analysis. Noting their expressions, the psychologist sighed, elucidating, "Since the emergence of the Red Moon incident, everyone has resided within walled cities, and the oppressive environment, coupled with a life of despair, has inevitably led to various psychological issues for all, myself included. However, after conversing with him for half an hour, I found him astonishingly normal. Normal, yet oddly so." At this juncture, she glanced at Chun-Jing, adding, "In response to my inquiries, he exhibited no resistance and detailed his interactions with family, discussed the boundaries between illusion and reality." and even engaged in a serious discourse regarding the distinctions between mental and personality disorders, as well as the possibility of his family being real. Truthfully, I nearly felt as if he were one of my own students. As she spoke, the more normal he sounded, the more unsettling the atmosphere in the office became. A peculiar sensation pervading the air. Surely, he cannot be this normal, someone finally ventured. Could it be that he is fabricating? The psychologist shook her head, asserting, if he were lying, I would not be deceived. It is precisely because he is not lying that it is abnormal. After a brief pause, she exhaled softly, placing the conversation's records on the table, removing her glasses, and rubbing the small indentations on either side of her nose. I endeavored to discuss a plethora of topics with him and ultimately discovered that aside from some memory lapses and descriptions of family that might seem implausible to an ordinary person, this young man is optimistic, cheerful, proactive, and kind-hearted. At this, she let out a wry smile, adding, I find myself questioning how such an individual could be a mental aberrant. Optimistic, cheerful, proactive, kind-hearted. The office occupants fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before Professor Chun, bald and bespectacled, remarked, just hearing you describe those traits leads me to believe he is somewhat abnormal. Children raised in the aftermath of the Red Moon incident cannot possibly be so. The unspoken conclusion hung heavily in the air, yet all present understood its implications. It was this individual who had safeguarded orphans, including himself, within an orphanage imparting knowledge, recounting life before the Red Moon incident, sharing dreams, and promoting the appreciation of literary works. These influences were undeniably profound. Such a director. This realization rendered the room silent. Chun Jing broke the stillness, inquiring, what discoveries have the other professors made? For him, his family undeniably exists. A bald elder professor raised his pen, declaring, I noted several instances of fleeting glances during the assessment. From his micro-expressions, it appeared as though he were gazing at someone non-existent, even engaging in a silent dialogue with them. While he attempted to mask these gestures subconsciously, it is clear he genuinely believes such a person exists. This insight, indeed, connected to our previous hypothesis. The bald elder professor rotated his pen, addressing the assembly. Given that he possesses 3 family members, if his spider-like abilities stem from his sister, we can reasonably conjecture that he harbors 2 additional abilities. The psychologist gently raised her pen, adding, this is a matter I also broached with him. I followed his line of reasoning. If the sister can lend him one ability, could the other family members not also bestow abilities upon him? Notably, he expressed uncertainty, rather than outright denial. The bald elder professor nodded, suggesting, perhaps, for him, these 2 abilities are not easily accessible. Chun Jing remained contemplative, lightly nodding as she annotated a document before her. The prospect of 2 additional abilities seemed almost fantastical, yet not entirely implausible. A researcher donning a wig interjected, this is due to his exceptionally high mental capacity. Typically, we assess mental capacity using a 3-point estimation method. After all, compelling these mental aberrants to exert their full mental prowess can be perilous, significantly heightening the risk of losing control during such stress tests. Thus, Professor Bai devised this assessment method, allowing them to utilize only a portion of their telekinetic abilities, thereby calculating an approximate index of their overall mental capacity and inferring their true mental level. I had prepared an apple for him during the assessment, but he did not cooperate. Upon hearing this, the office occupants paused their tasks, attentively listening. This researcher was responsible for evaluating the approximate index of mental capacity. Yet all were aware of the failed assessment. Liu Xian had not cooperated. Without his compliance, how could the value be obtained? My wig has slipped. As the gaze of the crowd bore down upon him, the researcher solemnly declared, when I stepped out, I certainly had my wig properly adjusted. Just after disembarking the plane, I even entered the restroom specifically to make some adjustments. Furthermore, due to my personal habits, no one would dare to tamper with my wig. From that moment onward, I maintained a distance of 5 meters from him. Yet, at some point, he managed to manipulate my wig in a manner that went unnoticed by me. If we were to extrapolate from this, his mental capacity must be at least 400 or higher. At this juncture, he paused slightly, adding, the figure of 400 I mentioned is merely a baseline. The upper limit remains uncertain. Observing the confusion among his colleagues, his expression took on an air of excitement. Consider this, he urged, vigorously tugging at his wig, revealing a balding patch, his demeanor bordering on fervor. After all, my wig is custom-made, fitted so tightly that it requires considerable force to shift it, yet he managed to do so discreetly without my awareness. This feat is even more challenging than moving an apple. With such power, could it be said that he might even be capable of yanking off my head or crushing it outright? As he spoke, he gestured dramatically toward his own head, pondering the sheer strength required to splatter brain matter across the ground. An air of silence enveloped the room, everyone fixated on his animated expression, silently imagining that horrifying scenario. Only Chun Jing sat in muted contemplation, softly sighing. If the explosion incident at the Red Moon Orphanage is confirmed to be linked to him, it may not merely be a matter of scattered brain matter. It could very well mean total disintegration. Chapter 43. The Monster of Qingang. Regardless, if he truly possesses the ability to manipulate your wig without your slightest awareness, it not only indicates his formidable mental capacity, but also suggests he wields an impressive level of control over the subtleties of psychokinesis. This mental capacity is indeed high, undoubtedly exceeding 400 and possibly even beyond. In a previous meeting at the Security Bureau, when someone reasonably speculated that Liu Xian's mental capacity was above 300, astonishment rippled through the room. Yet now, in this office, more than half of those present exhibited expressions of excitement. I can't shake the feeling that he might even surpass 500. Regardless, such an initial mental capacity is extraordinarily high. Could it not be further enhanced with just a little more effort? Amidst the astonished murmurs of those nearby, Chun Jing quietly noted the proceedings, then raised her head to inquire, "What about the others?" In response to her question, several professors voiced their opinions. Some expressed admiration for Liu Xian's talent, while others affirmed the stability of his abilities. There were also those who lamented his reluctance to utilize firearms. Ultimately, all eyes turned toward a middle-aged woman with elegantly styled hair, who had remained uninvolved throughout the testing process, even distancing herself from Liu Xian. In temperament, she appeared somewhat distinct from the other professors and researchers, who exhibited a hint of fervor. She exuded a calm demeanor. "I specialize in the study of Red Moon mysticism," she gently began as the crowd's attention shifted toward her. "Actually, my primary purpose for being here is to ascertain a fact. Both Dr. Zhou Qin's communications and Professor Chen's observations indicate that there exists an invisible family member around him. To some extent, this indeed resembles a form of schizophrenia." After a brief pause, she continued, "My purpose here is to determine whether this is not a case of schizophrenia. What if he genuinely has several unseen spiritual entities surrounding him, bestowing him with abilities?" Her words momentarily stunned the other professors and researchers. As scholars who believe in facts and data, they could not help but feel that she was somewhat out of sync with the rest. She seemed more like a mystic than a scientific researcher. Upon reaching this point, the self-proclaimed Red Moon mysticism researcher subtly shifted, producing a small black box-like instrument from her belongings and placing it on the table. The sensitivity readings were already maximized. Thus, I have been conducting tests to determine if there is another spiritual entity in his vicinity. I have deployed 10 such instruments at various angles and positions. Regrettably, even with the most advanced detectors manufactured by the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute, I have failed to capture any spiritual energy fluctuations that would be inconsistent with his actions. Logically, if there were other spiritual entities present, we should have detected some discordant traces, even if they acted in concert with him. Moreover, he himself has stated that his family does not always obey. At this point, she expressed a hint of regret, conceding, therefore, I can only conclude that these family members are merely figments of his imagination. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembled professors. Yet, the curly-haired woman pressed on, of course. We cannot rule out the possibility that the instruments are simply not sensitive enough. As she spoke, she delicately licked her lips, her eyes shimmering with a youthful gleam. If only we could unlock the secrets of his mind. The expressions of the other professors turned somewhat peculiar at this suggestion. Professor Chun, at this juncture, rapped his fingers on the table, declaring, "There remains another question, the demise of the Dreamweaver." He directed his gaze toward the psychologist. The latter shook his head slightly, replying, "This is one of the inquiries that Professor Bai advised against asking directly. However, I have arranged for a photograph of the Dreamweaver to be placed where he can see it from his seat. Should he have encountered the Dreamweaver, a corresponding reaction would surely manifest. However, he displayed complete unfamiliarity with the figure. Thus, it can now be confirmed that Professor Chun, the balding scholar, summarized. He possesses immense potential, a sound worldview, clarity of thought, and an understanding of his own fragmentation. The table full of attendees nodded in agreement, indicating their concurrence. This also implies that he carries a certain degree of danger, does it not? Certainly, there's an inherent danger. Professor Chun then turned his gaze toward Chun-Jing. Amidst the discussions, Chun-Jing had meticulously documented each professor's remarks. Now, as all eyes fell upon her, she closed her files, absent-mindedly twirling a black pen in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she posed the critical question, "Now, what do you all think regarding the matter of guiding him?" The professors exchanged glances, with Professor Chun being the first to raise his hand. Agreed. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, raising their hands in a chorus of agreement. Agreed. Agreed. Pending. With such immense potential, guidance is essential. I wholeheartedly concur. The last to raise her hand was the female mysticism expert, who did so slowly, then calmly added, "Furthermore, I suggest assigning him additional tasks to facilitate our data collection." This statement immediately sparked a wave of supportive agreement from the assembly. The initial outcome prompted a moment of hesitation from Chun-Jing. Based on her prior understanding of Lu Exen, she had been rather confident that the 6 professors would unanimously advocate for guidance. What surprised her was the remarkable consensus among them. The only one who had expressed a pending opinion did so due to the need for further analysis of Lu Exen's blood samples before arriving at a final conclusion. Moreover, according to the regulations of Qinggang City, once 3 out of the 6 professors provided affirmative opinions, a decision was effectively reached. This was particularly significant given that the 7th professor, Professor Bai, had also been in agreement from the outset. Xiao Chun-Jing, are you aware of why we continue to support and guide him despite his numerous peculiarities? As if sensing Chun-Jing's bewilderment, Professor Chin smiled and remarked, "Most of us have endured the initial panic of the Red Moon incident, the disorientation during the civilization reconstruction period, and the helplessness that accompanied the emergence of mental pollution events. Thus, we have gradually come to understand that when confronted with those distorted and bizarre phenomena, hiding and retreating is utterly futile. The true resolution lies in confronting these challenges, comprehending them, and ultimately harnessing their potential. This young man possesses an inherently good nature and remarkable potential, yet he also exhibits some inexplicable traits. Who could be more suitable for our research than he?" Suddenly, Chun-Jing grasped the implications, observing the professors, many of whom were balding, and even the 2 female experts in mysticism and psychology, all of whom appeared somewhat expectant, their expressions tinged with fervor. She felt a sense of resignation. No wonder even those with mental anomalies refer to them as monsters. Chapter 44. What color is it? After all, brother, when did you discover your abilities? In another office, Lu Xin and Lizard were alone, each with a cup of coffee and a plate of candies before them. However, neither seemed inclined to touch the coffee. Lizard appeared indifferent, continuously fiddling with the firearms and knives in front of him, while Lu Xin, preferring not to consume coffee late at night for fear of insomnia, opted instead for the candies. He noticed that the assortment was significantly more abundant than during their last visit to the guardroom, likely due to Chun-Jing's recollection of his sister's fondness for sweets after their previous mission. His sister had reached for the candies earlier, but Lu Xin had disallowed it, intending to explain to her that children should not indulge excessively in sweets for the sake of their teeth. In truth, he was saving them as a reward to placate her during future tantrums. Discovering one's abilities? Upon hearing Lizard's inquiry, Lu Xin instinctively glanced at him, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, how long had it been since he left the orphanage before encountering his family? When did he start realizing he could draw upon their abilities? His heart softened, leading him to decide to support her endeavors. She was genuinely touched, yet at that moment, a sudden rapping at the guardroom door startled him, prompting him to dive into the nearby cabinet. It was only when the individuals outside moved his cabinet to the guardroom, surrounded by 30 to 50 armed personnel, that he realized the predicament he was in. He recounted, pulling the gun's chamber and squinting to aim. It turned out to be a mere 30-centimeter-high shoe cabinet. Lu Xin felt somewhat dazed, observing Lizard's calm demeanor, pondering whether it was wise to divulge such matters. Once you join our department, you become one of us. Sooner or later, these embarrassing stories will come to light. Lizard seemed to comprehend his thoughts, chuckling. What I share with you differs from what others would say, does it not? Lu Xin found an inexplicable logic in his words. Furthermore, he was not the only one subjected to rumors. Lizard set aside his gun and resumed polishing his dagger, stating, "Let me tell you, there are hardly any normal individuals in our department. Drunks proclaim daily that they can see dragons flying, and they even claim to distinguish their genders. As for the unfortunate child, she is so beautifully endowed. Her face, her figure, an unimaginable perfection that could drive any man mad. Yet she is but a simpleton. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned towards Lu Exen. And what about our Colonel Chun? Do you know the color of her undergarments? Coughing on his water, Lu Exen nearly choked, casting Lizard a peculiar look. Is it appropriate to speak of our superior in such a manner? Pink, his sister chimed in, climbing through the open window, her expression devoid of emotion. Still somewhat miffed for not having had a candy earlier. Pink, Lu Exan exclaimed in surprise, blurted out, "You truly know?" Lizard, startled, quickly inquired, "What does it look like?" As Lu Exan was about to chastise his sister, the door swung open, revealing Chen Jing, files in hand. Both Lizard and Lu Exan instinctively straightened in their seats. His sister cast a glum glance at Chen Jing's chest, clutching the wire, swaying in the breeze outside. "What were you discussing?" Chen Jing asked, entering with a smile and setting her files down. "Your evaluation has concluded." Chen Jing appeared unfazed by the question, opening the files and casting a serious look at Lu Exan. Transitioning into work mode, she stated, "The detailed report will take a few days to finalize, but we have a general understanding of the situation, which will facilitate subsequent arrangements. Your guidance plan should be executed shortly, but what is required now is for you to familiarize yourself with your abilities." As she spoke, she directed her gaze towards Lizard, saying, "This aspect will be overseen by Lizard. He shares your capabilities and is an experienced ability user. Initially, he will accompany you on a few cleaning missions to expedite your understanding." "Oh," Lu Exine replied, looking at Lizard, "sound good." Lizard merely offered a lazy salute, as if he had anticipated this arrangement long ago. "We have a cleaning task tonight." Chun Jing decisively divided a document into two stacks, pushing one toward Lizard and the other toward Lu Exine. This pertains to a recently confirmed special pollution incident, classified as a level threat. Headquarters has just approved a clearance operation. Lizard will lead, with Lu Exine as his assistant, primarily tasked with familiarizing himself with the process. Both Lu Exine and Lizard responded earnestly, clearly aware that even Lizard would not take the cleaning mission lightly. Additionally, here is your provisional code name. Chun Jing handed Lu Exine a sheet of paper featuring freshly printed text. Special Operations Group External Personnel. Name, Lu Exine. Age, 13. Ability Assessment, to be determined. Mental Anomaly Direction, Spider Type. Code Name, Solo Operative. Patrol Area, Qinggang No. 2 Satellite City. Confidentiality Level, Low. After perusing the document, Lu Exine found no discrepancies from the previous version and simply nodded in agreement. Though he was curious, "Why is my code named Solo Operative?" "Well then, you may depart at any time." Chen Jing showed no inclination to elaborate, gathering her files and standing with unwavering authority. Lu Exine and Lizard prepared to rise as well, especially when discussing such sordid matters. "Do you understand?" Lizard met her gaze, his body tensing, his neck stiffening as he nodded. "Excellent." Chen Jing ruffled Lizard's hair before turning to exit. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back to Lu Exine. "Oh, and today I am wearing black." Lu Exine dared not even nod, remaining seated stiffly. He had initially intended to inquire about her formalization, but now felt too intimidated to voice it. Behind him, his sister's melancholic voice emerged. "She is lying." Chapter 45. Level Special Pollution Source 039. "How frightening," Lizard remarked, still shaken as they exited the towering building with a sizable backpack. "Why are you so afraid of her?" Lu Exine curiously asked, trailing behind Lizard. Given Lizard's earlier nonchalance, he had assumed he was unperturbed by anyone. "Did you hear her just now? She suggested I strip and dance in the crowd." Lizard turned to Lu Exine, speaking earnestly. "That woman is truly capable of such things." Lu Exine reflected. "That is indeed rather terrifying." "All right, time to work." The gecko arrived at the roadside, stretching slowly and turning to smile at Lu Exine. "Brother, since old Chun has entrusted me to guide you, I shall not hold back. Our spider faction, unlike other ability factions, thrives on learning through action. I shall not bore you with theoretical concepts or grandiose principles. Suffice it to say, simply observe how I proceed." Lu Exine nodded, understanding how to interact with seasoned employees. Just as they reached the roadside, a black jeep approached, and the two of them climbed aboard. The driver did not inquire about their destination, but rather drove straight toward the northern part of the city, connecting small group lines. Information Analysis Group Line Connection. Soon, a voice, cold and crisp, resonated through the channel. "Signal test." "Huh." The gecko immediately burst into laughter. "Dearest Linda, It has been days since I last heard your voice. I have missed you dearly. The unyielding voice responded, My name is not Linda. It is Tai Chui. Luxin cast a glance at the gecko. The gecko chuckled awkwardly and remarked, The name Tai Chui hardly does justice to your melodious voice, so I shall continue to call you Linda. Even merely uttering that name brings a delightful flutter to my heart. The female voice in the channel replied, Then you may call me Tai Chui Linda. The gecko displayed a comical expression of discomfort. Subsequently, details of a special pollution incident were announced. ID, level special pollution source 039. Target level, level. Infection level, intermediate. Threat level, level. Incident summary. Special pollution source 039 was discovered by an investigative team 10 days prior. Liu Exine initially thought he should pay careful attention to the briefing. However, he could not discern the following words from Tai Chui or Linda, as the gecko had already leaned forward, gripping the headset, and whispered conspiratorially, Did you hear that? Brother? This is the most vital lesson I am imparting to you. The Information Analysis Group is our most essential ally. Liu Xin wholeheartedly agreed. This group could provide timely data for their operations. The gecko continued, Consider this. Without their constant chatter accompanying us, how dull would our missions be? Lu Xin pondered. Why does this differ from my expectations? Each leader of the Information Analysis Group is specifically assigned to us Special Operations members, ensuring we develop a harmonious synergy, thus enhancing our efficiency during cleansing tasks. Furthermore, think about it. As soon as we embark on a mission, we engage in conversation with them. This back-and-forth banter, doesn't it? The gecko winked, conveying a knowing look. Liu Xin instinctively recalled the soft-spoken, polite Corporal Han Bing, uncertain if she would be his liaison in the future. Thus, for those of us on field missions, flirtation is the primary element. The gecko generously shared his wisdom with Liu Xin before releasing the headset and cheerfully exclaimed, Linda, call me Tai Chui. Very well, Tai Chui Linda. You still haven't informed me whether you are single, he teased, only to be met with silence. The channel echoed with Linda's calm voice. That's because I was in a hurry to feed my child. The gecko's expression soured, akin to swallowing a fly, his face contorting momentarily before relaxing again. Don't jest with me. I am not easily fooled. Do you think I am unaware? Your information group maintains such strict regulations. How could they permit you to bring an infant into the office? Linda retorted, Who says my child is an infant? Perhaps he is in his 20s. The gecko's countenance resembled that of someone who had consumed 2 flies. The jeep soon arrived in a dimly lit area of the northern city, filled with towering factories and broad roadways, yet illuminated only by sporadic streetlights, rendering it shrouded in darkness. In the distance, a factory emitted harsh light. Both the gecko and Liu Xin disembarked, with the gecko hoisting a long, narrow box onto his back. Dearest Linda, I am off to rescue the citizens of this city once more. Do you have any words for me? Yes. After a brief silence, the female voice declared, Do not call me Linda again. If you must, do not preface it with dearest. Understood, Linda. The gecko waved cheerfully, suddenly raising an eyebrow at Liu X. Let's proceed. Liu Xin was momentarily taken aback as he observed the gecko's seemingly sturdy frame leap high, scaling a nearby brick wall of about 3 to 4 meters. He waved at Liu Xin before pushing off the wall with his feet, ascending effortlessly. The surrounding darkness made it nearly impossible to see his form. Liu Xin salet, extending his hand toward a figure beside him. Why don't you share some candy with me? A somewhat eerie little face emerged in the night, adorned with a profoundly melancholic expression. Liu Xin gently grasped the headset and whispered to the girl, Too much candy can harm your teeth. Do you think I'm still a child? The girl glared at Liu Xin, her demeanor slightly irked. Liu Xin scrutinized her seriously and replied, You are indeed a child, and a beautiful one at that. The girl appeared momentarily flustered. I not only want candy, I want the black kind, the sweet yet bitter variety. After a prolonged pause, she resolutely stated, extending both hands, 10 pieces. Very well. Liu Xin mentally calculated the amount, nodding as if resigned. He then outstretched his hand, and the girl's icy fingers finally slipped into his palm, gently clasping it. At that moment, Liu Xin felt his body grow lighter, as if the wall before him had transformed into level ground. He carefully ascended along the wall, eventually joining the gecko at the top. Together, they traversed the electrical lines to an adjacent rooftop, climbing atop a rusted water tower, where they crouched under the crimson moonlight, pausing to observe. How did you manage to climb up? Liu Xin inquired, surveying the factory approximately 300 meters away. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the glass windows of the factory, catching glimpses of the interior scene, causing a slight tension to coil along his spine. In the night breeze, a soft, low chuckle reached only Liu Xian's ears. How amusing. Chapter 46. The Work Machine. The factory, 300 meters distant, resembled a workshop bustling with rows of textile machinery. Countless workers were laboring diligently, extending their shifts. Such small factories were abundant in Xinjiang City, particularly in the satellite towns. Children born there typically found their fates sealed upon coming of age, entering such factories for work. Often, this would lead to a lifetime spent in these establishments. Although those who had endured 3 years as nomads in the wilderness or children born in satellite towns had opportunities for education, it must be noted that a considerable number did not prioritize it. Likewise, the satellite towns did not impose such expectations. Ironically, orphans like Liu Xian and teacher Xiao Lu, raised under the guidance of the orphanage's elderly director, understood the significance of education. Thus, whether in the past or present, the Red Moon Orphanage endeavored to ensure that children received schooling. Of course, even so, overtime work in factories was a norm. Yet, working this late was uncommon. Liu Xian noted that it was already around 2 o'clock in the deep night. With the aid of his sister's abilities, he was able to perceive the bustling activity within the factory, located 300 meters away. Numerous workers were diligently engaged, each stationed at elongated workbenches, performing their designated tasks. Some were meticulously cleaning cotton bolls, others were transporting cotton strips, and still others were spinning coarse yarn. The factory was illuminated by glaring, bright lights, creating an atmosphere of intense yet orderly labor, imbued with an undeniable fervor. However, in a mere glance, Liu Xian discerned the underlying issue. The workers resembled finely tuned machines, laboring with an air of bewilderment and apathy. Some had hands worn to the point of bleeding, yet continued to separate cotton balls with an eerie detachment, oblivious to the crimson stains that marred the cotton in their grasp. Others, too fatigued to walk straight, staggered under the weight of fabric bundles akin to small mountains, relentlessly dashing about. A few, noticing a malfunction in the weaving machines, expressionless, thrust their hands into the machinery to rectify the error. It was as if the factory had become a realm devoid of pain and sensation. Do you see the source of pollution? The voice of the gecko whispered softly in Liu Xian's ear. It was then that he realized he was the one meant to address such matters and should not be taken aback by this spectacle. He focused intently, soon spotting a particularly agitated middle-aged man among the industrious workers. Dressed in a crumpled suit and glistening with sweat, his shirt and tie remained meticulously fastened. He was pacing the factory, gesticulating dramatically, his lips moving as if he were vociferously espousing something. Liu Xian instinctively glanced at the gecko and inquired, "Is it him? What is he saying?" The gecko did not turn but replied in a hushed tone, "Listen closely. We should be able to hear him." Liu Xian furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze to the other side. At that moment, his sister cast a cold glance at the gecko, her disheveled hair partially obscuring her eyes, which narrowed slightly. Likewise, Liu Xian felt his pupils constrict, enabling him to scrutinize the factory's interior with heightened clarity. Even the faint, indistinct sounds of machinery became increasingly discernible. Soon, he caught the man's impassioned voice. "Work. We must work. We are the fortunate survivors of the cataclysm. Why do others perish while we remain? Look around this city. So many live like dogs, their existence devoid of meaning. They will never amass wealth, nor will they ever hope to inhabit the main city. Outside, countless madmen wander, and many go hungry because they lack work like ours. Therefore, we must work harder, if we wish to live in the main city. If we do not work, we will meet the same fate as those outside, starving to death. Strive. What separates us from the dead?" His fervent proclamation bore a hint of hysteria, his voice hoarse and strained, yet he seemed oblivious, howling like a beast, forcefully projecting his words. On the ground, some who had long since collapsed from exhaustion now wobbled to their feet. They gazed at the machines and cotton bowls before them, as if they were the sole source of meaning in their lives. "Is that the source of pollution?" Liu Xian asked softly, his pupils slightly constricting. The gecko chuckled softly. "Old Chan said you could see the spiritual monstrosities. What do you perceive now?" Liu Xian scrutinized carefully and then gently shook his head. "I can only see one person there, much like myself." The gecko laughed quietly. "Indeed, that short, stout man in the suit is the source of pollution. Technically, he is not yet transformed into a source of pollution. He is classified as a mental aberrant. However, Such aberrants are often more terrifying than actual sources of pollution. He has already influenced nearly 100 employees in that small factory, and his inability to control his powers, coupled with his failure to communicate normally, means he can be directly categorized as a source of pollution. At that moment, Linda's, or perhaps Tieshue's voice resonated in their communication channel. Zheng Yuanxiong, the factory director of Yuanxiong Textile, age 40. He entered Satellite City at 27 and single-handedly established this textile factory. Although poor management has led it to the brink of bankruptcy multiple times. 10 days ago, anomalies were reported at the factory, but due to a shortage of personnel, by the time our investigation team arrived, the situation had already spiraled out of control. The individuals within the factory have been moderately infected and will indiscriminately attack anyone who enters and attempts to halt their work. Or they will attempt to spread the infection and assimilate others. Currently, all individuals in the factory have been working continuously for 2.5 days, without food, drink, sleep, or rest. If this is not addressed, they may well work themselves to death, and Zheng Yuanxiong could completely lose control at any moment. At that point, his area of contamination would significantly expand, potentially affecting several surrounding factories. Therefore, headquarters has ordered immediate containment. Chapter 47. Countdown to 30 seconds. Direct containment. Listening to the voice emanating from the channel, Liu Xian felt a slight heaviness in his heart. How do we contain it? There are nearly 100 people in that factory. Rest assured, our target is not the workers. The gecko seemed to sense Liu Xian's thoughts and chuckled softly. Our mission is to eliminate the source of pollution, not to harm the infected, while our primary priority is always to prevent the spread of contamination. We should avoid bloodshed whenever possible. Moreover, based on the current situation and prior reports from the investigation team, the source of pollution primarily affects those around him rather than assimilating them, meaning those workers are only mildly contaminated and can still be saved. Liu Xian breathed a small sigh of relief. So, we only need to eliminate the factory director? The gecko shook his head. We cannot kill him now. If he were to die, there is a high likelihood he would unleash a mental plague before his demise, causing all moderately infected individuals to uncontrollably flee, creating a significant threat in the surrounding area. However, they likely will not escape. Observe your surroundings, and you should understand what I mean. Liu Xian need not look far. Darkness enveloped the area, with only scarce streetlights illuminating patches of pale ground. In the shadows, he knew there lay a heavily fortified military presence. Should the workers attempt to escape the factory and venture into the outside world, they would undoubtedly be met with immediate gunfire. Satellite City would not permit their escape, just as it had been in the CAF. With this in mind, he furrowed his brow. We need to contain them immediately, yet cannot kill them. What then? The gecko chuckled. Linda, provide a suggestion. My recommendation is to utilize specially designed, powerful tranquilizer guns to incapacitate the source of pollution from distance. After a brief pause, she seemed to consider that a solitary operative was listening and, as a guide, felt it necessary to clarify the rationale behind her suggestion. Because Zheng Yuanxiong has not yet completely lost control, he retains some human characteristics, making the tranquilizer plan viable. If he were to fully lose control, it would be ineffective. Liu Xian listened attentively, nodding, though he did not consider whether Tieshue and Linda could see him. The gecko suddenly interjected. This individual possesses the remarkable ability to influence 100 people instantaneously, which indicates a substantial level of mental capacity. It is possible that before the bullet reaches him, he may generate a formidable psychic force, potentially affecting or even directly intercepting my shot. Within the channel, Tai Chui remarked, thus, should you consent to this plan, I will simultaneously issue commands to the support team, instructing them to trigger an explosion on the eastern side of the factory 30 seconds from now. The ensuing cacophony and shockwave will divert a portion of Zheng Yuanxiong's attention, causing any psychic force he manifests to destabilize due to his inability to concentrate. At that moment, it will be your opportunity to fire. However, you will have but a fleeting instant, your sole chance. He chuckled softly. Ah, dear Linda, your voice is truly melodious. The channel echoed with a heavy exhale, suggesting that Tai Chui Linda was somewhat exasperated. Yet, before she could respond, the gecko exclaimed agreed. Upon uttering this declaration, he unveiled a slender, formidable sniper rifle from the long case strapped to his back. With deft hands, he swiftly assembled the various components, the crisp clicks resonating in the air. Once the bullet was chambered, he secured his legs around the iron railing and inverted his body. The dark muzzle of the rifle aimed at the factory 300 meters away. Linda's voice within the channel grew unnaturally calm. Countdown initiated. 30, 29. Time seemed to elongate, and the world around them descended into an eerie silence. Only Linda's steady countdown and the distant hum of machinery from the factory could be heard. Liu Xian absorbed every detail earnestly. Even his sister, usually indifferent, tilted her head, observing the gecko with curiosity. Liu Xian noted that the gecko's movements were distinct from his sister's. He was suspended upside down, rifle poised, resembling a nimble and precise spider, while his sister merely appeared adorably peculiar. "One, prepare." As these thoughts raced through Liu Xian's mind, Linda's voice reached the final count. At that very moment, a brilliant light erupted in the east, followed by a tremendous roar. Simultaneously, Liu Xian observed the gecko's lips curl into a slight smile as he pulled the trigger. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the factory, and as the scene drew closer, he witnessed the glass tremble in response to the explosive sound. The other workers inside remained oblivious, diligently attending to their tasks, but the factory manager, Zhang Yuanxiong, was slightly affected, instinctively glancing toward the source of the explosion. In that instant, a bullet, resembling a red syringe, pierced through the glass. Though Liu Xian was 300 meters away and should not have heard the sound, he distinctly perceived a soft hiss. The red syringe embedded itself into the nape of Zhang Yuanxiong's neck, erupting in a spray of crimson. Even as a tranquilizer, the bullet possessed an extraordinary force, sending Zhang Yuanxiong sprawling to the ground, distorting the surrounding lights and plastic pipes. Although he attempted to rise, a mere exertion of effort caused him to collapse once more. The tranquilizer appeared remarkably effective. Success. Linda's voice in the channel exhaled a sigh of relief, though her tone remained icy. "You must proceed to the next step." "All right," the gecko replied with a grin, retrieving a glass object resembling a helmet from his backpack. He then flashed a smile at Liu Xian, saying, "Let us go, brother. It's time to wrap this up." With that, he abruptly leaned back and astonishingly fell from the 30-meter-high water tower. Chapter 48. This is what one calls professionalism. This. Liu Xian momentarily believed the gecko was committing suicide. Peering over, he realized just as the gecko was about to hit the ground, he deftly grasped a protrusion on the water tower, flipping in midair, and landed skillfully atop the tower, redirecting his momentum, and effortlessly leaped outward. Under the crimson moon, he resembled a bizarre insect, swiftly and peculiarly scuttling toward the factory. We too. Liu Xian had just turned to glance at his sister when he noticed her glaring at the gecko's departure, seemingly irked. Suddenly, she grasped Liu Xian's hand, and the siblings leapt high into the air, landing precisely on a power line adjacent to the water tower. Using their hands and feet, they raced along the wire, akin to phantoms speeding toward the factory. In the end, Liu Xian only trailed the gecko by a moment as they entered the factory. Inside, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the space as Zhang Yuanxiong lay unconscious. Despite his fainted state, the workers continued their tasks with a mechanical dullness. The air, thick with a pungent and acrid scent, mingled with the heavy odor of blood and urine, as they had no time to visit the restroom, resolving their physiological needs on the spot. The gecko and Liu Xian, having entered the factory, went unnoticed by the workers, who remained oblivious to their presence. Knocking out Zhang Yuanxiong was merely the first step. Tai Chui's voice resonated in the channel, given Zhang Yuanxiong's evident mental instability and his proximity to losing control. The tranquilizer, capable of inducing a 3-day slumber in an elephant, may not yield predictable results. He could awaken at any moment, so we must fit him with a specialized containment device to prevent him from affecting others again. Your task is to, as Liu Xian listened to Linda's instructions. He followed closely behind the gecko, reaching Zhang Yuanxiong's side. When Linda mentioned providing him with vigilance, Liu Xian stood guard beside the gecko, keenly observing their surroundings. The gecko moved with remarkable speed and agility, swiftly approaching the unconscious Zhang Yuanxiong. He deftly lifted the manager's neck with the tips of his toes and placed the iron glass helmet over his head. Not yet finished. He produced a pair of handcuffs and leg shackles from beneath his leather jacket, securing them around Zhang Yuanxiong. Observing the manager's bound form, Liu Xian felt reassured that even if he were to awaken, he would be adequately restrained. "Ha, all done," the gecko exclaimed, reclining on the ground, tilting his head back in triumph. "Brother, am I impressive or what?" His demeanor radiated a certain audacity. However, Liu Xian believed the gecko had earned this moment of bravado, for despite the incessant chatter, he had executed the task with precision, leaving no room for error. This is professionalism, Liu Xian mused, silently yearning for a semblance of such expertise in himself. Well done. The channel echoed with a dispassionate commendation, followed by, deploy the support team immediately. The ever-reliable support team. The gecko chuckled, then turned to Liu Xian. Brother, how about we grab a drink later? Just as Liu Xian was about to agree, his sister gently tugged at him. He turned around and was momentarily taken aback as his gaze fell upon a cluttered desk beside him, piled high with assorted documents and receipts. Beneath this chaotic workspace, a young girl clad in a red dress was huddled, appearing no older than 7 or 8. Cradling a knitted doll with a body woven from coarse yarn and button eyes, she wore a pristine red frock that accentuated her innocence. Her dark, expressive eyes timidly fixated on Liu Xian and the gecko, revealing hints of both fear and curiosity as she softly inquired, Brother, why aren't you working? Who is she? A surge of astonishment washed over Liu Xian, mingled with a sense of vigilance. In the factory, aside from Zheng Yuanxiong, everyone else was laboring frantically, almost uncontrollably. Even in Zheng Yuanxiong's unconscious state, the workers continued to adhere to their previous commands. Yet, why was there a little girl here? At that moment, the gecko, too, had noticed her, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue as he whispered into the channel. What little girl? Linda's voice from the channel grew somber. She appears to be 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a red dress, with 2 braids and a mole between her brows. The gecko quickly and quietly described her while cautiously raising his hand, attempting to capture her likeness. However, the little girl gradually emerged from beneath the desk, her gaze fixed on Liu Xian and the gecko, her head slightly tilted as she gently repeated, Brother, why aren't you working like everyone else? As her voice resonated, an eerie stillness enveloped the factory. The relentless clanking of machinery persisted, yet a profound silence fell over the workers, who halted their tasks and turned in unison to regard Liu Xian and the gecko, as if only then realizing the presence of these 2 outsiders. These individuals who were not toiling. Expressions began to contort with confusion, anger, and ominous disdain directed at the newcomers. This bizarre transformation caused the gecko's raised hand to freeze momentarily, preventing any overt movement. A girl with a mole between her brows? Linda's voice echoed in the channel. Records indicate that Zheng Yuanxiong has a daughter, aged 8. There was a slight pause in her tone, laced with tremors. However, she passed away a year ago. The cause of death was due to Zheng Yuanxiong's preoccupation with work, neglecting her care, which led to her being caught in a machine while retrieving a plush toy. The glaring lights, the monotonous whirring of machinery, the hostile gazes of the workers, and the little girl's unsettling inquiry all amalgamated to form a strikingly absurd tableau. The gecko's throat tightened as he spoke. His voice hushed as if afraid to disturb something. Secondary pollutant source. Chapter 49. Secondary pollutant source. What is a secondary pollutant source? Liu Xian also stared at the girl clutching the plush toy, cautiously voicing his thoughts without making any sudden movements. In response, the channel quickly relayed Tiexin's explanation. A secondary pollutant source is a manifestation born from the primary pollutant due to certain circumstances, possessing a connection to the original source while also exhibiting a degree of autonomy. Given the current situation, it is highly likely that Zheng Yuanxiong, after undergoing a transformation, out of overwhelming longing for his daughter, has utilized his mental energy to recreate her. Exercise caution. Such a pollutant source can be even more troublesome than the original, especially since this entity is directly visible to you. Its mental magnitude must be considerable. As she rapidly elucidated, accompanied by the rustling of flipping documents, an unusual quietude enveloped the factory. The machines continued to operate incessantly, yet this created a different kind of unsettling calm. Brother, why aren't you working? The little girl continued to gaze at Liu Xian and the gecko, her once delicate features now contorted in an inexplicable manner. The harsh fluorescent light illuminating her face distorted her features, her voice carrying a chilling peculiarity. Daddy says everyone must work, and those who don't will be punished. With her words, the previously motionless workers began to shift, advancing toward Liu Xian and the gecko, seizing nearby tools such as cutting knives, steel rulers, and axes. Their expressions grew increasingly hostile, jaws clenched in rage, as if they harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Liu Xian and the gecko, wishing to rend them to pieces. Suddenly, the gecko, positioned behind Liu Xian, gritted his teeth and swiftly raised his hand, launching a dagger forward. With a clang, The dagger pierced through the girl's brow and lodged itself in the desk behind her. Yet, the girl lacked a physical form. This action seemed to provoke her, and she shrieked, "Why aren't you working?" Her voice resonated with an almost ripple-like force, spreading outward. "Work, work, work, damn it, damn it, damn it." In an instant, the factory workers erupted into a frenzy, their shouts reverberating with fervor as they lunged forward. Some reached out, while others opened their mouths wide, resembling a pack of wild beasts. The gecko nimbly evaded the onslaught of several workers, scaling the wall to a height of several meters. As he dodged the frenzied attacks and the objects hurled at him, he urgently communicated with Tieshin through the channel. "Linda, think of something. Is there any way to eliminate this secondary pollutant source?" Tieshin's voice crackled with urgency. Spider-type ability users find it exceedingly difficult to directly confront such secondary pollutant sources. "I advise an immediate retreat. We require the intervention of princess-type ability users like the doll to handle her." "Are we really going to call for the doll's assistance?" The gecko's voice revealed a hint of hesitation. "And what about these workers?" At that moment, Liu Xan had sought refuge atop a high stack of textiles, momentarily safe. Listening to the exchange between the gecko and Tieshin, he quickly grasped the gravity of their predicament. The workers had succumbed to severe influence, harboring intense hatred toward him and the gecko. Should they retreat, the workers would undoubtedly pursue them outside, leading to a direct confrontation with the encircling military forces. To prevent their escape, the workers would have but one outcome. The gecko had previously stated that handling pollutant sources was always the top priority. Yet, this also involved nearly 100 lives. This realization compelled Liu Xan to clench his teeth, glance at his sister, and murmur, "I'll give it a try." With that, he leaped down, weaving through the frenzied workers. "You can confront a purely spiritual, secondary pollutant source?" The gecko was visibly taken aback, swiftly leaping down from the wall to divert some of the workers' attention away from Liu Xan. "Stop him." But Tieshin's voice suddenly rang out in the channel, tinged with an unusual urgency. Although she urged them to intervene, her words faltered, the remainder unspoken. Line 2. The gecko, familiar with her, quickly deduced her meaning, softly uttering a phrase while pressing a button on his ear. Soon, within the channel where only he and Tai Chui could communicate, Tai Chui's voice urgently resonated. He indeed possessed the ability to directly address secondary sources of contamination. While you could not manage purely spiritual secondary sources due to a lack of specialized telekinetic abilities and the absence of relevant training, unlike you, he harbored the capacity to inflict harm upon spiritual entities. This was evidenced by the previous incident involving the 041 contamination source. Yet he must not be allowed to engage in such actions. The wall gecko felt a mix of anxiety and astonishment, exclaiming, "Why not?" Tai Chui's voice slightly deepened as he responded. "Colonel Chen recently provided me with a dossier indicating that, despite his remarkably high spiritual level, the risk of losing control is also significant. Therefore, it is strictly prohibited for him to handle matters that could impose substantial psychological pressure, even if it is known that the other party is merely a secondary contamination source, particularly if it bears the appearance of a young girl. Should he personally intervene, it could lead to unnecessary stress and psychological trauma." The wall gecko was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. But that's obviously a fabrication. The spiritual realm is inherently illusory. In the exchange of questions and answers, the wall gecko, while voicing his concerns, swiftly gravitated towards Liu Xan's direction. At that moment, nearly 100 individuals within the factory were frantically rushing towards them. The chaos and congestion were beyond description, even for those with spider-like abilities. Moving forward while ensuring their own safety and avoiding inflicting grievous harm upon others appeared painfully sluggish. Meanwhile, Liu Xan, who was already closer, was navigating along the rooftop pipes. Approaching the girl, "Brother, shall we resolve her?" His sister's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly spoke. "No." Liu Xan immediately rejected the notion, fully aware of what his sister meant by resolve. "Why?" She pouted, her displeasure causing Liu Xan to momentarily falter, nearly being struck by a flying shovel. "Because she looks so pitiful. They all said it's fake, but it seems so real." A mountain of various wooden materials and goods obstructed the frenzied workers pursuing them from behind. At that moment, Liu Xan gently descended, landing directly in front of the little girl. Observing the child clutching a plush toy, he earnestly implored, "Little sister, please do not cause a scene." Chapter 50. A Well-Behaved Child. It was uncertain whether the secondary contamination source possessed adequate awareness, but if she did, a question mark would surely have appeared above her head. Her face bore a distorted expression, her eyes ablaze with a fervent and wrathful demeanor, seemingly intent on eliminating these two idol brothers. However, upon unexpectedly encountering Lu Xian before her, uttering such words, she momentarily exhibited a lapse in her fervor, her now crimson eyes fixated on Lu Xian. Suddenly, she screamed, "Work! Work! Damn it! Damn it!" Her voice, tinged with a slight hoarseness, bore an uncanny resemblance to the now unconscious factory manager, Zheng Yuanxiong. With her cries, the frenzied workers behind her became even more deranged, hurling themselves forward with reckless abandon. In their current state, they could no longer rationally dismantle the racks Lu Xian had toppled. Thus, they resorted to tearing at them with their hands, oblivious to the potential casualties they might inflict upon those nearby, even gnawing at the wood with their teeth, unperturbed by the risk of injury. Even from a distance, Zheng Yuanxiong, now adorned with a glass helmet, seemed to show signs of regaining consciousness. Witnessing this, Lu Xian felt a complex array of emotions. The little girl reminded him of himself and his sister. If Zheng Yuanxiong could manifest such a secondary contamination entity, could his own family be similarly affected? Thus, he spoke to the girl, hoping she might respond like his sister. Unfortunately, she appeared entirely devoid of reason, unlike his sister, who could converse and engage. This left him feeling somewhat helpless. In truth, resolving the situation with this little girl was remarkably simple. He understood that if he did not address her soon, the situation would only escalate. If all the factory workers began to flee, it would signify the spread of contamination, a dire outcome for everyone involved. Yet, gazing at the child, he felt an inexplicable sentiment. Perhaps she was indeed an illusion, but had he not encountered enough unreal beings in his life? He was uncertain of the emotions that would wash over him should he take action against this little girl. At that moment, within the channel, Tai Chui anxiously inquired. However, while grappling with the frenzied workers, the wall gecko hesitated, already clutching a ball of iron wire. Mere seconds ago, he had the opportunity to hurl it at Lu Xian, ensnaring him, a plan devised for dire circumstances where he would have no choice but to bind Lu Xian and forcibly escort him away. This contamination source could only be dealt with once the child arrived. As for the factory workers, the reason spiritual contamination sources incite such loathing and fear is due to the inevitable casualties they bring. Yet, he had yet to take decisive action, as uncertainty lingered within him. No need to stop him yet. Listening to the urgency in the channel, he murmured, "He hasn't acted directly." Not acting? This time, it was Tai Chui who expressed confusion. Then how does he intend to resolve this contamination source? The wall gecko muttered, assuring himself of the opportunity to deter Lu Xian at any moment. Just watch. It seems like a negotiation. As anxiety and concern filled the hearts of the wall gecko and Tai Chui, Lu Xian was also beset by a headache. His sister appeared increasingly restless, her gaze intensely fixed on the little girl, her disheveled black hair concealing eyes that sparkled with intensity. Meanwhile, the frenzied workers behind them were on the verge of tearing apart the wooden structure, ready to swarm in. Yet, the little girl stood before him, furiously demanding, "Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? Those who don't work deserve to die." The longer Lu Xian listened to her voice, the more he felt as though he himself was not working hard enough. Simultaneously, a sense of irritation welled within him, compelling him to seize her, and this anger surged within him, threatening to shatter the bounds of his reason. Just then, a sigh resonated through the air. Suddenly, the overhead incandescent lights buzzed, flickering erratically. The surrounding machines seemed to stutter, their roaring noises considerably dulled. A voice echoed softly, "Alas, you siblings appear ill-suited to handle such matters." Lu Xian turned in surprise to see his mother, dressed in a well-tailored white suit, adorned with a pearl necklace, a stylish wide-brimmed hat atop her head, a handbag in hand, and black high heels. She resembled someone who had just strolled in from a shopping excursion, slowly making her way from the depths of the factory. The flickering lights added an aura of mystery to her presence. This caught Lu Xian off guard. He had not anticipated his mother's appearance here. "You're an adult now and have yet to date. How could you possibly know how to educate children?" His mother offered no retort, merely smiling gently before continuing her advance. "Work, work, work." The girl, who had been twisting and screaming in a fit of madness, suddenly fell silent, as if sensing an overwhelming threat. A guttural roar escaped her throat as she fixed her gaze intently on her mother standing before her. "My dear little sister, at your age, you shouldn't be burdened with thoughts of work." The mother gently squatted in front of the little girl, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Why haven't you gone to school?" The girl regarded her with a wary look, hostility radiating from her small frame. What kind of irresponsible father would instill such a notion of compulsory work in a child so young? What manner of man could neglect his own daughter to the point of endangering her life for the sake of his job? The mother spoke tenderly, as if feeling a pang of sorrow. In the distance, Zheng Yuanxiong, bound and unconscious, suddenly began to convulse violently. Despite having caused his daughter's demise through negligence, he still deluded himself into believing he was doing right by her, that his frantic pursuit of work was for her benefit, and that she would surely understand and support his endeavors. What selfish mindset it must take to harbor such thoughts. The mother continued, her demeanor poised and her tone gentle. The little girl's face revealed a flicker of confusion. Yet, she maintained her fierce gaze on the woman before her, and gradually, the fervor and anger on her face prevailed. "Work! Work!" Her shouts erupted again, but they only echoed once more, for the mother's expression had turned stern. Just a slight tightening of her features was enough to restore her smile as she slowly extended her hand toward the girl. The girl seemed frightened and took a small step back, but the mother's hand reached out before her, retrieving the plush toy from her arms. Then, with her other hand, she reached into her bag and produced a pair of scissors. "You must be a good child, or else," she said with a gentle smile, her eyes fixed on the girl as the scissors approached the plush toy. Snip! The head of the stuffed animal fell away, rolling slowly to the girl's feet. The fervent expression on the girl's face froze in an instant. The mother continued to gaze at her tenderly, though her voice took on a chilling edge. "Are you a good child who listens?" Upon hearing her soft words, the little girl could no longer contain herself. Terror etched on her features. Suddenly, she recoiled violently, dissipating into nothingness. Zheng Yuanxiong, who had been convulsing in the distance, fell silent. The frenzied workers in the factory ceased their movements, the air thick with an unbearable silence. Chapter 51, Psychological Trauma. The cacophony of chaos and the abrupt stillness formed a stark contrast. What had transpired? Tai Chui, noticing the sudden absence of sound, felt a tightening in her chest as she urgently inquired. "The secondary pollution source has been cleared." Tai Chui was taken aback, more so than when she first learned of the secondary pollution source. It was him. No. At that moment, Lu Xan stood before a pile of toppled shelves, watching with his sister as their mother's figure faded into the crimson moonlight. This scene surprised and puzzled him, yet it was evident that this pollution source had indeed been resolved. The little girl seemed to have vanished, and the eerie sense of danger that had permeated the surroundings had dissipated. "Well done," Tai Chui remarked, though her voice was laced with many unasked questions. As she spoke again, she was addressing another channel. "The support team may enter." Clatter, clatter, clatter. Mere minutes later, a heavy, authoritative sound echoed as the factory doors were forcefully thrown open. A group from a support team rushed in, clad in black, heavy protective gear, their faces obscured by helmets with glass visors, and even their legs equipped with holsters for firearms. Upon entering, they immediately advanced toward the workers within the factory. Trained and synchronized, the first 4 individuals charged directly toward the factory manager, Zheng Yuanxiong, lifting what appeared to be a glass coffin, reinforced at the corners with steel, its materials far superior to ordinary glass. At first glance, it seemed as though they were carrying a transparent sarcophagus. They placed the still deeply unconscious Zheng Yuanxiong, whose limbs were tightly bound, into the glass box, secured the 3 large locks on the left side, and connected oxygen equipment through 2 tubes before hastily carrying the box away. Their efficiency was remarkable, raising suspicions about their prior occupations. In pairs, one swiftly equipped the workers with a special tool that featured a glass eye shield and a mask for the mouth and nose, all connected by canvas straps. The other bound their hands and feet tightly with plastic zip ties, pushing them over as they went, one lifting the upper body while the other supported the legs. Racing toward the factory exit, observing their swift and adept actions, Lu Xian felt an unusual sense of beauty in their efficiency. Meanwhile, the workers appeared utterly soulless, showing no signs of resistance. They were fortunate. At some point, Lizard had come to Lu Xian's side, smiling as he remarked, "It's only moderate pollution, and since the majority were affected with minimal erosion, they can still be saved. The support team will take them to a special treatment center for psychological therapy." Lu Xin felt a stirring within, asking, can they be cured? At least half of them can be, Lizard replied. However, there will be some who will never escape the clutches of depression, and some may. He gestured with his hand as if plummeting from a great height, sighing, there's nothing to be done. The mental strain is too severe. Lu Xin understood the essence of Lizard's words and empathized with the experiences of those whose minds have been irrevocably damaged. He had lived through that gray existence, suffocating and consuming, where joy felt absent, and even anger was a rarity, leaving only endless frustration and hollow despair. How many could withstand such a state? But this outcome is splendid. Lizard chuckled. Look at how many people are in this factory. Close to 100. If we hadn't intervened, not a single one of them would have survived. So, even if only half of them are cured, what was the saying? To save a life is to build a 7-story pagoda. Our efforts here have at least constructed a skyscraper, right? He clapped Lu Xin on the shoulder. Moreover, I'm sure the number of those who fully recover will exceed half, at least 70%. Lu Xin nodded, acknowledging this calculation, despite the weight in his heart. It was not due to an inability to save everyone. He was not that naive. He simply recalled that dreary existence and felt a pang of empathy. You've done a great deed, brother. Lizard grinned and curiously asked Lu Xin, how did you handle that little girl? Lu Xin keenly sensed that at that moment, even Tai Chui's breath in the channel seemed to weaken. He understood that they all wanted to know how he had dealt with the situation, perhaps feeling some anxiety. But how could he articulate it? Just moments ago, he and his sister had been powerless. It was their mother who had resolved the issue. Weren't you watching? Watching what? Lizard shrugged helplessly. I only saw you crouching beside that little girl, snatching her toy. The toy was indeed tangible. Lu Xin glanced at the ground where the plush toy lay discarded, its body and head separated. He chuckled and said, so I thought I would give a try to see if I could scare her, and it turned out to be quite effective. The gecko glanced at the plush toy lying on the ground and signaled to the nearby support team to take it along as well. Lu Xin pondered for a moment and replied, indeed. The gecko circled around Lu X, muttering, brother, this seems unreasonable. Lu Xin retorted, are you unable to do it? The gecko slowly shook his head. I haven't really heard of it. Lu Xin displayed a contemplative expression and remarked, then this must certainly be your issue. Chapter 52, Severing the Logical Chain. The gecko found himself momentarily speechless by Lu Xin's words, feeling that there was something amiss with this logic, yet unable to pinpoint the exact flaw. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, brother, why do I feel you were a bit twisted? Lu Xin was momentarily at a loss for words. However, at that moment, Tai Chui hurriedly interrupted the gecko, saying, based on previous case analyses, sources of mental pollution are typically constituted by distorted biological mental fields, most of which retain their primal instincts for survival and reproduction. Thus, threats or intimidation can indeed be effective to some extent, especially against mental monsters, where the results are even more pronounced. We have previously captured instances of mental monsters displaying fear. Therefore, what Mr. Dambing suggested earlier has a certain theoretical basis. The gecko wore a peculiar expression. Linda, have you changed your mind? Why do I feel that you? Be quiet. Tai Chui scolded him, then hesitated briefly before continuing. However, this is often only theoretically feasible because both the sources of mental contamination and the mental monsters possess a certain degree of distortion, leading to varied reactions to fear. Some may go on a rampage due to fear, while others may exhibit irrational excitement. Furthermore, if, as per your earlier report, the mental entity dissipated directly and completely lost its influence over the other workers in the factory, it does not seem to indicate that it fled due to intimidation, but rather that the logical chain was severed. She paused slightly before adding, Mr. Dambing, did you do anything else just now? The gecko thought for a moment and quickly said, yes, I did see you speaking to her just now. Do not speak. Tai Chui admonished the gecko. Then, transforming back into Linda, she addressed Lu Xin, Mr. Dambing, you can tell me now or write in your report later. Faced with this polite and gentle inquiry, Lu Xin fell into a momentary silence. He realized that these people were indeed not easily deceived. In fact, upon reflecting on his mother's actions and words, he found himself with some doubts. Certainly, after clarifying these matters, intimidation was indeed executed. When that scissor came down, the little girl was thrown into a panic. I find a little girl's reaction to be unreasonable. Thus, the primary logical chain of this secondary contamination lay in Zheng Yuanxiong's belief that his daughter should understand him. Due to his failure to care for her properly, he experienced extreme guilt, leading him to mentally recreate a daughter. Yet, subconsciously wishing to alleviate his own suffering. This secondary source of contamination was behaviorally and volitionally supportive of him. This daughter was merely a figment of Zheng Yuanxiong's imagination, not a real existence. Therefore, as long as this truth was unveiled, Lu Xan felt he could elucidate everything. Thus, he severed the logical chain of the special contamination source 039. Tai Chui's voice resonated in the channel, tinged with excitement. Mr. Danbing, you have done exceptionally well. The gecko, in a daze, remarked, is that all it takes? In the channel, Linda smiled and said, such logical chain analysis, with ample time and energy, I believe many could derive it, but in that perilous, intense environment. It only signifies that Mr. Danbing handled it flawlessly. It was my mother who managed it perfectly, Lu Xan silently thought, feeling a strange sensation arise within him. He could articulate everything so clearly because he analyzed it from his mother's behavior and language. Yet, how did she so astutely discern Zheng Yuanxiong's psyche? Meanwhile, in their conversation, the gecko furrowed his brow, glancing between Lu Xan and listening intently to Linda's voice in the channel, muttering softly, clearly. It was an act of intimidation towards the little girl, yet is being articulated so rationally. At that moment, Linda's cheerful voice rang out. The cleanup of contamination source 039 has been confirmed as complete. The remaining follow-up work will be undertaken by the support team. Members of the Special Operations Group may withdraw and proceed to Qingzhou Dasha for inspection. This channel will soon close. The gecko, hearing this, hurriedly exclaimed, why the rush, Linda? I still have matters to discuss. Tai Chui paused momentarily before asking, what matters? The gecko responded, could you help me write this work report? No. Tai Chui's voice faltered briefly before delivering a resolute refusal. Why not? The gecko's face fell, as if he had swallowed 3 flies. As Lu Xian and the gecko exited the contamination site and headed towards Qingzhou Dasha, at that moment in the main city, the headquarters for special contamination, Tai Chui had already compiled the cleanup report and bundled it along with all audio files, sending them to Chun Jing. After reviewing it, Chun Jing shared it with several other professors through a device. This is rather unexpected, isn't it? The rotund, bald professor chuckled. So quickly grasping the use of logical chains to clear contamination sources? This bodes well for his guidance application. The glistening-headed bald professor added, if Lao Shun has any objections, just throw this report in his face. Amidst excited voices, the bespectacled bald professor adjusted his glasses and re-examined the report twice, saying, did you not notice? While he explained everything flawlessly, with all theories and actions aligning, that slow, deliberate explanation in the audio makes me lean towards the notion that he did not first have the theory and then practice. Rather, it was quite the opposite. The other professors cast puzzled looks at him. Professor Chin smiled and said, he acted first, then found theoretical support afterward. A classic case of consciousness outpacing thought. The other professors, listening to his words, displayed contemplative expressions. Of course, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, at that moment, Professor Chin's eyes sparkled with even greater excitement. Such behavior further confirms that his potential is indeed greater than we imagined. If that is the case, then why not guide, nurture, and conveniently research him? Chapter 53, Work Report. It was Lu Xian's first time experiencing the complete work process. Following the gecko, he first underwent an examination under the instruments of the support team personnel remaining at the factory, then boarded the vehicle that had been parked at the factory entrance, the same one that had brought them there, and together with the gecko, arrived at Qingzhou Dasha. Lu Xian looked down at the document, which posed particularly peculiar questions. For instance, it required him to write his name, check off his basic information, and even tackle some simple reasoning questions. By the time Lu Xian finished reading these questions, the gecko had already swiftly completed the form. Turning to see Lu Xian meticulously filling it out, he said, just scribble a bit. It's all routine testing. For those of us on field duty, since we come into contact with contamination sources the most, we are naturally more susceptible to contamination. Hence, the 3 questions in this document are specifically targeted at our memory, cognition, and basic logical reasoning. Writing one's name serves to authenticate one's handwriting, which often exhibits subtle variations, particularly after one's psyche has been tainted. Handwriting is a prime example of this phenomenon. Even within our spider clan, it proves exceedingly challenging to replicate one's prior penmanship unchanged after experiencing such influences. Basic information, however, pertains to personal cognition and is subject to alteration each time. The final matter at hand involves a logical reasoning puzzle. It concerns a blind man leading a solitary existence, accompanied by a well-trained guide dog. At that moment, he overhears a broadcast warning of a cunning and deranged thief plaguing the neighborhood. This thought induces a wave of nausea and an overwhelming sense of dread. The question arises, why such a reaction? What a perplexing inquiry. Liu Xan nodded thoughtfully, gesturing with his pen. You see, the dog is incapable of opening doors by itself. Which implies, the lizard, observing his earnest demeanor, felt a tinge of discomfort. It should be normal that this question can't be deduced. Meeting the lizard's gaze, Liu Xan lowered his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Regardless, he managed to complete the document and submitted it with a sense of nonchalance. Following this, the final task awaited, writing a report, which was particularly vexing. The lizard, holding the report, stated, after every cleaning mission, we must meticulously document how we accomplished the task, including the ammunition and other resources expended. However, as an elder guiding you, I must accompany you in this endeavor. Seeing the lizard diligently penning his account, Liu Xan reluctantly joined in. Fortunately, his experience drafting work reports at the company proved beneficial, and he simply noted the details of their journey to the factory, his observations, how the lizard dealt with Zheng Yuanxiong, and how they unexpectedly discovered a secondary source of contamination upon entering the facility. Considering the potential sacrifice of workers if this contamination were ignored, he decided to take a risk, among other details. Naturally, as before, he omitted the mention of his mother's appearance, for he was somewhat puzzled. He was aware that his mother occasionally ventured out, often uttering disconcerting remarks. Yet, unlike his sister, who frequently sought him out, his mother rarely manifested before him, leaving her activities a mystery. It was an unusual occurrence for her to appear and assist him in a moment of distress. Liu Xan knew that documenting his mother's involvement would lead to further inquiries. To avoid unnecessary complications, he preferred to clarify matters with her beforehand. No worries. I know you didn't fire a shot. It's fine to include it, just accumulate more ammunition. Liu Xan regarded the lizard with surprise. The lizard, his expression grave, replied, this stuff is quite valuable on the black market, I assure you. Liu Xan discreetly glanced at the staff member nearby, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, and quietly filled in the number 2. Precisely. The lizard continued, regarding compensation. Since you are learning under my guidance, the reward is mine. What is the matter? The lizard was interrupted by Liu Xan's suddenly serious expression, causing him to pause. The topic of compensation surfaced. Hesitantly, Liu Xan said, shouldn't we discuss this further? The lizard widened his eyes. Is that necessary? Liu Xan nodded, replying, I believe it would be beneficial to deliberate. After a moment of silence, the lizard inquired, are you suggesting you want to split the reward? Liu Xan wrestled with his conscience, then nodded honestly. Brother. The lizard sighed, this amount isn't substantial. I thought your expression suggested you were plotting against me. Write it down. We'll split it evenly. Liu Xan quickly penned a request for shared reward and sincerely thanked the lizard. Thank you. After submitting the report, the staff member handed Liu Xan another document, stating, Mr. Single Soldier, this is a specialized training session arranged by Colonel Chen specifically for you. It commences tomorrow. Please sign to confirm your attendance. Training? Liu Xan glanced at the document labeled Special Pollution Cleanup Course with surprise. Indeed, the staff member affirmed. It will be held in the 4th floor conference room of the security hall for 3 months, with 3 hours of training each day. Liu Xan hesitated upon hearing this. He hadn't anticipated such an extensive training commitment, fearing it might impede his work. You may choose between afternoon or evening sessions. The staff member seemed prepared for Liu Xan's reaction and continued. Furthermore, Colonel Chun specifically noted that there will be a daily allowance of 100 yuan for meals and transportation during the training, and the meals can be provided by the security hall. Very well. Liu Xan signed the document. Brother, you are truly the most obedient ability user I have ever encountered. The lizard praised him as they exited together, smiling. Now, only the final step remains. Liu Xan was taken aback. Is there more to learn? The lizard's expression grew serious. Yes, and it is of utmost importance. I am about to teach you how to prevent losing control. Chapter 54. The Art of Control Prevention, Lizard's Version. Upon hearing the lizard's words, Liu Xan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Since his first encounter with Chun Jing, he understood the significance of maintaining control. Those who remain in control are merely altered individuals. Those who lose control become sources of contamination. Thus, he regarded the lizard's final lesson with great importance and hurriedly followed him outside. Upon exiting, the two climbed into a jeep. After casually stating a destination, The Jeep drove directly toward the center of Satellite City. Having grown up in this satellite city, Liu Xin felt somewhat unfamiliar with the bustling city center compared to the surrounding areas, but the lizard exhibited an astonishing familiarity, perhaps in preparation for this crucial lesson. The knowledge of how to prevent losing control is a profound subject. In the vehicle, the lizard earnestly addressed Liu Xin. What do you think losing control is? It manifests after one has lost control, the lizard explained. Losing control can actually be encapsulated in a single phrase: being ensnared by emotions. Ensnared by emotions? Liu Xin echoed thoughtfully. Indeed, the lizard asserted, every person experiences a spectrum of emotions: joy and sorrow, affection and aversion. It appears as though we maintain control, and many advocate for remaining cheerful and optimistic. However, this is a misconception. Human perception is fundamentally constructed from these emotions. When one feels happy, they experience joy. When one feels downcast, they encounter despondency. If one day such emotions overwhelm you, for instance, if unhappiness dominates, you will find no solace in any endeavor. You might believe you have gained something or accomplished a task that should bring joy, but this is merely an illusion. The reality is, when you are unhappy, you lack the desire to pursue any activity or obtain anything, and even if you force yourself to act, you will not find joy in it, but rather feelings of aversion. Joy and sorrow are dictated by emotions, not by your will. Listening intently, Liu Xin felt a newfound seriousness in his demeanor. The lizard's words resonated deeply within him, revealing a profound truth. When emotions spiral out of control, they often overpower reason, engulfing an individual entirely. For the average person, such overwhelming feelings can lead to a state of distress. However, when one possesses formidable mental strength, it can create a source of contamination that not only affects oneself, but also assimilates others. This is what we term spiritual pollution. We, as individuals endowed with such potent mental faculties, must recognize that our loss of control heightens the associated dangers. Liu Xin finally grasped this, casting a grateful glance toward the gecko. So, we must prevent ourselves from losing control? Indeed, the gecko affirmed, nodding. Whether for our own sake or for the sake of others, we must ensure we do not succumb to chaos. A sanctified glow appeared upon his visage. This is, after all, the utmost importance of the lesson I wish to impart to you. Liu Xin, filled with reverence, nodded earnestly. I shall learn diligently. Very well, the gecko replied, satisfied. At that moment, the jeep came to a halt in the city center, stopping before a grand edifice. The driver, casting a peculiar glance at the gecko and Liu Xin through the rearview mirror, departed as soon as they disembarked. The parking location was known as Blue Ocean, its neon lights visible from several miles away. Upon entering the building, the gecko guided Liu Xin through a guarded, narrow alley that felt like a descent underground, culminating in a solemn and dignified stride as he parted a heavy curtain. Suddenly, Liu Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a dazzling spectacle he had never encountered. Blinding lights, a raucous and frenzied crowd bedecked in sequins, and young women clad in skirts that barely reached mid-thigh. Their appearances obscured by vibrant makeup, exuding an irresistible allure. The scene was populated by an array of exotic and enticing fruits and snacks, alongside dancers whose movements appeared almost grotesquely distorted. Do you see? The gecko looked at Liu Xin with gravity. This is our remedy for maintaining control, encompassing, but not limited to, spiritual solace. Liu Xin found himself bewildered. So this is it? Yes, the gecko proclaimed earnestly. This is the most crucial lesson I wish to convey to you. To preserve one's mental well-being, one must ensure their desires are acknowledged. Desires embody our humanity. They are the currency of our existence. When one suppresses their desires entirely, they gradually succumb to emotional turmoil. From this, we could draw a profound conclusion. His serious demeanor morphed into a mischievous grin as he cast a glance toward the young bodies gyrating on the dance floor. If one wishes to avoid madness, they must indulge in a little madness while still cognizant. Liu Xin's eyes widened as he watched the gecko dramatically whip open his trench coat and stride boldly into the crowd. Observing this flamboyant display, compounded by the oversized sunglasses he wore even amidst flickering lights, he garnered a mixture of scrutinizing and disdainful gazes from onlookers. Yet unperturbed, the gecko plunged his hands beneath his coat, emerging with a handful of cash, which he carelessly scattered forward. Wow! A chorus of cheers erupted as people crouched to collect the bills, while the gecko laughed heartily. wrapping his arms around two young women and making his way to a sofa. Alcohol, women, clamor, bodies on neon-lit platforms dancing furiously in 15-centimeter heels. Within mere minutes, Liu Xin witnessed a kaleidoscope of colors and skirts that fluctuated between extremes. In this environment, he could not help but feel his heart race and his ears flush. Is this the method to combat loss of control? Indulgence? He had to concede that this experience was starkly different from his previous life in a dilapidated apartment, where he monotonously traversed a two-point linear existence, secretly funneling his earnings to an orphanage. Back then, a persistent pressure weighed heavily on his heart, stifling any emotional fluctuations, and he had indeed yearned for a moment of liberation. Moreover, according to the gecko's assertions, this could be deemed part of his work. A faint sense of a new door creaking open began to dawn upon him. Yet, just as this metaphorical door swung halfway ajar, Liu Xin suddenly recalled something and grasped the gecko's arm, who was reveling in his drink. With a serious and tentative tone, he inquired, "Is this reimbursable by headquarters?" The gecko nearly spewed his drink. A minute later, having distanced himself from the cacophony, Liu Xin felt a sense of relief wash over him as the cool breeze enveloped him. Unreimbursed, yet labeled a part of work? Huh. Chapter 55. The Lunar Eclipse Research Institute. Despite a late night prior, Liu Xin arrived at the company by 9 the next morning, invigorated by newfound hope. With a sense of purpose, he dove into the project he had been assigned, which was now gaining momentum. Currently, Brother Zhang, renowned for his penchant for laziness and fondness for drink, was tasked with conducting market research, interacting with various fiberglass filter cloth factories in Satellite City 2 to assess product quality, while Sister Sun, known for her garrulousness and slight cunning, was handling price comparisons. Logically, these tasks should not have required Liu Xin's direct involvement, especially given the sudden reduction of the once mountainous paperwork in the office. Thus, he found himself with ample time, even feeling capable of enjoying a leisurely day. Nonetheless, he was determined not to become complacent. Upon arriving at the company, Liu Xin quickly immersed himself in work, visiting manufacturers to compare product quality and prices. This was not merely an attempt to showcase diligence, but rather a manifestation of his understanding of office dynamics after spending considerable time there. He worried that Brother Zhang's greed might lead to significant troubles for everyone involved. In such circumstances, acquiring even a modicum of market knowledge would serve to encourage more prudent behavior. After all, diligence in one's work is paramount, especially with the imminent employee of the month selection on the horizon. As the day drew to a close, Liu Xin clocked out punctually and proceeded to the security office for specialized training. Chun Jing's arrangements were astute. After all, he needed to acquire certain professional knowledge for this line of work. Moreover, the daily meal and transportation allowances were quite generous. Nevertheless, Liu Xin opted for this evening's slot to avoid disrupting the operations at the business company. "I am Liu Xin. Colonel Chen has assigned me here." Upon his arrival at the security office, Liu Xin announced his name as if reporting a crime. "Hello, Mr. Liu, please follow me." The girl stationed in the hall scrutinized Liu Xin's face before rising to escort him. They ascended in the elevator, reaching the security office of Satellite City 2, where the first floor served as the reporting area, the second housed various departmental offices, and the third was designated for meetings among the chief security personnel. However, this young woman led Liu Xin directly to the fourth floor, where upon exiting the elevator, he noticed an eerie silence, barely a soul in sight. With no surveillance cameras in the corridor, she guided him into a spacious office, leaving Liu Xin alone within its confines. At the far end of the elongated desk hung an enormous LCD display. On the desk lay a file folder. After serving Liu Xin a cup of coffee and inquiring about his dinner preferences, the young woman quietly exited. "Hello, Mr. Solo Operative." Just as Liu Xin took a sip of his coffee, the LCD screen flickered with static before stabilizing, revealing a display titled Classification of Special Pollution Categories, accompanied by a gentle voice. Liu Xin discerned the voice belonged to Han Bing, his former task partner, and promptly replied, "Hello." It suddenly struck him that he was uncertain whether Han Bing could hear his voice. "Oh." Liu Xin quickly nodded, not anticipating that she would be the one to train him. He had envisioned a bald, elderly professor instead. He felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing Han Bing's visage could manifest on the screen. This was not mere lust. Any individual would yearn to behold the countenance of such an enchanting voice. "Before we commence, I hope you can remember this." Han Bing's voice resonated softly in the office. All matters pertaining to the sources of mental pollution are shrouded in mystery and often elude the comprehension of the average person, leading to potential misunderstandings and chaos. Therefore, for ordinary individuals, these remain classified. Each item we encounter, even those of the lowest confidentiality, is deemed top secret to the uninitiated. Hence, the content of this training, as well as the documents provided to you, must remain unseen by the general populace. Should any accidental disclosure occur, please notify headquarters, and we will arrange for a resolution. Understood? Lucin zipli au stili. This sentiment echoed what Chen Jing had once conveyed to him, albeit in a less formal manner. Now, please open the documents on your desk. Han Bing gently instructed, I will guide you according to the table of contents. If anything is unclear, feel free to interrupt and pose your questions. Lu Xine nodded in agreement and retrieved the hefty file from the desk, noting its substantial weight and the fresh wax seal adorning the closure, hinting at its significance. Upon opening the file, Han Bing's tone adopted a more rational cadence. The concept of mental pollution sources was first introduced by the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute 27 years ago, at which time it was known as the Red Moon Research Institute. However, this notion did not garner public awareness initially. It has only recently begun to be recognized and accepted by various high-walled cities. In simple terms, our research into special pollution is far from exhaustive. Our philosophy has always been to balance skepticism with practice. We may not be able to elucidate all mysteries and perplexing phenomena, but we will persist in our quest for answers. All right, I understand. Lu Xen nodded gently, comprehending her words. His family, too, sought to provide answers, yet struggled to do so. Well then, let us officially begin the training. First, I will explain the classification of special pollution sources. Chapter 56, A Life Worth Gratefulness. Prior to the formal initiation of the training, Lu Xian was aware of the existence of special pollution and had even experienced it thrice. Yet he had not constructed a systematic understanding of it, especially following the unresolved 041 special pollution incident. He felt that even the Special Pollution Management Department's research in this area was lacking. The most daunting aspect of mysterious events lies in their inexplicability. However, it was comforting to know that these individuals were earnestly striving to provide explanations. During this training, Lu Xian began to delve deeply and methodically into the categories of these special pollutants. Although he was astonished by the vast and eclectic nature of the information, it nonetheless offered him a pathway into this enigmatic realm. The presence of his family provided companionship, yet it also troubled him. He had often wished to comprehend what was truly transpiring within him, but each attempt had ended in fruitless endeavors, and he had gradually acclimated to this reality. Now, with the opportunity to systematically engage with this knowledge, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps, one day, he could independently unravel the mysteries surrounding his own experiences. This thought invigorated him. Beyond this motivation, the very act of receiving training was a matter of gratitude. If they were merely utilizing him, they would not invest such effort into imparting knowledge. Training him signified their regard for him. In contrast, the seemingly trivial detail of chicken legs in the dinner prepared by the Security Bureau paled in significance. From that day forward, the training continued unabated. Lu Xian attended punctually each day, diligently absorbing the lectures and posing inquiries to Han Bing during the 3 hours spent there. In his remaining time, he meticulously organized his notes and occasionally attempted to engage in discussions with Han Bing, analyzing certain unresolved special pollution events and speculating on various aspects. However, in the ensuing days, the gecko had yet to reappear. After inquiring with Han Bing, he learned that the gecko primarily facilitated his familiarization with external tasks, indicating that it, too, was part of his training, albeit with a practical focus, while Han Bing emphasized theoretical knowledge. Without any clearing tasks, it seemed unlikely he would encounter the gecko again. Lu Xan felt a pang of regret. He had left without a word last time and felt guilty towards the gecko, hoping for a chance to make amends. In his fervent participation in training, Lu Xian found himself with little time for patrolling. Even at the company, he could not afford to work overtime and could only ensure he addressed his responsibilities diligently during working hours. Fortunately, the company's operations were progressing quite smoothly. As Lu Xian immersed himself in market research, the materials submitted by Brother Zhang quickly appeared detailed and authentic, propelling the project onto a steady path. One day, as the workday neared its end, Brother Zhang slyly approached Lu Xian's cubicle, grinning as he placed an envelope on his desk. Little General Lu, This is from the manufacturer. Liu Xin was taken aback by the moniker Little General Liu, as he had not yet been promoted. Peering into the envelope, he discovered it contained approximately a month's salary. Nodding appreciatively, he remarked, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your hard work. Haha, it's no trouble. Working alongside Little General Liu is quite enjoyable." Brother Zhang chuckled, departing while suggesting they go out for dinner. However, Liu Xin declined, stating he would treat next time, and watched as Brother Zhang left. Afterwards, he gazed at the envelope on his desk, letting out a soft sigh. Amidst his reflections, a sense of guilt crept in. Would this affect his candidacy for exemplary employee? This concern dissipated the following day. The director approached him at noon, cheerfully inviting Liu Xin for a smoke, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he grinned. "Little Liu, you've excelled in this project. I was initially worried about your inexperience on your first project, yet you handled it remarkably well. The clients in the main city have already sent an email expressing their satisfaction with our work and are eager to continue collaborating. Liu Xin Hamba Zet Ponde. That is only to be expected. By the way, I foresee no one surpassing you for this month's exemplary employee." The director appeared elated, and Liu Xin felt a surge of joy at the prospect. In the past, he had worked diligently, often staying late, so receiving the title of exemplary employee had not been surprising. Yet, now that he had scarcely worked overtime, the fact that the company still considered him for the accolade was immensely gratifying. It seemed that hard work indeed bore fruit. The director seemed to concur, and as he neared the end of his cigarette, he casually inquired, "Oh, by the way, Little Liu, are you still bringing a firearm to work?" "Yes." "Huh. No worries then." The director's expression visibly shifted, and with a forced chuckle, he said, "Do your best, and next month I will recommend your promotion to minister." "Thank you, Director." Liu Xin sincerely expressed his gratitude. Not only was he considering promoting exemplary employees, but he was also contemplating his own elevation. He felt grateful for his current life. Ascending the dimly lit staircase, he reached room 401, which appeared warm and tranquil. Noticing the absence of light within, Liu Xin realized that his mother had once again gone out. In the silent room, the dim glow from outside neon lights filtered through the glass, casting a blur of shifting shadows on the floor. Occasionally, the sounds of drunken laughter or weeping drifted in from the street below. As he passed the kitchen, he glimpsed a shadow resembling a mountain of meat through the frosted glass, almost filling the kitchen, accompanied by intermittent, deep snores. It was his father, lost in slumber. From the crevice near the ceiling by the door, the soft sounds of his sister's singing floated down. Little baby, feeling scared, searching for mom after dark, looking everywhere. But she's nowhere to be found. "Where can mom have gone?" "Little baby, don't be afraid. The crow in the tree tells you. Mom is right beside you, smiling at you." Liu Xin gently closed the door, a faint smile gracing his face. His sister was slightly off-key. Chapter 57. Are family members real? The home where they resided was a modest two-bedroom apartment, cozy yet small. Typically, Liu Xin occupied a secondary bedroom, his mother the master bedroom, while his father spent most of his time in the kitchen, and his sister often slept in a loft space near the door. However, she frequently curled up on the sofa, clutching her teddy bear, binge-watching cartoons all night long. In his small bedroom, furnished with merely a bed, a chair, and a desk, Liu Xin quietly settled down and switched on the desk lamp, quietly reviewing documents and materials concerning secondary pollution. Since the incident at the factory, he had longed to have a serious conversation with his mother, but had yet to find the opportunity. Recently, his mother's behavior had grown peculiar. She often went out, claiming to have made new friends. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, which illuminated only a small area, Liu Xin silently reviewed what he had learned that day. The impacts of secondary pollution sources, which execute the will of the primary pollutants and affect the surrounding environment. Often, they arise from emotional deficiencies within the primary pollution sources, forming compensatory measures. A few cases confirmed that certain primary pollutants possess the capability of generating two or more secondary pollutants. The abilities of secondary pollution sources typically extend from those of the primary sources, with no documented cases distinguishing their capabilities. The methods of remediation include eliminating the primary pollution sources and tracing the logical chain of both primary and secondary pollutants. Instances of independent secondary pollution sources remain unproven. Liu Xin was particularly attentive to this theoretical knowledge. During his last encounter at the factory, he had observed the secondary pollution source of the No. 39 special pollutant and was intrigued as he hoped to discern whether this phenomenon could, in some way, elucidate the issues he was currently facing. Admittedly, the secondary pollution source bore several distinctions from himself. For example, it could be sensed and even directly seen, whereas his family could not be detected. Moreover, the secondary pollution source appeared somewhat foolish and was incapable of communication, while his family members were not only communicative but also quite spirited. Despite these differences, it was the closest he had encountered to his own state of mental aberration. Thus, he approached this segment of study with great seriousness. Time passed unmeasured as Liu Exen immersed himself in his studies when he suddenly heard the sound of heels clicking against the tiled floor in the corridor. Cautiously, he rose and gently pushed open the bedroom door. The clicking sound approached his door, and then it swung open, flooding the room with light as his mother entered, illuminating the dim space. Dressed in a white suit with a skirt, carrying a handbag, and adorned with a small red hat, her face lightly made up, she appeared elegant and enchanting under the soft light. She gently closed the door, slipped off her low-heeled shoes, placed her handbag on the nearby coffee table, and while changing into her slippers, smiled at Liu Exen, asking, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Liu Exen nodded and replied, "I was waiting for you." "Oh dear, I lost track of time having too much fun," his mother laughed, placing her hand on Liu Exen's shoulder as they walked into the room together. "Miss Chun is quite a delightful person." Miss Chun. Liu Exen felt a sense of helplessness. His mother frequently made new friends, yet he had never met any of them. Sitting at the dining table, his mother poured a glass of water and placed it beside him. She sat down, massaging her legs as though fatigued from shopping, and asked with a smile, "How's work going?" "Pretty well," Liu Exen nodded, pausing momentarily before adding, "About the factory incident in the Northern District." "Oh dear, you remember that?" Seeing Liu Exen's serious expression, his mother chuckled, saying, "I thought you had something important to discuss." "Silly child. I was merely passing by and happened to see you and your sister standing there looking clueless. How can I not ask you?" "Passing by." This answer evidently did not satisfy Liu Exen. After a moment of silence, he quietly inquired, "You've been going out often lately. What are you up to?" "Just out shopping," she replied. At times, he felt that his family's behavior was overly normal. In the past, he would have found it challenging to pursue the topic further. However, now that he had gained considerable knowledge and understanding of special pollution theories, he carefully deliberated each word before softly asking, "Was that little girl I saw at the factory a real person?" His mother smiled at his earnest question, saying, "Silly child, she was not real. Just a fragmented mental entity." Liu Exen nodded slightly and then slowly asked, "What about you all?" As he posed this question, his father's snores from the kitchen suddenly ceased. His sister's bright eyes peeked through the gap in the ceiling. Such inquiries were to be made. His mother, upon hearing Liu Exen's serious question, chuckled softly, saying, "Silly child, shouldn't our reality be judged by you?" With a gentle laugh, she continued, "We live together as a family, supporting and accompanying one another. Isn't that feeling real? If the companionship of family isn't real, then what do you consider to be real?" Listening to her words, Liu Exen felt a peculiar emotion arise within him. He reflected on his life, which felt undeniably real. "Ah, right," his mother seemed to remember something suddenly, retrieving a letter from her handbag and cheerfully handing it to Liu Exen, saying, "I saw this in the mailbox downstairs earlier. I thought it was yours, so I brought it up for you. It's from teacher Xiao Lu at the orphanage. I promise I didn't peek. What did she write?" Liu Exen's expression softened as he accepted the letter. Chapter 58, The Red Rose. The letter was indeed from teacher Xiao Lu at the Red Moon Orphanage. Since the home phone was solely for his mother's use, Liu Exen didn't even know the number. And thus teacher Xiao Lu had no means to reach him by phone. Any communication was conducted through letters. The letter informed him that the orphanage had recently received its qualifications, and the children would soon have the opportunity to attend school, which thrilled her greatly. In light of the previous invitation extended to Liu Exen, a decision was made to prepare a meal of dumplings and invite him to join. To everyone's surprise, this plan came to fruition, albeit with Liu Exen feeling a tinge of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the current state of the Red Moon Orphanage, which was rife with numerous deficiencies that fell short of the standards set by the administrative office. The place was small and conditions were poor, with only one teacher and a security guard. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly obtain the qualifications necessary to operate an orphanage? Without official credentials, securing funding from the administrative office was an even more distant prospect. Although teacher Xiao Lu had frequently attempted to advocate for support, her efforts often ended in disappointment. With little else to occupy his time, he had resigned himself to her endeavors, never anticipating that she would actually succeed. Could this be in any way connected to him? Liu Xin pondered, recalling the influential Colonel Chun in this satellite city, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He sensed the Special Pollution Cleanup Department's keen interest and vigilance towards him, their desire to connect tempered by caution. Though he usually presented a facade of calmness and indifference, this was a mere reflection of his heightened sensitivity to the situation. Regardless, this was a positive development, and he resolved to visit. As he made this decision, he looked up to find his mother's bedroom door firmly shut. The house was enveloped in silence, as if he were the sole occupant. Sighing, he had intended to ask her a few questions, but found himself sidestepped instead. The following day, Liu Xin completed his work at the business firm early, made a brief call via satellite phone to Hanbing, and then boarded a bus to the orphanage, intending to assist teacher Xiao Lu with the cooking. Approaching the vicinity of the Red Moon Orphanage, he disembarked early and strolled leisurely along the road. Each trip to the orphanage was a moment of respite for him, as his family never accompanied him there, including his sister. After walking for a while, Liu Xin contemplated purchasing some gifts for them and entered a shop adorned with flickering neon signs. Much like other stores in the satellite city, this one, despite its modest size, boasted an impressive array of products, generally categorized into two types. The first consisted of newly produced items with somewhat rough packaging, while the second featured elegantly packaged but slightly aged goods, typically brought in by scavenging teams from outside the city. Although many of the latter had surpassed their expiration dates, they still retained their palatability. After browsing for a while, Liu Xin selected several packs of biscuits and a large bag of candies, carrying them out with him. Choosing gifts for children was relatively straightforward. However, he found himself uncertain about what to give teacher Xiao Lu. By this time, the sky had darkened significantly, the nightfall descending heavily. Not far away, beneath a dim streetlight, a small boy crouched, his emaciated frame contrasted by an oversized head, dressed in tattered gray clothing with unkempt hair. He clutched a woven basket containing a collection of unevenly trimmed, somewhat wilted roses, softly calling out, "Does anyone want to buy?" As Liu Xin passed by, the boy looked up, his dark eyes meeting Liu Xin's. "Brother, would you like to buy my roses?" Observing the boy's gaunt face covered in dust, Liu Xin instinctively slowed his pace. "How much is one?" The boy's face brightened a bit. 10 yuan. Liu Xin, who had already reached into his pocket, withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "I want tea buy." The boy's expression shifted to one of anxiety, his gaze pleading. "Brother, please buy one. My roses have magic. If you give one to your beloved, she will surely fall in love with you." Liu Xin regarded the roses in the boy's basket, gently shaking his head. "That one tea happened. She'll scold me for wasting money." With that, he placed a coin into the boy's basket and continued on his way. The boy stared blankly at Liu Xin's departing figure, then looked down at the 1 yuan coin in his basket, feeling somewhat dazed. "Don't follow me." A commotion arose from a distance, as a stylishly dressed girl with round glasses strode briskly towards him, visibly irritated, while a young man trailing behind, clutching a few apples, attempted to catch up but only managed to jog behind her. Yuan, what is wrong? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" But the girl simply quickened her pace, reiterating her previous remark, "Don't follow me. It's really annoying." The small boy lowered his head and weakly called out, "Does anyone want to buy roses? Give them to your girlfriend, and she'll fall in love with you." A man and woman hurried past him. After a few steps, the young man suddenly recalled something and quickened his pace back to the boy, breathless. "How much?" The boy looked up at him. 10 yuan. That is so expensive." The young man glanced in the direction the girl had gone, gritting his teeth and pulling out a bill. "I'll take one." He snatched a rose and dashed towards the girl. "I told you I don't want your apples, and I don't want to see you again. So stop bothering me." The girl moved quickly, but the boy's pursuit was faster. He finally caught up with her in front of an apartment building, only to be met with a look of utter disgust. As if fearing he would follow her upstairs, she decided to confront him downstairs. "You're really annoying. A breakup is a breakup. Can't you, a grown man, act with some dignity? I'm not being unreasonable. I truly don't understand why everything changed so suddenly. Just last night, everything was fine. How could it shift so drastically? Such is the nature of relationships. What more do you wish to know?" The girl regarded him with disdain. "If you keep this up, I'll shout." The young man instinctively took a step back. "What do you take me for? Why would it come to the point where you need to shout?" The girl merely furrowed her brow and glared at him coldly. "I'm going upstairs." It seemed that this expression finally jolted the young man into awareness. He feebly lifted the apples in his hand before letting them fall, silently offering the rose he held. "Will you accept this rose? I promised you once." I know I don't deserve it, but please, just take this flower. The girl glanced at the rose, then at the young man, her face still cold as she snatched the flower from him. The young man looked up at her, arms slightly outstretched. The girl immediately retreated a step, her face hardened. What are you trying to do? He also stepped back and slowly crouched down. Only when the girl turned to ascend the stairs, forcefully slamming the door behind her, did his voice, tinged with tears, rise. I just don't understand. Why was everything fine yesterday, but today, when I want to hold you, you're so wary? The girl, having reached the upper floor, wore a look of annoyance and was about to discard the rose. Yet, just as she was about to throw it away, a fleeting glance at the wilted purple hue stirred an inexplicable reluctance within her. Chapter 59. The man drinking cola by the time Lu Xian emerged from the orphanage. It was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. In the satellite city, apart from the disreputable places frequented by geckos, the streets appeared desolate at this hour. The alleys lay quiet, illuminated solely by the gentle glow of street lamps, casting their light upon the patches of darkness. Walking along such a street, one can almost hear the sound of one's own breath. It feels as though this world has been reduced to just oneself. Only occasionally does a mouse scurry past with remarkable speed, or a homeless man curled up in a cardboard box, staring intently at passers-by. Lu Xin, with his hands tucked into his pockets, ambles slowly. This evening is quite fulfilling. He can discern that teacher Xiao Lu is in high spirits. And the group of silly children, witnessing their teacher's joyous demeanor, cannot help but feel elated themselves. Of course, a significant reason for their exuberance is likely because they finally enjoyed dumplings today, and they received an abundance of cookies and candies brought by Lu Xian, making it feel almost like a celebration. Lu Xian donned an apron and joined the children in making dumplings, then watched as they sang and danced, only to feel painfully awkward. He found neither the off-key songs that strayed for hundreds of meters nor the clumsy, duck-like dances particularly pleasing. Nor did he find the game of Eagle Eats Chick amusing. Regrettably, he could only sit among the raucous children, mechanically applauding and forcing a stiff smile. Nevertheless, the ambience of the night was undeniably pleasant. While he did not enjoy the songs and dances of the children, he wished for their warmth, fullness, and happiness. Moreover, teacher Xiao Lu's genuine smile was indeed delightful. Reflecting on the experiences of the evening, Lu Xian strolled through the streets, the streetlights casting multiple shadows of him. Lost in thought, he seemingly failed to notice a man with a bushy beard, adorned with black glasses and appearing exceedingly gaunt, sitting under a patched sunshade outside a still-open shop. The man lounged with one leg crossed over the other, sipping cola through a straw while smiling to himself. He also did not notice that as he turned a corner, the same man, cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned against a wall adorned with vibrant graffiti, hands tucked into his pockets, grinning at him. As Lu Xian approached the nearest subway station, the man was again seated in front of a wild wonton stall, smiling at him while waiting for the vendor to serve him wontons. Suddenly, Lu Xian halted, turning to look at the man, his gaze appearing somewhat unfocused. The man, meeting Lu Xian's eyes, broke into a cheerful smile. Lu Xian stared silently, while the man beamed amiably. As Lu Xian continued to gaze, the man's smile began to falter. Then Lu Xian pulled a gun from the bag slung over his shoulder and aimed it at him. The man, startled by the gun being pointed at him, showed no signs of fear. Instead, his face lit up with another smile, seemingly unperturbed by Lu Xian's threat. Then, Lu Xian abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! In the stillness of the night, the gunshot was jarring, loud, and terrifying. The few diners at the wonton stall were startled into falling to the ground, while the stall owner yelped in shock, nearly losing his balance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, at such close range, the man suddenly swayed awkwardly, bracing himself against the ground. And this sudden movement allowed him to evade the bullet. He appeared somewhat enraged. Lu Xian remained silent and continued firing at the man. Bang! 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 The man's figure became extraordinarily twisted. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he catapulted upwards, pushing off the aluminum card of the wonton stall, propelling himself away. The wonton stall was pushed back a considerable distance. Of the 3 bullets fired, only one grazed his arm, but the injury was evidently minor. "Are you insane?" he exclaimed, astonished and infuriated, casting a glance back at Lu Xian before darting away. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and pursued him. He broke into a sprint, gun still in hand, ready to seize any opportunity to shoot, but the man displayed astonishing agility. After dashing away, he pressed off the nearby wall with his hands and feet, launching himself forward. As he began to descend, he spread his arms wide, seemingly grasping at invisible strings, enabling him to ascend effortlessly. In contrast, Liu Xin, relying solely on his legs in a frantic chase, was considerably slower. The man, perhaps taken aback by Liu Xin's sluggish pace, instinctively revealed a mocking smile, further igniting Liu Xin's anger and prompting him to run faster. Even as his lungs felt like they would burst, he was determined to catch up with this man. As Liu Xin continued his frantic sprint, the path quickly reached its end, leading to a construction pit where the ground abruptly ceased, with a guardrail marking the edge, beyond which lay a menacing darkness. Further in the distance, illuminated by distant lights, the jagged lines of rebar and the jagged remnants of a brick wall appeared ominously. The man effortlessly reached the edge of the broken road, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air, reaching out with one hand as if grasping an invisible thread, then swinging himself toward a broken wall of the derelict structure. His silhouette seemed poised to vanish into the shadows. However, Liu Xin, upon reaching the edge of the broken road, leaped without hesitation. Observing the man's seemingly clumsy form, he wondered how he could possibly leap across like himself. It would be akin to courting death to fall into the construction pit. "Sister," Liu Xin silently called out as he jumped. As he pursued the man, a small dark figure was swiftly approaching from the rooftops, moving with incredible speed and closing the distance between her and Liu Xin. Just as Liu Xin leaped from the broken bridge, she too lunged forward, her small hands outstretched, catching Liu Xin as he descended, giggling. "Got you." In that instant, Liu Xin's body suddenly became agile, and he landed with a footstep. Below, in the darkness, lay a sharp steel pipe. Stepping down with force could pierce his foot. However, Liu Xin landed on the edge of the cut surface without any hindrance, instead using it as leverage to leap into the air. Under the crimson moon, his figure appeared ghostly. Chapter 60, The Headless Horseman. Though the man was agilely fleeing ahead, he remained aware of his pursuer. Especially when Liu Xin leapt into the construction pit, he was momentarily startled, wondering if this man would meet his demise, only to witness Liu Xin's clumsy form suddenly transform into extraordinary agility, stretching and darting through the air as he grasped a horizontal steel bar, propelling himself forward with alarming speed, closing the distance by 2 or 3 meters in an instant. The man ahead was taken aback, immediately accelerating as if he were a specter in the night, hurriedly racing forward. 2 figures dashed through the darkness, one trailing the other, hastening with urgency. They flickered in and out of the light, sometimes visible under the glow, other times shrouded in shadow. Regardless of whether they encountered telephone poles, apartment buildings, or abandoned high-rises, their speed remained unaffected. At times they raced along the ground, at others they leaped onto the sides of buildings, defying gravity itself. The man had clearly become serious, his movements displaying a remarkable and uncanny agility. He extended his hands, his legs slightly bent, and with a pull and a tug, his speed surged dramatically. However, at that moment, Liu Xin had already gritted his teeth and swiftly caught up, his movements appearing even more agile than his opponents. Whether navigating through the chaotic tangle of wires in the air or slipping through the narrow, constricted gaps, he moved effortlessly, akin to a spider or perhaps a ghostly apparition, stalking its prey with an insatiable thirst for blood, advancing rapidly. Even the light that fell upon his face had an oddly surreal quality. Under this illumination, his expression remained both serious and calm. Yet, as he dashed into the next pool of light, his pupils had turned jet black, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Though both were moving at an impressive velocity, Liu Xin was evidently faster. Earlier, when his sister had failed to catch up, the opponent had easily distanced himself by nearly 100 meters. Now, however, that gap was gradually closing. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In Liu Xin's eyes, the figure ahead was becoming increasingly distinct. This area, situated on the outskirts of the high-walled city, was swiftly approaching the towering walls that marked its boundary. Before them lay an expanse of desolate land stretching for 1,000 meters, overrun with wild grass, devoid of any structures. In the distance loomed the high walls, standing tall and imposing, as if blocking half of the night sky. Without hesitation, that figure darted into the wasteland, charging straight toward the walls. Now, the distance between Liu Xin and his quarry had narrowed to about 60 meters. Thus, without compromising his agility or speed, he swiftly raised his gun and fired several shots toward the fleeing figure. No matter how precise his aim, the bullets, after traversing 50 meters, had lost some of their potency, especially given the man's cat-like agility. Darting through the wasteland, the bullets merely kicked up tufts of grass. Farther away, atop the walls, bright lights suddenly flared to life, rushing toward their direction. Presumably the patrol troops, alerted by the gunfire, reacting promptly. In the pitch-black night, those two beams of light resembled exceptionally bright swords. Alas, even though the beams spanned several dozen meters in diameter, the vastness of the wasteland rendered them ineffective. The figure swiftly reached the base of the high wall, broad and thick, capable of accommodating a battalion. Its surface is smooth, polished concrete that appeared almost as a ladder to him. He effortlessly ascended the wall, aiming for the top. Realizing the man was about to escape over the wall and flee into the city beyond, Liu Exan gritted his teeth and made a decision. He hastily reloaded his gun and flung it into the air. From his perspective, his sister leaped into the air, her small form maintaining the posture of pursuit. And in her tiny hands, she caught the freshly reloaded revolver, aiming it at the almost indistinguishable figure scaling the wall with astonishing speed. A strange smile appeared on her face, obscured by shadows. Then, she fired repeatedly. Bang! 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 The recoil from the revolver nearly sent her lightweight frame tumbling backward. Yet, 3 bullets flew energetically toward the target. One struck near the upper part of the figure, another hit lower down, but the third, remarkably precise, accounted for his ascent, shooting directly at his head. Through Liu Exan's eyes, it felt as though time slowed, the bullet gliding toward its target with a deliberate, almost magical slowness. The man scaling the wall abruptly halted, instinctively turning around, and beneath the dark lenses of his sunglasses, a look of surprise and disbelief flickered across his face. Then, with a crack, the bullet struck the area of his neck. Blood splattered, his neck torn apart, and his head flew off, the body left dangling from the wall. Liu Exan, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise. He had used a revolver, its bullets relatively low in power, favored merely for its simplicity of manufacture and popularity in the high-walled city. He had not anticipated such a shot could kill this man, especially with such a severe injury to the neck. Perhaps his body was more fragile than that of an ordinary person. While pondering this, Liu Exan wasted no time in catching his descending sister and hurriedly advanced. However, just as he took 2 steps, the headless body, hanging by an arm from the wall, suddenly twitched and, with a swift, fluid motion, ascended over the wall in an instant. Liu Exan's heart sank as he rushed to follow suit, climbing atop the wall. He glimpsed the figure outside, a motorcycle roaring, its lights swiftly fading into the distance. By the time he reached the top of the wall, the motorcycle, throttle wide open, had already surged 80 meters away. The moonlight was bright, lending Liu Exan an unusually sharp vision. He saw the figure on the motorcycle where the neck should have been, was merely a patch of flesh, utterly devoid of a head. This headless corpse rode the motorcycle, vanishing rapidly into the depths of the wasteland. A grotesque feeling surged within Liu Exan. Who could this be? Raise your hands, or I will shoot. The heavy, rapid footsteps echoed from both sides of the wall, accompanied by the blinding beams of handheld flashlights. The glaring light was almost unbearable. Behind this dazzling illumination, Liu Exan sensed many soldiers, guns trained on him. I have identification in my pocket. Liu Exan raised his hands, allowing them to see his firearm, speaking in a low, steady voice. He gestured with his eyes to stop his sister, and perhaps due to his serious demeanor, she obediently crouched aside. Someone approached swiftly, extracting the identification from Liu Exan's shirt pocket and handing it to the officer nearby. As the blinding flashlight beams faded, only the distant searchlights continued to illuminate the area. Captain Xiechun of the 4th Patrol Division. Chapter 61. The Abilities Beyond the City. The Headless Rider? Upon receiving Liu Exan's call, Chun Jing seemed to awaken suddenly, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Yes, do not touch anything for now, wait for me. Chun Jing briskly ended the call. Meanwhile, around Liu Exan, other soldiers had dispersed under the captain's orders, sealing off the area and remaining vigilant. They did not hear Liu Exan's conversation. Only the captain, slightly closer, caught fragments of his words and was left bewildered by the mention of a headless figure, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even now, he still did not know who Liu Exan was. However, he recognized Liu Exan's identification and understood the authority it represented. Thus, he could only ponder the earlier scene intently, preparing for the impending inquiries. He had indeed seen a motorcycle speeding away, but at such speed and in that light. He could not discern whether the figure had a head or not. Of course, this did not mean he thought Liu Xian's claims were unreasonable. For when he had spotted Liu Xian standing atop the wall without any climbing gear, it had seemed inherently illogical. He was also aware that a special department existed within the main city, and some of his comrades in the patrol troops were occasionally assigned to that mysterious division, often never to be seen again. Moreover, individuals reassigned to that department are often categorized into two distinct types. One type consists of the incorrigible, those difficult to discipline, who may have committed grave offenses, teetering on the brink of dismissal, or even those who have already been dismissed. The other type comprises the elite among the elite. In the course of their routine, they frequently hear whispers of a patrol unit being abruptly dispatched to seal off a certain area, ensuring that no living creature escapes unscathed. However, such lockdown missions are typically issued without any explanation, and there have been numerous instances where seemingly urgent lockdowns are inexplicably revoked. Thus, this seemingly ordinary young man must possess considerable prowess, he mused silently to himself. Soon, the unfolding events would validate his conjecture. First arrived a squadron equipped with superior gear, their commanding officer bearing ranks far surpassing his own. They were even armed with the so-called Madman's Bane, the Eclipse series handheld plasma guns, which, though capable of firing only a single plasma round at a time, wielded terrifying power. Capable of reducing 3 or 4 individuals at close range to ash with a single shot. Despite their modest number, around 20, they immediately assumed command over all present, meticulously establishing their perimeter. The patrol unit remained outside while they took their positions within, offering no explanations whatsoever. Yet, they still refrained from engaging with the young man. It was not until a helicopter arrived, accompanied by a cacophony of noise and brilliant lights, that he witnessed a tall woman in a black suit, exuding an aura as sharp as a blade, a light from the aircraft. He instinctively averted his gaze, standing straight and saluting as she passed by. For a soldier capable of discerning the nuances of a person's temperament, he recognized her formidable presence. Where did that head end up? Chun Jing approached Liu Xian immediately after disembarking from the helicopter, omitting any handshake and diving directly into inquiry. It should be over there. Liu Xian gestured, relying on his recollection. Having arrived here ahead of Chun Jing, the members of the support team clad in black protective gear promptly advanced toward that area. Due to the prior lockdown by 2 squads of soldiers, not a blade of grass had been disturbed there until now. How did you notice his abnormality during this interval? Chun Jing earnestly probed Liu Xian. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Xian replied, I was just walking along the road when he looked at me. Chun Jing frowned slightly. And then? Liu Xian continued, then I shot him. Her expression shifted noticeably. You shot him because he looked at you? No, at first. I merely turned to look at him as well. Chun Jing envisioned that scenario, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. And then? Liu Xian stated, then I shot him. Chun Jing's demeanor seemed on the verge of unraveling. I shot him for a reason. Liu Xian paused briefly before articulating. I saw a vine-like tentacle crawling out from behind him. He must have thought I couldn't see it, for he appeared quite at ease, even smiling. But when I noticed that tentacle reaching toward my forehead, I was certain he harbored malicious intent. So I fired. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing let out a slight sigh of relief. Though Liu Xian's reaction was entirely reasonable, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Then you pursued him all the way here? Chun Jing regained her composure and continued her inquiry. Liu Xian nodded. I wanted to understand why he was behaving so strangely, so I kept chasing him. He pointed in the direction of the high wall, adding, but his speed was remarkable, different from mine and the agility of a gecko. He seemed to have the ability to extend peculiar tentacles, akin to threads, ensnaring distant objects. It was almost as if he was flying, in areas densely populated with buildings. I found it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with him until we reached here, where he was about to scale the wall. That's when I decided to eliminate him. While it was conceivable that anyone might make such a decision in a similar predicament, Chun Jing felt a twinge of unease at Liu Xian's unwavering conviction. You resolved to kill him simply because he seemed odd? Not at all. Liu Xian shook his head, candidly asserting, it was because he appeared near the Red Moon Orphanage. In that moment, Chun Jing grasped the crux of Liu Xian's sentiment. He had developed murderous intent toward that man solely due to his proximity to the Red Moon Orphanage, implying that even if the man had approached Liu Xian, it would not have incited his lethal resolve. Rather, his mere presence near the orphanage suggested a potential threat, prompting Liu Xian to make the decisive choice to eliminate him without hesitation. She did not respond immediately, but took her time to ponder. You have been recruited not long ago, and the instances of dealing with psychic pollution have been few, each conclusion drawn with commendable precision. So you shouldn't have made any enemies. In your previous life, did you encounter anything unusual? Liu Xian contemplated for a moment before answering. No. I have always lived in the satellite city. Chun Jing's brow furrowed slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind, but she refrained from voicing it immediately. The presence of a vehicle concealed outside the wall strongly suggested it likely belonged to someone from beyond the walls. After a brief pause, she nodded and murmured, "It appears that a power user from outside the city is attempting to cause disruption once again." Chapter 62, The Psychically Enhanced. Soon, two members of the support team clad in heavy protective gear, their faces adorned with a network of specialized plastic tubing, approached, bearing a transparent glass container. Within lay an object shaped like a human head. Liu Xian glanced over, recognizing it as the very man he had encountered earlier. His face was obscured by a bushy beard, rendering him seemingly ordinary, yet his expression was frozen in a look of shock. The severed neck bore jagged remnants of flesh, resembling a splintered post. Staring at the head, Liu Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Whether it was his delayed reaction or something else, he had previously witnessed the headless corpse spring to life, scaling walls and speeding off on a motorcycle, and had not found it particularly strange. Even after recounting the encounter with Chun Jing, he had not taken the time to be astonished. It was only now, gazing at the head within the glass container, that the reality struck him. To run without a head. What a terrifying notion. Chun Jing cast a glance at him, remarking, based on the timeline, your reaction was rather slow. This. Liu Xian could only continue staring at the head, exclaiming, this makes no sense. Though I may not be well educated, I have attended school and performed decently. Human consciousness and thought are rooted in the brain. All bodily actions and reactions stem from the connection and feedback with the brain. How could he continue to flee without a head? Chun Jing scrutinized his somewhat dazed expression, seemingly searching for an appropriate match of astonishment and panic. While there was some, it was truly scarce. Thus, she turned her gaze back to the glass container and suddenly commanded, conduct the basic 3 tests. The two support team members nodded, one holding the container while the other produced a laser pointer, directing it toward the head's eyes, flickering the light twice. Yet, the laser merely illuminated the dull orbs of the eyes, yielding no response. Next, he stowed the laser and retrieved a compact metallic hammer, tapping it against the exterior of the container. The echoes of metallic collisions dispersed, traveling through the box and reaching the ears of the severed head. Yet there was no response. The two members of the support team exchanged glances before lifting the glass lid and turning to face Chun Jing. Chun Jing fixed her gaze upon the head and softly uttered, "You should blink." Her voice, though familiar, carried an unusual depth, resonating with a penetrating quality. It was as if she were coaxing the head to respond, urging it to blink. Shortly thereafter, an unsettling scene unfolded before Liu Xian's eyes. The seemingly lifeless head trembled slightly, its eyelids fluttering as if attempting to open. However, lacking the strength, it only managed to part slightly before falling still once more. Could she truly communicate with a mere head? Liu Xian regarded Chun Jing with a strange expression. "You want to tell me, who are you?" Chun Jing paid no heed to Liu Xian's gaze and continued to inquire in her previous tone. Instinctively, Liu Xian glanced at Chun Jing, only to notice that her pupils had inexplicably turned crimson. Even he felt an inexplicable urge to divulge his identity, his sister's identity, his mother's and father's identities, and his home address, all of which quickly dissipated like a fleeting thought. Meanwhile, Chun Jing remained oblivious to the presence of others, her attention fixated on the box. This was merely a head. It was incapable of producing sound, so she sought to discern meaning through the movement of its lips. Regrettably, the head's motions were minimal, and after a slight tremor, it ceased to move altogether. A failure. Chun Jing appeared unfazed, as this reaction had been anticipated. She adjusted her sunglasses atop her nose and instructed the support team, "Dissect it." The two members, unperturbed, promptly crouched down, placing the glass box on the ground and assembling a set of 4 lamp tubes that could provide 3-dimensional lighting without casting shadows. One member retrieved a complete surgical kit from his bag, containing saws, knives, forceps, hooks, spoons, and even pregnancy tests. Liu Xian felt a strange sensation. Why did this support team seem to possess everything? As he pondered, the saws, scalpels, forceps, and hooks sprang into action, and the head was pried open at one corner. Through the illumination, Liu Xian glimpsed the contents beneath the skull, pale, shriveled, exuding a sense of lifelessness, akin to moldy jelly. One of the support team members gently prodded it with a finger clad in iron and fiberglass gloves, discovering it lacked any elasticity. Liu Xian's suspicion grew. Was this the source of contamination? Though he had not attended university in the main city, he understood that a normal human brain could never degrade to such a state. This was a product of mental modification. She turned to Liu Xian, asking, "Have you ever seen a marionette?" Liu Xian could only nod in response. Chun Jing continued, "When a person loses their head, they can no longer act. But what happens to a puppet that loses its head?" Liu Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did such abilities truly exist? Though he was undergoing training, his knowledge thus far had largely revolved around sources of contamination, and he had yet to delve into the diverse abilities of various practitioners. Thus, his surprise was genuine. Indeed. However, this is even more exaggerated. It transforms a person into a tool manipulated by the mind. If I am not mistaken, this should be the work of a marionette-type practitioner, and they must be quite formidable. The notion of marionettes sparked an odd feeling within Liu Xian. A living person, appearing to smile and speak, was merely a puppet. He suddenly perceived the world as utterly insane. Different abilities emerged in accordance with the various directions of mutation. Sensing Liu Xian's thoughts, Chun Jing furrowed her brow, stating, "Over time, new abilities have consistently been discovered. According to the latest report from the Alliance Research Institute, there are now 9 known systems of abilities, and marionettes are among them. Even you have been subjected to skepticism from professors in the main city, particularly that bald one. He suspects you do not belong to the spider system, but rather represent a newly discovered type of ability. He even suggested altering your ability classification to family fun." Liu Xian found himself at a loss for words, and as all the professors were bald, he had no idea which one Chun Jing referred to. Observing his expression, Chun Jing maintained a stoic demeanor. "Rest assured, it has already been dismissed." Liu Xian exhaled with relief. "Now, let us send the evidence to the Research Institute for further investigation to see if we can uncover more valuable clues. Follow me." After instructing the 2 support team members, Chun Jing led Liu Xian toward a nearby jeep. Uncertain of who had driven it there, she climbed into the driver's seat, the keys still in the ignition, and effortlessly started the engine. Regardless, this incident required serious attention. The calamity brought upon by the Science Church to the 4th satellite city 4 years ago must not be allowed to repeat itself. Chapter 63. In-Depth Investigation. Seated in the passenger seat, Liu Xian relaxed and began to ponder. The events that transpired in the 4th satellite city 4 years prior had been significant. Even as an ordinary office worker at the time, he had heard whispers. During that period, the walled city was experiencing rapid development, with successive generations of children being born and growing up, while outside the walls, an increasing number of nomads were drawn to the stability and ample food within, leading to a population explosion that pressured many construction projects into the planning stages. However, it was during this time that the technologically preaching clerics appeared, cloaked in mysterious white robes and wielding astonishing technologies beyond ordinary comprehension, descending upon the citizens of Qinggang City to proclaim their doctrines. Countless citizens were captivated by their enigma and the promise of a pure land, surrendering themselves to the technological deities. It is said that during that singular event, they took away over 70% of the residents of the 4th satellite city. Consequently, in order to fill the void left by the 4th satellite city, many citizens were relocated, resulting in numerous vacant houses and abandoned factories in the 2nd and other satellite cities. In a sense, one could argue that the visit from the Science Church had inadvertently solved the pressing population issues in Qinggang City. As an ordinary person, Liu Xian had only an inkling of this occurrence. It seemed so simple. The Science Church arrived and then departed with their followers. Yet now, having experienced so much, he understood that the true nature of events was undoubtedly more intense than he had imagined, as discernible from Chun Jing's tone. She regarded that incident as a disaster for Qinggang City. Therefore, who was orchestrating this latest affair? Gazing at the pale road illuminated by the headlights ahead, Liu Xian felt a slight weight in his heart and instinctively inquired, "What are the possibilities?" "Many," Chun Jing replied, her focus unwavering on the road. Beyond the walls, numerous issues left over from the disaster remain unresolved. Aside from the deranged heavy polluters, often referred to as madmen by the common populace, there exist numerous human organizations within our high-walled city. since we can identify and recruit those experiencing psychological anomalies, it stands to reason that there are others among us with similar potential. Moreover, in the application and development of their abilities, they often exhibit a level of recklessness and unrestrained fervor. As Liu Xian listened to Chun Jing's words, he suddenly felt a subtle shift within himself. Although her voice remained remarkably calm and assertive, he sensed a trace of fatigue and disappointment, a sentiment he had never encountered in her presence before. Chun Jing, seemingly aware of the inappropriateness of her own words, swiftly adjusted her demeanor, stating, "Regardless, our Qinggang city is not made of paper. If anyone dares to set their sights on Qinggang city, they must be prepared to face the consequences." With that, she resumed her former composure and decisiveness. Addressing Liu Xian, as the party compelled to defend, "We must consider every possible issue. The fact that they approached you first indicates they harbor ulterior motives unknown to us, and it is entirely possible that other ability users within the high walls have also caught their attention." Liu Xian could only nod in acknowledgement. As Chun Jing continued, seemingly deep in thought, she added, "Furthermore, since they have appeared near the orphanage, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they are already aware of your connection to it. Or perhaps they're directly targeting the orphanage itself. In either case, there is a significant likelihood that they intend to strike at the orphanage, thus impacting you. To err on the side of caution, the individuals at the orphanage need to be relocated to a safer area, away from the high walls." Hearing this, Liu Xian's pupils dilated slightly. He did not dwell on what he would become if something were to happen at the orphanage. Surely, he would be furious. His earlier decision to fire the mental reformer stemmed from a vague sense of this very concern. However, he found no satisfactory resolution to this issue personally. Should he merely do nothing and remain at the orphanage all day? After all, the likelihood of such a possibility was rather slim. It was far more probable that they were coming for him. By lingering near the orphanage, he might inadvertently endanger them. Yet, Chun Jing, with a mere phrase, proposed a solution. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded earnestly and declared, "I will persuade teacher Xiao Lu." Though he had yet to devise an appropriate explanation for her, he reasoned that it should not pose too much of a problem. Teacher Xiao Lu had always placed her trust in him. However, the prospect of moving and finding a new place would undoubtedly complicate matters. Meanwhile, Chun Jing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Do not expend your energy on such trivial matters." As she spoke, one hand gripped the steering wheel while the other retrieved a satellite phone to make call, immediately arranged the necessary procedures to forcibly relocate all residents from Area 3 on the eastern side of Satellite City No. 2 to Area 4 under the pretext of demolition and reconstruction, with particular attention to a place called Honyue Primary School, ensuring they are provided with ample accommodations. Rent? Naturally. It should be collected. All matters will proceed according to standard protocol. Liu Xian listened, his eyes widening slightly, his emotions oscillating between peaks and valleys. How wonderful it would be if there were no rent to pay. Go ahead. I have received approval from headquarters and am preparing on 2 fronts. Chun Jing slid a document across the table to Liu Xian. The first step is to mobilize the sentries and reserve military personnel outside the city to conduct a thorough inspection of all residential gathering points and black markets within 100 miles of the high walls. These gathering points and black markets largely depend on the resources of our high-walled city for their sustenance. Yet they remain unwilling to genuinely integrate into our community, making them the most hazardous areas. Regardless of whether there is indeed someone targeting the high-walled city, our actions will convey a dual message to them. First, that we have taken note of their presence, and second, that we consider this matter of utmost importance. If we can compel them to withdraw as a result, that would be the best outcome. The second matter pertains directly to you. Effective immediately, we will initiate an in-depth investigation and cleanup of special pollution sources. All members of the Special Action Team must cancel their leave and remain on standby. You, too, should consider taking a temporary leave from your company if necessary. Understood. Although Liu Xian was also quite concerned about his work at the business company, he was capable of discerning the priorities. Embracing a learning mindset, he inquired, "Why must we conduct a deep investigation into the pollution within the city as well?" He had assumed that this issue stemmed from outside the city, and thus only external measures were required. Such occurrences had happened in the past. Meanwhile, as Chun Jing outlined the task assignments to Liu Xian in the office, the security hall outside became increasingly busy. Only Chun Jing was aware that upon her arrival, she immediately began organizing investigations on not just 2 matters. She could not dismiss the possibility. Were the outsiders originally targeting the orphanage? The mysterious explosion and the potential of a formidable individual were concerning. The former Hanyue orphanage either posed no threat or could potentially harbor significant issues. Chapter 64. Special Pollution Source 072. Observing Chun Jing's seriousness regarding this matter, Liu Xian naturally felt compelled to take it seriously as well. When leadership is anxious, one cannot afford to be indifferent. Though he had always aimed to excel in both jobs, when Chun Jing explicitly instructed him to request leave from the business company, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the salary difference between a 5,000 base and 1,000 was quite substantial. Nevertheless, as he approached the director the following day to request leave, he felt a tinge of guilt, knowing that the project he was managing had only just begun to gain traction and there were still numerous tasks to tackle. To ask for leave at such a moment felt somewhat like shirking responsibility. Tentatively, he ventured, "Director, I would like to request some time off." "Time off?" The director initially appeared taken aback. Then a look of delight washed over his face. "How long?" "Not for long," Liu Xian replied, avoiding the director's gaze, and recounted the pre-prepared explanation. "My younger sister is ill. I need to take care of her." The younger sister, hanging from the chandelier, cast an incredulous glance. Upon hearing this, the director expressed heartfelt concern, repeatedly stating, "No problem. No problem. Taking care of your sister is paramount." The director waved his hands insistently. "No need to rush. No need to rush." As he spoke, he smiled broadly, unable to contain his delight. "Our company practices humane management. I will grant you a few extra days." Thus, Liu Xian effortlessly secured a week's leave and, under the director's warm send-off, departed the company with his backpack. Even as he walked some distance away, he could still see the director standing at the stairway, watching him with a foot propped up. This made Liu Xian reflect. It seemed the director was quite reluctant to see him go. Even in the midst of his busiest period, the director had granted him leave without hesitation, not even asking too many questions. Such a humane company is indeed a rarity in this era. After successfully obtaining his leave, Liu Xian was met with a rare moment of leisure. The streets were noticeably busier, with an increased presence of DUI checkpoints. This transformed the city, reducing even the number of older sisters selling pirated copies of films while cradling children. According to Han Bing, this is what it means to be on standby. Conducting a thorough investigation is an incredibly intricate and labor-intensive task. Not only are special action team members like Liu Xian overwhelmed, but even the special investigation teams affiliated with headquarters find themselves stretched thin. Thus, these inspections are often centered around the investigation teams, mobilizing police officers from various satellite city security halls and community volunteers to conduct thorough checks, district by district. The investigative team is tasked with discerning traces of potential pollution sources. In contrast, members of the Special Operations Unit, like Liu Xian, are dispatched to address situations only when a pollution source has been confirmed. There are even instances where the investigative team resolves certain pollution sources autonomously, provided they possess sufficient certainty. The primary objective of the thorough examination is to eliminate hazards. Even without the influence of the recent incident involving an ability user outside the city, similar operations are conducted routinely. Moreover, within the city, numerous potential pollution sources remain under our vigilant surveillance. Thus, Mr. Single Soldier need not be anxious. We merely await instructions from headquarters. Han Bing appeared to notice Liu Xian's tension and remarked, "Similar occurrences may arise frequently in the future." Liu Xian nodded in understanding. However, upon reflection, he considered that rather than idly waiting here, it would be more prudent to deepen his professional training. Consequently, he relaxed and resumed his study of the documents. After all, being here was quite comfortable, with an endless supply of coffee and 3 meals a day. Breakfast typically consisted of congee and boiled eggs, occasionally accompanied by crispy pancakes. Lunch usually featured a bento box with 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, sometimes chicken legs, other times pig trotters. Dinner varied nightly, often delivered directly by a young female officer. Liu Xian had enjoyed dishes such as spicy pork with rice and even a box of fried chicken. Could such delicacies truly exist? This lifestyle was something he had never dared to dream of before, being idle yet provided with such exquisite meals. Furthermore, the daily meal allowance reached an astonishing 200. Liu Xian felt a sense of guilt over the lavish treatment he received. Fortunately, a turning point arrived on the 3rd day. The red light on his headset began to flicker. Liu Xian promptly placed it over his ear. "Single Soldier, there is an urgent matter requiring your attention." Han Bing's voice resonated. Suspected special pollution source 072. Location: the northern mining community of Satellite City Number 2. Threat level: suspected. Infection level: no data available. Threat degree: medium. Characteristics: an inexplicable sense of fear has enveloped the surrounding area, centered around the apartment building, and is showing signs of spreading. As Han Bing's voice echoed, Liu Xan had already risen and moved to the adjacent room. There, while listening to Han Bing's account, he donned a set of operational gear sent from the main city. 10 minutes later, he descended the stairs and took the elevator to the first-floor lobby, where a jeep awaited him outside. Now well-versed in the workflow, Liu Xan followed the guidance of a staff member in the lobby and climbed into the jeep. It turned out there was no actual tracking. The alleged report was merely a figment of the reporter's imagination. Initially believing it was a case of overexcitement leading to a misunderstanding, the police, during their inquiries, discovered something amiss. The entire mining community, including the reporting woman and the suspects, was engulfed in an inexplicable state of tension, perpetually shrouded in fear, even experiencing hallucinations. Residents peered suspiciously through door cracks and behind curtains, their eyes filled with mistrust. In just 2 or 3 days, 2 residents had erupted into violent altercations over trivial matters due to excessive anxiety, culminating in 1 death and another sent to the hospital. Some, suspecting their water was poisoned, resorted to excessive drinking. The Security Bureau, after analysis, reported these anomalies, prompting the intervention of the investigative team. Preliminary investigations indicated the presence of psychological pollution. Yet the process faced obstacles. Liu Xan whispered, "What obstacles?" Chapter 65. The Community Enveloped in Fear, Part 1. By the time Liu Xan arrived near the mining community in the northern part of the city, it was already evening. The sun had begun its descent, casting a peculiar dark red hue over the entire community, distinct from the glow of the crimson moon. As the jeep halted, staff members promptly opened the door for him. Upon disembarking, Liu Xan noticed a cordon had been established in the distance, with a throng of anxious residents gathered behind it. Their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension as they discussed amongst themselves, some displaying a morbid fascination. At that moment, armed soldiers had secured various points around the community. Guided by a police officer, Liu Xan entered the premises, where he observed heightened vigilance compared to the outer perimeter. Everyone appeared on edge, instinctively distancing themselves from each other. Mr. Single Soldier, reporting from the investigation team of Satellite City Number 2, Cheng Hui. A soldier clad in tactical gear approached Liu Xan, saluting him. "Ah, it's you." Liu Xan recognized the soldier as the team leader from the earlier investigation involving Qin Ran and greeted him with a nod. "Back from leave?" Cheng Hui, noting Liu Xan's relaxed demeanor, also seemed to relax, adding, "Due to an imminent in-depth inspection within the city, our leave has been canceled." "Mr. Single Soldier, your efforts saved our lives in the last mission, and I have yet to express my gratitude in person. It seems fate has brought you back for this mission as well." Liu Xan smiled modestly. "It's all in the line of duty. No need for such formality." As they conversed, they proceeded deeper into the community, where Liu Xan spotted 2 other team members amidst the armed soldiers. Although decorum prevented them from approaching to express their thanks, they exchanged warm glances. "What is the specific situation?" Liu Xan inquired as he halted at the innermost security line near the apartment building. "The specifics." Cheng Hui hesitated, seemingly grappling with the gravity of the situation. "We are uncertain. After receiving orders from headquarters, we rushed here and, with the cooperation of the Security Bureau, evacuated the residents. We have detected significant psychic radiation in the vicinity. Our original task was to enter the building and ascertain the precise location of the pollution source. But our efforts have failed." "Failed?" Liu Xan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had previously witnessed the team's professionalism in operations. "Indeed. Consequently, we were compelled to retreat temporarily." "Is it merely fear?" Liu Xan asked, sensing something peculiar. "Yes, it manifests as a very strange kind of fear." He gently tapped his headset and inquired, "What is the cause?" From the channel, Han Bing's voice responded, "If there is no specific object of fear, but merely a sensation, it is highly likely that this stems from the influence of the special pollution source 072, which distorts human emotions and amplifies feelings of terror. The residents of the mining community have collectively succumbed to the effects of this pollution source. Although it is merely an emotion of dread, if magnified infinitely, it can easily lead to excessive anxiety, paranoia, and even provoke hostility towards others as a form of self-preservation. My recommendation is to locate the pollution source, observe its nature, and then determine whether to eliminate or contain it. Liu Xin nodded, directing his gaze towards the apartment building. Before me stood an unremarkable apartment building, 12 stories high, appearing newer than my own aging residence. It bore a simplistic European architectural style, and despite its exterior showing signs of neglect, the real stone paint shimmered with a fresh hue under the dim light. As night descended, a few illuminated windows began to stand out. This was indeed an ordinary apartment complex. However, gazing upon it evoked an inexplicable, subtle chill. This sensation was beyond the realm of language, arising mysteriously yet palpably. It instilled an instinctive aversion to direct gaze and proximity. Very well, I shall take a closer look. Liu Xin softly acquiesced to Han Bing's suggestion. Listening to him, Cheng Hui and another officer of apparent rank, who seemed hesitant yet curious, wore expressions of surprise. The difference lay in Cheng Hui, who quickly gathered his composure and inquired directly, "Mr. Dambing, do you require any special protective equipment?" "None necessary," Liu Xin replied, shaking his head. After a brief contemplation, he added, "You should maintain your distance." Cheng Hui immediately adopted a serious demeanor, responding, "Understood." In truth, Liu Xin himself was uncertain why he requested them to step back, as if that phrase imbued him with greater professionalism. Fortunately, they refrained from questioning him further. Liu Xin proceeded to lift the police cordon, slipping beneath it, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, advanced alone toward the building. Behind him, countless anxious and curious gazes were far more unnerving than the building itself. It was not until he pushed open the heavy security door and stepped inside that he felt the scrutiny dissipate, granting him a measure of solace. The corridor within was eerily silent, with several fire pits scattered on the floor, filled with partially burnt paper ashes. These were likely offerings made by the residents who, when faced with uncertainty, often sought solace in the supernatural. As Liu Xin approached the elevator, he noticed the indicator light still shone, suggesting it was operational. However, due to concerns regarding potential hazardous pollutants, the use of the elevator was discouraged to avoid being trapped in case of unforeseen events. If it were absolutely necessary to use it, it was advised to disembark at the 5th floor and ascend the remaining distance by foot. Thus, he opted for the staircase. The stairwell was quiet, revealing no apparent abnormalities, though a foul odor lingered, reminiscent of excrement. Definitely not that of a dog. As he ascended, Liu Xin whispered to himself. He had officially commenced handling an incident, thus possessing greater authority and upgraded equipment. He wore a protective suit crafted from an indiscernible, lightweight, yet resilient black fabric, previously supplied by the main city, complete with a minuscule camera affixed to it. This camera could relay visual feeds directly to Han Bing's office display. However, due to lighting or filming area constraints, he would need to articulate certain observations softly. When he mentioned the foul odor, she cautioned, "Be careful not to step in it." Upon making that remark, she scoffed, "What a lack of compassion." As Liu Xin continued his careful ascent, he began to sense an unsettling aura, akin to a chill creeping along his neck. Not merely cold, but an overwhelming sense of dread. This feeling intensified with each heartbeat, threatening to engulf him entirely. While he could discern a palpable sense of fear, the surroundings revealed nothing specific to provoke it. It was a pure, unadulterated terror, reminiscent of moments in one's home when an inexplicable fear suddenly arises, compelling one to seek sounds or rush down the stairs for safety. Now, standing on the 4th floor, the sensation had grown markedly stronger, compelling him to instinctively resist going further, not from knowledge of what lay above, but from a primal desire to escape. In the communication channel, Han Bing attentively absorbed Liu Xion's words, accompanied by the faint sound of keystrokes as she recorded notes. Her gentle voice offered analysis. The closer you approach the source of contamination, the more acute the psychological effects will become. This sensation will intensify, Mr. Dambing. If even you cannot withstand this fear, it will be prudent to retreat. It's all right, Liu Xian replied, turning a corner of the staircase. I've now reached the 6th floor. Han Bing's voice suddenly conveyed a hint of confusion. How is it that your actions remain unaffected? I have acclimatized to this sensation, he responded. In the channel, Han Bing seemed taken aback, her voice momentarily silent. Meanwhile, Liu Xian arrived at the 6th floor landing and turned to observe the long, dark corridor to his right, which appeared desolate and cold, adorned with various grimy, greasy graffiti. As night enveloped the building, the outside light ceased to penetrate, leaving the corridor devoid of illumination and shrouded in darkness thick enough to consume a person whole. Amidst this oppressive blackness, a faint, pale point flickered above, twisting and contorting. Without a sound, it appeared both elusive and grotesque. Upon closer inspection, one might discern the creaking of ancient floorboards underfoot emanating from that dimly lit figure, a sound born of twisted bone and sinew, an echo of something beyond human capability. Liu Xen gazed intently at the faint white point as it swiftly traversed the corridor walls, drawing closer to him. It was his sister. She clutched a stitched-together teddy bear in her mouth, her black hair cascading down alongside her ghostly white dress. "Brother, you've forsaken me. Too busy chatting with a woman to wait for me." She playfully crawled across the walls and ceiling of the corridor, her voice tinged with a haunting lament. Liu Xen gestured toward his earpiece, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing motion. Pretending you can't see me? I won't speak to you then." His sister, now incensed, clutched the teddy bear tighter, her voice muffled yet clearly irate. She turned her head, preparing to scurry off in the opposite direction. Quickly, Liu Xen extended his hand, lifting her from the wall and cradling her in his arms as he continued upward. "Why did you pause for so long? Did something happen?" Han Bing's voice crackled with concern over the channel. "Nothing. I was merely making some preparations." As he spoke, one arm held his sister while the other retrieved a handful of candy from his pocket, each a favorite of hers, the black, slightly bittersweet confections. This brought a glimmer of joy to her face as she accepted them eagerly. Continuing his ascent, he reached the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. Indeed, as Chung Huey's investigative team had indicated, the sense of dread here was palpable, overwhelming to the point where it felt as if his heart might cease its rhythm. With blood rushing desperately toward his brain, flooding every vessel, inducing a sensation of mental paralysis, rendering his mind blank. Yet, at this moment, Liu Xen remained remarkably composed, his stride unwavering. The terror he encountered now, compared to his initial reunion with family, felt diminished by a degree. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the atmosphere of fear had escalated significantly. "I shall ascend to the 11th floor for a brief inspection." It can be ascertained that the atmosphere of dread on the 11th floor is significantly milder than that of the 10th. Thus it can be concluded that the source of contamination is concealed within the latter. I shall now proceed forward, attuning myself gradually to ascertain the precise location of the pollution source. I have found it. As Liu Xen spoke, he advanced into the corridor, soon halting before a door. It was a gate fitted with iron bars, firmly shut, and not a glimmer of light escaped through the narrow crevice. Standing before this door, one could distinctly perceive an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from within. It was merely an ordinary door, yet it felt as though one stood at the threshold of hell, with no one knowing what horrifying entity might leap forth upon its opening, or whether an all-consuming dread would engulf one's self immediately. At this juncture, Han Bing could offer no further counsel, merely whispering, "Be cautious." "Understood," Liu Xen replied, inching closer to the door, seemingly contemplating how to unlock it. His sister wriggled free from his embrace, munching on candy, tilting her head to glance at the iron door. Suddenly, she reached out, and with a resounding crack, the lock was torn asunder. Liu Xen turned to glance at his sister, who appeared unfazed or perhaps indifferent. He silently chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 67. The Emotion of Fear, Third Update. The door swung open, revealing an inky darkness within, devoid of any illumination. Only a faint light filtered through the drawn curtains, casting an eerie and tranquil ambience. An inexplicable sense of dread permeated the entire room, every inch filled with a chilling aura that could send shivers down one's spine. This chill was not one of temperature, but rather a sensation that could make even the sweatiest, sun-drenched body shudder uncontrollably, forcing one to crouch on the ground, clutching their head, enduring extreme torment without daring to utter a sound. Liu Xen traversed the room slowly, observing that it comprised a living area with 2 bedrooms. The ceiling appeared somewhat low, furnished with a television and a sofa. The dining table was meticulously arranged, and the expansive space rendered the room rather desolate and cold. The apartment had not suffered a power outage. The lights could be turned on. Han Bing's voice gently echoed within the channel, prompting Liu Xen, "Let me take a look." The living room was starkly empty, devoid of anything noteworthy. Upon pushing open the first bedroom door, he encountered a clutter of miscellaneous items, similarly lacking anything unusual. Consequently, Liu Xen grasped the lock of the second bedroom door, turning it slowly. With a soft click, the door creaked open. Instantly, Lu Xn was assailed by an overpowering stench of decay, raising his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth. At that moment, his sister gently tugged at him. Yet, even without her reminder, Lu Xn had already caught sight of a figure sprawled on the floor, the foul odor unmistakably emanating from it. It was a corpse. However, what truly piqued Lu Xn's vigilance was the windowsill. At that moment, a shadow sat quietly by the window, knees drawn to its chest, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Upon catching sight of it, Lu Xin was convinced that the source of the intense fear originated from this figure. His sister stared intently at the shadow, her body slightly crouched, her eyes alight with curiosity. Lu Xin subtly gestured for her not to provoke it, softly inquiring, "Can we communicate?" The shadow remained unresponsive, continuing to sit quietly, clutching its knees. It was confirmed to be merely an ordinary source of contamination, with a sudden illumination flooding the room. The shadow by the windowsill vanished instantaneously, and even the pervasive dread within the room seemed to dissipate considerably, allowing Lu Xin to discern the room's arrangement clearly. A generously sized bed was present, its covers in disarray, with half of it dragged to the floor. Following the bedding, one could see the corpse lying on the ground. It had likely been dead for 4 or 5 days, with signs of decomposition appearing in multiple areas. The body was positioned as if it had just climbed down from the bed, its hand outstretched forward. A small medicine bottle lay a couple of meters away from its outstretched hand. A few bright yellow capsules spilled from within. It appeared that in its final moments, the individual had reached for the medicine bottle, but had been unsuccessful. Relevant information had been gathered. Room 1004 of the mining community was rented by a young man named Wang Chu, age 23, employed at a factory in the northern part of the city, living alone, with no registered relatives and no criminal record. Han Bing's voice resonated softly in the channel. "Can you ascertain the cause of death?" Lu Xian crouched down, picking up the small medicine bottle, which bore the faint inscription of nitroglycerin. Han Bing, likely able to view the inscription through Lu Xian's camera feed, promptly deduced. Nitroglycerin is a medication used to treat coronary heart disease and angina symptoms. If the corpse shows no external injuries, it can be concluded that the deceased likely succumbed to a sudden heart attack, failing to acquire the necessary medication in time before death. However, the exact cause of death will need to be confirmed through an autopsy. "What should we do now?" Lu Xian nodded, seeking guidance from Han Bing in the channel. "I recommend using a special containment bag to secure the body, severing the connection between the contamination source and the outside world, then allow the support team to enter." Lu Xian agreed and retrieved a squarely folded bag from behind him. It appeared to be a small palm-sized piece, but upon unfolding, it revealed a substantial area. This was crafted from a rarely seen, near-plastic material, akin to a newly developed fiberglass weave, which Lu Xian had encountered in his previous work. Following instructions, he placed the corpse within the bag, sealing it securely. After a brief pause, he also included the medicine bottle inside. The surrounding sense of dread had dissipated rapidly, nearly imperceptible now. Meanwhile, Han Bing had already notified the support team through the channel. What led to the formation of this contamination source? Lu Xian approached the window, opening it to disperse the foul odor within the room while inquiring. "A detailed report should be derived from subsequent research," Han Bing replied, pausing slightly before adding. "However, this case is not difficult to analyze. This young man, Wang Chu, lived alone in this apartment, devoid of relatives or friends. He suffered from a heart condition and kept nitroglycerin at home, but one night he experienced a heart attack without access to the life-saving medication in time, thus perishing alone in this room. The intense emotions he likely experienced during his final moments may have caused an aberration in his psyche. However, as he harbored no malicious intent, he merely formed a low-level contamination source, rather than transforming into a malevolent entity. Furthermore, since he was already deceased, the spread of this contamination source was slow and unconscious. Such a contamination source poses the most severe emotional impact or influence on individuals. Yet, due to its lack of active assimilation or aggression towards others, its danger and infection levels remain relatively low. Theoretically, this should be classified as a level 1 contamination source, a rather pure form of contamination. Although it affects a broad range, brief exposure will not result in actual contamination. However, prolonged influence may undoubtedly lead to some terrifying changes. Lu Xen listened quietly and remarked, "Why did he leave behind such a source of pollution, one that is solely imbued with fear?" "It must be due to his profound dread." Han Bing fell silent for a moment before softly elucidating, "It is not merely a fear of death. There exists a terror rooted in solitude, the fear that, should he perish here, no one would discover or care for him. This very fear has transformed him into such a source of contamination. After a while, Liu Xan gently nodded. It seems that way. He instinctively glanced at his sister nearby, who was joyfully unboxing the toys and figurines arranged on the shelf in the living room, illuminated by the support team's absence. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and suddenly he felt significantly more at ease. Fortunately, he had family by his side. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Solo Operative. The support team swiftly ascended the stairs, carefully placing the solitary inhabitant's body into a glass case, then leaving personnel behind to conduct a final residual mental assessment of the room and the entire building. Amidst their orderly busyness, Liu Xan led his sister down the stairs. The night had fully descended, and the lights in the community cast ethereal shadows all around. As Liu Xan faced the slightly cool night breeze, he sighed and addressed the channel. This inspection should be concluding soon, correct? Han Bing's voice replied. It should wrap up in a day or two. Such inspections are typically conducted annually, but this year it was expedited due to the incident. Presently, all major satellite cities and the central city are undergoing stringent examinations, and indeed, several hidden pollution events have been uncovered. However, fortunately, most are of a lower level, which is relatively manageable. Liu Xan nodded slightly, expressing, I hope we do not encounter more such pollution incidents. Han Bing paused before responding. Are you perhaps somewhat averse to similar pollution events? Liu Xan was momentarily taken aback. Han Bing continued, I can sense your emotional downer. If you dislike or feel resistant to these types of pollution incidents, I can note this in your file, ensuring you are kept away from similar occurrences in Qingang City in the future. He hesitated, then slowly shook his head. I indeed do not favor such matters, or rather, I dislike all forms of pollution. However, work is work. Since I have accepted this position and earned the remuneration for this task, I must fulfill my duties. Furthermore, this individual named Wang Chu must have been hoping for his discovery for quite some time, right? Han Bing contemplated for a moment. I believe so. Then her tone lifted, becoming lighter as she smiled. The administrative office is already considering the refurbishment of more signal towers and increasing the availability of mobile phones in the market. Surely, such occurrences will diminish. Let's hope so. Listening to the girl's cheerful remarks, Liu Xan smiled and said, As for this task's remuneration, rest assured, I am here. Han Bing's voice sounded upbeat. I am certainly on your side. In the future, I will meticulously calculate and expedite the transfer of your regular allowances, base salary, and every field task as remuneration. For this task, given its lesser difficulty compared to level tasks, the usual reward would be around 10,000. But I managed to secure 12,000 for you. Liu Xan felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Hee, I should be thanking you, Mr. Solo Operative. This is all rightfully yours. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. No, it is I who must thank you, and on behalf of the citizens of Qingang City, I extend my thanks as well. My gratitude is sincere. I am equally sincere. Hearing Liu Xan's words, his sister gazed at her brother with a hint of mischief. You might as well go to the main city and thank her in person. Liu Xan felt a bit awkward and, after the channel closed, softly said to his sister, She is helping us secure our remuneration. His sister tilted her head, scrutinizing him for a moment before scoffing. Are you lacking a girlfriend? What are you talking about? Liu Xan blushed and shot a glare at his sister. She's my colleague. Is it reasonable to use the restroom without paper? Liu Xan followed his sister's figure with his gaze. Where did you hear that? Mr. Solo Operative, you have my gratitude. At this moment, he was not alone. Many others nearby, including officers and soldiers on guard, cast looks of admiration and trepidation towards Liu Xan. After all, this was a terrifying source of pollution that they could not even approach. Yet, Liu Xan ascended the stairs alone and resolved it in less than 10 minutes. Without a sound, which draped him in an aura of mystery in their eyes. No need, there's a vehicle outside. Liu Xan noticed the surrounding people were gazing at him and hurriedly offered an explanation with a smile. With a hint of helplessness, he glanced at his sister's departing figure and then walked towards the community entrance accompanied by Chenghui. Mr. Su, that is the Solo Operative. As Liu Xan settled into the waiting jeep at the community entrance, en route to the guard hall, a black sedan, somewhat out of place with the modern era, was parked by the roadside, about 50 meters from the entrance. The car had a sleek design, its black paint glistening, yet it was an unmodified, low-slung, impractical vintage model. Inside, Seated in the back left was an elderly man dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, a cane resting beside him. His hair was neatly combed, and he sported a well-groomed, graying beard, his long, thin face exuding an air of dignity. Through the one-way window, he watched the Jeep as it slowly started. Catching sight of Liu Xin, with a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "Is this the person who can see the mental monsters?" Beside him, a slender man wearing gold-rimmed glasses nodded. "Indeed, that is him. Though he has not been recruited long, he has already demonstrated remarkable prowess. During his first official encounter with the 041 Special Pollution event, he saved 3 members of our investigative team. Later, in the 039 level Special Pollution event, he exhibited exceptional logical search capabilities, and just now, as you witnessed, he resolved another case in under 10 minutes. The elder remained silent, observing. I have heard his risk of losing control is quite high. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. The young man chuckled. At least based on the current data, he has exhibited the least signs of losing control. Furthermore, he is currently the only one capable of directly perceiving and resolving these mental monsters. The elder pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I had no other choices. The young man smiled. However, there is one issue. He has yet to obtain a pass to the main city. That is not a significant problem. The elder slowly nodded. I can arrange for my daughter to be brought to the second satellite city, as I still possess some assets here. The primary concern lies in the fact that this is a private commission, and we must ensure there is no direct contact with the clearing department. The young man replied cheerfully, "No problem. You only need to set time. Then let it be tomorrow." The elder contemplated briefly, then sighed softly. Her condition has become quite dire. Chapter 69, Private Commission, New Book Seeking Votes. Liu Xin slowly calculated and arrived at a figure, 60,100. Indeed, it was not as if he had spent nothing, deducting 30 for the dumplings at the orphanage and 4 for the subway fare. No, wait. There is still money left on the subway card, so no need to deduct. Thus, I currently have 60,070. As he gradually fell into contemplation, he realized that the orphanage had relocated to a new site, not far from the guardhouse. From his current training location, he could even see the distant peaks of the rooftops. Previously, Liu Xin had ventured over to catch a glimpse from afar, undoubtedly. The new place was far superior to the old, being a repurposed heritage residence. The only issue was that the elevator was out of order, making it inconvenient for Teacher Liu to navigate the stairs. Additionally, the new arrangement required a monthly rent of 80 yuan. It would be far better to purchase a place of his own, Liu Xin mused silently. Given the central location of the city, a property valued at 1 million would still leave him short by approximately 900,000. If he solely relied on the salaries from 2 jobs, it would take nearly 12 years to save that amount. If only his monthly income were consistently high, he could save enough within a little over a year. However, he couldn't help but ponder the unfortunate reality that, following a thorough investigation, many pollution sources had been addressed, and for the time being, there were unlikely to be as many tasks available. The aspiration to buy a home would still necessitate saving money. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Liu Xin responded casually, and the young policewoman entered quietly. She had intended to inquire about his dinner preparations, but hesitated upon seeing him engrossed in calculations with an old-fashioned calculator. Not wanting to disturb him, she simply refilled his teacup before retreating, concerned that her presence might disrupt his work. The sheet of paper before him was meticulously filled with intricate data, and this enigmatic Mr. Dambing was diligently verifying calculations, his expression grave, indicating the significance and secrecy of his task, rendering her reluctant to intrude. After finishing the meal of braised rice topped with a fried egg that the young policewoman had brought, Liu Xin emerged from the conference room. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he descended in the elevator, preparing to rest in the room he had arranged next to the guardhouse. By this time, it was already deep into the night, and the guardhouse was devoid of personnel, save for 2 officers on duty who were engrossed in discussing a comic book. Upon seeing Liu Xin, they immediately adopted a serious demeanor and resumed perusing the documents at hand. Liu Xin felt a twinge of exasperation. He was not their superior. Yet, it seemed that the entire guardhouse held a certain reverence for him, leaving him puzzled about how they perceived him. As he stepped out of the guardhouse, he stretched leisurely, his joints emitting soft cracks, a sensation of comfort washing over him. After a day filled with bustling activity, it was a rare moment of reprieve. The investigation was nearing completion, and the anxiety brought on by the inexplicable figure that had surfaced previously could finally be alleviated. "Is that you, Mr. Dambing?" A voice interrupted his thoughts, startling Liu Exon into turning sharply. "No need to be alarmed, Mr. Danbing. I harbor no ill intentions." A figure emerged from the shadows of an alley, smiling as he spoke. To Liu Exion's surprise, it was a portly man in his 40s, clutching a briefcase. Liu Exon scrutinized the man, finding him unfamiliar. However, his brow furrowed slightly. This individual did not resemble a police officer, yet seemed to recognize his alias. "Allow me to introduce myself," the man said with a friendly smile, and though he instinctively reached out for a handshake, he refrained, merely stating, "My name is Liu. I run a consulting firm in the main city, but due to business matters, I frequently travel between various satellite cities. I have taken the liberty to seek you out, Mr. Danbing, on behalf of an elderly gentleman who has requested your assistance with a particular matter." Curiously, Liu Exine inquired, "How do you know me?" If the man had used his actual name, Liu Exine might have assumed he was a former client from his previous job. However, the fact that he referred to him as Mr. Danbing indicated that he was aware of Liu Exine's current second occupation. The clandestine nature of waiting for him outside the guardhouse and knowing his code name made Liu Exine cautious. "Due to my business dealings, I am acquainted with many capable individuals in Qingang City, and I have interacted with them," Liu explained. "This isn't a formal commission. Rather, it is a private request for assistance." "Private request," Liu Exine echoed, his brow slightly furrowing as he realized, "Are you suggesting I take on side work?" Liu's expression shifted momentarily, then quickly returned to a placid demeanor. That could be one way to interpret it. Liu Exine's frown deepened. "Does this align with our work regulations?" Liu had not anticipated such a question, momentarily taken aback. He pondered, why would he need to inquire about the work regulations? However, being seasoned in such matters, he replied with a smile, "The Special Pollution Cleanup Department operates under a sort of employment model, does it not? Furthermore, to my knowledge, many of the capable individuals in Qingang City have, to some extent, accepted private commissions. Rest assured, Mr. Danbing," Liu continued with a grin, "the elderly gentleman, even the main city, holds a respected position. He has asked me to approach you directly rather than through the Special Pollution Cleanup Department, not for any ulterior motives. You can report this task, merely indicating that it is a private commission." Liu Exine maintained his grip on Liu's hand, observing him intently. Liu's smile faltered slightly, and after a moment's thought, he added, "Moreover, if you're able to heal the gentleman's daughter, he is willing to offer a reward of 100,000 yuan. Even if healing is not possible, he would still provide 10,000 as a token for your efforts in coming here." 1 million. 10,000. Liu Exine was taken aback. Slowly releasing Liu's hand, Liu discreetly shook off the lingering sensation, chuckling, "Mr. Danbing, you have quite a strong grip. I thought you might crush my hand." Liu Exine shook his head. "Why would I crush your hand?" His initial thought had been to sever the hand if things went awry. Following the incident with the mind-altered individual tracking him, he had grown sensitive to such encounters. As he freed Liu's hand, he discreetly signaled to the figure hanging from the wall nearby, indicating that they could release her hold on him. Gazing at Liu's affable smile, Liu Exine paused before stating, "I need to submit a request for approval." Chapter 70, Headquarters Regulations. Seeing that Liu Exine had taken note of the substantial reward and appeared intrigued enough to seek approval, Liu was somewhat surprised. However, he refrained from intervening, merely waiting with a smile. Liu Exine contemplated for a moment before retrieving a satellite phone to contact Han Bing. Another reason for this call was that Han Bing tended to be more amenable. Chen Jing, the top leader, could not be approached for every trivial matter, especially not for something that seemed somewhat irregular. Theoretically, headquarters did not prohibit such private commissions. However, they also did not encourage them. When Han Bing answered Liu Exine's call, her voice was gentle as she explained, "Due to some complex reasons, there are individuals who understand the existence of special pollution and its dangers, yet prefer not to resolve matters through the Special Pollution Cleanup Department. They would rather personally offer compensation to hire capable individuals or find alternative solutions. If we refuse, it might lead these individuals to conceal such incidents, resulting in greater complications. Therefore, the headquarters stance is that members of the Special Operations Team may accept such commissions when faced with similar issues. However, a few points must be observed. First, it is essential to estimate the time required to handle the commission in advance, preferably noting the general location to avoid conflicts with headquarters operations during private commissions. And in case of unforeseen circumstances during the private task, headquarters can manage the situation more effectively. Secondly, irrespective of the agreement of the other party, such matters will invariably be documented by headquarters. even if the other party wishes to sign a confidentiality agreement. We shall at most conceal their true identity and record the information anonymously. Thirdly, after addressing these private commissions, you ought to assess the subsequent risks, should they remain unresolved. Or if you suspect there are potential variables lurking within, timely action should be taken or the matter reported to headquarters. He listened intently to Han Bing's account and replied with a smile. All right, I understand. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Han Bing, with a gentle voice, reassured him, it is of no consequence. This is a testament to your trust in me. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all. It is my duty, he replied. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your trust. The customary exchange of pleasantries concluded the call. Given the private nature of the commission, Liu Xin refrained from insisting that Han Bing maintain constant communication and provide informational support during the task. After hanging up, he turned to the portly middle-aged man and stated, I can look into the matter you mentioned, but I fear I cannot entirely conceal it from headquarters. You understand, don't you? The plump man chuckled in response. That's acceptable. It can ultimately be recorded anonymously. Seeing that he was aware of this nuance, Liu Xin finally believed that this portly gentleman must indeed possess considerable knowledge of the Special Pollution Cleanup Department, particularly as it was his first time hearing of such a commission model. The remuneration offered was astonishingly high. So, when will this take place? He inquired, voicing his primary concern. The man retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Liu Xin, smiling. We can arrange a meeting as soon as tomorrow. Upon reviewing the document, Liu Xin observed it contained printed terms regarding remuneration and confidentiality agreements, quite straightforwardly laid out, with a designated space for a signature. Additionally, beneath that, there was a handwritten address and contact number. The professionalism of the commissioning company was evident from this document. It was a rather peculiar, yet commonly encountered phenomenon. Even in his childhood at the Red Moon Kindergarten, the former director had remarked that previously there was a disregard for the law, while now it was held in high esteem. If it is to be tomorrow, let us tentatively schedule it for the evening. Liu Xin did not immediately commit, but rather stated, if I have urgent work that arises, I may need to postpone. If not, I will arrive after 6 o'clock upon finishing my duties. Would it be acceptable for me to sign the contract then? Certainly, the man replied with a smile. I will arrange for a car to pick you up at the security office at 6. After finalizing their agreement, the man rubbed his right hand and extended it towards Liu Xin for a handshake. However, Liu Xin opted not to shake his hand this time, merely waving away with a smile. He was uncertain about the nature of the task entrusted to a novice like himself, one who had only recently begun to engage with special pollution sources, and he was unsure of his ability to handle it. Yet these concerns were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this private commission offered a substantial reward of 10,000, even in the event of failure, which was astonishing. In contrast to the completion reward of 100,000, Liu Xin found himself inexplicably eager for this sum. Perhaps it was simply a matter of being in good spirits, as he observed an abundance of couples around him while strolling through the streets. Some were sharing kisses by the roadside, others were embracing as they perused shops, and still others were quarreling in narrow alleys, adding a splash of vibrancy to the city. After another day of training and learning, he had not encountered any special pollution incidents requiring his intervention. At 6 o'clock, taking advantage of the newly fallen dusk, Liu Xin exited the security office. He quickly spotted the portly man from the previous evening, standing by the door of a black sedan, awaiting his arrival. Liu Xin followed him into the car, which then made its way towards the city center. Before long, they arrived in the Qingyan Mountain area of the Eastern District, a locale somewhat distant from the high walls, sparsely populated yet devoid of desolation, presenting a clean appearance that almost evoked a sense of being in the main city. The architecture here was predominantly orderly and spacious, rather than dominated by towering skyscrapers. The vehicle entered a gated villa community and came to a halt in front of a 3-story house. A well-dressed individual resembling a butler assisted them in opening the car door. Liu Xin, curious, glanced around and noted the splendid scenery, replete with extensive greenery and gardens, as well as a sizable pond surrounded by a small garden featuring swings, slides, and various play structures. It would be wonderful if an orphanage could be established here. Liu Xin mused aloud. How much does such a large house cost? The portly man, disembarking behind him, chuckled, I cannot afford it, so I'm not quite sure. How much do your properties cost? His latter question was directed towards the butler. The butler smiled politely. I am not entirely certain about the exact pricing, but I once heard the owner mention that a gentleman from the main city was willing to pay 5 million Alliance coins to purchase this place as a vacation retreat, though Mr. Su declined the offer. For him, this house, being a German-style structure left over from before the disaster, holds significant artistic value. 5 million, Liu Xian remarked. Somewhat sobered, let's proceed inside. The interior of the villa was spacious and tranquil, appearing as though it had not been inhabited for an extended period. However, the marble floors, the embossed walls, and even the grand piano by the floor-to-ceiling windows were all impeccably clean. Accustomed to the dimness and confinement of old buildings, Liu Xian felt somewhat constrained in such a villa. After settling onto the sofa in the living room, the butler served tea and a platter of fruit and pastries to Liu Xian and the portly manager Liu before quietly withdrawing. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xian reviewed the contract that Liu had given him yesterday, which he had scrutinized thoroughly and even asked Han Bing to verify for any issues. Signing it and keeping a copy for himself. Is a complete recovery mandatory for me to receive the 100,000 reward? He confirmed as he handed over the contract. Indeed, Manager Liu replied with a smile. It is akin to treating a patient. Only upon their recovery does the process conclude, does it not? Liu Xian nodded. Sometimes, even after healing, the mental state requires recuperation. Manager Liu paused for a moment, then smiled. Rest assured, we will take that into account. Only then did Liu Xian feel reassured. Where is the individual you wish for me to examine? Just as he posed this question, he suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling across the smooth floor from behind a nearby door. The door swung open, and 3 or 4 staff members clad in white lab coats entered, pushing a tall iron box approximately 2 meters in height, securely sealed, from which intermittent sounds of frenzied banging and crashing emanated. There was also a faint sound reminiscent of a wounded beast, filled with anguish and fury. She is here. Following the box was an elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair meticulously arranged. However, his eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue, and one of his legs appeared somewhat weak as he walked. I shall not partake in the specific treatment process. You two may converse, the portly man remarked. Rising to his feet, he offered a smile to the elderly gentleman before signaling to Liu Xian and then exited the room with his bag. Simultaneously, the staff members who had brought in the iron box also departed. In the desolate living room, only Liu Xian and the elderly man leaning on a cane remained, accompanied by the clattering sound of an iron box. Please take a seat. The elderly gentleman motioned for Liu Xian to sit on the sofa, then let out a gentle sigh. Casting a glance at the iron box, he began, Inside here is my daughter, Xiao Xiao. She is merely 21 years old, having graduated last year from the prestigious Qinggang New University in the main city, where she studied the research and preservation of artwork from the bygone era. Even her mentor frequently praised her innate talent in this field. Just 3 months ago, she became engaged, and their relationship was flourishing. Alas, who could have anticipated that she would suddenly lose her sanity? No physician has been able to discern a specific cause, leading me to suspect she may have been contaminated. Liu Xian pondered for a moment before replying, but why seek my assistance? I'm not exactly an expert in this area. I have already consulted numerous individuals. The old man sighed softly. I leveraged my connections to enlist the help of several experts privately. While they all suspect contamination, no residual psychic anomalies could be detected. Moreover, we reside in the main city, where regulations concerning psychic pollution are stringent. Logically, she should not have been exposed to any source of contamination. Could it be that she has truly lost her mind? Liu Xian inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Impossible. The elder's expression suddenly turned grave. I am certain that cannot be the case. Our family has no history of hereditary illness. If she were insane, it would only be due to some profound trauma. Yet, upon investigating her experiences prior to this incident, I found no significant upheaval. From any perspective, her transformation is utterly inexplicable, evolving into her current state. Given the old man's evident apprehension, Liu Xian refrained from offering further comments. Please understand, Mr. Single Soldier, the elderly gentleman continued with a sigh. I'm 70 years old this year. My family perished in the cataclysm 3 decades ago, and she is the daughter I came to possess when I was 50. I view her as a divine blessing, and I am willing to spare no expense to restore her. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the meaning of life without her. Just one daughter, and yet Liu Xian silently criticized, that is merely a fraction of this villa's worth. However, he kept this thought to himself, recognizing that a contract had already been signed. The elderly gentleman's demeanor clearly indicated his profound concern for the girl. Curiosity piqued, Lu Xan queried. Why? With such deep concern for her, have you not entrusted her to the Special Pollution Research Institute? Given her dire condition, that could severely tarnish her reputation. For her, it would be a fate worse than death. This is precisely why I seek private assistance, rather than submitting her to the Institute. Although I have not engaged with official channels, I have made every effort to consult with several specialists for diagnoses. Now, I hope that you professionals can quietly heal Xiao Xiao and, once restored, maintain confidentiality regarding this matter. Having clarified these issues, Lu Xan nodded slowly. He then turned his serious gaze toward the iron box, contemplating, "Let me see her." Mr. Su exhaled deeply, nodded, and, leaning on his cane, approached the iron box. Retrieving a key from his pocket, he unlocked the box, and as he opened the side cover, instinctively stepped back a few paces. Creaking, the lid sprang open. Inside, the box was lined with a special fabric, seemingly designed to prevent harm to its occupant. Yet, upon gazing into the box, Lu Xian couldn't help but flinch slightly. There, restrained within, was a young girl clad only in a nightgown, her hair disheveled, and her body marred by several wounds, some bandaged, others left untreated. Despite her disheveled state and bloodshot eyes, her beauty shone through, reminiscent of a starlet from the silver screen. Her neck, limbs, and wrists were tightly bound with plastic straps, securing her in place. A plastic rod was clamped between her teeth. Yet, even in such a dire situation, she struggled fiercely, emitting primal growls akin to a beast. The earlier sounds of violent banging from the box were a result of her thrashing her head against the confines of her prison. Lu Xian frowned slightly, asking, "Were the symptoms of her madness?" Mr. Su's voice carried a note of sorrow as he rubbed his face and murmured, mating. Lu Xian was visibly taken aback. Mr. Su appeared increasingly weary. Like an animal, she engages in frenzied mating with anyone, or he seemed unable to continue. Chapter 72, A Shared Smile, Part 1. That's quite severe. Listening to Mr. Su, Lu Xian couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He finally grasped why Mr. Su, upon witnessing his daughter's plight, focused not on finding every possible remedy, but rather on the implications for her reputation. This was indeed a situation that could severely impact her standing. Mr. Single Soldier, please understand, I am not inclined to elaborate further. In the pauses of Mr. Su's narration, Lu Xian had already grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded sympathetically, signaling to Mr. Su that he need not subject himself to further distress. Turning his attention back to the young girl, he furrowed his brow. He understood why Mr. Su had sought him out. In terms of experience regarding such matters, he was still a novice. His abilities might not rival those of other practitioners in Qingang City. And in terms of theoretical knowledge about psychic pollution, even the cleaning staff at the Special Pollution Department likely surpassed him. So why had he been chosen for this task? Yet Lu Xian was confident that there was another reason. Perhaps he possessed the unique ability to perceive the psychic entities directly. Thus, without needing any prompting from Mr. Su, he scrutinized the scene carefully. However, after a prolonged observation, he found nothing amiss. Mr. Single Soldier, do you perceive anything? Mr. Su inquired, his anxiety palpable. A mix of worry and hope in his voice. After a thorough examination, Lu Xian slowly shook his head. Mr. Su's face immediately paled. Reflecting on his previous encounters with psychic entities, Lu Xian recalled that he had not been able to see them directly. Rather, it had been when they acted that he could perceive them, like the initial encounter in the CAF, where the server had appeared normal until an attempt to contaminate him revealed her true nature. Similarly, during the handling of the 041 incident, he had only seen the humanoid fruit tree after the source of contamination had erupted. Thus, after a brief furrowing of his brow, Lu Xian suggested, "Could you release her?" "Release her?" Mr. Su hesitated. "If I do, she will cause chaos." Lu Xian contemplated, "I should be able to manage her." Mr. Su remained apprehensive. Giving Lu Xian a penetrating look, "She may lunge at you." Lu Xian nodded reassuringly. "I can handle it." Noticing Mr. Su's concerned expression, he patted his bag, asserting besides, "I have a gun." Mr. Su regarded Lu Xian with a peculiar expression for a moment before finally responding. Using a gun would be excessive. His daughter, whose body had been in continuous convulsions, suddenly broke free from her restraints and collapsed to the ground. She hesitated for a brief moment before struggling to rise, her bare feet making contact with the tiled floor, staggering as if intoxicated. It was evident that her eyes were bloodshot, and as her gaze swept across the room, it landed on Lu Xian. Abruptly, she emitted a guttural growl reminiscent of a wild beast, and, disregarding everything, charged at Lu Xian with her arms outstretched. "Mr. Bing, be careful," Mr. Su exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Lu Xian merely furrowed his brow, observing the young woman as he steadily seated himself on the sofa. Just as she was about to pounce upon him, Lu Xian deftly nudged a nearby stool aside. With a thud, the girl stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. "Mr. Su cast a concerned glance at Lu Xian. After the girl fell, she immediately attempted to rise again, desperately reaching for Lu Xian. He pressed his knee against her back, applying his weight to prevent her from flipping over. However, the girl showed no signs of surrender. Her throat erupted with increasingly loud howls as she reached out for Lu Xian once more. Yet, in this position, Lu Xian swiftly seized her wrist, evading her grasp. Mr. Su, filled with trepidation, stood frozen, his lips quivering. At that moment, Lu Xian turned his gaze toward him, his expression a mix of reproach and indulgence, sending a chill down Mr. Su's spine. Ultimately, under the weight of Lu Xian's penetrating stare, his younger sister, who had been joyfully playing inside an oddly designed iron box, reluctantly crawled over and squatted beside the girl, tilting her head in curiosity. It was only when his sister approached that Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. In his gaze, he began to discern that something was amiss with the girl's body. Yet, he hesitated to take risks while his sister remained at a distance. With a deep breath, he suddenly tore a large piece from the back of the girl's nightgown. At this action, Mr. Su glanced at him once more. Upon witnessing his action, Lu Xian focused intently on the girl's smooth back and noticed a long, serpentine bulge shifting beneath her skin, as if a snake was concealed within her back, growing increasingly agitated and moving at an accelerated pace. The various lines formed a vague semblance of a face, which appeared to be opening its mouth, displaying a somewhat sinister smile directed at Lu Xian. Captivated by this visage, the younger sister leaned in, mirroring the expression with her own smile. Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's adorable demeanor. Meanwhile, Mr. Su was utterly astonished, his spirit nearly fleeing his body. He, too, saw the face taking shape on his daughter's back, its outline sending shivers down his spine. However, when he noticed Lu Xian displaying a peculiar smile, his fear intensified. The two faces exchanged smiles, rendering him momentarily weak in the knees. What manner of creature was this? Lu Xian paid no heed to Mr. Su. He pressed his knee firmly against the girl's waist, suppressing her as he observed the eerie facial pattern on her back becoming increasingly pronounced. This indicated that whatever was beneath her skin was becoming more agitated. Strangely, the girl, despite being restrained, seemed to struggle with diminishing strength. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. At this juncture, it became evident that the source of Mr. Su's daughter's frenzied state was indeed this face, and through her skin. It felt almost as if it possessed a tangible form. To aid her recovery, he would need to devise a strategy to confront this entity. Having never encountered such a being before, he instinctively wished for Han Bing's analytical prowess at that moment. Yet, without sufficient information, he could only rely on his ingenuity to find a solution. As he gazed at the face, Lu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Theoretically, the most straightforward and direct solution to this facial entity would be to extract it. Thus, he contemplated the feasibility of this plan earnestly. Creating a small incision should not prove fatal. However, how could he achieve this incision? He was not part of a support team, always equipped with an array of tools. As he pondered, he glanced at his sister, who was now squatting nearby, evidently captivated by the bizarre face, her eyes gleaming with fascination while her small hands twisted restlessly, as if eager to seize it. Her hands were sharp. They could likely tear through the girl's skin. Yet, her sometimes reckless strength concerned Lu Xian, fearing she might inadvertently harm the girl. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Xian turned to Mr. Su and inquired, "Do you have a knife?" Mr. Su, taken aback, appeared quite anxious. "What kind of knife?" "Any knife will do," Lu Xian replied, adding, "A kitchen knife would suffice." Mr. Su's expression shifted to one of terror. "You're pressing down on my daughter, and you want a kitchen knife for what purpose?" Just as he regained his composure and resolved to procure a knife, the girl, still restrained beneath Lu Xian's knee, suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, so piercing that the glass on the table cracked. Simultaneously, the face on her back became alarmingly distinct. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Xian quickly stood and stepped back a couple of paces. To his horror, he witnessed the girl's back sprouting one tentacle after another, each approximately 3 centimeters in diameter and covered in fine black scales. They emerged from her back without any sign of tearing the skin, and as they multiplied rapidly, her back resembled a dense thicket of grass. At the ends of these tentacles were heads the size of fists, each bearing human features, some masculine, some feminine, some beautiful, others grotesque. Each face wore a fixed expression, whether frenzied or vacant, with two dark spots where the eyes should be, the function of which remained uncertain. Once they sprouted, the tentacles swayed rhythmically, akin to seaweed dancing in the tide, slowly synchronizing and turning to regard Liu Xian's direction. What was happening? Mr. Su, startled by the scream, experienced a ringing in his ears, his mind buzzing. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and check on his daughter's condition. Don't move. Liu Xian quickly turned, gesturing for him to halt. His gesture attracted the attention of the tentacles sprouting from the girl's back. Liu Xian observed as the heads began to sway in a slow, rhythmic manner, uniting in their movement before turning to face him. From Liu Xian's perspective, all he could see were a multitude of heads, each adorned with a bizarre and rigid expression, smiling at him. The atmosphere was decidedly unsettling. Thus, Liu Xian managed a slight smirk, offering them a smile in return. In an instant, the mass of human-headed tentacles surged toward him. Though they appeared to be merely 30 centimeters in length, at this moment, they seemed capable of extending infinitely. A mass of human heads, adorned with an expression of fervor, surged forth towards Liu Xian. Frowning, Liu Xian had yet to evade when a white shadow flashed beside him. It was his sister, who, with a playful giggle, reached out with her tiny hands and seized the foremost two heads, tearing them away in an instant. Hissing sounds ensued as the remaining heads recoiled in fright. Unrelenting, his sister swiftly crawled along the ground, pursuing them with eyes gleaming with a merciless intensity. As she approached, the heads appeared to sense an impending threat, their expressions shifting from fervor to one of palpable terror. Suddenly, with a cacophonous rustle, all the tentacles simultaneously scattered, resembling a flock of snakes dispersing in unison. Some entwined around the coffee table, others around the pillars of the living room, some ensnared in potted plants, while a few merged into a painting of a voluptuous woman from the European Middle Ages hanging on the wall, striving to blend into it. In that fleeting moment, everything around seemed to awaken with a life of its own. Mr. Su, who had just emerged from a daze induced by the piercing scream, surveyed his surroundings and found everything to be bizarre. The coffee table appeared to exude vitality, akin to an enchanting young girl. The potted plant transformed into a tall, slender maiden clad in a green dress. The voluptuous figure in the painting seemed to come alive, slowly stepping out of its frame. The living room, though retaining its original arrangement, had suddenly morphed into something entirely different. Each object now pulsated with vibrancy and allure. Liu Xian could also perceive the transformations within the living room. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be an exceedingly strange occurrence, as every object around him seemed to brim with vitality, as if animated. His mind might still be issuing warnings that everything surrounding him was an illusion not to be trusted, yet the hormones within him surged uncontrollably. As these hormones reached a peak, they began to take control of his very thoughts. Perhaps this was what madness felt like, Liu Xian mused. The human heads that had melded into the surrounding furniture writhed desperately, some even emitting a light, blushing laughter. While Mr. Su was merely affected by this, Liu Xian found himself at the epicenter. To him, it felt as though everything in the living room was smiling at him. Yet, he merely contemplated this and slowly extended his hand. Despite the bizarre atmosphere instigated by these human-headed tentacles, how could he possibly be swayed by them? What kind of abnormality would compel him to be influenced? It was evident that a contamination had occurred. As this thought crossed his mind, he gradually extended his palm. Having discerned the presence of these mental aberrations, dealing with them should be straightforward. However, this time his sister did not come to take his hand as she had before. Instead, she let out an excited laugh and swiftly lunged forward. She resembled a spider, or perhaps a mischievous little ghost clad in a tattered white robe, crawling across the ground and instantly leaping onto the adjacent coffee table. With both hands, she forcefully grasped downwards, while the coffee table showed no signs of alteration. She emerged with a human-headed tentacle, which she gleefully tore in half, seizing the two pieces and shredding them into several segments. Afterward, she leaped towards the pillar, wrapping her arms and legs around it, and bit down fiercely. Liu Xian felt somewhat helpless. His sister was thoroughly enjoying herself and required no assistance. Thus, he could only stand quietly, observing her as she scampered about, relentlessly tearing at the various bizarre tentacles. In her exuberance, her laughter rang out like bells, as she gleefully excavated and shredded those tentacles from different corners, having already dismantled over a dozen in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Su was plunged into a state of utter chaos. He observed everything around him, finding no physical changes, yet in his perception, endless transformations unfolded. The potted plant fluctuated between being irresistibly captivating and utterly mundane. At times, the nearby pillar morphed into a person, only to revert to a column, then transform back again. This left him with an overwhelming sense of cognitive disarray. Liu Xin shook his head slightly after watching for a while. Compared to these tentacles, his sister was undoubtedly formidable. However, there were simply too many tentacles, and they were exceedingly cunning. Some had been torn apart, yet many had found refuge. They were adept at hiding when his sister lunged at them, only to re-emerge moments later. Occasionally, she would crouch in a corner, diligently digging, while a tentacle peeked out from above the wall, as if toying with her. As an older brother, how could he allow his sister to suffer such indignities? Thus, Liu Xin furrowed his brow and scrutinized the situation closely. From the beginning until now, his sister had shredded numerous tentacles, yet their overall numbers seemed undiminished. These tentacles were animated and varied in appearance, yet their expressions were uniform. Each source of contamination possessed its own logical chain and core essence. Therefore, Liu Xin directed his gaze towards the motionless girl on the ground. The root of the problem lay with her. As this thought crystallized, Liu Xin drew the gun from his bag and approached the girl. His actions immediately triggered a significant reaction. The various human-headed tentacles adorning the walls and objects around him seemed to take notice, suddenly becoming alarmingly tense, hissing as they surged towards him. With a hint of curiosity, she glanced down. Liu Xin also raised his gaze slightly, adopting an expression of helplessness directed at his sister, a look that conveyed his disdain for her perceived foolishness. Instantly, she pouted, appearing somewhat vexed, and swiftly leaped forward, heading straight for the girl sprawled on the ground. As she approached, the surrounding tentacles simultaneously lunged towards the girl, akin to a mass of seaweed sprouting from her back. His sister dashed forward, seizing several tentacles and forcefully ripping them away. These grotesque and twisted appendages were swiftly halved, and the remaining ones reacted as if gravely injured, thrashing violently. They entwined desperately, twisting together like strands of rope, while from the apex of this newly formed tentacle, another head emerged, its expression markedly more vivid. This head suddenly split open, revealing a maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying ferocity as it lunged at his sister. Confronted with this horrifying scene, excitement flickered in her eyes. She then opened her mouth wide, her eyes dark yet bright, her jaw seemingly capable of infinite expansion, revealing teeth as sharp as blades, her entire visage taking on an exaggerated, distorted form. It seemed as if she had transformed into a distorted, yet endearing little monster. With a sudden snap, she bit down on a segment of the serpent. However, her sister's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pursued it fervently, grasping it tightly. This time, rather than tearing it apart, her small hands worked in a rapid, alternating motion, swiftly pulling it out. With each tug, it became evident that the appendage was being extracted segment by segment. Yet what remained in her grasp was persistently only half a meter in length. Finally, she tugged out the last segment, whether it was the tail or another head, and still, only half a meter remained in her hands. Her sister clutched its body tightly, her eyes gleaming with fascination. This creature resembled a fierce and agile serpent, yet it bore a stark difference. Both ends were adorned with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, silently screaming in agony, its twisted form emanating cries of distress. It seemed to struggle, even attempting to retaliate against her. Yet, amidst Liu Xion's desperate attempts to intervene, the sister bit down sharply into the serpent's body. The creature's cries intensified, resonating with greater anguish. In Chapter 75, Contamination and Contaminated, Liu Xion's face turned a shade of green as he observed his sister consuming the serpent. At a loss for words, the girl who had been lying on the ground convulsed violently after the serpent was extracted, only to suddenly fall silent, devoid of the frantic writhing and struggles that had characterized her movements moments before. This abrupt stillness felt jarring, reminiscent of a person struck down by a bullet to the head. Mr. Su's face was a mask of terror. What has happened to Xiao Xiao? The unspoken concern was palpable. Is she still alive? He had just witnessed Liu Xian who had been restraining his daughter, suddenly stand up and step aside. His brow furrowed as if observing something. He made only slight, anxious gestures, reaching out, frowning, and expressing concern, before suddenly drawing a gun and taking a few steps toward his daughter. Ultimately, however, he did not approach her further. His reaction oscillated from bizarre to frantic, only to culminate in complete stillness, as if doused in cold water, leaving him uncertain whether his daughter had been healed or met her demise. I do not know if she is safe. Liu Xian glanced at his sister, who was excitedly munching on snacks, then surveyed the girl on the ground, remarking, "However, the contamination appears to be resolved." Mr. Su's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. "Surely, you cannot have resolved my daughter's issue by eliminating her?" In his panic, he called urgently, "Doctor, doctor, come quickly." In a frenzy, he rushed forward as the door swung open, and the medical personnel who had previously pushed in the iron cart rushed inside, followed by Liu, the portly man peering curiously. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene, quickly moving to check the girl's pulse and breathing, only to then breathe a sigh of relief as they hurriedly lifted her onto the sofa. It appeared that she was, indeed, out of danger. Liu Xian remained quietly observant, contemplating silently. Thank goodness the girl was not dead. Otherwise, the implications would have been convoluted. Although her symptoms of contamination had been treated, her death would complicate matters significantly. For instance, what kind of compensation would be appropriate? Should the next contract stipulate only cleanse contamination, irrespective of life or death? It felt inherently unsettling. "Thank you, Mr. Dambing. I am truly grateful," Mr. Su expressed, his earlier madness dissipating as he realized his daughter's life was spared. He approached Liu Xian, extending his hand instinctively in an attempt to convey his gratitude. Yet, inexplicably awed by Liu Xian's tranquil presence, he felt a profound sense of reverence. Initially, he perceived this young man as ordinary, but now he sensed an aura of mystery and enigma about him. Liu Xian took his hand and shook it lightly, saying, "No need for thanks, it was my duty. In truth, I was uncertain before." He smiled and added, "It is fortunate she did not perish." Mr. Su's expression grew complex as he hesitated, unsure of what to say. The issue of her contamination seemed temporarily resolved, leaving only one final matter at hand. "Is it not yet over?" Mr. Su was clearly taken aback, glancing at his daughter. "Indeed," Liu Xian affirmed. "Are you not curious about how your daughter became contaminated?" Despite his limited experience in this line of work, Liu Xian understood that identifying the source of contamination was paramount. Without addressing it, there was no guarantee against a recurrence. Nor could one ascertain whether the source could impact others in a short span of time. From her earlier behavior, I lean towards the notion that she was influenced by the source of contamination rather than undergoing a mental mutation. Noting Mr. Su's lack of understanding, Liu Xian elaborated. Especially since he could directly perceive the mental entity, he could ascertain that if the girl had indeed mutated, the thing his sister had extracted from her would likely not be a serpent, but rather her own mental manifestation. Upon hearing Liu Xian's words, Mr. Su's expression grew serious. "You must awaken her and then step outside," he instructed quietly, having seen the medical staff lift his daughter onto the sofa and bandage her wounds. The medical personnel complied, administering an injection to Su Xiaoxiao before exiting. Once everyone had vacated the living room, Mr. Su, somewhat anxiously, sat beside his daughter, gently stroking her hair as he softly called, "Xiaoxiao, how do you feel now? Can you hear your father? Can you speak?" On his third call, his daughter's eyelids fluttered slightly, opening a narrow slit. She appeared somewhat disoriented, her gaze taking time to focus on Mr. Su's face. "Father," though she seemed exceedingly weak. As her consciousness returned, she suddenly became agitated. Leaning slightly upward, she appeared eager to share something of great importance, urgently exclaiming, "The thing." However, as she began to speak, she noticed Liu Xian beside her. The words that were about to escape her lips abruptly ceased, and she called out, "Quickly, you must let him leave." Mr. Su hesitated, glancing back at Liu Xian. At that moment, Liu Xian had just settled onto the sofa, producing a crumpled pack of cigarettes and preparing to light one. "You must let him go now," the daughter urged, gripping her father's sleeve tightly. Observing Mr. Su's demeanor, Liu Xian nodded and said, "I will step outside for a smoke. You may converse." Rising, he turned toward the door. Behind him, Mr. Su's voice of gratitude resonated. Thank you, Mr. Dambing. You are truly remarkable. It is a pity I could not witness your prowess firsthand." This task was relatively straightforward. "I hope dealing with the source of contamination proves equally facile." As he smoked, he added, "Source of contamination?" Liu, the portly man, seemed momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Liu Exine mused, casting a curious glance at him. "Since I have accepted this commission, I will ensure a thorough resolution. Not only will I save this girl, but I will also address this source of contamination. Rest assured, I will not impose any additional charges." The rotund Liu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before letting out a chuckle. The two stood on the steps, smoking, while nearby, doctors clad in white coats secretly observed Liu Exine. After a brief interval, Liu Exine caught sight of his sister, who was stealthily scaling the wall of the villa like a specter. She perched herself on the marble pillar beside him, peering over with an air of mystery, and whispered, "They're discussing an oil painting." Chapter 76. Adhering to the Contract. An oil painting? Liu Exine was slightly startled and cast a curious glance at his sister. Manager Liu, the corpulent figure, stood close by, making it awkward for Liu Exine to speak directly to her. It was covered with a black cloth and merely framed with simple wood. He remarked, "When I went to retrieve the goods, the scavenging team had already perished. It appeared they had turned on one another, shooting each other in a chaotic scene. The painting was found on site and was not included in the initial inventory list." Liu Exine nodded slowly, maintaining an impassive demeanor, and subtly gestured to his sister to continue eavesdropping. He pondered for a moment and remarked, "This Mr. Su seems quite affluent." Liu Exine nodded again, adding, "I noticed many exquisite paintings and sculptures adorning his living room." Manager Liu appeared surprised. "Mr. Danbing has an appreciation for art?" Liu Xin deeply. "I studied a bit under a teacher during my childhood. I merely have a rudimentary understanding." "That is already quite impressive," Manager Liu affirmed, nodding vigorously before breaking into a smile. "You have a keen eye. Mr. Su must be among the few who, after the catastrophe, still comprehend the intrinsic value of art and have dedicated their lives to its preservation." In simpler terms, many believe civilization had no chance of revival during that period. Liu Exine nodded, inquiring, "How does Mr. Su typically acquire such artworks?" Manager Liu glanced at Liu Exine before responding with a smile. "I am not certain, but if Mr. Danbing is interested in art, we could certainly collaborate more in the future. Whether you wish to sell or collect, I have my connections." Liu Exine merely grunted in acknowledgement, but internally he began to piece together some truths. If his suspicions were correct, the artworks collected by the Su father and daughter were likely illicit. In Satellite City, there were numerous scavenging teams, representing one of the highest-paying yet riskiest professions in Qingyang City. Their mission was to explore the ruins of old cities and gather usable resources. These teams varied in structure and organization, some commissioned by the Qingyang City administration, while others were private enterprises or personal requests from influential figures. Were the scavengers that this father-daughter duo referred to specifically tasked with gathering various artworks? It appeared that the sighting of this painting had indeed precipitated considerable turmoil. As Mr. Su had stated, the main city was heavily fortified, making it improbable for any significant contamination to infiltrate from the outside. And his daughter had no exposure to such hazardous sources. So how had she been contaminated? The answer was straightforward. It was during her exit from the city that she had come into contact with it. While Liu Exine was deep in thought, the door to the living room swung open. He glanced over to see Su Xiao reclining on the sofa. Recently healed, she should have been in a state of extreme fatigue, yet she remained tense, her gaze fixed anxiously outside. Her expression conveyed a blend of veiled fear and insatiable greed. Shaking his head slightly, Liu Exine remarked, "Now is not the time for compensation." Mr. Su appeared momentarily stunned, hesitating before asking, "Do you mean that your matters remain unresolved?" Liu Exine replied, "The contamination source has yet to be addressed. How could I accept payment now? Rest assured, Mr. Danbing, this matter ends here. Even if complications arise, I will not hold you accountable," he added, pausing before continuing. "When reporting, you may write it in such a manner. There will be no issues." Upon hearing this, the stout manager Liu looked somewhat perplexed. He quickly interjected, "Since Mr. Su has stated this, the commission can conclude here." Turning to Liu Exine, he added, "As for the remuneration." Listening to their conversation, Liu Exine furrowed his brow. She had claimed the painting was exceedingly valuable and insisted that it must remain undisclosed. Liu Exine's expression tightened as he faced the smiling Mr. Su and manager Liu, slowly shaking his head. "That is unacceptable. Work must be taken seriously." He raised his gaze, illuminated by the villa's surrounding lights, casting varying shades across his face. The intensity of his eyes, shadowed yet piercing, conveyed an unusual seriousness as he declared, "Since I have accepted your commission and received your payment, I am obliged to resolve the matter thoroughly, whether it concerns the contaminated individual or the source of contamination." The previous contract clearly stipulated that only upon complete recovery would the reward of 100,000 be granted, correct? The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat delicate. Mr. Sue and manager Lu's expressions reflected surprise, sensing a misinterpretation of the contract. Lu Xen silently regarded them, puzzled by their willingness to conceal such perilous matters. Were the Sue father and daughter deranged? Chapter 77. No need for such commotion. Mr. Sue and manager Lu, witnessing Lu Xian's demeanor, felt an odd sensation arise within them. They had dealt with numerous private commissions before, from requests to search for items in the old city to handling unsavory affairs. Yet, they never anticipated encountering someone with such an overwhelming sense of responsibility. They had declared the matter concluded and were willing to provide compensation, but he remained insistent. For a moment, Mr. Su's expression grew awkward, his brow furrowing tightly as he fell silent. However, Manager Lu quickly discerned that Mr. Su seemed to harbor ulterior motives, wishing to avoid further interference, and thus he smiled amicably, saying, "Mr. Danbing is indeed a responsible individual. However, since the client has stated this, Lu Xin in does the contract specify this?" Manager Lu hesitated. This was originally a life-saving contract. Such stipulations were hardly included. Moreover, he had never anticipated this scenario arising. But it would certainly be added to contracts in the future. Double the amount? Manager Lu nodded, glancing at Lu Xian as if to gauge his approval. Yet Lu Xian shook his head once more, stating, "I am not motivated by your compensation. I simply refuse to accept payment for inadequate service." The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Mr. Su suddenly exuded an air of authority, silently observing Lu Xian as if attempting to penetrate his true intentions. "Dad, what are you discussing?" At that moment, a voice interrupted from the living room, revealing Su Xiao, now clad in a thick down coat over a robe, standing at the door. Her expression was one of impatience as she urged, "Hurry and send them away. We must leave immediately. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter the main city tonight." Though visibly anxious, she instinctively concealed part of her message, as though fearful that Lu Xian and others might overhear. At this moment, the younger sister dangled from the doorframe beside her, giggling and twirling. They were in a hurry to retrieve something from a place called Bangbu Port, and they were eager to expedite your departure. Lu Xian listened impassively to his sister's words, his expression growing more somber. Mr. Su, unaware that Lu Xian was already privy to all the details, furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Xiao, wait a moment. You go make the arrangements. This gentleman seems dissatisfied with the compensation we offered." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but frown. Isn't this an injustice? He raised his gaze to Mr. Su and stated, "I merely wish to resolve the issue of the pollution source." He intended to convey that such matters were perilous, and should something go awry, it would not only endanger you and your daughter. Yet, he felt they could not possibly be ignorant of this. There is no pollution source. Mr. Su, still frowning, interrupted him. "Sir, this is merely your unfounded speculation." Lu Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. When he noticed the woman clad in a thick down jacket hastening towards the door, her brow knitted as she said, "I've heard about you from my father. You saved my life. To express my gratitude and to ensure you refrain from speaking recklessly in the future, I can offer you 300,000. Let this matter rest. And do not be too greedy." 300,000. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Is it really so easy for these people to acquire wealth? He shook his head and replied, 300,000 is indeed a substantial sum, but at that moment, Manager Lu, the rotund figure, suddenly noticed her draw a gun and hastily stepped back. Even Mr. Su frowned, seemingly wishing to say something, yet ultimately remained silent, merely observing Lu Xian. In the distance, the medical personnel, witnessing this scene, appeared slightly surprised but seemed unperturbed. Lu Xian stood still, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze fell upon the girl named Su Xiao, who was now looking at him with a fierce intensity. Lu Xian discerned that her eyes were slightly reddened, radiating a sense of barely restrained excitement and coldness. He could ascertain that the spiritual affliction she bore had been eradicated, and she was now lucid, yet there lingered an undeniable, impulsive energy about her. Even though this spiritual affliction had been dispelled, was she still under some form of influence? Or perhaps, I have no time for your prattle. Just as Lu Xian pondered this, The girl had already disengaged the safety on her firearm. Her voice was sharp, her brow furrowed now. I present you with two options. Take the money and leave, or... The unspoken conclusion was clear to Liu Xin. Manager Liu, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "Sir, it need not escalate to this." Mr. Su paused with his cane, slowly asserting, "Sir, we could have avoided this impasse." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xin finally nodded and replied, "Indeed, it need not be so." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's face broke into a cold smile. Just then, she suddenly noticed Liu Xin looking up at her, his expression seemingly tinged with concern. This momentarily startled her. Then, she felt a sudden chill breeze sweep past, and to her astonishment, the gun in her hand began to disassemble itself. Despite being a complete firearm, the components, the chamber, barrel, spring, receiver, magazine, even the bullets, seemingly came to life, inexplicably flying apart, piece by piece, cascading to the ground. This bizarre spectacle caused her to scream in fright and retreat hastily. However, her cry quickly transformed into a shriek, for as the gun disassembled at her fingertips, what followed was the horrifying sight of her fingers, one by one, falling to the ground bloodied, landing among the scattered gun parts. Chapter 78. A plethora of toys. "It's enough," Liu Xin declared as he witnessed Su Xiaoxiao's fingers, even her hand, fall to the ground. Since she had aimed the gun at him, his sister had been hovering ominously overhead, watching her with malicious intent. However, having grown fond of playing alongside him, his sister had become much more obedient than before, only acting upon his nod. Perhaps it was due to their prior experience with disassembling the gun during testing that she found it addictive. She leapt down and promptly dismantled the firearm from Su Xiaoxiao's grasp. It seemed disassembling the gun was not sufficient, as she also proceeded to disassemble Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Had Liu Xin not intervened in time, he believed his sister would have continued dismantling her arm. For both Liu Xin and his sister, this was a trivial matter. Yet, Manager Liu and Mr. Su were evidently taken aback, recoiling in shock, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Mr. Su, in particular, almost stumbled, his cane slipping from his grasp as he rushed to embrace his daughter, who was left with nothing but a bloodied wrist. In a daze, he struggled to comprehend the situation. How could you do this?" he shouted at Liu Xin, his voice a mixture of outrage and disbelief. Meanwhile, Liu Xin merely furrowed his brow, observing his sister, who had obediently squatted to the side. He refrained from chastising her, and instead earnestly addressed Mr. Su, saying, "She was the one who threatened me first. To be honest, I have been trying to protect her." His words were sincere and truthful. However, it was clear that Mr. Su was too distraught to listen to his explanation, his concern for his daughter overshadowing everything else. As he gazed at her blood gushing from her wrist, he could hardly believe what had transpired, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Do you think that just because you belong to that department, you can harm my daughter like this?" Liu Xin sensed the shift in the atmosphere and slowly shook his head, stating, "We should avoid escalating matters." He genuinely wished to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, as it would not bode well for Mr. Su. Yet, witnessing his daughter's injury, coupled with Liu Xion's demeanor, ignited Mr. Su's fury. As he trembled and uttered those words, the spacious but eerily empty villa surrounding them suddenly echoed with hurried footsteps approaching. From the second floor, a curtain was drawn back, revealing a dark barrel of a gun aimed at Liu Xin, wielded by the previously benign-looking butler. Around them, the cacophony of boots trampling across the lawn and concrete resonated, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of firearms and the rustling of sturdy fabric as numerous individuals rushed towards them. "Sir, it need not come to this," Manager Liu urged, retreating swiftly, his expression tense as he implored, "You should apologize to Mr. Su at once." Liu Xin frowned, remaining silent. Bang! At that moment, the gunshot rang out. From the second floor, a bullet shot forth, aimed directly at Liu Xion's head. The once composed butler showed no mercy in his intent to kill. The bullet traveled at breakneck speed, in such close quarters. Often the sound of the gunfire coincides with the moment of death. Yet, in that instant, Liu Xian suddenly tilted his head. The movement was strange and swift, as if his bones had abruptly snapped, his head lurching to one side. With that slight evasion, the bullet whizzed past his cheek, striking the stone pavement 3 to 4 meters behind him, igniting sparks and sending fragments flying. The abrupt and somewhat eerie scene caused both Mr. Su and Manager Liu, the corpulent figure, to widen their eyes in disbelief as they turned their gaze towards Liu Exin. The butler on the second floor, who had fired the gun, momentarily thought he was seeing things and instinctively blinked. Almost immediately, he steadied his grip on the weapon, fixating his gaze below, poised to fire his second shot. However, he soon realized that Liu Exin's figure had vanished. His expression shifted to one of tension as he leaned closer to the window, cautiously peering downwards. Gradually, his line of sight expanded, yet Liu Exin remained elusive. Instead, he caught sight of the group of medical personnel and manager Liu, all of whom were inexplicably staring back at him. It was then that the butler snapped to attention, lowering his gaze to discover Liu Exin crouched against the wall beneath the windowsill, devoid of any support, merely 20 centimeters away, silently observing him. Was he human or specter? As the butler's feet touched the ground, Liu Exin had already propelled himself off the butler's body, lightly stepping on him to launch upward. A muffled thud resonated as the butler collapsed to the floor, appearing to have transformed into a heap. Crucially, he was neither dead nor unconscious. He merely screamed in unrestrained terror, rolling on the ground like a crumpled ball. Strangely, he still clutched the gun, albeit with the muzzle now pointed at his own head. The butler's horrific visage was enough to terrify both manager Liu and Mr. Su, while even his daughter, who had yet to succumb to her pain, was rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle. At that moment, the surrounding bodyguards rushed in, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the contorted figure sprawled on the ground, prompting them to raise their weapons in fright. As it was nighttime, their firearms were equipped with compact yet bright flashlights. When several beams of light converged, they illuminated Liu Exin, suspended in midair, his pupils dark and his expression sinister. In a panic, bullets whizzed through the air. Suddenly, an expression of exhilaration crossed Liu Exin's face. Although no words were spoken, some bodyguard distinctly heard the faint voice of a little girl exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, so many toys." The cacophony of gunfire erupted, saturating the surrounding space. The flickering of gunfire alternated between illuminating and casting shadows, creating a rapid interplay of light and dark. The private armed forces accompanying Mr. Su were well trained. As they advanced, they instinctively formed a line, ruthlessly firing at Liu Exin with precision and ferocity. Yet through their sights, they beheld Liu Exin facing their bullets, an expression of excitement adorning his face. His form twisted in the air, allowing him to sidestep several meters, causing their bullets to strike nothing but empty space. As they hastily redirected their aim to pursue him, Liu Exin swiftly closed the distance. In the interplay of gunfire and the glow of streetlights, his figure moved with an uncanny speed, leaving behind an afterimage. One armed personnel, positioned farthest left, urgently adjusted his firearm towards Liu Exin. But as the barrel aligned with him, Liu Exin had already appeared before him, his face mere inches from the gun's muzzle. Startled, the man hastily squeezed the trigger. However, Liu Exin merely flashed a chilling smile, tilting his head aside to evade the bullet that whizzed past, then seized the armed man's arm. Instantly, the man felt an icy grip invade his right arm, robbing him of control, inciting both fear and anger as his left hand instinctively dropped to retrieve the dagger at his thigh. But as he drew the dagger, his right hand, now beyond his control, inadvertently pulled out his sidearm, discharging a round into his left arm. It was as if his limbs had engaged in a violent struggle of their own, twisting into a grotesque shape, resembling a bizarre coupling of his right shoulder with his left abdomen and his left rib with his right cheek. The other armed personnel could only watch in horror as a dark figure slipped past, the leftmost member contorting into an unnatural shape, their fear overwhelming any concern for their comrade. They raised their weapons, firing indiscriminately in the direction of the shadow. Yet their comrade was left riddled with bullets while the dark figure vanished. In their panic, they searched frantically, only to suddenly look up and find Liu Exin among them, a playful smile adorning his face. All at once, they were taken aback, retreating while lifting their weapons. But at that moment, Liu Exin's bizarre form had already passed through their midst. A flurry of chaos ensued as one individual shouted, brandishing a dagger at the shadow, only to feel a chilling sensation at his neck. His arm had inexplicably twisted, leading him to believe he was striking forward when, in reality, he had viciously slashed at his own throat. Amidst the chaos, gunfire erupted from behind. He glanced down, only to realize his neck had been twisted 180 degrees, now facing the opposite direction. The cacophony reached an indescribable crescendo. At the entrance of the once quiet villa, the sudden eruption of gunfire, screams, and the sound of bullets striking the ground intermingled, transforming everyone into grotesque, marionette-like figures. In the midst of it all, a faint, ethereal giggle of a little girl could be heard. The abruptness of the gunfire shattered the eerie silence, leaving several bodyguards contorted on the ground, some unable to utter a sound, while others remained paralyzed in shock at the scene before them. How fun, so much fun. Liu Xen appeared amidst the disarray of armed personnel, scattered firearms, daggers, shell casings, and remnants of humanity, briefly glancing at his sister. She was crouched beside him, her eyes gleaming with excitement, clapping her hands while observing the chaos around her as if admiring her own handiwork. Noticing Liu Xian's gaze, she abruptly raised her little face, seemingly on guard, as if fearing reprimand from him. Yet, after a moment, Liu Xian merely bent down to gently ruffle her hair, offering neither praise nor reprimand. He then straightened, surveying the surroundings. To onlookers, it appeared as though Liu Xian's form had suddenly morphed into something eerie before reverting to normal. Yet he seemed to have remained utterly still, as if the terrifying shadow that had just manifested was not he, as if all of this were entirely unrelated to him. He carefully lifted his feet, avoiding the sprawled armed personnel on the ground, as though fearing to tread upon them, and approached the Su father and daughter standing on the steps. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind him. Liu Xen turned unexpectedly, only to discover that the butler, who had fallen earlier, had struggled for some time and inadvertently pulled the trigger. The weapon that had been aimed at his forehead had swiftly claimed his life. With a sigh of relief, Liu Xian continued on his path. "Mr. Single Soldier," a quavering voice suddenly broke the silence. Liu Xen paused momentarily, turning to regard the speaker, who was none other than Manager Liu, who instinctively took a step back in the face of Liu Xian's gaze. He had previously encountered several individuals with extraordinary abilities, even witnessing them resolve various issues in private. However, it was evident that the powers of those he had observed were either wondrous or peculiar, always leaving him in a state of astonishment. Yet today, he found himself face to face with someone who instilled a profound sense of fear within him, an unsettling dread that penetrated to the very core of his being. It was as if this person, though merely gazing at him without any visible rage or animosity, exuded an ominous aura that made him feel as though he were being targeted by something perilous. "Mr. Dambing, I wish to convey," he hesitated, forcing his voice to remain steady. "It would be prudent for us to discuss matters collaboratively. Mr. Su holds a significant position in the main city. It is only logical that we approach certain issues with decorum rather than allowing them to escalate into chaos." Liu Xian listened, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Have I not been reasonable?" "No, that is not my point," Manager Liu interjected hastily. "What I mean is we should not have allowed things to reach this juncture." Furrowing his brow, Liu Xian glanced towards the daughter cradled in Mr. Su's arms and remarked, "She trained her weapon on me first." After a pause, he added, "And she indeed intended to pull the trigger." That was Miss Su's mistake," Manager Liu stammered, not denying this fact but striving to clarify. "Yet, given your capabilities, subduing her would have been effortless. There was no need to injure her hand." Liu Xian's brow knitted in thought, contemplating the matter. After a moment, he responded earnestly, "Are you suggesting that I should have yielded to her?" Manager Liu paused, momentarily unable to grasp the concept. Yet it seemed to resonate with some underlying truth. Liu Xian shook his head. "My abilities do not obligate me to defer to her. Our interaction should be equitable. I need not exploit my powers to intimidate her, nor should she bully me for a lack of them. Wouldn't you agree?" Liu Xian spoke with utmost seriousness. Although he recognized that his sister's actions may have been somewhat excessive, he understood that he should not cast blame upon her, nor shift the responsibility onto her shoulders. Clarity was essential, and if it were not for his sister's support, he would be an ordinary person. Thus, why should he be compelled to concede to her? No one should be subjected to bullying. This is the essence of true fairness. In response to Liu Xian's earnest declaration, Manager Liu appeared momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he could only lament, "Even so, having reached this point, it will be difficult to resolve." Indeed, Liu Xian unexpectedly nodded in acknowledgement. "Had everyone adhered to reason, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. I would have assisted in remedying the contamination issue and addressed the source of pollution without demanding additional compensation. Her hand would not have been injured, the steward on the second floor would not have perished, and these bodyguards would remain unharmed, sparing you from such distress. Now that things had escalated to this extent, He glanced at the Sioux father and daughter, stating they must certainly reflect upon their actions. Manager Liu found himself at a loss for words, sensing something amiss, yet unable to dispute Liu Xin's logic. Noticing Liu's silence, Liu Xin continued forward. It was not until Liu Xin stood directly before him that Mr. Sioux finally reacted. He clutched his daughter tightly, instinctively retreating, his voice strained as he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Do you truly believe that joining that department grants you impunity?" "I do not consider myself above the law," Liu Xin replied calmly. Meeting his gaze, "I am merely here to save your lives, regardless of the nature of the painting you wish to conceal or your intentions regarding it. Such details are inconsequential. What matters is that I am certain that the painting is not something you can dispose of lightly, particularly if a problem arises. It will not only affect you. Therefore, even if you wish to exclude me from the matter, I must intervene." He cast a sidelong glance at Manager Liu, adding, "After all, your involvement is merely a side affair, while addressing such matters is part of my professional responsibilities." "How do you know?" Mr. Sioux faltered, suddenly realizing Liu Xin had mentioned the painting, his expression shifting dramatically. "Now, I must discuss another matter with you. Hence, I need to report this to my superiors. Since you were uncooperative from the outset, even if I escalate this, it cannot be construed as a breach of contract on my part. You understand this, do you not?" Liu Xin articulated these words with utmost sincerity. After all, a breach of contract would preclude him from receiving his payment. Thus, delineating responsibility was paramount. Chapter 8. The workflow is flawless. Having clarified this rationale to the Sioux father and daughter and ensuring they held no objections, Liu Xin stepped aside and retrieved a satellite phone from his bag. When he dialed, his tone had shifted. "Hello, Team Leader Chun. I have accepted a private commission concerning a case of contamination involving a girl. It has been resolved. Yes, not only has her issue been addressed, but also those of her bodyguards and steward. However, I suspect this is linked to a source of pollution currently concealed at a port in Bungbu. It appears to be a painting, draped in black cloth and framed with a simple wooden structure. They are intent on preventing me from investigating further, even resorting to threats. Yes, additionally, I have a question. In future situations of this nature, may I opt not to intervene?" "I understand." The Sioux father and daughter watched in a daze as events unfolded. To this day, they could not comprehend how so many armed private forces had been subdued in such a brief span. Nor could they fathom the distorted and cruel figure they had just witnessed, let alone understand why he so casually revealed secrets known only to themselves. After completing the call, Liu Xin disregarded all else and turned to sit upon the steps, near the Sioux father and daughter. He extracted a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and withdrew one. After 2 futile attempts to ignite it with a plastic lighter, he looked up and noticed Manager Liu standing at a distance, staring blankly in his direction. As their eyes met, Liu suddenly regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, he jogged a few steps closer and produced an elegantly crafted silver lighter. Yet this time he lacked the courage to ignite it for Liu Xin personally. Instead, he held it out at arm's length. Liu Xin accepted the lighter, lit his cigarette, and casually tucked it into his pocket. Manager Liu, oblivious to this gesture, clenched his teeth slightly and, summoning his courage, said, "Mr. Dambing." When Liu Xion's gaze fell upon him, Liu felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him. Yet he forced a smile, adding, "I have no further involvement. May I take my leave?" "Of course." Liu Xin fell momentarily silent before stating, regarding this matter, "I have not breached the contract. Therefore, there should be no issue with my compensation, correct?" Manager Liu scrutinized Liu Xin, ensuring he was not jesting, then steeling himself, nodded. "What you have said is indeed accurate. I have considered it carefully and agree. You need not worry. I will fulfill the subsequent obligations, and the payment will be made promptly. Even if Mr. Su cannot cover the remaining fees, I will ensure you receive your due." Finally relieved, Liu Xin nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Manager Liu, somewhat astonished by Liu Xion's politeness and the smoothness of their exchange, cautiously took a few steps back. When he sensed that Liu Xin had no intention of turning against him, he sighed in relief and hastily departed. Before departing, he kindly signaled to the medical staff with a glance, indicating that they could proceed to tend to Su Xiaoxiao's wounds. Yet, despite his gesture, the medical personnel approached with palpable apprehension, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing the vigilance of those around him, Liu Xin felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom why these individuals harbored such fear towards him. After all, he was not a person devoid of reason. If only everyone could emulate Manager Lu's straightforwardness and civility, many misunderstandings would be averted. Just look at him. When he spoke of entrustments, he was clear, and when he mentioned remuneration, he did so without ambiguity. Everything was delineated with clarity, and he treated others with respect, even offering Lu Xian a lighter when he noticed his own was out of fuel. Exhaling slowly, Lu Xian raised his gaze once more. He saw his sister brimming with excitement, wandering among the heaps of fallen bodies, inspecting this and that, sometimes listening to their heartbeats or giving them a gentle nudge with her foot, seemingly exhilarated by the bizarre scene. Thank goodness for his sister. Otherwise, surrounded by so many armed individuals, he could only dread the potential consequences of her absence. The mere thought of what could have transpired sent a shiver down his spine. How perilous it had been just moments ago, within a mere 10 minutes. The sound of an engine revving with full throttle echoed as it ascended the hill, followed by several beams of bright light piercing the gloom of the villa district. A line of soldiers surged into the scene, their expressions shifting as they beheld the disarray of bodies, particularly the grotesque and contorted shapes strewn about. Yet they remained eerily silent. They gathered the scattered firearms and weapons from the ground before establishing a perimeter. Shortly thereafter, medical personnel entered, equally silent and efficient, carrying away the bodies regardless of their fates. Even those in white coats who had initially hesitated to approach during the gunfire were escorted away. Throughout this process, no one came to converse with Lu Xian or the Su family. Unlike previous field missions, there was no one offering Lu Xian a thick blanket this time. Chun Jing arrived approximately 30 minutes later. Judging by the timing, she must have rushed over from another satellite city or the main city. Lu Xian felt a pang of sympathy for this leader, constantly traversing various locations. How arduous her work must be. Yet, it seemed that each incident warranting her presence was precipitated by his own notifications. Where was the painting? As he heard the sharp clicks of Chun Jing's high heels against the hard stone floor, Mr. Su abruptly lifted his head. His expression contorted with anger, and with trembling fingers, he pointed accusingly at Lu Xian, his voice laden with indescribable fury and grievance. Colonel Chun, I understand that your department wields considerable power, but this time your subordinates have committed such a heinous act. You owe me an explanation. You must provide accountability. Mr. Su, Chun Jing replied, seemingly recognizing him, her demeanor calm. I have confirmed that his operational procedures were without fault. You, Mr. Su's voice faltered, a mix of disbelief and despair swirling within him. His daughter had lost a hand, and just moments ago, lifeless bodies had been removed from the scene. How could she claim that there was no issue? If you believe there was a misstep, you may file a complaint, Chun Jing stated succinctly. Our headquarters will render its own judgment. Mr. Su fell silent, overwhelmed by the multitude of grievances he felt were mishandled, yet he struggled to articulate them. Given that the handling had been deemed appropriate, the conversation now shifted to him. Chun Jing, showing no inclination for further discussion on this matter, noted his silence and continued. I am aware that you often hire private scavenging teams or armed groups to undertake certain tasks, and that you occasionally utilize discreet channels to transport goods into the main city. However, some actions cross the line. You are a respected individual, so it is best to mitigate your losses promptly. Come with me to retrieve that painting, and then accept the consequences you rightfully deserve. Everyone who violates the rules must pay the price. This is the fundamental principle of Qin Gang, and I trust you comprehend this. Chapter 81. That painting, so beautiful. Mr. Su, please recount everything to me without attempting to conceal the truth. You must realize that if I choose to, I can extract the information from you through other means. It was evident that this father-daughter duo was currently reeling from a significant emotional blow. Surrounding the Jeep were 4 more vehicles, each occupied by fully armed soldiers accompanying them. Intertwined beams of light intermittently tore through the thick night, casting stark white shadows. As Chun Jing drove, she spoke with a calm authority, as if she held all the reins. Mr. Su in the back seat hesitated momentarily, seemingly on the verge of voicing some defiant protest. But upon glancing at Chun Jing in the driver's seat and the composed Lu Xian beside him, he recalled the fate of his private militia. He sighed softly, his voice hoarse as he admitted, In truth, I do not know much. I simply lament the artistic treasures lost in abandoned towns. Many in the main city engage in similar practices as mine. We merely fund scavenging teams to search for valuable artworks in these forsaken locales. In such a chaotic era, what we lack most is a pursuit of beauty. The time when a moldy piece of bread held more significance than the turmoil of our times should be over. Chun-Pu interrupted. I attended your lecture while training at Qingang University, so you may skip the sentimental reflections. Mr. Su was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xin kindly interjected. What she means is for you to get straight to the point. Mr. Su's expression became complex, and after a pause, he spoke with a hint of resignation. I regularly fund scavenging teams to seek out valuable artworks and provide them with compensation based on the pieces they find. Then I use some private channels to transport them into the main city for collection or to share with like-minded individuals. He added, I believe you understand that such activities are not uncommon. Chun Jing nodded impassively, her voice rising slightly. Continue. It was the same this time, Mr. Su continued. How long ago was this? Chun Jing interjected. That was 2 months ago. You should consider yourself fortunate. Chun Jing replied coldly. Had she not encountered an incident, these items would likely have already been transported into the main city. Mr. Su fell silent, momentarily speechless, before exhaling softly. It is now your turn, Miss Su. Chun Jing ceased further conversation, her indifferent gaze shifting towards the frail figure of Su Xiaoxiao, nestled against her father. The girl appeared utterly drained, having lost a hand and bled profusely. Had it not been for Chun Jing administering an injection, she would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness. Although still conscious, she seemed lethargic and devoid of vitality. Upon hearing Chun Jing's words, she merely shot a glare at the back of Chun Jing's head and turned her gaze away. Lu Xian found it peculiar that, even in such a dire situation, she dared to resist. It struck him as abnormal. Mr. Su, now visibly anxious, urged Xiaoxiao. Before he could offer any further reassurances, Chun Jing furrowed her brow in irritation. Through the rearview mirror, her penetrating gaze fell upon Su Xiaoxiao, her voice taking on a slightly deeper and resonant tone. Harboring secrets in your heart is quite burdensome, isn't it? Lu Xian observed that at this moment, her pupils transformed into a crimson hue. Thus, you ought to divulge everything you know to me. Lay bare all the secrets that reside within your heart. Only then can I assist you in bearing the weight of those secrets. Am I not correct? Lu Xian noted that Chun Jing's tone this time was gentler and more meticulous than in previous instances. He had witnessed depictions of hypnosis in classic films. Yet the manner in which Chun Jing conducted her actions bore a resemblance, but diverged significantly in execution. Chun Jing's approach resembled a form of coercive hypnosis. Despite the softness of her voice, the methodology was exceedingly forceful and direct. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of confusion, her earlier resistance gradually dissolving into a state of daze, as though she had suddenly fallen into a dream. Clearly awake, yet appearing somewhat in a trance, she murmured. At that time, when I visited their camp, the scavenging team members were already dead. Mr. Su expressed mild astonishment, exclaiming, Colonel Chun, let her speak. Chun Jing calmly responded. She is currently in a deep hypnotic state. Should you wish to render her an imbecile, feel free to interrupt her. Mr. Su promptly sealed his lips, a mix of anxiety and concern evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, in a stupor, began to recount everything. Their appearances and death were horrifying. I saw several team members, none clothed, huddled together, some even clutching a pig's head. They were riddled with bullet holes. And the one who fired was the captain of the scavenging team. I knew him. His name was Shun Baohui, a man of great loyalty. It was he who sat in a chair, shooting his comrades, the submachine gun resting by his feet. And he too was dead, having shot through his own jaw with a handgun. It was a horrific tableau. Everything else was still sealed in boxes. But that painting was placed in the center of their tent, on a wooden easel, covered with a black cloth, appearing as if hastily draped. I had everything packed up, and through bribing the patrol army's Lao Wei, transported it to a temporary warehouse at Bengbu Port, where I organized and classified it. I took that painting because I could discern their reverence for it, believing it to be of great value. Thus, I intended to appraise its worth, and unveiled the black cloth. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing's brow furrowed, and Lu Exin, seated in the back, slightly turned his head, listening intently. Mr. Su attempted to interject several times, but ultimately sighed softly, allowing his daughter to continue. He understood that once she disclosed the entirety of this matter, his own path would inevitably conclude, entangling many others in its wake, a fact that had initially deterred him from revealing it to anyone. Yet, having reached this juncture, what recourse remained? That painting was so beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao remained in a dazed state, but when the painting was mentioned, Her almost immobile pupils glimmered faintly, hinting at a desire to break free from this confusion. Chapter 82. Distorted Will. Chun-Jing noticed her transformation in the rearview mirror and gently urged, "You should describe that painting to me in detail." Her pupils reddened once more, resembling two crimson moons within her gaze. Su Xiao, upon hearing her words, again fell into a state of bewilderment, narrating in a mechanical tone. It was a red oil painting, not created by any renowned artist, and the back bore no signature of the creator. However, that painting was exquisite. It depicted a chaotic city, with lights flickering wildly, and everyone was in a frenzy, battling one another. All semblance of order had vanished, leaving only distortion and chaos in that city. Above it, occupying a third of the canvas, was a red moon, silently observing the city below. It was utterly magnificent. A look of rapture unexpectedly crossed Su Xiao's previously confused face. In the past, when I appraised art pieces, I would only consider their materials, their prior market prevalence, their pre-disaster valuations, and their creators. It was only upon seeing that oil painting that I realized those factors were all inconsequential. What mattered was the sheer beauty it emanated. It was akin to a painter, as the red moon descended and madness engulfed all, sitting quietly by the window, brush in hand, capturing every tremor and beauty of that moment on the canvas. Her voice, initially lacking in inflection and merely a dry recitation, brimmed with an inexplicable fervor and passion when she spoke of the painting. Even her pallid face, drained from blood loss, seemed to flush with color, as if filled anew. This stark contrast sent a shiver down the spines of both Lu Xian and Chun-Jing. She appeared as though possessed by madness. Chun-Jing remained silent for a moment, seemingly conjuring the image of the painting in her mind before inquiring, and then I intended to secretly keep that painting without my father's knowledge. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his face vigorously. Father did not suspect anything. Su Xiao continued her account. My spirits remained high. My heart was filled with fervor, an overwhelming desire to share that feeling, which seemed to ferment within me, growing stronger. Ultimately, I could no longer contain myself, and summoned a Chong, who was on night watch, into my room. I felt an unbearable emptiness. I needed something to fill that void. Her descriptions began to grow increasingly explicit, devoid of any sense of shame. You have not been tainted, thus your recounting of the facts will differ. Chun-Jing promptly dismissed his words, stating coolly, "If it is unbearable, you may cover your ears." Mr. Su sighed deeply, bowing his head to cradle it in his hands. That sensation grew ever more intense. At times, I recognized that this was amiss. I felt anger. However, in those moments when that feeling surged, it consumed my mind, rendering me unwilling to contemplate anything else. I loathed my father for stopping me. I believed he could not possibly understand me. I also wished to avoid Wei Chong, as I found him insufferable, and I disliked pretending to be normal in his presence. Chun-Jing listened intently, and suddenly asked softly, "Was this your own desire? Or were you coerced?" Of course, it was my own desire. In the past, I would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, but they surfaced completely. I suddenly felt that nothing mattered. I did not wish to concern myself with anything. I simply needed to act upon those impulses, for they filled me and countered my emptiness. That feeling was exquisite. Su Xiao gradually recounted her experiences, becoming remarkably candid. From her narration, Lu Xian could sense her transformation, a gradual descent into her innermost self, altering her behavior from an initial thrill to indulgence, yet still attempting to conceal her actions, until finally, she shed all sense of shame. She desired only to pursue that feeling. Everything else became insignificant. Over the course of the past month, her actions spiraled into madness, spiraling out of control, culminating in the state Lu Xian first encountered her in. The absurd and bizarre nature of her descriptions transformed Lu Xian's initial blush into subsequent astonishment and shock. Suddenly, amidst this distorted and frenzied atmosphere, a phone rang, cutting abruptly through the tension in the compartment. Su Xiao's narrative was abruptly interrupted, her gaze vacant. Chun-Jing furrowed her brow and picked up the satellite phone beside her, inquiring, "What is it?" After listening for a moment, she succinctly replied, "Handle it according to the previous protocol. I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, she hung up the phone. During the investigation, several traces of pollution sources were discovered, and arrangements had already been made for their remediation. Chun-Jing casually explained to Lu Xian, then paused for a moment, glancing at Su Xiao in the rearview mirror. Instead of inquiring further about her feelings during the contamination, she coldly asked, "What was it like once you regained consciousness?" Su Xiaoxiao's expression was vacant. After a while, she responded, "I remember everything. Upon awakening, I felt that the overwhelming sense of madness had dissipated, but I still recall that enchanting feeling, and I yearn for it." As Mr. Su listened to her words, his eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed entirely unprepared for the fact that his daughter was so eager to see that painting with such intent. Even Lu Xian frowned slightly, as if beginning to comprehend why Su Xiaoxiao had exhibited such an unusual demeanor upon her awakening. The aftermath of the pollution cleanup lingered. Chun Jing slowly remarked, her gaze shifting to Mr. Su through the rearview mirror. "I suppose you hadn't anticipated this, had you?" Mr. Su appeared somewhat dazed and dejected, taking a long time before saying, Xiao only told me that it was a painting unlike any the world had ever seen, destined to become a shocking masterpiece. She is studying this very field, so I trust her judgment, and she also mentioned that as long as the painting was covered and not looked at, there would be no issues." Upon reaching this point, he faltered, for he now realized that all of this had been a calculated persuasion by his own daughter. Being her father, she undoubtedly knew where his vulnerabilities lay. After a moment of silence, Chun Jing turned to Lu Xian and said, "You did quite well this time." Lu Xian nodded slightly, understanding her reasoning. The distortions and bizarre sensations brought about by the painting, along with the dreadful impact on Su Xiaoxiao, were difficult to fathom. If this painting were to be introduced into the main city and seen by more people, or if it were to suddenly appear in an art exhibition one day, it could wreak havoc and distortion upon all of Qinggang City, particularly the father and daughter, one believing she had been cured and was acting based on her own understanding, and the other convinced of his daughter's capabilities to control every situation. Both thought they were acting on their own volition. Yet, they remained unaware that they were still under the influence, their wills already distorted. "I truly did not foresee this." Mr. Su's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I knew of the existence of pollution sources, but I never imagined it was this severe. You have already received ample warnings. You have not witnessed it firsthand, because we have dealt with these matters. Yet, while we were managing these issues, you continued to create more trouble for us. You may claim to have been deceived and affected, but ultimately, it is your own greed that has led to this predicament." Mr. Su was immediately left speechless, sighing in regret after a prolonged silence. The facade of dignity and arrogance he initially wore had now been stripped away completely. Just then, the lights ahead illuminated a chaotic array of containers and warehouses. Chun Jing took a deep breath and announced, "We've arrived at Bengbu Port." Chapter 83, Items of Mental Parasite, Part 1. However, having grown up in Satellite City No. 2, he was aware that the reconstruction of Qinggang City was facilitated by the existence of these ports. In the early days of the city's establishment, when many lunatics and mutated creatures roamed the wilderness beyond the high walls, the logistics of Qinggang City heavily relied on these ports, and to this day, it remains one of the most crucial transportation hubs. Of course, such intensive transport inevitably brings about some hidden issues, much like Mr. Su himself. As Lu Xian and Chun Jing descended from the vehicle, they observed that the entire port was swarming with armed soldiers on guard. Lu Xian surmised that they had been dispatched the moment Chun Jing received the call, "Station here," but had not been permitted to commence their search until Chun Jing arrived with concrete information and Lu Xian in tow. "Where's the painting?" Chun Jing's pupils glimmered ominously in the disarray of the port's lighting. Su Xiaoxiao, who had dozed off resting in Mr. Su's embrace, stirred awake and pointed toward a location. Chun Jing glanced around, and two robust soldiers approached, flanking Su Xiaoxiao. Together, they strode purposefully toward the direction she indicated, while three warriors armed with plasma weapons closely secured their perimeter. Soon, they had ventured deep into the port and discovered a container where Su Xiaoxiao had hidden the painting, concealed among several towering containers, rather inconspicuously. Upon seeing this container, Mr. Su appeared somewhat helpless. It was evident that this was not the designated storage location he had established. Su Xiaoxiao's earlier account had made the truth clear. She harbored a strong personal motive, thus hiding the painting in a place even he was unaware of. The container was secured with hefty iron chains and a padlock, yet without needing Chun Jing's command. The two soldiers swiftly approached and employed a flamethrower capable of emitting blue flames to sever the chains. The clattering of chains fell to the ground, resounding in the stillness of the port. "I'll handle it." Lu Xian stepped forward, striding toward the container. The soldiers cast him appreciative glances. and upon receiving Chun Jing's silent consent, they discreetly withdrew. Watching Liu Xin approach the container, Chun Jing's expression softened slightly. If Liu Xin were to describe it, he would certainly perceive it as a gaze filled with the admiration of a leader. With a creak, Liu Xin opened the container door, and a chill breeze wafted out. In that moment, everyone instinctively held their breath, several soldiers raising their weapons. However, within the container, there was nothing out of the ordinary. It appeared to be a container that had not been opened in a long time, containing only a few wooden frames and a couple of black handbags piled in one corner, alongside a painting draped in black cloth, resting quietly on a wooden stand in the center. Liu Xin found nothing peculiar about the painting, and the detection device in Chun Jing's hand remained unresponsive. He stepped forward quietly, lifting the painting under the watchful eyes of all. Again, there was no change. The painting was light and unremarkable, with only the black cloth covering it that lent an air of mystery. Liu Xin turned to Chun Jing for confirmation. She nodded and instructed nearby, "Let the support team in." Soon, the distinctive heavy and synchronized footsteps of the support team echoed outside the container. Two individuals clad in black protective gear entered, carrying an obviously reinforced flat glass case. Liu Xin placed the painting inside the case, watching as they secured it with locks, then handing it to Chun Jing, who grasped the case by its handles, perfectly suited for her to carry. Observing this, Liu Xin couldn't help but cast a worried glance at Chun Jing. What if she too had been contaminated? Chun Jing's gaze swept over, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and she calmly replied, "Rest assured, I will not be contaminated. The study of this painting will only occur in a safe environment. Moreover, if any abnormalities arise during its transport, I can resist for a time. Besides," she turned around, casting a glance at Liu Xin, "if something truly goes awry, you will be there, won't you?" Liu Xin's face flushed momentarily, and he averted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the remark. "Huh." Chun Jing chuckled lightly, turning to address the others. "This painting will be personally escorted by me to the Research Institute at headquarters." With every word she uttered, those nearby responded affirmatively, diligently committing her instructions to memory. Liu Xin nodded and followed her outside. Once they boarded the jeep again, under Chun Jing's watchful eye, Liu Xin moved from the back seat to the front passenger seat, dutifully fastening his seatbelt. He nodded, his cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. Deep down, he understood that, in the eyes of others, those trained in the spider system ought to know how to drive instinctively, but he, in reality, did not possess that skill. Moreover, he felt it inappropriate to rely on his sister's abilities even while driving. Additionally, he held the belief that his driving skills would not match Chun Jing's expertise. As the vehicle resumed its journey, it became evident that the level of security had been heightened. Two black jeeps brimming with heavily armed soldiers led the way, followed by another two vehicles in tow. Thus, what exactly was this painting? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Liu Xin broke the silence in the vehicle, inquiring, "I thought only the living could become sources of contamination. Did you resolve a contamination source designated as 072 yesterday?" Liu Xin nodded, responding, "Indeed. That incident was of a relatively low level. In a sense, 072 is fundamentally akin to this painting." Chun Jing elaborated, "Once a person passes away, they transform into a material substance. However, due to the influence of a formidable spiritual force, they may also serve as conduits for contamination. This indicates that, under certain conditions, matter can indeed harbor spiritual energy. The special contamination sources, such as the 072 you dealt with yesterday and the previous 042 incident related to Qin Ran, all fall within this category. And since the deceased can carry spiritual energy, certain unique objects can naturally do so as well. Previous research has long established that, through specific abilities or methods, certain items can harbor and store spiritual energy. Some individuals with such abilities even exploit this characteristic to accomplish tasks without having to intervene personally. Such items are referred to as parasitic spiritual entities. Parasitic items? Liu Xin furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of this concept. Precisely. It refers to the notion of a portion of spiritual energy being embedded within, Chun Jing explained. Spiritual energy is an entity possessing a degree of vitality. Thus, anything that contains spiritual energy is termed as parasitic. She continued, "Some of our standardized weapons are manufactured based on this principle, which you may find useful in the future." Liu Xin nodded, contemplating the nature of such parasitic items, refraining from further comment. He was not particularly fond of silence. Yet he was not one to incessantly engage others in conversation. It had always been this way for him. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at a traffic light, where the vehicles ahead abruptly halted. Chun-Jing waited a moment before inquiring through the intercom. What is the matter? There's a girl in the middle of the road. Proposing? Heighten the alert. Chun-Jing's first instinct was to respond thus, followed by her incredulous question. A proposal? In the middle of the road? The driver of the vehicle in front, seemingly exasperated, replied, yes. After a few moments, a black electronic screen beside Chun-Jing's steering wheel flickered to life, swiftly displaying an image capturing the scene ahead. The footage revealed a chaotic intersection where 7 or 8 cars were stuck together. Several drivers had exited their vehicles, some whistling while others shouted angrily for them to clear the way. A few cars back, in the middle of the road, stood a girl in a wedding dress, clutching a large bouquet of roses. Recently, it had rained, and the hem of her wedding gown was now quite soiled. The girl appeared to be in her 20s, adorned with stylish, oversized metal-framed glasses, her hair styled in a shoulder-length, side-parted pear blossom cut, and her face expertly made up. She embodied the youthful and fashionable image that many young men might envision as the perfect girlfriend. Her intended, however, was a slightly overweight young man clad in a black jacket and jeans, sporting a pair of ordinary white sneakers that would easily blend into a crowd. Oddly enough, the girl in the wedding dress was kneeling on the ground, offering him the roses with tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Will you marry me? Please?" Amidst the onlookers, one shouted, "Just say yes, what a lovely girl. I want tea. I simply want tea." The girl's voice, once melodious, now took on a sharp edge as she cried out, "We didn't break up. I never agreed to it. You said you loved me so much before. Why don't you want me now? I love you." The girl exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. "I've realized that I love you. I've already broken up with everyone else. I've decided to only look at you from now on. I want to be with you forever. Wasn't that what you hoped for? Then why don't you want me?" More and more cars were becoming affected, piling up in the traffic jam. Some even taunted, "Such a pretty girl. Why not consider me instead?" As the commotion escalated, the young man appeared increasingly desperate to escape, forcefully tugging at his arm, nearly toppling the girl to the ground. Despite his efforts, he could not free himself from her grasp, merely managing to pull her off balance, both of them nearly crashing to the ground. He shouted frantically, "Let go of me. You must let go. I want tea, let go, unless you tell me why you suddenly stopped loving me." The girl shouted back, "Love is like this. You said it yourself." Frustrated, the young man could no longer contain his exasperation, yelling, "Who acts like you? You say you're together one moment, then you break up the next. Look at you now, acting like a madwoman. Why do you have to follow me so obsessively? Why do you care when I talk to my colleagues? Why do you argue with anyone I glance at? Why did you suddenly jump into the road to propose?" As he shouted, he forcefully tried to pry her hand away, as if he were desperate to escape. The onlookers were growing impatient, some beginning to honk their car horns in protest. What a mess. Inside the vehicle, Chun-Jing, after observing the scene for a few moments, could no longer suppress her frown. Someone needs to go out and pull them to the side of the road. Additionally, inform the investigation team to observe this girl afterward. I sense something is amiss with her mental state. The voice of a soldier from the front responded through the intercom. Yes. The sound of a door opening and footsteps followed. As an armed soldier stepped into the scene, the escalating argument between the couple had reached a critical point. The girl, realizing she was losing her grip, suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Because I love you. I've discovered that I love you, and I know you love me. If you love me, why are you looking at others? Why'd you break up with me? I love you so much. Why can't you love me back?" While shouting these words, she lunged toward the young man, attempting to kiss him. Although the young man was physically stronger, he could not fend off the girl's fervent affection. In an instant, his face and forehead were marked with the lipstick stains of her kisses, the color growing increasingly vivid. Suddenly, the young man let out a blood-curdling scream, causing everyone to gasp in shock as blood streamed from his mouth. And he stumbled to the ground while the girl bit down on a piece of flesh. A kiss had transformed into a bite. "I love you. I love you so deeply that I can hardly bear the thought of being apart. Therefore, I must consume you." The girl screamed hoarsely as she fervently pressed her lips against the young man once more, or rather, she bit down upon him. The young man struggled desperately, yet his resistance gradually waned, his cries growing fainter. Around them, the air was filled with the girl's frenzied screams, a sound imbued with an almost magical quality, relentlessly assaulting the eardrums of all who were present, the onlookers, as well as the armed warrior who had once sought to pull them aside, who were all momentarily stunned into inaction, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. The roses cradled in the girl's arms had scattered across the ground, their binding threads untangled, mingling with the young man's blood. This sight, as if enchanted, etched itself into the pupils of everyone present. Chapter 84. An outbreak of sudden mental contamination. What transpired? Observing the change on the screen, Liu Xian's heart sank with foreboding. Even from behind the screen, he could sense an extraordinary unease. Beside him, Chun Jing's expression shifted abruptly, and at that moment, the satellite phone beside her rang out, its tone a jarring anomaly amid the suffocating silence. Unbeknownst to them, the figures on the screen suddenly turned their heads, gazing toward the direction of the camera. Meanwhile, countless eyes seemed to peer in from beyond the glass windows surrounding Liu Xian's vehicle. An outbreak of sudden mental contamination. In the midst of this oppressive stillness, Chun Jing suddenly shouted into the intercom, "Retreat immediately." As she yelled, she sharply turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The high-performance Jeep, resembling a beast, abruptly veered at an astonishing angle, colliding forcefully with the rear of the vehicle ahead. Subsequently, this monstrous machine charged toward the roadside barrier with ferocity. The chaos ahead had resulted in a considerable accumulation of vehicles, trapping them in a midst of metal. In that fleeting moment, Chun Jing surveyed her surroundings. Identifying a gap between two vehicles to her upper left, she maneuvered her vehicle to charge through, ensuring that the two cars would merely be nudged aside rather than cleaved in two by the Jeep. This way, the lives within could be spared, and she could escape the congested thoroughfare. The flimsy metal barrier was no match for the Jeep's assault. Beyond it lay a step of over a meter and a drainage ditch, with the Jeep's high performance and ground clearance. Descending the step in the ditch was a trivial feat in the blink of an eye. Chun Jing made a sound decision. Just as she executed her plan, pandemonium erupted outside, where the girl, madly in love with the young man, had collapsed upon his still form, meticulously gnawing at his flesh, fervently honoring their vow. Her white wedding gown, stained crimson, unfurling like a shocking bloom of roses. The onlookers, initially stunned, gradually exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting toward fervor. "Xiaoqin, I love you," someone suddenly shouted, diving into their vehicle and passionately kissing the woman beside them. Another person abruptly revved their engine, screaming wildly as they barreled forward, indifferent to the presence of others. A chaotic wave radiated from the girl in the blood-soaked wedding dress, spiraling outward. Soon, the turmoil escalated entirely. Only a few solitary figures remained standing in the midst, seemingly at a loss as to whom they should seek. However, they were swiftly engulfed by the throng of fervent individuals. In the eastern section of Satellite City, along Jiujiang Road, an outbreak of sudden mental contamination has occurred. Dispatch personnel immediately for containment. Fortunately, Chun Jing reacted swiftly. As the madness and frenzy unfolded, the Jeep surged off the road. While shouting into the satellite phone, she pressed the accelerator further, aiming for a narrow side road. At that moment, a previously quiet vehicle on the road suddenly opened its door. A middle-aged man, cigar clenched between his teeth, emerged from the passenger seat, clad in a tattered leather jacket, his greasy hair and oversized sunglasses giving him an unkempt appearance. He retrieved a black grenade launcher from within the vehicle, positioning it atop the roof, squinting as he aimed at Chun Jing's accelerating Jeep. In the next instant, he pulled the trigger. "Hee, brother, run." A flicker of alarm surged within him as he caught sight of a trail of fire. It was a 90mm self-propelled howitzer shell, its rear trailing an elongated flame. In Liu Xian's peripheral vision, it seemed to move in slow motion. Yet in reality, it soared toward the Jeep, reaching its side within a heartbeat. The projectile's trajectory appeared to dip slightly. Inside the vehicle, Liu Xian felt as though he were experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. In the moment of the explosion, he saw his sister reaching out to him, and then his body twisted unnaturally, absorbing much of the impact. However, amidst the wreckage, shards of glass and metal still pierced through him. The world spun violently. An agony coursed through him. Once the indescribable disorientation and pain began to dissipate, the scene before him became hazy. He saw himself pinned beneath the vehicle, half of his body protruding outside. A shard had penetrated his thigh. On the other side, Chun Jing was straining to push open the door. A figure clad in black camouflage and worn military boots emerged into view, casually approaching with a grenade launcher in hand. He picked up a nearby glass case containing a red moon painting, which, remarkably, remained intact despite the violent explosion and impact due to its special material. Liu Xian's gaze fixated on the man's back, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. A peculiar smile crept across his face. Qin ran. In that moment, Lu Xin felt a chilling sensation envelop him, as if he had suddenly regained clarity. The man bore the visage of Qin Ran. Chapter 85. Weapons of Mass Destruction. As the first incident in which he had actively participated in the investigation and final containment efforts, the Special Contamination Source Incident 042 left a profound impression on Lu Xin, particularly because, although the matter had been resolved, the research department had never provided a definitive explanation, leading Lu Xin to occasionally reflect on this individual, experiencing an ineffable sense of absurdity. Yet he had never anticipated encountering Qin Ran again. Hadn't Qin Ran and Shui Wang been taken to a containment facility? How could he have escaped so suddenly? Or perhaps this was an entirely different Qin Ran? A shiver of eerie anticipation coursed through Lu Xin's mind, momentarily distracting him from his perilous situation. Lu Xin, are you all right? Upon glimpsing Qin Ran's visage, an unsettling sensation surged through Lu Xin, causing a rush of blood to his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. The cacophony surrounding him, the clamor of chaos, the shouts of Chun Jing, snapped him back to reality. He turned to see Chun Jing struggling to kick the car door open, desperately attempting to crawl out, all the while calling for him. I'm Fina. He wished to extricate himself, but found his body ensnared, unable to break free. So he quickly scanned the interior of the vehicle. Soon he spotted his sister. At that moment, she was still seated in the overturned Jeep, suspended in the back seat. Her long black hair, cascading down, presenting a bizarre sight. Her eyes sparkled with an unnatural brightness. Only when Lu Xin directed his gaze toward her did she slowly rise and crawl toward him along the ceiling of the vehicle. Her eyes fixated on the grievous wound in his thigh, the most severe injury he bore. Brother, you're hurt. On her face was an unsettling excitement, as if his injury allowed her to vicariously experience a peculiar beauty in physical suffering, or perhaps the sight of his blood gushing forth, that vibrant red, exhilarated her. Lu Xin almost perceived she was on the verge of laughter. Just pull out. He sensed nothing amiss in her reaction, merely that her focus was askew, and he reminded her of the task at hand. His sister nodded vigorously, still dangling in the vehicle, then extended her small hands to grasp the metallic shard. With a swift motion, she extracted it, leaving behind a tangle of crimson flesh. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain struck Lu Xin's mind, eliciting a muffled groan as he nearly succumbed to the intensity of the sensation. Observing the blood spraying forth, his sister delicately licked her lips. Then, she opened her tiny arms and gently enveloped his wounded leg, swaying it as if cradling a beloved teddy bear. Brother, don't cry. The more wounds you have, the less it hurts. In that moment of contact, Lu Xin felt a chilling sensation envelop his body. Indeed, the pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing, exhilarating feeling emanating from the wound, sharpening his awareness. With a slight twist of his body, he adeptly crawled out from beneath the shattered vehicle. By the time he stood, the wound on his leg had begun to close, staunching the flow of blood. It was as if it had been bandaged, the pain severed, no longer affecting his nerves. Lu Xin, did you see the special contaminant number 042? Almost simultaneously, Chun Jing emerged from the vehicle, glancing at Lu Xin while urgently calling out. He turned his head to find her in disarray. Her once neat, short hair was now tousled, and her black suit was smeared with grease and dirt. A large patch of crimson staining the flat expanse of her abdomen. It appeared as though a control panel had nearly sliced through her midsection. Yet at that moment, the woman seemed oblivious to her injury, desperately yanking out the intercom near the steering wheel while anxiously gazing ahead. Before them was Qin Ran, who had boarded a vehicle with a glass box. His demeanor was unfazed, yet he wasted no time. The car had already ignited and surged forward. Can you still move? Chun Jing's address had transformed into Lu Xin's codename as she glared at him through gritted teeth. He nodded, his eyes fixated on that vehicle. The inexplicable presence of Qin Ran here, coupled with his actions of attacking the vehicle with a grenade launcher, sparked immense curiosity within Lu Xin. With his sister beside him, he was determined to apprehend this individual. Before he could act, however, his sister tugged at his sleeve. Lu Xin turned, instantly chilled to the bone. Just moments prior, as he and Chun Jing struggled to escape the vehicle, several individuals emerged from stationary cars lining the road amidst the turmoil. Some were slender, others robust, clad in a variety of attire, some resembling office workers, while others appeared to be greasy executives. Yet their movements were synchronized. Some approached their vehicle's rear, lifting open the trunk, while others climbed into the back seat, opening the doors, and some directly carried metallic objects to place atop the engine hood. What they revealed was a series of 6 gun barrels, interconnected by metallic rings, accompanied by a heavy gun body coated in black paint, a green, mottled magazine firmly lodged in the ammunition slot, and behind them, expressionless faces gripping the gun handles. The dark barrels were aimed at Liu Xin and Chunjing, while others targeted the vehicles of the investigation team. Suddenly, Chunjing sensed something amiss, inhaling sharply, her actions of removing the intercom faltering. She recognized what this was. Following the cataclysm, it had played a pivotal role in combating the rampant madness across the globe, leaving an indelible impression on all who had witnessed its firepower. It had become a favorite among scavenger teams and the Wild Riders, a heavy multi-barrel rotary machine gun capable of firing over 6,000 rounds per minute. It was a weapon designed explicitly for slaughter. Now, at least 6 of such weapons formed a fan-shaped array, aimed at her and Liu Xin. That individual named Qin Ran had orchestrated everything, anticipating their pursuit, with no intention of leaving any survivors. In that moment, even she felt the weight of despair. Chapter 86. The Sense of Security. Suddenly, all the gun barrels rotated in unison, unleashing blue flames. It felt as though the earth, the surrounding vehicles, and the roadside barriers trembled simultaneously. Standing on the ground, one could feel the earth tingling, as if electric currents coursed through their body, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The atmosphere was violently torn apart as bullets, propelled by terrifying force, surged from the barrels, perforating the surrounding vehicles and the ground with a multitude of fine holes. The armed personnel, previously scrambling from their vehicles in response to the anomaly, found themselves utterly exposed to such fearsome firepower. At least 4 or 5 of them were caught unawares. Blood splattered. Their bulletproof vests proved nearly worthless, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh. And this was merely the fate of those targeted by one rotary machine gun. Meanwhile, Liu Xin and Qinjing, simultaneously aimed at by 6 such weapons, were on the brink of being overwhelmed by a torrent of bullets. They heard the deafening roar, akin to a swarm of hornets descending upon them. In that instant, as they were engulfed by a hail of bullets, Liu Xin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He did not possess the deep understanding of this weapon that Chunjing did, but he had certainly heard of it. Yet, it was only when such a terrifying piece of hardware was aimed at him that he truly comprehended its dreadfulness. The cacophonous din, the demonic whirring, the sound of bullets being expelled, and the clatter of shell casings hitting the ground. These sounds should not have been so vividly audible all at once. Yet they resonated with alarming clarity in that moment. While the spider system could evade bullets, it depended on the type of bullet and the circumstances. Now, surrounded by a veritable barrage of 5 revolving machine guns, he found his mind engulfed in a void, his body trembling as if stripped of all cognitive faculties, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The sound of bullets shredding through the air filled Liu Xin's ears with an incessant hiss. Just 3 to 4 meters away, the gaping muzzles of the 5 machine guns seemed to unleash a torrent of fiery serpents roaring towards him. A wave of heat rushed forth, carrying with it the acrid scent of gunpowder. Thud! In that instant, Liu Xin's heart constricted and then surged violently. It was painful, yet oddly familiar. That was the sensation of despair. Instinctively, he weakly raised his palm to shield himself. Silly child. Despite sensing the relentless bullets hurtling towards him, he remained unharmed. At the zenith of that desperate atmosphere, Liu Xin vaguely perceived a shadow materializing before him, granting him an unexpected sense of security. Subconsciously, he slowly opened his eyes. Lifting his gaze, amidst the flickering blue flames of the Gatling gun, he beheld the elegant and refined figure of his mother. She was clad in a meticulously tailored, pure white evening gown, her hand grasping a silver handbag. On her feet were high-heeled shoes adorned with golden edges, and atop her head sat a gray, wide-brimmed hat. A simple yet resplendent platinum rose necklace graced her neck, exuding an indescribable air of nobility and elegance, starkly contrasting with the overturned vehicles, soaring flames, and the chaos wrought by the flying bullets behind her. She approached with a light step, bending slightly to embrace Liu Xin and his sister. Countless bullets whistled towards her, striking her body. Each bullet possessed the power to penetrate steel and even tear flesh apart, yet not a single one pierced her form. All were absorbed by her. Behind her, an endless spatter of blood painted the scene crimson. The multitude of bullets raining upon her made her body tremble slightly, akin to the flickering visuals of a desktop computer struggling with unstable power, the intersecting lines and splashes of color rendering her figure exquisite yet surreal. Nevertheless, she stood before him, using her body as a shield, intercepting all the bullets meant for Liu Xin and his sister. Liu Xin could even feel the tremendous force contained within those bullets crashing against her. The terrifying aura of destruction that could shred everything into fragments was met with his mother standing resolutely, unyielding as the bullets rained upon her. On her delicately made-up face, a faint smile lingered, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill, a bizarre grin. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, she seemed somewhat reproachful as she addressed Liu Xin. Do we not agree that you should not allow anyone to bully you? Why do you place yourself in such peril? In that moment, Liu Xion's heart brimmed with a strange sensation, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Jing initially believed her demise was imminent. The piercing gunfire should have been the last sound she heard. Yet, to her astonishment, the thunderous barrage continued for several seconds without her feeling a thing. This startled her, prompting her to raise her head abruptly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on the scene before her. Closer to the road stood Liu Xian, who had faced the threat of those bullets before her, seemingly destined to be torn apart. However, upon looking closely, she witnessed an unforgettable sight. Liu Xian stood there, instinctively raising one hand as if to shield his eyes. Before him, a dense cluster of bullets hovered. They appeared suspended in midair, approximately 30 centimeters away, as if held by an invisible force, neither advancing nor falling. The sheer volume of bullets, continuously streaming in, created an odd semblance of a figure, an indistinct yet complete human form. To simplify, it was as if Liu Xian had conjured a psychic shield, successfully deflecting the simultaneous onslaught from 5 revolving machine guns. In that moment, Chun Jing's breath nearly stilled, overwhelmed by an indescribable fear. On another level, the shock she felt surpassed even witnessing the 5 machine guns aimed at her. What immense psychic prowess must this entail? Chapter 87, City-Wide Turmoil. Each individual with psychic mutations possesses their own telekinetic abilities, varying only in strength. The weak struggle even to lift an apple, merely harnessing a sensory force. Chun Jing had seen the strongest of them wield their telekinesis as bullets, striking down foes from 100 meters away. Yet now, she beheld someone capable of using their telekinesis to block 5 6-barrel machine guns at close range, sustaining it for at least 3 to 4 seconds, an exhibition of power beyond comprehension. Chun Jing was inexplicably reminded of the incident when the 3-story building of the Red Moon Orphanage was obliterated by telekinetic force. Swiftly, she bit her lip hard, using the pain to awaken her senses, driven by a fierce will to do what was right. Blood oozed from her lip, and her pupils turned a vivid crimson. Then, her voice emerged, deep, yet possessing an extraordinary clarity. It was as if her words carried a certain magic, cutting through the chaotic and piercing sounds of gunfire. Inexorably advancing towards the armed figures ahead, you wield the most powerful weapons in your hands. With them, you can obliterate everything before you. Do you not feel like the kings of the world? Yet there can only be one king. Since you possess such fearsome weaponry, why not take a moment to examine one another? Let's see whose firepower reigns supreme. Liu Xian heard this voice and instinctively turned around, only to find Chun Jing, calm yet with blood-red eyes, appearing even more striking than the red moon above. As her voice resonated, the roar of the Gatling guns abruptly ceased. Those operating the weapons appeared momentarily dazed, as if they had forgotten to fire. After a brief pause, an expression of fervor suddenly spread across their faces, as if they had been imbued with an unparalleled overconfidence. Without hesitation, they redirected their weapons towards their comrades, also pushing their firearms. The 6 machine guns were meticulously paired into teams of 2. Moments later, gunfire erupted once more, yet this time, the cacophony lasted only a fleeting moment before they all collapsed to the ground. From the wounds torn by bullets flowed a faintly colored liquid that resembled slime rather than blood. Some bore injuries on their bodies, while others suffered wounds to their heads. Their actions became exceedingly bizarre. Those with bodily injuries seemed to be striving to extend their limbs, while those with head injuries exhibited peculiar contortions. Notably, one individual had half of their skull torn away, revealing a desiccated, grayish substance that lacked any elasticity. They were mental modifications. Qin Ran had likely left behind several such modified individuals to ambush, perhaps having long anticipated these losses. However, it was precisely because these modified beings were already abandoned, merely employed to eliminate any abilities that might interfere with their mission of seizing artwork, that Chen could influence them with her abilities, inciting them to turn on one another. Otherwise, if an adept were nearby, the modified beings would be far more formidable than ordinary humans. At the moment the gunfire ceased, Lu Xen abruptly lifted his gaze toward his mother. At that instant, she was gently brushing off her body, as if shaking off dust. Countless bullets cascaded from her form, producing a melodious, clinking sound. Moreover, her appearance resembled that of someone who had just returned from a shopping spree, with not a single wound visible. And even her clothing bore no hint of wrinkles. She merely smiled at Lu Xen, as if teasing her unremarkable child. "Oh dear, you've been quite badly bullied this time." Lu Xen hesitated momentarily, but after a brief silence, he gently nodded. A smile crept onto his face, tinged with self-mockery. As he murmured, "Indeed, I nearly met my end." His sister suddenly grew wary, instinctively distancing herself from Lu Xen, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Their mother observed Lu Xen quietly, her smile deepening, though her gaze took on an odd quality. Lu Xen, too, raised his head to return her smile. The two exchanged a knowing look, a silent understanding passing between them. Simultaneously, Chun Jing, who had utilized her powers to eliminate the snipers, was gritting her teeth as she tore off her outer garment, tightly binding her abdominal wound. Beneath her torn white shirt, a small swatch of pink lace was visible. "Immediately secure Satellite City 2. What?" Her complexion shifted slightly. Her lips, pale from blood loss, quivered. "A level 1 alert for Satellite City 2. Having uttered those words, she turned anxiously toward Lu Xen and said, "The special contamination incident in Satellite City 2 is not isolated. Other districts are similarly showing severe signs of sudden contamination. And due to its unanticipated nature, most areas are already exhibiting signs of spread, posing a threat level of grade above." Her voice trembled as she spoke, but then briefly lowered. She noticed that Lu Xen's eyes appeared to have lost focus. His expression was peculiar, seemingly caught between a smile and contemplation. "Oh dear, things have become chaotic." Their mother chuckled softly, raising her hand to cover her mouth. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Xen, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips. "What do you intend to do?" "I too am pondering my next move." Lu Xen glanced toward a direction, the path Qin Ran had taken after acquiring the artwork. Their mother gently remarked, "That individual is quite ruthless. He snatched your painting and nearly brought about your demise, even endangering your sister. He cavalierly took what he desired, likely laughing at your expense in his heart. So, how do you wish to address this matter?" Lu Xen stood silently, seemingly troubled by the question. Their mother laughed. "Look at your sister. She has been utterly terrified." Lu Xen turned to see his sister, her small figure tense with apprehension, her gaze fixed intently on him, as if ready to flee at any moment. In truth, her demeanor seemed more indicative of fear toward him. But what of it? Lu Xen was reluctant to dwell on such thoughts, feeling a throbbing pain at his temples that left him feeling unsettled. Chapter 88. Level 1 Alert. "Lu Xen, did you catch what I just said?" Chun Jing called out urgently, even considering rushing to grasp his arm. Yet Lu Xen merely stood there, exuding an indescribable aura of danger that made even Chun Jing, who had faced countless perilous situations, feel a profound sense of trepidation. Subconsciously, she sensed the threat and was hesitant to approach him. She could not ascertain if Lu Xen was merely experiencing an emotional downturn from exhausting his mental strength, or something else was amiss. But she could feel that he was in an exceptionally precarious state. Just then, a heavy and resounding alarm suddenly reverberated from afar, cascading in layers. This sound possessed a weighty power and a terrifying quality, sweeping through Satellite City 2 like a tidal wave, reverberating through every building and street, shaking the souls of all its inhabitants as if they had been struck by a profound tremor. This was the very alert she had previously requested. Whenever such an alarm sounded, it signified that Satellite City 2 had entered a state of Level 1 alert. All residents immediately sought nearby cover, for danger to their lives loomed at any moment. In the past, such alarms were only sounded in the face of mass lunatic assaults against the high-walled city. Within the memories of the city's populace, this alarm had not echoed for nearly a decade. Even Lu Xen lifted his head slightly at the abrupt sound of the alarm. The entire satellite city, too, was under the threat of contamination. Single operatives, do you still possess the ability to execute your mission? At that moment, Chun Jing was speaking anxiously. She was unsure if her words would impact Liu Xin. She merely sensed something was amiss and continued speaking to him. This was one of the lessons she had gleaned from facing multiple incidents of mental contamination. The entire city is in chaos? Liu Xin suddenly furrowed his brow, turning to face Chun Jing. His eyes regained focus, his facial expression now reflecting genuine concern. Chun Jing felt a sense of relief wash over her as she nodded vigorously, stating, at least 4 incidents of sudden large-scale mental contamination have erupted, all of which have spread. Everyone in Satellite City 2 is under threat, and we have activated the Level 1 emergency defense system. But, the call said, Liu Xin abruptly jolted, a sense of urgency flooding him. The phrase everyone in Satellite City 2 is under threat seemed to ignite something within him. The confusion that had previously clouded his face vanished, and he quickly relayed a message to Chun Jing before striding forward with urgency. In a single leap, he was on the road, which was now a scene of chaos, accidents, and countless individuals affected by the earlier gunfire. Many appeared to be fleeing in a frenzy toward the distance. Liu Xin scanned his surroundings and spotted a motorcycle tipped on its side, its rider trapped beneath it, suffering from injuries sustained in the recent accident. Liu Xin swiftly approached and lifted the motorcycle. The rider exclaimed, thank you, before finishing. He saw Liu Xin mount the motorcycle and rev the throttle vigorously. The vehicle surged forward at a strange angle, threatening to veer off and throw him off balance. At that moment, Liu Xin abruptly turned his head to gaze at his sister. His sister, who had been vigilantly observing him, broke into a radiant smile upon seeing his countenance. Brother, she called joyfully, swiftly crawling across the ground to catch up with Liu Xin, and then leaped high, embracing him from behind. The beleaguered Matoa, on the verge of toppling over, miraculously twisted at an astonishing angle, expelling plumes of black smoke from its tailpipe, and surged forward with a rocket-like velocity, weaving past several vehicles toward the heart of the city, leaving behind bewildered motorists. Witnessing Liu Xion's actions, Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization dawned upon her, and she felt a sudden sense of relief. She vigorously wiped her lips and strode backward, only to find 4 armed warriors approaching her, clutching their rifles. Earlier, there had been a total of 16 armed personnel responsible for vigilance and protection from 4 vehicles. But amidst the chaos and frenzied gunfire, 12 warriors had perished, leaving only 4 to report to her. The pollution on Jiujiang Road was spreading alarmingly. The contamination incident was suspected to be linked to a girl who had proposed marriage. The affected individuals seemed to develop an extraordinary affection for their partners, accompanied by an extreme possessiveness, akin to a desire to consume them. Immediate orders were dispatched to all investigative teams. First, any individual displaying abnormal behavior or mental instability should be intercepted and questioned. Should they express an urgent need to find a partner, regardless of the nature of that partnership, and prove unpersuadable, their means of transportation should be destroyed without hesitation, and lethal force was authorized. Second, an urgent broadcast across all media platforms was mandated, instructing everyone to secure their doors and windows and take cover. Stay put. Do not attempt to locate loved ones, especially romantic partners. This included same-sex relationships as well. As she issued these commands, she continued to advance. The wound on her abdomen throbbed painfully, yet she did not even furrow her brow. Without a glance, she raised her firearm and shot dead 2 contaminated individuals in a nearby vehicle who were launching brutal assaults on members of the opposite sex. She then navigated through the chaos, arriving at the forefront where the girl in the wedding dress knelt amidst the debris. The girl's abdomen bulged grotesquely, her wedding gown nearly saturated in crimson. She sat there, dazed, her head tilted back, staring vacantly into the air, her mouth agape, revealing a blood-red substance within. She resembled a statue, devoid of any discernible signs of life. Chun Jing seized an electronic device from a nearby warrior, captured a photograph, and sent it out. She then quietly instructed the 4 warriors beside her to maintain their defensive positions. Slowly, she crouched before the girl, gently placing her hand on her shoulder. At that moment, the girl's pupils transformed into a deep crimson hue. A low voice emerged. You must tell me everything that transpired, your experiences with him. The girl remained motionless, her gaze vacant, her pupils seemingly fading. In truth, you are not yet dead. Chun Jing's eyes grew even more intense with a crimson depth. You can still feel me. Hear my words, cannot you? The deceased cannot hear my words. Therefore, you are still alive. You are alive because you harbor a secret within your heart. Thus, before you depart from this world, you wish to impart this secret to me without reservation. Under the weight of her penetrating voice, the girl's stiff body imperceptibly trembled. The once dilated pupils showed faint signs of constriction. The armed warriors flanking them involuntarily quivered. They were well aware of the legends surrounding the headquarters. It was said to recruit individuals with various extraordinary abilities. Some would flirt with any female colleagues deemed attractive during meetings in the main city, while others possessed faces that could enchant anyone, and some could not allow anyone within 3 meters of their presence. Among them, the most striking tale was of a woman reputed to have the ability to awaken the dead for interrogation. This city had always been protected by madmen. Suddenly, the mother, who had been silently observing nearby, broke into a smile. With that, she turned and walked calmly into the chaotic crowd. Chapter 89. The official start of work. Wailing, Liu Exin recklessly maneuvered his motorcycle through the city, as if possessed by madness. In his grasp, the motorcycle transformed into the most agile tool in the world. He paid no heed to the road conditions ahead. Whether navigating through the tumultuous traffic or the congested thoroughfares, he pushed the speed to its limits, soaring over countless vehicle rooftops and leaping from overpasses with reckless abandon. He traversed the chaotic city at breakneck speed. He witnessed numerous frenzied scenes, couples clinging to each other, desperately kissing as if to merge into a single entity, oblivious to the surrounding collisions and panicking crowds. He observed a group of young girls, their eyes aflame, clad in scant attire, pursuing a balding man with wild abandon. He saw individuals standing bewildered and terrified amidst the chaos, calling out a name, yet unsure where to search. He noted fully armed warriors swiftly clearing obstacles to block traffic at various intersections, even as some of the crazed vehicles nearly collided with them. Even Liu Xin, hastily riding his motorcycle, faced scrutiny from a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on him. Though he could have barreled through, he retrieved his identification from his pocket and held it high. The leading soldier, upon seeing the credentials, immediately tensed, saluting Liu Xin and shouting, "Where are you headed?" "To the guard hall," came the response. The captain behind him called out loudly, "Attention at the rear intersection." A member of the special operations team in black tactical gear, riding a motorcycle, is approaching. Motorcycle license plate number. He is en route to the guard hall. All intersections are to be cleared. No need for inspection. The rear intersections became somewhat clearer, as several checkpoints moved aside upon spotting Liu Xin. However, at times, they had not yet cleared the way, and Liu Xin had already surged past. In this rush, Liu Xin finally quickened his pace, arriving near the guard hall. However, he did not enter, but instead sped toward an apartment building located approximately 300 meters to the west of the guard hall. This was now the new location of the Red Moon Orphanage. From afar, he spotted a row of armed soldiers gathered below the building. His heart sank. Had he arrived too late? The motorcycle accelerated as he dashed forward and slid to a stop. Liu Xin leaped off the bike and hurried toward the building. At that moment, 3 armed warriors approached him. "Mr. Danbing." Liu Xin paused momentarily, recognizing the trio as members of the investigative team he had previously collaborated with. Leading the group was the bearded captain, Cheng Hui, followed by a shy young man and another serious-looking, slightly overweight team member. Their expressions indicated they had been waiting for Liu Xion's arrival. He quickly inquired, "Are the others all right?" "Everyone is safe upstairs." Liu Xion's heart momentarily eased, as if a great weight had been lifted. Then he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. "You are. Colonel Chun has issued us an order that if any disturbances arise in the city, we are to come immediately to provide protection." Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly many things became clear to him. No wonder Colonel Chun had directly commanded the orphanage to relocate. No wonder she was so willing to collect her own rent. And it was no surprise that when he had rushed over here earlier, she hadn't even inquired about his destination. At the same time, an unusual emotion surged from the depths of his heart. Upon hearing that chaos had engulfed the entire satellite city, he had become exceedingly anxious. His worries centered around this very place. Now, however, he realized that his concerns, or perhaps his panic, would be infinitely magnified amidst the turmoil, which was precisely why he had rushed over without a second thought upon learning of the city's upheaval. But at this moment, when he discovered that others had anticipated his worries and made proper arrangements, a long-lost sense of reassurance and relaxation welled up within him. This was an indescribable feeling of safety. Though emotions stirred within him, Liu Xian's face remained calm as he instinctively began to search for his sister. After a brief circuit, he spotted her squatting on the opposite side of the street, rolling her eyes at him. "Mr. Lone Soldier, this is for you." At that moment, Cheng Hui had already extended a black box towards Liu Xian. The box was opened, revealing a pair of headphones, a wireless miniature camera, and a portable metal detection device. Liu Xian understood that this was undoubtedly part of Colonel Chen's preemptive arrangement. He nodded and took the headphones to put them on. "The information analysis team is in position, Mr. Lone Soldier." The moment the headphones activated, Han Bing's gentle yet somewhat anxious voice resonated. "The Lone Soldier is ready." "Excellent. Mr. Lone Soldier, please report your status." There was an unmistakable tone of joy and relief in Han Bing's voice as she continued, "Your status?" Liu Xian felt a slight stir in his heart and replied, "I am currently very at ease." "No," Han Bing interrupted him. "I mean your physical condition. Are you injured? Can you execute the cleanup task?" "Oh." Liu Xian felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly said, "My left leg has a minor injury, but the wound is healing, so it's not a significant issue." "That's wonderful." Han Bing's voice followed swiftly. "We have received reports that at least 4 major pollution sources have simultaneously emerged in Satellite City number 2, and there are disturbances elsewhere as well. The situation remains unclear. Furthermore, Satellite Cities number 1 and number 5 are also showing signs of suspected mental pollution outbreaks. Headquarters has dispatched a special task force to the most severely affected Satellite City number 2. Our objective is to stabilize the situation by any means necessary." "Understood. What do you need me to do now?" Liu Xian began to move forward, attaching the miniature camera to his chest and placing the detection device into his pocket. His steps growing lighter. "Immediately proceed to the Nanhua shopping mall to address the mental pollution incident there." "All right," Liu Xian agreed. At that moment, the young soldier had already assisted him in lifting the motorcycle that had fallen over. However, Liu Xian merely waved his hand and crossed the street. He took out a beautifully wrapped, precious candy that he had secretly stashed away and generously tossed it to his sister. She joyfully jumped up, reaching for the candy in midair. As she caught the piece of candy, Liu Xian also grasped her other hand. In the next instant, his form became somewhat distorted as he ascended the building across the street with an eerie speed, disappearing into the darkness. At this moment, Liu Xian felt a profound sense of peace. Since Colonel Chun had helped him protect those he wished to safeguard, it was only fitting that he, in turn, protect those she sought to shield. Chapter 90, The Red Rose Incident. In the night, Liu Xian scaled the eaves and walls, his figure resembling that of a colossal spider. He traversed the rows of buildings and apartments with an uncanny and lightning-fast speed, navigating through the chaos of the city, cloaked in darkness. Perhaps this time, feeling more at ease as he harnessed his sister's abilities, he moved faster than ever before. Beneath the scattered, uneven lights throughout the city enveloped in night, his silhouette became increasingly swift, creating a bizarre sensation as he occasionally melded with the shadows only to reappear hundreds of meters away under a street lamp. "What is the current situation?" he asked, his voice steady yet tinged with urgency as he inquired with Han Bing over the channel. The Nanhua shopping mall initially experienced a murder driven by passion, which subsequently triggered a collective emotional disorder. Han Bing's voice on the channel was quick and clear. A man, upon witnessing his wife greeting a male friend, suddenly became incensed and, in a fit of rage, pushed his wife from the 3rd floor of the mall. He then leapt after her in regret, and many onlookers who witnessed this event suddenly experienced intense emotional impulses and signs of mental instability. The chaotic scene indicates a sudden outbreak of mental pollution. He pushed his wife down for merely speaking to a male friend, and then jumped after her, Lucy Muset, recalling the frenzied images he had seen earlier at Jujing Road, where he remembered the panicked crowd and the tumultuous emotions, but had not perceived the presence of any mental monstrosities. Such issues were the most challenging for him to resolve. He instinctively asked, "How do we address this?" At that moment, Han Bing hesitated momentarily on the channel, as if listening to a voice from another direction. A few seconds later, her voice emerged, quick and clear. "Colonel Chun has preliminarily submitted her investigation results regarding the sudden special pollution incident at the Jujing Road intersection, which seems to be similar to the peculiar pollution incident at the Nanhua shopping mall. Now, I will report Colonel Chen's preliminary investigation, tentatively named Special Pollution Incident 096. Threat level high. Pollution level high. Key core element, red rose. Suspected origin of pollution, likely human intervention, instigating propagation. Red rose? If you give a rose to someone you like, they will fall in love with you. He was startled by the sudden recollection of that incident and uncertain if there was any connection. Was that boy a power wielder or a source of pollution? Was he in cahoots with Qin Ran? Did he initially target him by coincidence or with intent? Following the routine report, Han Bing hastily added, "This is Colonel Chen's report based on her questioning of the pollution source using her abilities, along with her own reasoning. She believes that the 096 special pollution incident is linked to a bizarre rose. The pollution source at the Jiujing Road intersection received a rose early in its contamination phase. Subsequently, its emotions exhibited significant abnormalities, manifesting an unusual infatuation towards the gift giver. During interactions with the giver, the inability to completely satisfy its warped desire for perfect possession caused severe fluctuations and intensification of these emotions, ultimately culminating in a mental pollution incident at the Jiujing Road intersection. Colonel Chun theorized that the logic chain could be understood as follows. When the rose passed from the giver to the recipient, a seed was sown. The subsequent romantic behaviors between the giver and the pollution source, whether abnormal or normal, were nurturing this seed. When these emotions reached a boiling point, the recipient would erupt. Listening to this, Liu Xin felt a jolt of alarm within him. At the intersection of Jiujiang Road, the intense outbreak of pollution was vividly apparent to him. It was precisely due to that eruption that the ensuing chaos provided Qin Ran with the perfect opportunity to ambush the convoy, seizing that painting and making a hasty escape amidst the tumult. The pollution occurred almost instantaneously, as if the entire process had been omitted. If, because of that one girl's outburst, so many people were suddenly affected, and if those influenced individuals could trigger a third wave of contamination, how terrifying would that be? This explosive spread of spiritual pollution, could it truly infect every resident of the satellite city in a matter of moments? Unconsciously, he whispered, "How can we stop it?" Current data suggests that the intense second wave of pollution was primarily caused by a single rose, which had drawn sufficient spiritual energy from the girl herself, facilitating such rapid dissemination. The method of contamination was visual and radiative in nature. Anyone who beheld the parasitic red rose undergoing a secondary outbreak, or remained within a certain proximity, would be tainted, overwhelmed by an obsessive yearning for love, indiscriminately seeking their beloved. However, constrained by the parasitic entity's spiritual magnitude, the extent of this high-impact pollution would likely not be too profound. Thus, while the affected populace reacted fervently, there remained hope for salvation. Recommended actions. First, eradicate the red rose parasites to sever their influence on the surroundings. Second, locate the individuals affected by the secondary contamination and halt their spread. Upon receiving Han Bing's report, Liu Xin had already arrived at the Nanhua shopping mall, several streets away. Perched on the wall of a building across the street, he peered down. Nanhua Mall, situated slightly north of the city center, was transformed from an abandoned structure prior to the disaster. Its vast expanse and towering architecture, crowned by a wave-like dome, stood in stark contrast to the decay that had accumulated over nearly 3 decades without adequate maintenance. The once gray-white facade was now marred by numerous patches of mold. Inside the mall, bright lights illuminated the chaos, with shattered glass doors revealing throngs of frenzied individuals pouring out, resembling a deluge of sewage inundating the city. It seemed increasingly difficult to contain their spread. Liu Xin sighed softly, propelled himself off the building, and lunged toward the mall's entrance. Perhaps it would not be an easy task, but it was imperative to accomplish it. After all, it was his duty. Chapter 91. The simplest method, new book requesting votes. At this moment, the mall's entrance was in utter disarray, having descended into chaos for some time. Countless individuals surged out through the front doors, some panicked, others possessed by fervor. Everyone was desperately trying to escape the mall, yet they were bottlenecked in a single location, unable to break free. Some had even shattered windows on the second floor, clambering out with ropes or curtains. Faced with such turmoil and a massive crowd, anyone would feel a profound sense of powerlessness. The recommendation was to first eliminate the source of contamination, the red rose parasite. Han Bing's voice in the channel was crisp and clear. Liu Xin surmised they had been trained in rapidly analyzing data and reporting conditions under pressure. All right. Liu Xin discerned the gravity of the situation. After landing, he maneuvered like a nimble spider, grasping the stainless steel flagpole before him and twisting around it, then springing off to leap a distance of 3 to 4 meters, landing in an open window on the second floor. He bent low and slipped inside. His movements were peculiar yet agile, regardless of whether the window was only the size of a basketball hoop. Once inside the mall, he sprinted swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. While an ordinary person running at such speed would generate a gust of wind, he remained eerily silent. In less than 10 seconds, he had traversed 3 doors and turned 2 corners, arriving at the center of the mall. A quick glance revealed a middle-aged man cradling a corpse beneath a circular well on the first floor. The man appeared to be around 40, drenched in blood, with shattered bones protruding grotesquely from his flesh. It seemed he had fallen from the 3rd floor, crashing onto the mall's hard marble floor. The impact had inflicted serious injuries, yet he still clutched a woman of similar age in his arms. Judging by their positions, he must have jumped from the 3rd floor, struggling to hold on to her as they fell. Yet, both he and the woman had long since succumbed to death, their bodies exuding the chilling stiffness and eeriness of a corpse growing cold. He knelt on the ground, head tilted back, mouth agape, expression contorted, eyes wide in horror. Were this scene captured on canvas, it would make for a profoundly emotional abstract painting, bursting with regret. The mall was sparsely populated, yet chaos reigned. Liu Xin observed people madly embracing and passionately kissing. He also noted a young girl fiercely banging against the barred doors of a closed shop, while inside, a burly man and 2 or 3 employees huddled together, weeping openly. Liu Xin gently leapt down from the 2nd floor, landing soundlessly. In the midst of this turmoil, he quietly scrutinized the lifeless man, studying him intently. From the corpse, he discerned an unusual rose. This flower had sprouted from the man's gaping mouth. Standing over a meter tall, its blossoms measuring 20 centimeters, strikingly vibrant and unusually plump. The petals unfurled forcefully, each drenched in a blood-red hue, so intense that they seemed capable of scorching one's gaze, as if imbued with an uncanny allure that painted the area around the man in an eerie crimson hue. This man was undoubtedly the source of the mall's contamination. The recommended methods for clearing the pollution source were: first, utilize special containment bags. Second, find nearby means to incinerate the corpse. Han Bing, observing the surroundings through the camera on Liu Xin's chest, spoke softly. No need. Liu Xin gently shook his head, advancing toward the corpse. He murmured, I can see it. You can see it? Han Bing's voice brimmed with surprise. What does it look like? It's a rose. Liu Xin replied. A rose growing from a person's body, the color of blood. As he spoke, he approached the corpse, gazing at the rose. He felt its insidious influence. Merely seeing it was akin to gazing upon one's beloved, an inexplicable emotion rising within him, seemingly hidden deep in the recesses of the heart, now swelling into something overwhelming. The sensation grew increasingly intense, threatening to eclipse all rational thought. Liu Xin found himself uncontrollably flashing through the images of various girls in his mind, instinctively yearning to find them, to possess them. How peculiar. He had never liked so many. Yet, Liu Xin remained unaffected by the burgeoning madness. He merely observed the evolution of his emotions as an outsider, not even slowing his pace, proceeding directly to the rose, and then reaching out to grasp it. As Liu Xin plucked the rose, he sensed a faint, piercing cry emanating from it, as though it were struggling against its fate. Yet, its resistance was feeble, and he easily uprooted it. His sister, brimming with excitement, reached out to snatch it from his grasp, but Liu Xin shook his head in refusal. This rose is far too improper. Let's not consume it, shall we? He remarked, holding the microphone of his headset. His sister shot him a peculiar glance, but nonetheless seized the rose from him, swiftly tearing it apart with little effort. Liu Xin cast a fleeting, apologetic glance her way before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Is the situation resolved? Han Bing inquired anxiously over the channel. It is, Liu Xin affirmed, surveying his surroundings. The eerie and distorted atmosphere had dissipated entirely the moment the rose was shredded. He then murmured, such sources of contamination are easily eradicated. The solo operator performed admirably. Han Bing's tone lightened slightly, yet urgency remained in her voice. The utmost priority now is to prevent further spread. Liu Xin gazed around the mall, noting this presents a degree of difficulty. For him, eliminating the source of contamination was straightforward. Simply uprooting the rose sufficed. However, chaos reigned around him. Within his line of sight alone, there were countless figures, and far too many had fled before he arrived. How could he and his sister possibly halt their exodus? The city patrol and the security bureau had already established barricades at the major intersections, sealing off the area of contamination. At this juncture, Our only course of action is to swiftly prevent these contaminated individuals from colliding with others. Han Bing stated over the channel. After a brief pause, she continued, Mr. Solo Operator, you must comprehend that their primary objective is to avert the spread of contamination. Therefore, when the blocking team feels the pressure of an imminent breach from the contaminated, they will respond accordingly. I understand, Liu Xian replied, inhaling deeply. He recognized that when the blocking team sensed they could no longer contain the situation, they would resort to gunfire. As he pondered this, his expression tightened, and he sprinted forward while asking, is there a more effective method to thwart them? The group affected by secondary contamination reacted vehemently. Yet the extent of their contamination should not be severe. 1. Exert a more significant influence upon those already affected, forcibly altering their behavior. 2. Employ any means necessary to obstruct their paths of movement. Once the influence of the red rose diminishes and the situation is under control, the support team may enter to provide concentrated aid. Understood, Liu Xian responded as he ascended to the second floor, climbing along the mall's columns. Seizing a promotional flag for dog food, he yanked it down and deftly wrapped the fabric around the pole, transforming it into a makeshift staff. He then charged toward the girl who was frantically assaulting the iron gate, desperate to enter a store, and swung the pole toward her. Crack! The girl's ankle dislocated, and she toppled to the ground. The trembling store attendant and a burly boy simultaneously raised their heads in astonishment. Do not approach her until the alarm is deactivated. Liu Xian whispered to those inside the store before darting off in another direction. Hearing the commotion on her end, Han Bing anxiously inquired, what method are you employing? I lack the ability to exert a different influence upon them, so I am resorting to a more rudimentary approach, Liu Xian replied, already brandishing his staff as he confronted another frenzied crowd. He raised it high, his expression grave and earnest. I shall first break their legs.